Welcome. All right. I'm about to hop on Based Oracle's panel, both because they've got an interesting conversation going on, and because for those of you up to speed with the drama, Lindsay's there. I want to say hi. Then I'll probably open up the panel in a little bit. So let's
ability would have to be on men unless you reject the idea. What up, Flo? Egg dropper? Unless you reject the idea that men lead.
And I think, so here's my thing, Base. Like, I agree with you in the overarching sense that men are wholeheartedly responsible at the end of the day for everything in the world, if you want to view it that way. But it does come off massively as cope that you're just trying to take away accountability from females for being a horse.
I'm not.
That's what it
I'm
sounds
not at
like
all. I'm not taking any accountability away. It seems like cope if you're saying that women have the same level of accountability as men, therefore nobody's leading.
No, so I'm not saying that women don't have the same level to a degree. But what I'm saying, once you're exercising this freedom or this free will or choices, you should face the same accountability and consequences as those who are in power. You don't say, well, I have power.
So you want equality?
No. It's not equality, is what I'm saying.
You're saying the same? You're saying the same?
If you decide that you're going to take over the presidency, right? You're not the president, but the president gave you the power of the presidency. And
that probably should happen.
And you do some dumb shit, right? And you're like, well, I was given this authority. Doesn't matter. You're wielding the power. You face the same accountability that those who have it.
Well, I want to ask you too, what's the purpose in attributing accountability in percentages? Like more men are 60%, women are 40%. What's the whole point of arguing about that when you just simply need some kind of change?
Well, because
the change has to necessarily come from the men who are leading. That's why. If you think that women are going to band together and become more accountable, that women are going to lead the way for change, I think that's crazy.
Men
I think that's nuts.
Rule Congress. So first of all, that's not even logical thinking.
Well, that's my point. Sure.
I don't know if that's so true.
You think women should be allowed to be on Congress?
Should be allowed to?
There's lots of females in Congress. What are you talking about?
I know. If you had the choice, feeling like you do, like men are the leaders, other people feel differently, but you two are saying, hey, we are leading. Let us continue to lead. Would you be in favor of not having women in Congress and being lawmakers and you're already against law enforcement. You don't.
I don't believe women should be in any position of government authority whatsoever.
Wow.
Why?
And that's where we differ. Yeah. If you're qualified, if you can run, if you can win, more power to you. That's where we differ. I'm not on that.
Have you taken a look at the Department of Defense lately? It's small. There's at least 2 or 3 women on there and 3 men.
And several that are identifying as women.
What do they count as?
Good point.
I'm not okay with saying women can't have leadership roles because they're women. I'm not cool with that. You know what I mean? I'm more of, like, hey, if you can win the election, if you got the back and do what you do, fine. You look at someone like Hillary Clinton. No way I wanted her to be president of the United States. You know what I mean? Even though she was running against Donald Trump, y'all know how I feel about him. So it was like, shit, that was a tough one. It's like the one we got now is a tough one. But I don't think we should exclude women from leadership. If they can raise the money, run, they can win. They can win. I'm not on that.
Well, then you just want more of the same, DL.
That's what.
How's it more the same? It's not a lot of them.
If we're qualified for it, don't discriminate us.
What makes you qualified
if we don't
for
meet
it?
the standard.
What makes you
Everything should be based on merit. Everything should be based on merit.
Equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. As a generality, that's how I would put it. Equality of opportunity, but not outcome.
I'm not saying, like I said, if you can get it, if you can win, like in the military, if you want to be a ranger in the United States Army, and you can qualify as a ranger. I don't give a fuck what you are. But here's the thing: there isn't a woman today who can do that. Yeah, they're female rangers, but they changed the standard.
Don't worry, DL. They lower the standards all the time, bro.
But that's
I don't
I'm
think they
saying-
just lowered the standards. I'm
Exactly.
not asking.
Which is
them to
why-
lower them. I think that weakens our military and our.
It does.
100%.
I think they should lower it, but
That goes for
not let a
all
woman
diversity,
die.
equity, and inclusion bullshit.
Yeah. Why does it always go to military? Because women had to carry 80-pound rucksacks, and it's an easy argument. Most things, though, they don't require that physicality. Should women be, fighting and achieving equal status there?
Yeah, but you do if you want. If you 80 pounds is a light ruck if you jumping on an airborne mission. I mean, shit, that's a light fucking ruck, and you got to jump out of an airplane with that shit around your waist, bro. So if you can do it, fine. I don't care what you are, but I'm not going to change the standard for that, right? I'm not going to change the standard to airborne school because you fucking female.
My point was, it only comes into play when we're talking about boxing or the military, where we have to use physicality. And most in the boardroom and Congress and the things you guys were just talking about, that thing doesn't even come into play. Mentally,
incorrect, Joe.
A lot of authority
please,
positions, stressful situations, man. They don't perform the same.
How about emotionality versus logic? And I'm not saying it's a
emotionality
binary.
is another one.
Here we go again.
But there are some
so
strengths
we-
to having women in leadership positions too. Like not because there are some strengths to having women in leadership positions too, because not everything is hard ass decisions. Some of it is management.
Yeah, you get an easier job if you're underneath.
I've always gotten along better with
That was like
female
a backhanded
supervisors
compliment.
than male ones.
Hey, just real quick, I want to say what's up to my brother Joe. What's good, man? How you feeling, brother?
Yeah,
you
what
know
up,
what I mean?
Joe?
It's two of
Cool.
us up here. It's two of us up here, guys. We in.
What do you
We in
mean
the
two of
building.
us? I am
Two of us up here.
4.4% North Africa. What the fuck,
I
DL?
think all it takes is a drop, bro. That's all it takes.
Yeah, well, it is.
bro.
Well, we got Glenn. Hey, Glenn, what are you? 0.5? What are you?
Glenn definitely a bro.
Point
Yeah, I'm 0.5. I'm 5%. 5%.
5%.
Me and Glenn 10% combined, almost.
That's right. But Base, you were saying I was incorrect. I was saying the physicality doesn't come into play, and you were saying what?
Right. I'm saying, well, not that you're incorrect that physicality doesn't come into play, but in terms of that's the only distinction between us. There's a lot of other distinctions.
All right, go
And
ahead.
to
My
that
man
point-
said one emotional.
What's that?
My man was saying one emotional while your thing was spinning over there. Dude in the top left chimed in a little
Cody,
bit.
brother Cody. Yeah, brother Cody.
Cody did.
If-
What are you saying?
Yeah, mentioning
Oh,
the emotional differentiator.
Well, for sure. So,
Never mind, I'll wait.
sorry, I'm getting attacked by mosquitoes. Estrogen massively affects your
Very
decision
good.
making and emotions, dude. It really does.
As
You
with
can't deny
testosterone,
that.
Yeah. As with
Well,
testosterone, yeah.
not to the same extent.
In
and not
It
the
doesn't
same way.
render you retarded.
We might push the button fast.
No, but nobody's saying it does.
Well, the indication is sort of that we're inadequate because we add
I didn't say that.
emotional applications to things that moral issues.
No,
like
it
we were
you're
means
talking-
reading-
you
you're
can do
reading
things
into that.
illogically because you get emotional.
What I was
No, but
saying
Glenn
is
was
there's
leading
more
towards that.
distinctions.
Glenn was leading towards that though, base. I mean, we got a whole bunch of different opinions floating
Yeah,
around.
Cody
right now.
was leading toward that. Base ain't even got out his yet.
Well, what I
Yeah.
said was
Glenn had his
equality
hand
of
up.
opportunity. Simple as that. Equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcome. That is fucking bullshit. When we mandate, well, women are 52% of the population, so therefore we need 52% of women in XYZ. Or there's 15% Asians in the population, so we need 15. That's what I disagree with, is the equality of outcome rather than the equality of opportunity. So to DL's point, if women are the best person for a job, that's fine. I'm not fighting it. So I'm not leaning towards the whole inadequacy thing. I'm simply pointing out there's more distinctions aside from the physicalities
Well-
that separate men and women.
Well, then, but at the same
Base-
time,
wait,
just
wait,
by
don't
saying
let
that, base, like I
Base
think that you
off
have
the
the blank
hook
slate. You have the same blank slate mentality that egalitarianism is founded on.
I wish we would just erase that word.
Which one? The?
Egalitarian.
Egalitarian.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
my thing is
it's,
this. Go ahead, sis.
it's an oxymoron.
Flo,
in
I'm
one
about
part.
to teabag you, Flo.
Don't you do it.
Flo, Hey, listen, I'm with base.
You
Everything
want
he
to if you
said,
want to guarantee that your clip
As
gets
soon as I said
made into
teabag
a
it.
short, because right now I've got
So
the footage, but I'm just using it as blackmail.
Oh, okay. Okay, very
I'm
good.
with-
Let's see how this goes. All right.
Hey, base, I'm with you 100% until it comes to reparations. I want my 40 acres of tillable land and the mule, and if they don't have that, I'll take a check. You
Then
know
I
what mean?
want
I'll
4
say that.
acres.
Yeah.
Okay, you get 40, I get 4. Well,
4%
done.
there, right?
And Glenn get 2.
What the fuck are
Hey,
you
hey,
doing?
hey,
Because I don't trust your 5%. I think you're 2.5. All right, go on.
Base, you were saying about how women and men are different, but equality of opportunity, not outcome.
Opportunity. Yes.
There are certain jobs in your head that men are better cut out for. In particular, I'm thinking maybe presidential, government, CEOs. Would one sex have an advantage?
Yeah, I think innately based on our genetic and literal, I mean, over time, how we've evolved, which there are distinctions to, right? Like we were just talking about social conditioning of today. And that's why I was actually going to go back to Lindsay's question. I think it was Lindsay's regarding, do you mean today as things are today regarding women being in the government? Or do you mean more naturally, like if we were to go back 500 years or something like that, when I guess roles and right minus the social conditioning, we'll put it like that.
How could
So-
you not consider social conditioning? It's a part of everything.
Well,
It's a
no,
part of
I'm
why we are the way we are.
yeah, no, I'm saying in our natural state versus where we are today with so much conditioning right from the womb in terms of the media. I mean, all the rabbit holes we could go down, education, right?
Yeah.
These types of things. So I'll just answer it real quick. In terms of in today's environment in the US in particular, I'm not even opposed to women in the government because for all of those reasons baked into one. If we were to be in our more natural states, I think that it would be better to be homologous, just men in government positions of leadership.
I hate to say it, but I think he got a point. Damn it, I hate to say that shit.
I know everyone always hates to say it with me.
I was just thinking how I would like to think A, but the truth is B. And as much as I would like A to be true, B is true.
It seems like
You have to
that.
do a lot of unlearning too, as you know, you grow up, and
Well,
unconditioning.
You don't have to, but I think it would be wise to choose to do so because a lot of people don't do that.
Yeah.
Damn, it got quiet. What happened? I was waiting for some drama, man. Ain't
Yeah,
somebody
we-
gonna say fuck or something?
We agree.
Dude, like-
Flo ain't said shit.
Do like
Flo ain't said
does.
shit, man. What's
Flo
up with Flo?
leans into the awkward silence. Flo say that lean into that shit. Bro.
I didn't agree with the whole all men in ruling and enforcing.
In our
I agree
natural
with I agree
states.
with the enforcing, but not with in Congress. I would like to have a nice mix.
I think
Well,
that
And the
So
re-
you
one
want,
of the
you want
reasons-
men to enforce women's rule?
People's rules,
Very
We're
good.
not- we're not-
Perfect
we're not-
answer,
No.
girl. Perfect answer. girl.
right? We're not doing a gender thing here.
in an
But you want
ideal
men to
state-
enforce. Okay, it's people's rule. You want people's rule, but you want men to enforce orders from women.
What I'm saying is not that. What I'm saying is that I would like a group of people, a group of, if you will, left-brain people, and a group of, if you will, more emotional, morality considering people, so that you have something more congruous with people as a whole, rather than men deciding women's issues without women's output. That's just one example.
Morality
You
doesn't
could have
We're-
input
we're a
without having
team.
any,
We
yeah,
are
you can have
intricate-
input without
we are-
having any authority, right?
I didn't.
What did you say?
Yeah, I didn't
You
get
could
that.
have-
Say it again without the
You
vape.
could have input without having any authority.
Oh, fuck! This is a hard fucking.
Am I being an
Wow.
authority if I confer
If
with
you have
two
a- if you have
people
a-
on both sides of me, and we
If
come
you
with
have a say so in how the government or the
why
house
shouldn't I? I live in the United States too.
Yeah, but so do children. Should children?
Come on.
Well,
Come
no,
on.
I'm just
Bad argument.
making a point. Well, no, I mean people, right? We're talking about
I gotta-
people.
Women are a
here's the
little-
thing.
No, I
here's the
agree a
thing,
little
to
bit.
base
A
the
little
point-
bit.
To base the point, let's not maybe not little kids, of course, but what when those kids start working and start paying taxes, should they have a say?
Fuck
Yeah,
that.
it's called adults then. Yes.
Yeah.
What about
I would
kids who
say
went to
no.
war? Look, throughout history, children have been in war on the front lines.
I've seen pictures of some of the youngest soldiers. They are super young.
You like that?
Nice
That was
thought.
for you, Flo.
Nightbot's on
funny
point tonight.
At the beginning, you were talking about how we don't want to get too pedantic with these examples here and there because we want to generalize for the sake of argument, but now you're doing the pedantic stuff. Well, what about the kids who's 17 and a half
let me
and
go
on
back
the war?
to the argument you had. I think you're missing a good part of your argument, Lens. He asked, do you want men to support women's issues, or have he phrased it better than mine?
He said enforce.
Enforce women's shit.
So let's say
Yes.
women.
Where I expect white motherfuckers to enforce different races and black motherfuckers to cross races when they do shit, I expect motherfuckers to cross genders. Because just because, you know, chicks are a chick doesn't mean that we couldn't help them out because they're so different.
And I would like them to have both, all three races, since technically there's white, there's Asian, there's black. If you look at some textbook somewhere, those are the three races. I would like to include all of those in decision making. And if you want to split it up even further, hopefully some women, maybe mostly men, but just let some women who have the brains and the ability to make logical and decisions that have to do with emotions too and morality. What is wrong with that? Every decision.
Why are you assuming that men cannot make decisions on morality?
What would be a decision of emotions?
If the goal is for a collective society to be as functioning and efficacious as it can be and as healthy and as democratic, because we said we're a democracy, then why would you exclude women out of half of that?
First of all,
that just doesn't make sense.
Also, on the ethics thing, she mentioned ethics or morality twice. I think if something doesn't make sense, if it cannot be logically validated, it's not moral.
I think societies that
I think all issues have a morality component, or you know what I'm
and
talking about.
Morality should be, and a moral decision should be logically beneficial to people, or else it's not a moral decision. It's, I don't know what it is.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, as I said to you many times before, that any decision making is part logic and part emotion, empirically proven to be such.
So does that
why
mean
not have
women,
a?
You said empirically proven to be such?
Yeah.
It's, I thought it was.
How? Okay.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Glenn, there's three races. You just got way blacker. Welcome back to the family.
Welcome back.
I would
Man,
He was mixed before, but yeah.
That's mine.
Couple
I
more
think-
percent, bro. Couple more percent, you'll be able to get away with.
Raging Tomato. Hi.
I heard somebody. Was that you, Sarah?
Yeah. I mean, I hear a lot of assumptions that women basically can't be logical and we're only emotional. But women can be logical as well as emotional, just as men are logical and emotional. We are both, and you should have both. But I wouldn't put emotional as the opposite of logical. I would use intuition as the opposite of logic.
Oh God, here we go. Intuition.
I think that's actually fair. No, I actually think that's fair.
Okay.
But we gotta
logic? No. Stupid.
Well, hold on. We have to deconstruct what is intuition, though.
Right. And our
right,
women
because
better
intuition
than us.
is actually, I mean, if you think about it, it's all sorts of different what's that?
Subconscious knowledge.
Right, but it's coming from things that are real. For instance, smells can attribute to intuition.
Okay.
Things that you're seeing, but maybe out of like the corner of your eye type of thing. Right, so it's things that aren't directly hitting your conscious, as Flo said, subconscious. So in a sense, it's not logical because you can't point at, like you can't decipher that you got a certain smell or heard a certain tone or whatever it is that puts your intuition, as we would put it, gut feeling, into knowing what the right decision is, but you can't prove it. So in a sense, I do agree with that.
Are we assuming that women have better intuition than men?
I think
in general, I would say
they do.
Okay, hold on.
But
I
that's
gotta
not
ask.
the
I gotta ask a question now.
That may be a survival trait in a
I gotta ask a question.
From the amount of them complaining about their relationships, I would say no.
Here's the question.
So go, Glenn.
Women have better intuition than men.
Yes.
Why is it that women, you always pick these bad guys? They tell you that ain't shit.
Yeah.
Question.
Good point.
That
I
is
would
not
argue that-
intuition.
What'd you say, Sarah?
I would say that wasn't intuition. That's
Oh.
usually some kind of
Does-
trauma-based decision.
If
And
they're
that's
That's
intuition,
Been made
then
the
show
trauma never
this
ends.
guy is a fucktard. I shouldn't get with him, but then you get with him, and then you end,
Fucktard.
you know, you end up having all these babies by him. They're mad that he cheated and left you. Well, your intuition ain't shit.
That's
Hey,
not
but-
intuition. That's
Well,
usually
what was
an
that?
unhealed issue, and you have to deal with it before you break that cycle.
But intuition did not overcome that unhealed issue, correct?
Yeah,
So
'cause
in that case, would you say
That
that
would
women
be
have
her
better
going
intuition but are
against her
blocked from
intuition.
using it?
That,
What?
So
that
the
would
women's
be a
intuition
woman
ain't shit
choosing
then. You just
badly
proved
and
it.
going
Well,
against-
hold on. Let her finish. Let Sarah finish.
Damn.
Most women, when they get involved with this, are very aware that they are not the right man, and they are going against their intuition and making bad decisions.
Ah,
because-
they're
Then
masochists.
their intuition doesn't factor into shit.
Yeah, dudes do the same shit. Marines are notorious for that shit. How you
Fuck
know?
you.
when-
How can you
Yo,
claim
how many
that?
times y'all get married to fucking strippers? Marines
Don't
know
ask.
better. Marines know better, yet they do this shit anyway. But what Flo was saying, hey, brother Flo, why don't you drill down on it a little bit? You were saying initially that yes, the intuition thing because of safety. What were you leading towards on that?
No, I just think that on a whole, women's intuition is better than men.
because men can't protect
why?
themselves
Can
violently,
you-
women would have to have a better intuition.
I don't know
to-
why.
intuition
I
to
don't
spot.
know why. I can speculate. I have no idea why. It's just anecdotally from my
So-
experience.
so-
In my experience, women are much more in tune to something, the woo-woo, the ether, than men are.
Does your intuition tell you that? Because you just said you can't prove it, right? So it's not
Well, if
logic.
he
That
can't
would
prove
that
it,
would
I
be
would
my
go even
my
further to
conscious
say-
logical experience.
No, but you haven't put any logic to it. I'm asking, can you give an
I haven't
example or
given
say
any.
why?
I haven't given any reproducible evidence. I've seen plenty.
So
of
why
evidence in
say
my
it?
own life? It's anecdotal. Is the point?
That's fine. Can you give us an anecdote?
It's always, you know, it's always. You ever had someone call you right before or right after something crazy happens?
Yeah.
It's
Sure.
It's except for one time. I think it's always women.
Yeah, but they might have been imagining in all fairness.
And again,
Or-
it's anecdotal, and I can't explain it. I see where how you're trying to
they're-
skewer me on it. It's not. I'm not making a logical, rationally
Yeah.
supported claim.
You
So
you were fucking those women, weren't you,
It-
Flo? They're
it-
bonded to you.
no, not
could
even.
be,
Not
Flo.
even.
You could have
Really?
put that thought in their head. To
Related
call,
to you?
couldn't the
Sometimes,
man controlling
sometimes,
them
but
then?
not always.
Yeah.
And like fuck, even yesterday, I was in Sarah's chat, Raging Tomato, and I said I'm eating Dairy Queen, and Mama Tomato goes, "I thought you were going to say cheesy poofs." That was a pretty good intuition because I was eating cheesy curds or the cheese curds from Dairy Queen. So she
Very
got
good.
one of the words
That's a
right
good
just
example.
randomly out of nowhere.
That's
That's
a good
what
example.
I'm talking about.
All right, case closed. You win.
You went with
Right,
that
cheesy
one
curds.
It's an
cheesy
anecdote.
curd, yeah.
Right, yeah.
The
That was
Cheetos one.
powerful. But what was brought up was that intuition was the opposite of logic, and I think that your example there kind of
I don't believe that it's
showed
the
it before you
opposite of logic.
mentioned the cheesy poofs part, I guess.
I don't believe it's the opposite of logic. I believe it's another
The
mechanism.
opposite
that-
of logic would be illogic, right? I mean,
Yeah,
like
stupidity.
Right, right.
Dumbness,
I think
stupidity, yeah.
intuition is
it's
a
the
method.
counterpart to logic.
Right, the
Not
yin and the
opposite.
yang.
Bypasses logic.
I don't know. My intuition always saves my ass, except when I don't listen to it, then I get fucked. So I guess it's always right. So
I wish I could say that. My
I can't
intuition
say
got
I've
me.
heard lots of females talking about their intuition doing them any favors, but I hear them always talking about their intuition, except they always seem to be a little bit upset afterwards.
I am always wrong. You know, oh, he's cheating. She's doing this. I know he gonna turn out. They always,
always
fucking
wrong, yeah.
with that intuition. shit.
Exactly.
Is
I
that
wouldn't
a
call
Yeah,
your
like-
intuition. That's usually anxiety, and they're
Oh yeah,
confusing with intuition.
it's the overdose of caffeine and too high estrogen.
Yeah, that's not intuition.
Shit, I
Could
tell
you
you
say
what.
intuition is an educated guess based on all your senses used in a problem?
It's more of
virginity
an
rocks?
knowing.
And
Okay, so
say
I'm
what up to Marcus and who else just hopped on? Uncle Fatty.
Oh,
What up?
shit, the double dog in the building.
What up, Marcus?
There we go.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Uncle Fat
Guys,
was
do you
good.
realize there's a difference
Yes, sir, we
between
hear you.
intuition and premonition?
Intuition and
shit.
what?
And premonition?
I don't disagree with you, but I mean, we're kind of going down the rabbit hole.
Oh, somebody going.
They
And
are
intuition is
distinct,
just
yes.
being able to decipher something real quick. That's it.
Yeah,
just,
Laura
just
bounce.
being able to decipher it, figure it out without having to logically think about shit.
Feeling something is a
It's
certain
premonition.
way. Premonition is knowing something is going to happen specifically, or at least
Or
with
feeling that
high
it might.
specificity.
It's making a prediction, right?
You can't figure out how you want these squares, can you?
That has
Nah,
to be the
no.
distinction. Yeah, you guys are right.
I
So
figured I
one
let Cody,
is I
yeah.
feel, some don't feel right. Let me be cautious. The other is the police are around the corner. Let me
Yes,
go to the
this
other one.
is what's going to happen.
I
Yes.
would say
I've seen
something
this.
doesn't feel right is more
Those
like
are both the same.
instinct. That's a
Mhm.
sensation, and it's related to your fight or flight system.
Well, give me an intuition then, Sarah.
Intuition is closer to the premonition, or just a knowing,
Like-
where you just know without knowing why or how you reach that conclusion.
You know what? You could just know the cops are around the corner, but that's a premonition now.
I love arguments that when whole panels sit around defining terms.
Yeah, I thought
It's
we
the
can
best.
figure it
Yes,
out.
I've had several streams where we do this with empathy and sympathy.
Like, I don't.
Okay, how about this?
I don't have to
So
logically written to know that
instinct
Joe
is
Cool's
usually
at my mom's
related
house
to a
right now.
sensation.
Say that again, Sarah.
Instinct is usually related to a sensation, like an internal sensation, a gut feeling, or whatnot.
A vibe.
Then you have insight, which is more like an epiphany, like a light bulb going off. And then you have intuition, which is more like a subconscious passive knowing. It's either related to seeing connections and predictions, or it's related to seeing, well, one's connections and one's predictions.
If it's
You
seeing
either see how
connection,
things are connected, or you're seeing what's going to come as a result in your premonition, using premonitions.
does that make it logic? If you see the connections and you see them that fast, doesn't that kind of sound like logic now?
That just
No,
means you got
because
some good
logic
weed.
is usually more of a conditional thinking, where it's if this then that sort of ordeal, or it's reductionism, or it's much more logical in terms of proofs. So you can say I went from here to here to here to here to here, whereas connections can be like a web, like it can come from all over, like the fucking those crazy boards where conspiracy theorists put all this shit together. Like that's what intuition looks like. Whereas logic is very clean, very neat. It comes from top to bottom. Does that make sense?
Hey, I gotta go, but before I go, I wanted to ask a panel a question that me and Cody and Base came up with. It seems like fucking ages ago, right? Cody and I came up with a document. This document can tell you how to be the best man you can possibly be. It teaches you how to level up. It teaches you how about fitness and finance. It teaches you how to womanize, all that shit. Cody offers the document for free. I offer the document for $500. Am I a swindler? Am I wrong for selling it? What's the take on that? What was the term we use? Am I what's the term that we use? Grifter. Am I grifting? Am I grifting? That's the exact same document. We both created it, so there's no stealing of intellectual property. One person gives it away for free. The other sells it for $500. It's the one who sells it a grifter, and I'll be watching. I gotta go, y'all.
I'm a grifter.
All right, be easy, man.
All right.
Appreciate y'all.
Later, Saint.
I'm wondering if a grifter doesn't mean that you have some type of intent.
I am a grifter.
So
I do a
know.
straight grift. I tell people what my grift is. It's not a lie. It's not deceptive. $1 membership,
It's not
super chats
grifting.
all day long.
Therefore, it cannot be a grift. It
It's
can't
not
be a grift.
Technically,
So
you're
an
right.
admitted
but-
grifter who's not grifting. Now you're just a liar.
Look, the only people who call it no,
How's it a
words
liar?
of wrong,
No.
words of
He's a liar.
alternating.
He says he's a
There are
grifter.
more pocket watchers on YouTube calling what I do and what other people like me do grifting. You might as well just lean into it instead of going, no, it's not grifting because it says right here.
Well, I'm just gonna let people redefine words.
You're not going to stop that slide.
No, they could try, but I'm not gonna live to their definition.
So if he sells the document, is he a grifter?
No.
And he's not a scammer. He told the truth. He even put out the option in the example he gave earlier. He said he told the guy, hey, this guy has it for free. You don't have to pay me $500. And the
It's not a grift.
buyer still chose to buy it. So there's no
Yeah.
grift, there's no scam.
And the reason is
If-
because people do not want things that they can't, like, they don't cost them things. If it's free, nobody gives a shit about it.
That's true.
But if it costs them things, it costs them something, they treasure it more. They value it more.
All right, could
Yeah.
the same action,
Grifting has an inherent fraud to it.
one of us be a grifter and one of us not be a grifter by selling it?
Well,
Yeah,
only
if
if
you don't
it's a
believe in
true
it.
document for one and not the other.
It's the
Thanks
same
for the money,
document we're both
dummies.
selling. I'm going
Because
with.
that's what you
I'm
are.
a moral guy. I think I should give it away for
You
free.
gave me money
Uh,
for
uh,
absolutely
Now I
nothing.
feel like I'm grifting if I sell it for $500, but another guy has.
Thank you,
different,
Fire, for
psychology,
the $2
and he is
super
not
sticker.
grifting.
I
He's being
appreciate
honest. I'm
you
just making
supporting
an
me
honest
doing a
day's
great
living.
grift.
Is that a thing? Is that if I articulated that well?
Well, it's free market.
Look, it's not
Grifting inherently is fraud. It's when you're tricking somebody.
Well, yeah, at the highest form, it would certainly be fraud.
Snake oil.
Look, so when I was a personal trainer, right?
Yeah.
The people that I would give free training sessions to never showed up as often. The people that paid for it, that paid that $500 for it, they came every single fucking time.
I
come
totally
every single
understand
time.
that philosophy and that logic. I totally
Dropping
understand
eggs. Dropping eggs every time.
Damn it, Flo.
How are you going to throw up an alley-oop like that and not expect me to take it?
I know. I'm
Yeah.
still
Also-
trying to recover from a
also,
24-hour session. I'm still trying to
Yeah,
recover.
yeah. Bring out the excuses, Glenn. I was there too 4 fucking times. You're all welcome.
Don't forget the cheese curds.
Yeah, and the cheese curds.
The poofs. Cheesy
The poofs.
Sorry, I got dropped.
Oh, you good. Yeah, so we agree that Flo would like to be a grifter, hasn't quite done that yet, so we really can't claim that, but he's grifting the term grifter, apparently.
I mean, and that grift netted me a super sticker just from that little pitch.
Okay.
Gripped away, pimping.
Yeah, grifting on other people's panels. That's crazy.
Very good.
I think he's too upfront about what he's doing to be a grifter.
Exactly.
Yes, that was our point. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be manipulating, giving a false perception of the product, and you're not, right? From what you're saying. You say, I'm upfront about my grifting, therefore you're not grifting.
But another person can do the same actions and be a grifter somehow, if that logic is true.
Well, that's why we debate terms and words and shit.
It's just too
Well, doesn't
fucking
grifting require you to be deceptive of some sort?
intense.
Right.
Manipulative?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. Snake oil salesmen are grifters.
Mhm.
You could be grifting and giving it away for free.
Can
Yeah,
you
that
sell
is
the
true.
document,
Yeah.
be grifting, and sell the document? One guy who sells it is a grifter, and one guy who sells it is not a grifter. Is that a
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because one guy could be lying about what the document is. So
No, they
it's
don't
still
have to be
a
lying about the
grifter.
document.
No,
They
no,
could be
he's-
lying about
he's
their
right.
intentions.
It
Like,
could
I
be the
really
same
want to help you
document,
level up.
and
I
he
really
lied
want to do
about it.
this. I want to see you get better. I really want to do this. And then that's grifting.
That's great. That's a good one. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that thing that Walter Weeks should have done, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Do you guys got any little outro? Some odd. I was gonna bring up about that 24-hour stream. I know Glenn's still recovering, but that was a pretty good time. What spurred you guys to do that?
It was not intentional. I'm
It was not intentional at all.
At some
I'm gonna
point, it
guess
was
that
intentional.
Something about having both of us there. Like neither one of us wanted to be the first one to bail. I think was part
Yeah,
of
we're
it.
trying to we were having a dick measuring contest.
And shout out to Glenn for carrying most of the weight, certainly the second half, and then not making it till the very end.
Yeah, I play it back and it's like, Glenn. I'm like,
I think you can't stop missing something, man. I think when Andrew got there, it breathed some type of fucking 10 times life into that motherfucker. And you guys were running on fumes for the next few hours,
no, 'cause it
adrenaline for the
originally
next few
started on
hours.
Flo's panel. It started on Flo's panel, and then Flo hit like the 12-hour mark. And then I was like, fuck it, let's just continue the conversation over at mine. And then I was only planning on going for a little bit. Next thing you know, 12 hours later.
If Andrew doesn't show up, do you guys do 2 12-hour shows?
Yeah, we did 2 12 hours. I was not planning on doing a second stream at all. But at the end of the first 12, I don't remember what the conversation, whatever the conversation was, it was so absurd to me. And I was in the minority of the opinions there. And so, and I just could not, this couldn't end there.
Yeah, I forgot what the conversation was, but we were talking about something. Yeah. And it was like in the middle of the heated, like right there in the heated part. And we're like, we can't just end here. We got to fucking continue this shit. And then it just went on 12 hours later.
Yeah, I actually even said several times, I have zero intent of even going 12 hours, much less 20 fucking 4. But
and therein lies the grift.
Maybe that is the grift.
All right, I got to get out of here. I got to go beat Fatty home before he gets home.
So, yeah, I'll be home about 15 minutes. Get the
all right, I'll hurry up.
Out the back again. And I'm streaming. Come over if you want.
Cool.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Base.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just realized I've been on mute for the past 10-15 minutes, but yeah, it's nice.
All right, very good. Well, look, I'm still undefeated, so you know, all good.
At what?
Whatever, doesn't matter.
Just everything.
Yeah. But nah, thanks for popping on, everyone. Chat, you the best. All right, we'll see you.
We were at Based Oracles. Let me drop his link. Yeah, what, 40 minutes? Yeah, so like I said, he normally, this stream was way longer than most of his normally are. What's going on, old Joe?
Hello, Flo. How are things this evening?
Can't complain.
Hey, I'm just going to make one suggestion. I'm going to try and get through this without bursting out laughing. And it's not an insult either. I'm going to suggest that you make a short, and it'd be one of the greatest shorts ever on your channel. So last night or the other day in your 24-hour panel, at one point, you hadn't been sleeping for at least, 14 hours. And some guy came on, had a big beard. He started preaching at you, right? And you clearly had no patience for it. You waved the Bible at the camera a couple of times. Your face was just pasty white from not sleeping. To me, it was absolutely hilarious to watch. I think you should clip that and say something like, Flo has finally had enough or something like that.
And the funny part was me trying to be patient while clearly agitated.
Well, and compromised too, because he hadn't slept in like 18 hours or whatever the case.
I tried so fucking hard to be patient with that dude.
Well, I was going to get up there and say, like, I had a buddy who was totally convinced that this guru from India, he called himself Sai Baba, this guru, you know, that he would manifest stuff. And this buddy of mine was convinced that this guy was actually God. And he was a smart guy, but if he ever got on that topic, he'd get in your face, and even the look in his eyes changed, and he'd be rattling away at you, and he just wouldn't stop. And that's kind of what that guy was doing a little bit, and it gets on your nerves, doesn't it?
Yeah, and what gets on my nerves even more is when, like, obviously, if you stand back and take a look at this, obviously nobody likes being talked down to, or told, like, you have to believe me because I say so, which is exactly what he was doing. And then he would instead spin that like, see how much they hate hearing this? It's because it's true. Like, bro.
Well, this is it. And so you made a comment before about what's that guy's name? Talcott?
Yes.
So the exact same comment applies. I thought you might break it out where you could say to the guy, look, somebody can completely understand your point and still think that you're wrong. It's not necessary to get me to understand because I get it and I still think you're wrong, right?
Sorry, I zoned out for that sentence.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, I was just saying it's possible to understand what somebody's saying and still disagree with them, but sometimes
Correct.
very, very religious people can't understand that concept, that you get it, you understand, and you still don't believe them. It's just a matter of convincing you. That's what I think was
And that was part of the talking down, right? Is that I told him I understood. I know what he's saying. I've been around this. I've been to church. I've been to I went to a Catholic high school. I get it. But that didn't seem to go anywhere.
You keep a Bible right beside you, eh?
Well, I have a whole bunch of books over there.
Wow. And you keep a copy of the DSM too? Several versions of it, I'll bet.
Did you see that? Yeah, I've got a copy of the DSM somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, Kate. Well, this is our bedroom, and it was actually a family room, but we put a sliding door over the thing. This house is set up weird. There's basically 2 family rooms, and this was one of them. And we put a sliding door over the door, like a barn door, and turned this into our bedroom. So I got like a fireplace over here. Our bed is over there, but this room is big enough that Katie there's no wall that those bookcases are up against. They're just sort of freestanding. Katie started building a barricade between me over here and the bed over there.
Oh, right on. Cool. Okay, well, hey, I will let you get going. I just wanted to make that comment before too many people got in the chat, and look forward to the stream tonight.
Right on. Appreciate it.
See you later.
Yeah, later, Santa.
Tom, I don't think that I think your comment got filtered out, whatever you're talking about.
I know there's no way you can type it. There's no way you can type it to get it to come through. Instead, I won't say all the stuff I couldn't type out, but long story short, maybe I threw dirt over top of a person that's in a place I had left for a snafu person, and that's why no one's seen him. And that's
you're talking about Paul.
Alibis to come on and talk about it.
Well, if you did do that, then I'd say that you wanting to flaunt it is pretty bad strategy.
You got another hour of show in you?
Do I have
a show?
Do I have another hour of show in me? Yeah, but I don't want to do an hour of watching a video, if that's what you're...
Oh, you want to do the first hour of this video? It's so good. I'm going to fire it up and you can come over and join me in restream.
Okay. All right.
All right, I'll be back.
I'm happy to advertise for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Illumitami waiting patiently backstage for his chance to say that he's going to go live. And he just got done with a live too. Wonder why I didn't show it there. Live too. What up?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just Tommy just bounced out of here. He wanted to come up and advertise, not advertise real quick. I was just about to pull up. Did you see that I dropped a link backstage over at base when I got there?
No, I'm on my phone, so seeing chat and shit like that is difficult.
So, right before I got there, y'all were talking about feminism a little bit, and about how whether is it for destroying the family or is it for this or that, and so I dropped a link backstage to. Here, let me show you real quick.
Yeah.
To Sophie Lewis of the Family Abolition Movement.
Yeah. The way that they use feminism today and what they were referring to is what Lindsay and I were calling feminazis. And they are the extreme fringe, that's not what
I sort of think the whole movement is extreme fringe. It's sort of like BLM is extreme fringe disguised underneath a sentiment everybody can get on board with. I think the same thing with feminism. Everybody can get on board with women being equal, basically. But that's not really what it's about. You don't need a movement to free oxygen for everybody. Sure. we're down with that. Nobody's disagreeing with free oxygen for everybody. What's really the underlying? What's the agenda really? I think it's the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that ultimately feminism and BLM had the same objective at heart, which is destruction of society for a
I
social
agree with
utopia.
that. Yeah, I agree.
But have you seen this chick?
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna play the. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is Sophie Lewis from the Family Abolition Movement.
We already have capitalism, and family abolition is about the proliferation of relationships of care, not a kind of destruction of the relationships we already have. Capitalism and capitalist states rely really heavily on the family as a unit of social discipline, social order, austerity, and a source of huge amounts of unpaid labor. In the history of feminism, abolishing the family was, very well known as a demand, particularly in the 60s and 70s, amongst certain strands of women's liberation, including Shulamith Firestone's famous The Dialectic of Sex, where she talks about children's liberation and a world in which children and women would have much more autonomy over the households in which they live.
Well, let's pause right there. I don't know whose video this is or how finicky they are about copyrights. Children's liberation. I don't even know anything about that at all, but it sounds like it could end in some terrifying spots, like pedophilia.
Yeah, and grooming, like the transgender movements.
And why on earth would you want children to have the same, power and influence in a family as the parents? That's absurd.
They definitely shouldn't, but I would say that you should at least have a conversation with your child. Let them speak their own thoughts. And
oh, absolutely.
It doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to go with what they think, but they should at least be able to say how they feel, what they think, what they want. It doesn't, that was something my parents never did with me. They always had conversations behind closed doors, and I was never involved in it. And they made a lot of decisions that, had they actually asked me, I would have either been okay with or not okay with. And I would have liked to at least be involved in their decision making.
My parents were a bit like that too. I mean, definitely more than I am. But I also don't like, I'll make the decisions, but I think I talked to my daughter like she's an adult, and I expect her to think like an adult, which she does. She thinks better than most adults. And I don't really believe in sheltering kids from the real world, right? What's the point of being a parent? Is you're raising a child to be a functional adult in the world at large. So why would you raise a child in an environment that is, your parental idea of a utopia and not get them ready for the real world?
Right, exactly. You're supposed to make them ready so when they're 18, they are a well-functioning adult. They're already prepared, not we're going to keep them as a child and smother them and not allow them to have any kind of authority over themselves whatsoever, to the point that when they're released at 18, they're still a fucking child who has no idea how to be an adult. So then they are basically raising themselves as 18 to 22-year-olds who are just out partying and making horrible decisions because they've never had any freedom or any safe place to fuck up where it's not going to be detrimental to their life that don't fuck them up forever. And
all right, do you have another thought before we continue?
No, you can keep going.
All right.
Feminists who have mounted an analysis of the private nuclear household as the site of the overwhelming majority of the rape and abuse that takes place on Earth. Family abolition means that we deserve.
Well, no fucking shit, because that's where you spend most of your time, and that's the only place that's where you have privacy. It's
more. We deserve more than the sort of blackmail that tells us that we must be content with relationships defined as blood or as nature, the relationships we find given to us. It means that we could develop forms of comradeliness, forms of chosen, or in the phrase of the xenofeminists, sort of xenofam. Xenofam can be as good as, at least as good as, relationships of sort of biological or biogenetic nature. So that's one way of thinking about abolition. As
what's a xenofam? Do you know?
I believe it is people who are not your family. So what she's doing, the family abolitionist is trying to frame family abolition as if it's family expansion, right? You're not breaking down your family. We're adding everyone to your family.
Oh, like where the government now makes the parental decisions for you because they're our child.
Correct.
Now.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's horseshit.
It's like,
okay.
yeah. And I've watched a bit of her shit because she's kind of insane. But one of the examples she uses was like being a kid and going, and somebody at the park, she was at a park or something, and there was a birthday party going on there, and the parents, or one of the parents, brought over like popsicles for their kids, but not for the whole park, but just for the kids that were theirs. And like, how much better would it be if instead the popsicles were for everybody? I was like, well, okay. If it had to be for everybody, I'm probably not bringing popsicles to the park. You know, like the idea that you can just make anybody as valuable as your own child is just absurd and impossible. You can't do it. The only way you could get close to it is by making nobody valuable. But you can't make everybody supremely valuable. We don't have enough head space or heart space for that.
I don't even know how you would prepare for that. How do you know how many people are at the fucking park?
Yeah, I don't know either. It's another one of those stupid Marxist views.
Yeah.
Well, Joe says these people are evil. Evil. They are hardcore Marxists. They have way more influence than you think in the education system. Yeah, I agree. Not a fan of the education system at all. I spend a lot of my attention, my parental attention as a dad, like offering counter opinions to what I believe the school is teaching them, which I don't know if that's actually like, to some extent, I think that my antisocial perspectives are not really utilitarian. You know what I mean? Like, I might think I'm correct, but I don't know what use that is, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you can keep going. I haven't really finished my thought.
A process of building and growing all the kind of forms of love and care and solidarity that we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
These people say such pretty words, but they mean horrific things.
Right. It's language games.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever Ben Smoke is. This is how I've learned about her. Carolyn, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I'm subscribed to her. She's got a good channel. She goes through all this shit. Red May TV.
Want to give you a heads up on what's left. We actually have.
Thank God we can count on Glenn not to know what's Tommy's title. Am I going to have to look at it? All right, fine. I'll take a look at it. Tommy wanted me to. Wait a second.
Well, you know the end already.
Well, hanging with Taylor. Huh. Well, that's not what I do to lizards. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Want to give you a heads up on what's left. We actually have 4 events left. That's all. We had to cancel the 6 p.m. event tonight. Predation Confronts the Decline with Robert Brenner. We'll reschedule that sometime in the future. But we are on tap again tomorrow at Wong, Megan Ibarra, David McNally, Holly Lewis, broadcasting on YouTube. So Into the Family, and it's abolishing right now. I want to introduce today's narrator, unemployment recipient, and independent scholar, Will McKeithen. Will, take it away.
Did you say unemployment recipient?
She's, that's what I thought I said initially too. So I was gonna laugh, but she's on employment something like some committee.
Me O'Brien. Old Joe says the Lady in the Upper Right is weird. I've never heard of the Lady in the Upper Right nor seen her. The welfare recipient or the unemployment recipient in the middle. I didn't know that was a. Should I add that to my resume? I've received unemployment in the past. Maybe I should start leading with that.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much to all the organizers, to Philip, to Sean, to Mahim, to everyone else who's been putting this together, and to all the speakers. And I think I'll echo a couple of the organizers who have said, like, this is something that I've been looking forward to for months. So I'm very
Bruh, where is that tooth? Where did that tooth go?
I'm judging so hard. It's really bad. You don't want to hear the thoughts in my head.
Get off and turn it over.
Oh, where is it? It's the front one too. That one's important.
Over to the speakers. We're gonna have Kathy Weeks, and then Michelle O'Brien, and then Sarah Jaffe, and then Sophie Lewis. And
I haven't seen a bowl cut since the 90s.
then we'll have some time for questions amongst the panelists, and then time for Q&A from y'all on Facebook or YouTube or wherever. So yeah, I'll just turn it over to Kathy Weeks. Thanks so much.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to try to just do this for 10 minutes or so and keep my time for myself. So I want to make 3 or 4 brief comments or raise 3 or 4 topics of conversation. So I want to say something about the recent history of feminist family abolitionism, say something about what I mean by abolition, what I mean by the family, and then if we have time for something about what it would mean to have a dialectical family abolitionist project. So let me just say something first about the recent history of family abolitionism in U.S. feminism. So the call to smash the family, as was quaintly put, was pretty common in the 1970s within radical feminists and then Marxist socialist feminist discourses. And they were trying to go after, again, family as a social institution and hegemonic ideology. For Marxist feminists in the 1970s, the family abolitionism was part of the critique of capitalism. It was seen as a necessary part of that larger critique of capitalism. So 1970s Marxist feminists insisted that Marxists needed a more expansive understanding of what a capitalist economy was that didn't just focus on the so-called productive economy of wage labor, but also examined how labor power was reproduced on a daily and generational basis. In order for someone to engage in the productive economy, they have to.
He came over here to advertise before he went live.
Go back to work the next day, and you have to produce a new generation of workers and take care of the older generation that ages out of that system. And so a capitalist economy has to encompass both the system of production and what they call the system
and
of
he's
reproduction.
Back to advertise
and the household
more.
Has been a primary site, not the only site, but a primary site of this kind of reproductive labor. And this is Raina Rapp's formulation in the 1970s, is that the family is the way that most of us are recruited into households, right? So if the household is the site of
Wait, families are recruited into the household?
The family is the way that most of us are recruited into the household. I would say that that's obviously correct, right?
I mean, I don't even, yeah. Recruit sounds like a really fucked up word. Like you were born into it. Is that the same thing as recruited? I don't think so.
Well, I don't know. Sarah, tomato Sarah. obviously, One Tooth McGee is going to need more than a dating coach. Let's not give false hope where it doesn't belong.
Cooperation for reproductive labor, the institution of the family is how many of us get recruited into household relations of cooperation, and how our roles and obligations to that household are determined. So that's what the family is. It's a kind of recruitment mechanism and a source of social bonding that brings people together in these household units. So this was the 1970s. In the 1980s, you get a dramatic shift in the feminist literature in the US on the family. It's really amazing to kind of trace this.
This sort of does go to the point, though, that feminism, as they were kind of talking about on base before I got there, that it's, from the ground up, a social undermining movement. Faced with an incredible anti-feminist backlash, the rise of family values campaigns, among other things that happened in the 1980s, a lot of feminists renounce the early radical critique. And they're quite explicit about this in some ways. They say, this anti-family thing was not winning, feminists many friends, and we need to kind of tone it down. And it was quite clear that they needed to, and so instead of talking about smashing the family or abolishing it, they wanted to affirm the value of family diversity, right? So try to make the family a more inclusive kind of institution, right? Inclusive of some different forms, so single parents, for example, or gay and lesbian families, right? So it was this project of trading in the abolitionist critique for the affirmation of family inclusiveness and diversity. Okay, so, and since then, I think that's been the default position among US feminists. Again, not a wholesale critique of the family, but a kind of support of minor reforms and a more inclusive version of the traditional model. Okay. So, and what we're going to. Something interesting, though, about the push for diversity and inclusion and all that shit is that I think it's starting to backfire. I know that my daughter's she's about to start her freshman. Well, she just ended her 8th grade year, and during Pride Month, I wasn't there, but she was. Katie was. She was walking around with she and some friends. I don't remember whether they were in the mall or something. And one of the friends was a gay boy, and he started wherever they were. He started pulling the pride flag little decor off the wall. The gay boy. I think that these kids are so fed up with being constantly fire hosed with pride propaganda that it's starting to backfire big time.
Yeah, that could be. I'm so out of the childhood loop these days that I don't really know what they're going through anymore.
And you know what? If for an adult that doesn't have kids, I would say that that's the proper place for them to be. Is out of the childhood loop.
Experiment with here, or I think we're all going to do this, is what a new kind of affirmation of family abolitionism would look like today. So what do I mean by abolition? As I understand it.
Yeah, old Joe, Voy, that is correct. It's interesting, most of you remember or have seen Kaizo, or maybe remember Bantu supremacists. Whenever I go over to Kaizo's panels, the African ones, all the Africans are kind of like dumbfounded by how stupid we in the West can be to be confused over who can get pregnant and who can't.
And I'm kind of drawing on the prison abolitionist literature here, and particularly the work of Davis. There's two major thrusts of an abolitionist project. Correct. So the first is the focus on large social structures and systems, right? So in the prison abolitionist literature, they're going after the prison industrial complex, not just particular kinds of prisons. Feminist family abolition targets the family as a social and economic institution, not families, each of which bears a different relationship to this family as it's juridically governed, legislatively declared, socially prescribed, and ideologically defended. So they're going after the family, not particular families that are kind of situated with either more or less copacetic relationships to that ideal. So first of all, an abolitionist project scales up for a critique of a large social structure, right? The family as a structure, not particular families or this family or that family. Second, an abolitionist project refuses reform as an adequate remedy, right? And that's the birth of prison abolitionism, is saying that reform of the prison is not enough. And that's what the family abolitionists argue.
That's notable for defund the police, right? It's not. They say that defund the police wasn't really about ending the police, but an abolitionist movement is about not reforming, abolishing. Which, with the defund the police thing, abolishing police, I don't know that I'm that extreme. Like, I'm close, but I would have trouble getting entirely behind that. But whatever.
As well. So family abolitionism is an ambitious and long-term political project. It doesn't settle for better families or just with more equal rights within families, but kind of levels a much more thoroughgoing critique of the institution and the imagination of wholesale alternatives. So my definition of the family. So the feminists in the 1980s who backed off on the radical abolitionist critique defined the family narrowly, right? So they defined it as a kind of white heterosexual model with a male wage earner and a non-wage housewife. And they said that that model was already destroyed by conditions in some ways, right? So that it no longer, like feminists don't even have a target anymore. They argued that that was the target's gone, let's all go home in some ways. And I agree that legibly or, legally or culturally legible family patterns have changed. But I think the essential components of the family paradigm continue. And I think there are three of them, or I imagine three of them. First of all, is a privatized system of household-based social reproduction, right? So that's the first definition of the family, a privatized system of social reproduction. Second is the couple form. And third is the privileging of a kind of genetically centered kinship or biologically centered kinship. I'm not really sure which.
Katie K, a little bit of support after the 24-hour stream. I appreciate all of the support. And if I remember correctly, I think it was Katie that is saying that. Did you say that I'm the only channel that you donate to? Not that I'm trying to diminish any other channels, but
just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the
there we go. So yeah, not to be selfish and scumbag other channels, but like, all right, I'm basically what you're saying is I'm the top shit. And Lou's also said, man, you girls don't need to make my head any bigger.
So here I'm going to focus mostly on the first one because I think of that as the most important. And I think what the couple forum and the privileging of biological centered kinship actually serve to support is that privatized system of social reproduction. And, in terms of I won't say much about the couple form or biologically centered kinship, but I mean, one of the things that they both do is to narrow our field of social relationships in a dramatic way. And that's why in a very famous book from the early 80s, Barrett and McIntosh named this the antisocial family. Right. So the family is this, and they're really talking about the nuclear family, regardless of who's involved, this small, fragile institution that, not surprisingly, erupts into violence as a result, where we're supposed to, have all of our needs for physical, social, and emotional sustenance met. And they argue that it, quote, sucks the juice out of everything around it, leaving other institutions stunted and distorted. And so, I mean, that's part of the critique of the couple form and that genetically centered kinship. It sort of It makes other kinds of relationships less robust and seem to be less.
So if anybody, and this is probably going to be obvious, like an obvious statement to a lot of people, but not to everybody, obviously. So if anybody doesn't know, the reason that communism hates the family and religion and every other institution that's not it is because it detracts from the power that the government has. They obviously don't want any competition for power and authority and priority. If you get rid of the family and you get rid of God, then what is left besides the government? Thank you, Raging Tomato, Sarah. I would happily play the Pope song for you if I can find it. I have a plethora of clips here. There we go. God bless all of you donating children. Thank you for tithing to the Church of Taylor. All of your sins will probably be forgiven. Caucasian Sasquatch sent that to me. It's a song by The Whitest Kids You Know. And he sent me a link to the video, and of course I had to chop out a chunk and use it here. It is catchy, isn't it? The original version was twice as long, but I asked people and they said I should cut it in half. You know, you don't want the clips to completely disrupt the entire flow of the conversation. Do you have any thoughts before we continue on?
I had several, but I lost them all, so keep going.
But the key to the institution, as I see it, is the way it functions as a privatized system of social reproduction. So the family codes, the reproductive labor that happens there, the care of ourselves, of an older generation and a younger generation, the care of the community, all of the kind of practices of care that are crucial to reproducing ourselves, the family codes it as its own responsibility, for which it should not expect much in the way of economic support, social services, or time off waged work in order to complete. The privatization of care is what the family, I think, delivers. And I think it's of enormous benefit to capital, because this caring labor is provided mostly free of charge, disproportionately by women in the moments left outside of income generating work. This is enormously beneficial for, I think, a capitalist system of production and reproduction.
So the interesting thing with that is that what they seem to be suggesting is that the reproductive labor, all the labor that is done that doesn't earn money, like if you think about money in economics and the economy as a whole, it's how you bring in external resources into the family unit to consume. And to suggest that it's unfair for women to do reproductive labor or whatever the fuck they suggest is also necessarily to say that the outside world needs to be involved in all the aspects of private life, not just the ones where it's invited in, I'd say. One calzone clip coming up for Old Joe. I appreciate you.
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
Oh. I was speaking with my eyes closed. Did you hear anything of what I said?
No, I was playing the calzone clip.
I know. I didn't. I opened my eyes and realized, oh, fuck, you can't hear me. She was talking about, a woman's job of being a mother where she doesn't make any money, right? It's free labor, essentially.
Right.
And that was sort of the idea of why the man is the breadwinner. He has to go out and do it because the mom needs to stay home with the child. Like, a man doesn't have working tits to feed their child. Because back in the day, they didn't have formulas and shit like that to feed the child. The mom had to stay home and raise the child. And then she mentioned, like, her first point was that the destruction of that went away. And I want to say that was because of war, where the men had to leave home and the women had to go into the workforce. And that is essentially what destroyed it. And also, a lot of women had to go back into the house. And
also inflation. I think that inflation's role in that paradigm is understated and underestimated a lot. I think that that's largely what's continued it on, is the necessity of a 2-income household.
Yes. Yeah, because the economic collapse that occurred at the same time, the fucking Great Depression.
Well, and then continuing after the Federal Reserve was implemented to stabilize markets and employment rate, and since then, the dollar has lost something like 98% of its value, I believe. But yeah, we're not living in the same world economically at all. The baby boomers, and this is another statistic off memory, so it may be a little bit wrong, but baby boomers had 90% more purchasing power than Generation Z did by the same age.
Oh yeah, yeah. The value of the dollar is it's a negative in my opinion, but it still buys something.
And it's and the asset ownership is sort of coagulated more now than ever in the older generation. You know, look at our last two presidents, old as dirt and old as dirt.
Mhm.
One of them is basically embalmed already.
Yeah, he's a walking corpse. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever shots they're giving him before he bumbles on the stage and says words that don't work together in a sentence, whatever they're shooting him up with, that's all that's keeping that man alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as a result, the mere affirmation of family diversity is not enough, right? So the problem is not just that this family is historically a white family, a bourgeois family, a heteropatriarchal family, a settler family, right? The problem is also that it's a privatized site of social reproduction, and that's why it's so hard to dislodge, and that's the site of its functionality and why it keeps sort of perpetuating itself. So where am I?
Mike,
Let
give
me
me a
just say one
peace
more
sign.
comment. So a dialectical approach to the family and family abolitionism has to recognize the contradictions at the heart of the family in the U.S.
Welcome, Mike.
Hello, sir and lady. Hello, how you doing? Salute.
Salute.
Hello.
You got any thoughts you want to jump in on, or should we keep going?
No, just keep going. It's just anything you want to ask me. I'd love to give any perspective on it, but if you're in the middle of something, go ahead. I'll wait.
And do you, if you have a channel, drop the link backstage so I can include everybody's who joins the panel. I include their links in the description box after the show.
I don't have a channel. I'm just a guest that comes up and we'll basically talk about any topic you want to talk about.
10-4.
Yep.
U.S. today, right? Because everything that I've said about the family doesn't mean that it's not a site of solidarity and it's not the source of pleasures and desires. It is those things too. And that's what I meant about this dialectical view. It's both and in many ways, right? It is at once a welcome sanctuary for many people and a trap. And that's what I think we have to hold together in some ways. More specifically, I think the institution of the nuclear family originated as a white settler, bourgeois, heterosexual, and patriarchal institution. And it was then imposed by the state, society, and capital on the formerly enslaved indigenous peoples, waves of immigrants, right? But it has also served those groups as a kind of fence against the state and society and capital, a fence against a racist state and a racist society and racist capital in some ways, a space of refuge. So it was both imposed upon as a means of discipline, right? And a way to kind of normalize and to be able to judge negatively the hybrid family forms that result. It's a mechanism of discipline and homogenization and to privatize the labor that happens there. But it's also, for many people, a welcome refuge, right? From other kinds of, equally abominable sort of forces on the outside. And that's what I meant about the dialectical view. I think we have to hold both aspects of the current family together when we pursue this abolitionist critique. So that's me. Thanks.
I actually don't necessarily disagree with that last source. The idea, at least, that there's a good and a bad to everything. There's a good and a bad to families. There's a good and bad.
I was actually going to say that I actually agree with that, because one of my fears of being a mother and why I never just had a baby was that I knew I couldn't do it alone. And, being a single mother, I would feel a little bit trapped, where I do need a partner and a little bit of a release where, if we don't have grandparents or a babysitter or something, like if it's 24/7, 365, I'm going to blow my fucking brains out. Like I'm going to have a break. And part of me, I do have that desire to actually be, like my mind wants to do something besides just raise kids. Like I want to be a mom. I've always wanted to be a mom, but I'm also a business person. I actually have a logical mind and it does want to go out and do that sort of thing, but I didn't want it to be full time. It was more of I want to have like a part-time gig of my own little business where I get to work that side of my brain, but I still also get to be the mom that I want to be. I still get to raise them. And like I've just wanted to do everything. I want to be the stay-at-home mom. I want to be the homeschool teacher, but I also want to be a businesswoman. Like all aspects of my mind crave satisfaction. And in reality, that's almost impossible unless you have a really good partner that can balance it out as well.
And,
it
that's
comes to
not,
all levels as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a great. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's all you.
All right, that's a great point. So basically, going through life, are there very strong single mothers? Are there very good, strong single fathers? There are. But all I'm trying to say is I agree with you. The children will benefit from a family. In other words, the father and the mother, the support from both. Can a single father raise a good child? He can. Can a single mother raise a good child? She can. But the odds are against them. So it's very difficult. Even when I went through my divorce, we were still co-parenting. That makes sense to
How many kids do you have?
So I met a woman when I was 23, and she had 3 children. She was a couple of years older than me, and they were my stepkids. And then I had a son with her. We had our son, and now he's almost 24. And then and then of course, it didn't work out. And so I was with someone else, and then we have a son together. So, I have, 2 women that I have a son with, but my stepchildren are still my kids. They're still my
Okay,
children.
that was what I was going to ask. You still are involved in their life?
All the way. They're still my children. But the thing is that there is a difference when you have a stepchild and you have a child who you watched come out of her. The greatest gift a woman can give you is a child. When that child comes out of that woman, that is your gift. That is your gift.
It's terrible to watch.
But I mean, no, brother, I cut the cord. I actually cut the cords, everything. Like it was like nothing. It was.
I almost passed when the doctor pulled up that umbilical cord, and then he was like, "Dad, do you want to cut this?" And he looped it at me. I almost passed out right there.
Nah, brother. I guess because I'm prior law enforcement, so I mean I'm used to seeing blood and stuff like that. But I was just like, I just clipped it. I'm like, yeah. I picked them up, and I had blood on my shirt. It didn't bother me because I was used to that environment. No, but I cut the cords of both my sons. I did. I really did.
Unless basically if I'm fighting or fucking, I need some sort of an amp in my system. Otherwise, I don't want people's biology really on me at all.
But it's your DNA. It's your child. I mean, you're cutting your own. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that when my wife at the time was going into labor, the doctor was not there. He was he's on call, so he has to come, right? He has to come to the hospital, and I was getting so pissed. I was like, what the F is going on? Ah! And a nurse practitioner was basically who delivered my child.
Yeah.
And so and it's funny because the girl
they
that
do
I'm
just
with
as
now,
good as doctors. I'm pretty sure
no, not as good because they can't do surgery, but they know basic surgical things. But they can't do surgery and all other stuff. But like I said, the girl I'm with now, she's a nurse. She's an ER nurse. So my son's mother is a nurse, and my other son's mother is a nurse. So it's
you got a type.
I guess I just attract nurses. I don't know what it is. It's I don't know. But nurses are amazing. They are the salt of the earth, and they do so many good things. They really do. Doctors, of course, make the big money, but the nurse is the one who's in the trenches and does all the dirty work, as we would say, doing the best they can.
Mm-hmm.
Nurses should be paid more. They should. Go ahead.
They should.
And,
My mom was a labor and delivery nurse. She did that for years. And she had 9 babies, so she's like a baby professional. She definitely knew more than the doctors, honestly. If I ever had a child, I would be perfectly fine if it was just me and my mom.
You had to see me when my son was being born and the doctor wasn't there. And then when he showed up, I'll just tell you a funny story. Like, I'm 6'3", and at the time I was like 245 pounds. Like, I'm a big guy. And I'm like yelling at the doctor, and he's like scared. He's like, "Oh." And the nurse was the one that said, she put her hand on my chest and she said, "Stop, relax, we got this." So the nurse was the one who calmed me down. You know, because remember, when your child is in danger, you're going to get crazy. You know, that's a father or a mother,
and especially
you know,
when you can't do anything about it, right? Because your instinct is to address the situation.
you have no control over the situation. So you're like you said, your inclination is to step in and be like the warrior, you know. And being Sicilian, it's not good because I'm a maniac, you know. So so I'm trying to like be as cool as possible, but all I'm trying to say is that I have the utmost respect for people that work in the medical field. So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you. I just wanted to say that.
But back to the original thing, the family raising kids. I did the single dad thing for a little while after our divorce. I got custody of my 2-year-old daughter. And I couldn't have done it without Debbie, who's a daycare provider who lived right across the street from us and was basically like my daughter's a third grandma. And then it wasn't long after that I met Katie, Miss Flo. So yeah, it is damn near impossible to do it by yourself, I'd say. But to the being entrepreneur thing, I think that would be a cool thing to bring a kid along for, right? And let them see that.
Well, the one thing I have to say is that, and changing subjects, you have the dude behind you. You have, you have that's my favorite movie of all time. I mean,
yes.
Yeah, that's the best movie.
I thought I was talking about the husband and the father.
Right.
And the dude behind the
It threw
mom.
me off too. Yeah. And there's a glare on it, but that's Bunny in the middle too.
Yeah, that is the best movie of all time. I mean, that's iconic. That movie is iconic. The dude abides. You know, so I just wanted to say that. I saw the paintings behind you, and I had to say something about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Should we carry on? This she-male is done with her little spiel, I think, but this isn't so good. Anyways.
Thank you, Will, and thank you, Kathy. I appreciate everyone who organized this panel and my fellow panelists whose work I really admire and appreciate. So we're asked to keep this short, so I'm going to start off and briefly summarize 2 recent articles I published.
Thoughts on this person? Yeah, never mind.
I summarized them at greater length in previous panels in RedMay, but I'm going to try to keep this very succinct, and then sketch the kind of implicit definition of family that I'm using in that work, and how this framework that I'm using, I think, helps move past some of the impasses in some of the debates on family abolition, particularly by its critics. And then if I have time, I'll talk at the end a little bit about why I think this framework is increasingly resonant with queers and feminists. So I published 2 articles in the last year. They both are online. The long one is in EndNotes, a communist journal. And
okay, I am curious though. What sort of gear was this person born with? This is a dude, right?
I honestly don't know.
I'm trying to see the Adam's apple. It could be a woman, masquerading as a man. I can't see the Adam's apple is what's going to tell you what
his brow is too prominent, I think.
It looks more feminine. It looks like a female. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah.
And I'm going to say I think it's the other way. I think it's a man, but we'll probably be able to decipher more as we go along.
It's a history of the demand to abolish the family, surveying its multiple meanings since the Communist Manifesto, looking at Marx and Engels seeking to abolish the family as an attack on bourgeois society, Kollontai looking to collectivize reproductive labor and produce gender equality, and then the attacks on the family in the 1960s and 70s by Black women, gay liberationists, radical feminists, some of what Kathy was referring to. And I offer a periodization of really seeing these multiple and very contradictory meanings of a critique of the family as embedded in the transformation of the working class family with communist development, and particularly the rise in the 1890s and fall in the 1960s and 70s of the viability of a male breadwinner family form for the upper tiers of the working class, and how that provides some leverage for making sense of these different meanings of the family. And then if the endnotes piece is about the history of the term to abolish the family, the piece in Pinko, a communist journal I help edit, is about a potential future of its meaning. And there I argue that protest kitchens are one of many prefigurative institutions or practices that emerge in direct insurrections against the state, that collectivize reproductive labor, begin to break apart and reform different kinds of kinship bonds between people, and that they embody the potential of an unfolding communizing revolutionary process that could replace the family with large-scale communes of a couple hundred people. So a block, a large apartment building, a cluster in the neighborhood, as the economic unit of consumption and day-to-day and generational reproduction. And then within that, people forming chosen families of whatever sort they'd like, but not as economic units. And I reference the work of Charles Fourier, a utopian socialist who envisioned.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time listening.
Lindsay, give me a peace sign.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what I think when you get a chance.
Okay. Do you have any new thoughts? You're up.
No, I just felt like being here.
That was to Mike. Mike, you said sorry, and welcome everybody else. Mike, do you have any thoughts before I start it again?
Yeah, it's definitely it's a male. That's definitely a male.
That's what
yeah.
See, I thought I was seeing tits, so
mannerism. And remember, like excuse me, it's definitely a male. And if you want to live your life a certain way, that's your right to live your life a certain way. But I don't think it's a female. I think I think that is a male. That's what I believe to be a male, trying to be emasculated, trying to be more feminine. And you can tell it's a smaller male. It's not a guy like 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". It's more of a smaller male. So it's easy. It's usually easier for them to assimilate into a different lifestyle.
He's definitely got a more prominent brow.
Yeah, it's really hard. It's hard for a 6'3" Italian guy, to be a female. It's almost impossible, But he seems like very feminine. But I think he is a female. I'm sorry, a male that's trying to be a female. A male
It's neither here nor there. I was just sort of curious, but.
Yeah, but I don't think he was born. I don't think he was born female.
Ultimately, in that essay, I
Agree.
consider family abolition as a means of collectivizing care or communizing care. So in both pieces, I'm really working with family primarily not as an ideological unit and not just as a normative institution and not just as a collection of legal practices, but actually the bundle of all the different sorts of personal relationships that mediate access to the wage for those unable to work for a period of time. So for children, elderly, many disabled people, many people who are out of work, people rely on their families in order to survive. And they might rely on some state benefits or some other institutions, but those are ultimately much smaller and impersonal in a certain sense. And then instead, people rely on direct personal relationships, often in the couple form, often parents, often children, but that can take a variety of different forms. And let's see here. So, and the family is an obstacle to human freedom, in part because it inherently bundles both necessary forms of care and an isolated propensity or capacity for violence and domination. Some of the forms of care that the family bundles together, that can be the daily laboring of personal or generational reproduction, a sharing of material resources, or an effective expression of genuine love and care. And it can be all of these things bundled together as a mediation for the wage. So this formulation.
Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns.
Well, he's very educated. I mean, he actually is speaking of a lot of education. Like you could tell he's educated. You could tell he's educated. But what he's saying it contradicts itself.
Jealous cunt. Jealous cunt.
Jealous
cunt. That's all I had to say.
Who are you
Bitch.
talking to?
Barbie, 'cause she's never nice to me.
Why?
She's jealous.
What the fuck,
Beats
bitch? I'm
me.
not, see, I'm not arguing with your bitch ass. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you.
Hold on,
Fuck
hold
you.
on.
Fuck you,
Come
cunt.
on, catch me outside. I wish you would.
You look
You
like
get some motherfucking
shit.
ass
You look like a
bitch.
meth addict.
This is
Fuck
this is-
you. You're a
Yeah,
bitch.
Cut
This
that
is my
ass
I'm
off
personal.
that
going. I'm
slut.
not being nice
That's
anymore.
right.
You're a
I'll give you my
cunt.
address. I'll give you
You're
my
a
address.
cunt.
You're a cunt.
Fuck
You're
you.
just a
This is
jealous
my
ass
first
bitch.
Fuck
time. This is
you.
my
Eat a
first
dick,
time
hoe.
here. We're having
Fuck
a
you.
really
I ain't
good
I
jealous
don't
of
know
you.
what else.
You're an old bitch.
You are so fucking
Yeah.
jealous ever since I got on here.
What am I jealous of? What am I jealous
Because
of?
I'm cute. You are too.
You're not cute.
Get over it.
You're a fucking stanky
Yes,
bitch.
I am.
What the
I'm
hell
cute.
happened?
I'm
How did this even
cute.
start?
I'm
She just put
sorry.
me off for no
I'm
fucking
sorry.
reason, and
You're,
I'm not gonna
you're
put up with
pretty.
them bullshit
You
tonight.
were
So you
already
go fuck
against
yourself.
me.
I
You were
didn't say
already
a
against
fucking
me.
thing to
You
you.
wouldn't come in here when I was
Yeah.
here.
So
Fuck
princess.
you.
What are you
No,
talking
Fuck
princess.
about?
you.
I have a
Everywhere
life
you
Princess.
go,
outside of YouTube,
everywhere,
bitch.
everywhere you
my.
go, there's a beautiful woman. You
Princess,
can't
hold on.
ignore
Princess,
that.
hold on.
There's no
Lindsay,
reason to
what
be a
is?
bitch.
No.
No
Lindsay,
reason.
what
I
is?
have always been nice to
I'm
you.
asking you.
Dude,
I'm
I
asking
don't
you.
know you.
No, Lindsay,
Don't
I'm
know you.
asking you. What is your exact problem with her? What is your problem with her?
She was a bitch
What?
to me from the beginning.
Okay.
And I
So,
have no idea why. And then I figured it out. It's maybe because she's jealous.
so can
I
you
couldn't come up with
squash?
any other reason.
No, it's
I don't
okay.
even think I'm
So
cute.
can you be the? No. Can you be the better person and squash it and just move on from it? Can you do that?
Okay,
She had that
let's be
opportunity.
real. Lindsay just came up in here and started that. So, yes.
Yeah.
I continued it.
That came out of nowhere.
She started it.
So
She
Lindsay, we're
started it.
Lindsay. No.
And I'm coming on here to
I
say,
got this. I
fuck
got
you.
this.
You shouldn't be mean to
I
other
got
girls
this.
because you're
I
jealous of
wasn't
them.
being mean to you,
I got
bitch.
this.
I am now.
Yes, you
I
were.
got
You
this.
were.
I got this.
You
Lindsay,
were.
where are you from? Lindsay, where'd you
You
grow
were.
up? I'm asking you just
I don't want to.
between
I
me and
don't
you.
know you. You seem really cool, but I don't want to talk to you. I just want to.
No, I'm saying, where did you grow up?
Talk
Let's
to
see.
this bitch
Oh my god. Okay.
who has
Like,
very superficial reasons for not
Where'd you
liking.
grow up? Where'd you grow up? Where'd you grow up?
Dude, I don't know you. You seem really cool, but I just had to come in here and say something to her because I
I
don't like
know,
it.
but like you come in hot. All I'm trying to say is, where did you
did.
grow up?
We had long-standing beef, and she was talking to other people about
That's
me.
cool. That's
And I
cool.
had
But
always no. It's not
I
cool. I
know.
don't do that.
The cool thing about beef is you could squash it. You can squash it. You can be the better person and just, you know what?
So
This
if
is
so, if I said, "I'm so sorry, I called you all those names because you were rude to me, and you judged me for whatever reason and said I was a bitch, and we're coming in here, we're talking behind my back when I didn't do that about you," I could say, "Let's just squash this beef and move on."
And aren't you the better person? If you do that, aren't you the better person?
She won't. She's not going to go for
Done
it.
with this bullshit. Fuck
But if you
Sure, I
if
would
you
do. Watch, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. I'm sorry for coming in here angry. Now, forgive me, and I can forgive you for being rude to me.
That's it.
And we could just squash this all together.
Let's get rid of the beef. You're putting the olive branch out. The other
We can
person
tolerate each other without having to like each other.
That's it. That's it.
Yes.
Let me tell you
So,
something. Life
You don't
is
have
so
to come in here only when I'm gone, and I don't have to come in here only when you're gone. You can do what you want, and I can tolerate you, and I can do what I want, and we can tolerate each other. But quit the back talk, the bullshit, the meanness, the mean girl thing. We're not in junior high. I'm an old lady. Look at me. Stop it. I'm out of junior high.
Well,
I'm
you're
done
both.
with that.
Lindsay, I didn't see
you're
him
both-
do
I'm
anything.
not talking to you, Sarah. I
so-
have no problems with you at all. I really like you, and I have no issue. I've had a long-standing one with Barbie.
Okay, well, this
You've
is
had one
news
with
to me
Yeah.
because you guys have been on panels together countless times that I'm
She's
aware of.
been bitch and calling me these names in chat and stuff as I'm
Uh,
talking. It's like I would never do that to her.
Okay, I'm gonna break this
I'm
down.
not
I'm gonna break this
gonna
down real quick. If y'all give me a couple minutes, if you don't mind.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm
This
a
is
master.
Mike.
Yeah, I'm a master troll. I troll the living piss out of people when they attack me. But if someone, excuse me, doesn't attack me, I want to talk about anything you want to talk about. I think you two young ladies are beautiful young ladies, and I think that you can
I don't
somehow
need placation. I don't need or want placation. I like you already. I know what you're trying to do, though. You're
Oh,
trying to
Mike,
like
I think you got muted. I didn't
assuage.
hear the last part.
I think that you both can come to a compromise and coexist. That's what I think. I know
Absolutely.
John.
There's no doubt
I
about it.
know.
I'm sick of her being mean to me. You
Did
know,
she
remember when
leave,
you were
or
like in
is
your
she just in the
20s
back?
and they had these mean girls and they were actually beautiful and people hated them because they were beautiful? That's
Yeah.
what she's acting like.
But I know.
That's
I
what
know.
she said, and I
I
called it
know.
out, and I'm sick and tired of being nice to people. Mike, listen to this. I'm sick and tired of being nice to people and expecting them to be nice back to me, only to be really disappointed to have them talk bullshit about me, and we don't even know each other. And I'm an automatic enemy. I'm not a beautiful 20-year-old anymore. Drop it.
You know the
But
people.
one, you're still beautiful, but you're also expecting something. And
People will talk. People will talk so much crap about me. It's insane. I go to some channels and they're like talking all this crap. I'm fat. You know, all this. I'm like, do I look fat to you? I mean, I'm tiny. It's just like they say all these things to try to get your goat. They try to get you.
She's been doing it for so long, and I ignored her. And it's like, you know what? I was talking to Speakeasy, and I was saying, I agree with you. Being nice doesn't work anymore, because if you're nice, you're a doormat and you get fucked up, and people stab you in the back, and they're like, oh, well, she'll forgive me, or this is easy doing. And she's just one of the people that has done that to me.
Yeah.
And
What is? I don't know.
I was nice. Now look at me.
Lindsay, Lindsay, you know what
I'm
I
not
do?
nice.
No, Lindsay, what I do is when they're attacking me on other panels, I'm super nice and they get crazy. They're like, because
I've
you're
always
not
been that way with her, and that's
you're
the way
not-
that
you-
that's the way
you're
that
not-
I am naturally and authentically, and that's the way I want to be. Flo was
Yeah.
working on me to teach me to be meaner, and I've started doing that, and I don't like myself as much that way. But you know what? It's kind of I could give less of a fuck. You know, I'm
Yeah.
just going to be myself, and if people don't like me for any reason at all, you know, fuck them,
Well,
get out of my face, but
well,
shut
well,
up about it.
Lindsay, yeah, Lindsay, I just met you and I like you. I think you're a very nice person. So I think that you can figure
You
out.
don't know this.
I think you're a nice person. I think
You
you're
don't know
nice. Nothing weird. Nothing. No. Nothing weird. I think you're a nice person.
But
And I
why?
think that-
I'm curious why you think that.
Yeah, I just came in
Because
here like
she
a raging
goes on-
bitch because I've had enough.
She goes on because she goes on the defensive when she's attacked. So in other words, she's just being defensive.
Usually I wouldn't.
No, she
Usually I
she
wouldn't.
came
I've had
in here
enough lately.
absolutely on the offensive.
yeah, I was completely
I
caught
don't
off
know. I've
guard
only-
because
I've
I
only-
didn't
I've only
see,
met you for
hear,
15
nothing
minutes.
happened.
Barbie didn't
Yeah.
do shit.
Yeah. From what
Barbie
from
did
what
a
I've
lot
read,
of stuff in the past, and you can ask Cynthia about that. And
Right,
it's
right.
long running. And she had text about me. I'd be talking about something completely benign on here on the dock, and she would be in chat going bitch, bitch. Especially if I was in like a bikini or something.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I have seen
Well, so
it.
if that-
I'm
if
glad
that-
you
so
didn't
Lindsay-
see it, but
yeah.
that doesn't mean I don't need you to validate the fact that that happened. And every
So-
time I ignored and was the better person. Now I'm not. I'm done.
So you're letting it get to you. You're letting it get to you. You're letting
Yeah, it really got to me.
to erode you, but don't let it get to you.
Do you
Don't
want to get
just
married?
roll it off. Just
Really
roll
get
it off
married?
your shoulder. Roll it off to your shoulder.
I
It doesn't
usually do.
matter.
I usually do. And what happened was a series of bad things happened, and backstabbing from friends, people I trusted, and bad treatment. And so I decided, you know what? I think I agree. I think I agree with Easy when he said people will fuck with you and fuck you up when you're nice because they will see it as a weakness. And guess what? I really don't think it is. I really don't think it is a weakness.
Because
I think
Easy doesn't understand what being nice is. He thinks that it's equivalent with being a doormat. You can be kind to people.
You weren't nice. You are nice and intermittently mean.
You can be
Okay.
kind and have a backbone.
That's fine. You can be
There's a
kind and have a
difference
backbone.
That's what I would
having
like
a
to have.
backbone and being
And
a bitch.
this comment I'm going to say right now has nothing to do with ladies. I would never, ever, ever, ever put my hands on a lady. I would never, and I would never have. But a lot of the guys will come after me or other men online And trust me when I tell you this, they would never say it to your face because they would get smashed. All I'm trying to say is that people use these.
Oh, Barbie would.
She invites me to come over and fight her. Come on, girl. Come on.
What I'm trying to say is that people use digital platforms to bully and harass people. But you have to understand what I'm trying to say to you, everybody here. They would never do it to your face. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's
right. So I
entertaining.
decided I'm going to do it to their face.
I mean,
like I just called Joe a dick because he was a dick to me
Joe,
in the other
you've
room.
never seen Barbie do anything. I don't recall Barbie ever doing anything.
Did she
What does that
leave?
have to do with the fact that she did it? This is not for
I'm just
you.
surprised
I'm
at
not coming
his
to you saying,
feedback.
validate me.
Still,
Oh no, you can ask Cynthia.
I don't
watched-
care.
I've
I'm
watched
asking about his feedback. His feedback is interesting to me.
I like Mike. I don't know who you are, but it seems like you care, and even if you don't, it's refreshing to talk to someone like that. But now I feel like I'm going to go away, and you're going to stab me in the back because I like you.
No,
No?
not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I like to be able to come in and try to have some kind of balance. And like I said, I'm not taking sides. I'm just
I don't
saying that
expect you to. I don't expect any of you to. You don't know what's going on or what was going on. I kept it to myself. And all the while,
Which sort of makes it all the more amusing that he's like diving right into it.
I know.
Do you know this guy, Flo?
Nope.
That's why I asked him if he wanted to get married.
He
Because
comes
it's so
across as a
cool.
little
Don't be mean to Mike. I just met Mike. People are allowed to come up here for the first time.
Mike, if you're nice like you say you are, and you can definitely empathize in your own way, not taking sides, but you can see that I'm, angry and frustrated and spurting out or whatever. The way that you respond is phenomenal and impressive to me. But why would you then tell me that you would come in here, wherever, internet land, and troll people and try to make them feel bad when here's somebody who's feeling bad because they've been trolled and betrayed and put down for a long time.
Sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I go on other channels where it's like troll channels and people just troll each other. This is not a troll channel. We're actually having a conversation. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, we are now. I'm not yelling.
Yeah. But there are channels that are dedicated to just trolling, just laughing and just talking crap. And I am a master troll. I can troll the living piss out of somebody. But at the same token, I can sit and have a conversation with people. I think you're a very good person. I think that you need a little bit of guidance. In other words, you're going through some stuff. But when I look at you, I think you're
Is he related Talcott?
my opinion of you, Lindsay, is that you're a good person. That's just my opinion.
I don't want to be a good person. I hijacked this machine, this stream, and I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to give her one of these. Like, you know what?
So what do you want? So what do you want?
But you didn't know that she was here when you clicked the link.
Lindsay,
I saw
what do you
both
want
of
to
you
do?
backstage at the same time.
So Lindsay, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you want to?
I want her to. I can't control her, so I can't make her stop hating on me and then saying shitty things if I post a bikini or something like that. Like, who the hell cares? There's people that look way better, way prettier, way everything in every single way. But I'm going to do what I want to do, and if she doesn't like it, that's okay. But I don't want her constant negative comments.
Sure.
I'm working on myself.
That's fine, Lindsay. You're beautiful. You're a beautiful young lady. So enjoy that. Enjoy
I
what
think
God
she
gave
is beautiful too, and I have always thought so. But I'm not jealous of her. I feel that she's jealous of me because she gets mean and bitchy. I can honestly say that is a beautiful woman. She's very pretty, and I have before. But she's like this to me all the time. Like, give it up, relax, lady.
That could be. So Lindsay,
and usually I don't call people out on that. Just ignore it.
Lindsay, did you ever like to? No, it's okay. So Lindsay, in your schooling, did you ever go for like psychology or anything like that?
Yes. Educational psychology, biology, and English literature.
So did I. So, I have a minor in
You have that
psychology.
kind of counselor thing about you.
No, so basically you understand how people's minds work. In other words, you try to differentiate people's patterns, their speech patterns. One thing I'm really good at is speech patterns. The way people speak, the way their speech patterns go. But no, you're good. But what I'm trying to say to you is this. You're a very beautiful young lady. Don't let other people dictate the way that you feel. Just don't allow it to happen.
I know why
The
it
only-
happens, and I understand other people, but I don't fully quite understand myself, because you've heard the saying, the carpenter's house is never built. So while I'm pretty good at examining other people and observing them and explaining what they do and why maybe they do it, I'm not so good at it myself.
Yeah,
Other
well,
than
let me tell you this. Let me tell Lindsay, the only power anybody has over you is the power that you give them.
And usually I don't give a holy cow, or I wouldn't post such
Don't give them-
salacious pictures and be like, you know what? I'm old. I'm not that great looking anymore, but fuck you. And I look pretty good in a
I
bikini.
think you're a very attractive young lady, but don't give them the power to control the way that you feel, because you have the right.
I agree. That's
to be able to
easier
do it.
said than done, though. It's easier said than done. When you get constant bad feedback and backstabbing and shitty comments from people and shitty treatment, and you feel like I know I've treated them well and excuse their trespasses. And
Who is the master? Who is the master? No, Lindsay. Who is the master of your universe? Who's the master of your universe?
I know I am.
Oh.
You. You are.
No, you
You are. So you take control, and you know what? F the haters. F them.
I got you, and I've been there before. If
F them
something
all the way
happens,
down the street. They ain't gonna do nothing to you. Nothing. Sorry, my new
no, and I'm not
office-
going to go fight. We're gonna go fight and wrestle, and she's gonna, kick my
No,
ass. In front of
Lindsay,
your face. That's
you're-
hilarious. That's funny.
Lindsay, you're in control. You're a beautiful young woman. You're in control. You have your whole life in front of you. So you know what?
Why do I
F-
feel like you're placating just to make me feel better and calm?
I'm not placating.
Because he
I'm not
doesn't know
placating at
you,
all.
but he's reaffirming your goodness as a person.
Yeah.
He thinks
Just
he
F-
has to keep telling me that I'm pretty too, which I find interesting.
No,
That's
it's
because
good.
you keep
It's a
putting it
good
out there that
quality.
you're
Hey,
40
listen,
years
you know,
old
I'm
and not as
ugly.
pretty as
It's
you were
a
when you were
good quality
20.
to have. It's kind of
It's
nice
true.
to be good looking, you know. But just keep going forward. Don't let people stress you. You know, it's just
You know what
keep going
happens and
forward.
why? Usually I'm like that, but when things compound and they get really bad, like I had a lot of disasters and stuff happen lately, I lose my temper, and it's like I become this jerk, and everything irritates me, and I don't know how to, I don't know how to deal with it any better. I jog.
I'm gonna tell you something. I want you to hear this. Love thy neighbor, slap thy hater. That's a really good thing. You know, in other words, just haters off your shoulder.
Well, people say if
You
you
people
can't
that-
stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen. So
you
I
people
want
that-
I want to be here, and I want to be online. I like it. It's a good escape from life, but I don't want to be spurging out on people and be bitter and being taken advantage of and stabbed in the back.
Then don't.
How do I prevent
Be-
other people from doing that?
You can't. It's out of your
You
control. You
can't.
just have to accept the reality that that's where they stand, and you don't give a fuck about it because you love
All
yourself
right, let
and
me
you
tell
know
you
who
something.
you are.
Let me tell you all something real quick. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry, young lady. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm on a panel.
Sure you
I'm on
do.
a panel the other night, and
You're
then
doing it
there's
anyway.
there's
I'm
someone that's
enjoying it.
attacking me. There's someone that's attacking me, right? And they're saying that I have relations with my relatives, that I make love to my father. They're trying to get a reaction out of me. They're trying to get me to flip out, and I don't. I'm like,
I
that's
don't either.
disgusting. It's just disgusting. That's a disgusting comment. So, but I don't let it get to me. So, young lady, what I'm trying to say is that don't let these things get to you. Don't let them get to you. All I'm trying to say. Go
Usually,
ahead,
I'm trying to tell you that usually I don't. But say you turn the situation around and say your daughter's, your dad's in the hospital. You can't find him. He's an alcoholic. You don't know where he went. You don't know if he's dead or alive. And then your mom gets a little bit weird. So we have the parental stress here as we get older, and there's probation lawyer stuff going on in the background. Plus, I could barely see for a while, and that was really chaotic. Blind in this eye, and then half blind in this eye, and I'm typing and people are like, no, fuck you type like shit and this and that. And I'm just, they don't know these things are going on. But I'll tell you what, why don't we all act as if we know people are going through hard things once in a while? Then we wouldn't have to be spurging out and extra sensitive when other things are going on too.
Yeah.
Who
Lindsay,
maybe Barbie's going through a holy hell of a time. I don't know.
Lindsay, can I ask you a question? And you don't have to answer it. I'm just I want to ask you it's just an honest question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
Oh God.
I'm asking you a question. I'm just asking you. Do
I'm
you believe in
confused
Jesus?
about it.
Do you believe
I'm
in
confused
Jesus?
about it. I believe there's a God, but I don't know. I'm agnostic mostly.
Just praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
So when I get no, that's okay. When I get really
They could
stressed
be
out,
brothers. Yep.
when I get really confused, when I get really upset and angry, I fall back on my faith. You know, and I'm not saying you are. You know, I have a cross on right now. You know, but what I'm trying to say is that I fall back on that, and it gives me comfort. So maybe up to you. Maybe you might want to look into that. You know, if you want to try to find a faith, you know, whatever
It's
you
not a
call
bad
it.
idea. I don't feel
Yeah.
like I need to find a faith. I feel like I need to find spirituality.
So you're saying Lindsay needs Jesus.
Well, that's what spirituality is.
Only God can save her now.
Yeah, spirituality is faith. That's what faith is. Spirituality.
She's
You know,
too far
I
gone
believe-
for any human intervention.
Yeah.
Say,
I'm right here. Just pray away.
It's like you see this big ass cross I wear and this chain. It's like, you know, people were like, oh, you know, blah blah blah. That's all fake. I'm like, okay, well, it makes me comfort. It gives me, you know, it gives me relaxation. But like I said, Lindsay, I'm not
Like
telling you what
Valium, but
to
not
do.
addictive.
Exactly. There you go. That's a good point. And then I have this other one too. I got the Mother Mary. I got the other one. But it's just,
You
it's
sure
one of those
this
things.
isn't Talcott's brother?
Do you know Jack Talcott?
I couldn't hear you.
Do you know who Jack Talcott is?
No.
Okay.
what he's offering is making me feel better. I hate to admit it, but
Yeah.
thank you. I'm
Okay.
done yelling.
You know what? Let me just remove my self and Chuck's negative.
Negative what?
Yeah. So you wear these, you wear the mother and you wear Jesus. But the thing is this, listen, you have to find, now I counsel. I have a minor in psychology, so I counsel.
Aha. Get him.
I counsel.
I want to
I
talk
do
to you. I
counsel.
want to talk to you. No, I'm not done yelling.
Yeah. I do counsel, but
I
it's
told you, I'm getting some weird vibes off this dude.
He's nice.
I'm
He is
sorry.
using counseling techniques, but
Let's let him
it didn't
counsel Lindsay first, and then when
Okay.
she's out of her
this
insanity,
is
then
not
you
about
can go
me.
after.
Thank you.
Huh?
I did make a scene. I do admit for that. I'm sorry, Barbie. Maybe you're not even jealous of me. Maybe it's in my head. I don't know. At this point, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to squash the beef. Whatever you think is okay because you're allowed to have an opinion. And we don't have to fight. And so I'm sorry, I started one.
There you go. That's it. And then you just made a breakthrough. You're basically saying that you want to squash it, and you want to stop fighting, and you want to basically start anew. And that's what
With
redemption.
a lot of different people. I've been going on a rampage using the C word, saying things that I don't ever say because I was firmly believing for a while that nice people are weak. Kindness is seen as weakness. People will take advantage.
You're wrong. The people that are like me and how you are becoming now, because you're going to become someone who's going to help other people. You're the strongest of them all because you lend your heart to help people. That's someone who's strong. They're putting themselves on the line.
I'm not a counselor.
No, you don't have to be a counselor, but you can comfort people. You can comfort them. You can help them.
I bet you she's still pissed off. I don't know, but I can only take accountability for my part. So I actually felt better yelling and being a bitch and saying the words I wanted to say, and I was really getting into it. It felt good, but afterwards I kind of feel like, oh God, why did I do that?
I think I think you're on your path to greatness. I think that you're going to be a good person, a better person. I think you're going to heal yourself. But like I said,
Fuck that shit. You're damaged beyond repair. Only God can save you now. Go. My goodness.
And Mike,
terrible.
you're not
Old
God.
Joe, what do
I'm
you think?
sorry.
I'm happy.
Usually, when you have regret afterwards of an event like that, it means you allowed your inner demons to take over instead of rising above it. And
Then why does it feel so
person you
good?
want to be. It feels good for that
Yeah.
20 seconds when it happens, and then you
Yeah.
feel like an asshole.
I know.
Yeah. But Lindsay, I think you're on your way. I think you're realizing that there's an issue, and I think you're realizing it. I think you're figuring out how to fix it, and that's admirable. I mean, to fix yourself is great. That's great.
Lindsay, can I ask you a quick question?
No.
I didn't think so. I won't
I'm
ask you a
just
question.
kidding. Yes. I'm just kidding.
I'm going to say something, and it's with all due respect to Mike, but he doesn't know who you are, and it's my impression that you're up here toying with him. Is that accurate?
Toying with them?
With Mike?
No.
Are you
I don't
sure
think
now? Because
Lindsay's
you
toying with him.
I think she might be. When she first came up, she said it
That's
feels
one reason
good
why
to
I
be
stopped
here.
liking you.
It feels good to be here.
You
You
don't
said
love
like there's a
me.
lot of people.
If you really knew me and you knew my heart and you know me and how I am, you would know I'm not bullshitting with this guy. When I tell
Sure.
you I like you, whoever you are, I'm sincere. I like you. And if I tell
Sure.
you I don't like you, I'm sincere.
Lindsay, there's a lot of people in the chat and one right here in me that are quite worried about you, eh?
I hope they all think whatever they want to think. I had some worrisome things going on, and that's true. And so I got extra crabby and moody, and you know, I understand, but I'm fine.
Would you say to go from a mood like you were when you first got here to all of a sudden being fine is a little bit concerning, and how fast that swung?
No, it's
Well,
not. It's not old.
It's
It's not
been an
old Joe.
ongoing.
Hold on. I'm
Hold
going to
on,
take over.
Mike. Hold on,
Mike,
Mike.
yeah, Mike, just hang on for a second.
You're trying to
It's
agitate
been
her. You're trying to
no,
agitate her. She's
no.
actually being
Will you
taken
shut
down by
up?
positivity. By
Oh
positivity.
my God.
Yeah, he was like, Joe, what the
Yeah.
hell?
You're
We met
trying
each
to
other.
irritate her.
We like
You're trying
each
to
other.
irritate her. You're a
And he
fucking
takes
scumbag. Bro, old Joe, you're a scumbag. You're
Old
trying to
Joe is
irritate this lady.
Of all the
Is what
people
you're
to call
trying to do.
scumbags, how are you going to go at
That's
old
what
Joe
you're
like that?
trying to
It's
do.
okay. It's okay. Mike can say whatever he wants. I'm
You've been a
concerned
dick
about
a
Lindsay.
couple times, old Joe, okay?
Go back to
I'm gonna
Canada.
call you
Go
out
back
on
to
that,
Canada, bro.
and I did.
Yeah, she's telling her story, and we're giving her positive influences, and
Were.
her
You're the
mood has
only one
changed.
talking.
Hold on, faggot. Her mood has changed.
Whoa.
Her mood has changed, and she's doing better.
Oh, you letting
So
the
why
true
is that?
colors out
Why is
now.
that?
Can I
So
say
why
something?
is
I
it a
didn't
bad
think
thing?
so.
So why? So old Joe, you want her to be angry and upset?
Because I will.
Or do you
Mike,
or
do
you
you
want to get
realize
better?
that you have
I
just
didn't hear what you will.
responded in the way that you were telling Lindsay not to react to other people, that you were doing the very thing you were advising her against?
And I can
No,
answer. I can answer Mike too. I can answer Mike quite quickly. What I
Have
would
you ever
like
been
is,
upset, old Joe? Have you ever
yeah,
been irritable? Have
Hold on,
people
Lindsay.
ever?
Hold on, Lindsay. Let him respond to old Joe or to Mike.
it's okay. It's okay. In fact, I think it's better. She can tell me whatever she likes. I'm ready to listen.
Damn, I want to.
Lindsay,
Okay.
these are just haters. They want to just shit on
God
you. That's all they
damn.
wanted. They're angry little fat
Will
little
you
bitches. That's all.
Will you let the man finish?
Yeah.
Yo, you guys know this dude's a sexual degenerate, right? Did you guys know that Mike pulled out his dick on a live stream just a couple of months ago?
Who are you?
I don't know what is happening right now, but it feels
I've
like
seen Bird around.
I had no idea who that is.
I mean, yeah. Joe don't know me. Joe Cool's gonna be like, I never rode in a car with that guy.
Wait,
Yeah.
if I told y'all a story about the racist guy at a gas station, that was somebody I was listening to jungle music or something. Two of my white buddies gave him shit. This is one of.
I am lost.
Is he the one that was in the vest in that one video we watched?
Yes, this was the
Yeah,
guy.
that was me.
Right on.
Lindsay.
New York.
Yeah, I'm a little off
Lindsay,
my
Lindsay.
rocker. Don't mind me.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Tell them about how you
We
whipped out
all
your
are. I don't
dick
know
on a
if you've been
live
watching
stream for
very
the whole
long, but
fucking
we're
world,
all
dude.
doing it.
Little kids and
Drop
everything.
down. Yeah, Lindsay, drop down because this is all going to be a shit show now. But
Okay.
thank you for
Can
having
we
me.
change this
Thank you for having
subject?
me.
We were actually having an intelligent
Yeah,
conversation.
we were.
Whatever.
We were.
I mean, I'll let you guys. I'll let you guys get back to it. I was just warning you, in
If
case
you
he
don't
whips out
have
his
any
dick on
proof,
your
that's a
live.
hell of a thing.
I
Excuse me.
appreciate
You
your
don't have
warning.
any
It
No,
doesn't sound
I
like
got
he's
the proof. You want me
denying
to play the clip? I mean, I'll give you the
it.
video.
Cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
it aired on a
Move
fucking live, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I prefer that.
And you've
Let's
got
just
proof
move
All
it's
right.
this man right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I have proof that that man right there pulled out his Johnson on a live stream. I'll give me a second. I'll cue something up for you.
What
Sure.
happened? Did other men ask to see it?
Did other men ask?
Okay, so
Oh,
you're not
so
going
it
to
did
deny it now,
happen.
Mike? You're gonna admit that you pulled out your
No,
dick on a
I'm
live
just
stream because some
asking,
guys
did
asked you
other
to?
men ask to see another man's penis?
Oh,
Is that what
Okay,
happened?
so hold on. So if a guy asks to see your dick, you're gonna whip it out for him?
There was 4 guys yelling, "Show me your dick." So are they gay or am I?
And so you did it.
wait,
And
why
so
did
you
you
did
show
it.
them your what?
Am I gay or are they gay?
Oh my god.
I've
If
never
you're
asked.
gay,
I've never asked a
please-
man to show me their penis.
All
Never.
right.
in my
Anyways,
life.
I'm gonna jet out. Just be careful. Keep your porn blocker
Yeah,
prepared.
I
All right.
appreciate it, and it
Yeah,
sounds
no
like
doubt,
you're
slow
absolutely
steak.
telling the truth.
Yeah,
Take it
good
easy.
show. Sorry to. Sorry to distract.
Don't make me. Don't make me dox you. Don't make
Well,
me
who
hurt
is
you.
that? Do I
Go
know him?
away. Go away.
Yeah.
Go away.
Don't make
Don't make
me
me
dox you. Is that what you
Yeah.
said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bye,
What
Mike.
he just said.
I gotta say, this has been a weird. We've had like curveballs after curveball. What the fuck?
I don't know. Joe, where we dropped off was that you guys felt like you were worried. Well, things were going badly, and they are going to be okay because they've been way worse than this, and they were okay.
Well,
It's
first of
just-
all, Lindsay, when I say I'm worried, do you think I'm telling you the truth?
I would assume that you are because that's how you are. You talk about emotional things and psychological things.
So
So,
I'm
Mike, how
worried.
did you find this channel? Hold on.
No,
Who's
I
that?
just hit live and it showed that you were live. It just popped in.
Huh, interesting.
I have to apologize
wouldn't trust
to Flo
it.
too, because I just commandeered the show by throwing a fit.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. You got plenty of things that you should apologize for. That one's not even one of them.
I
Obviously,
would say the same for you.
huh?
I would say the same for you for sure.
That's fine.
Fault, guys, and get it over with.
Let me fight one person at
What
a
the
time.
fuck? We were having a good fucking conversation.
We were. And
Why
if you're
the-
gay, I don't care.
What the fuck is this bullshit going on?
I don't know. People have beef with me, and so Joe has it, and he got up here, and whoever's saying whatever they are in chat, I'm not reading them, and I don't care if they want to come up
I
here.
don't think anybody's talking shit in chat.
Okay,
Joe,
because
That's a
he
little
mentioned
bit about Mike.
Joe, what was your beef with Lindsay? Because I come
So,
up here.
Joe,
And
how long have you been gay? How long have you been gay, Joe?
you want gay? What?
Who the hell is that?
Yeah.
This
So
is-
I don't have a beef with Lindsay. I
Oh.
am really worried about her, and that's the truth.
why?
Well, because the behavior you displayed when you came out of nowhere. I
She's
could
great.
say what I
she's
think, but
awesome. I
but
think
what
she's
I
awesome. I think that she
what I
came
do
out.
think, what
Yeah,
I do
hold on.
think, what I do think. Excuse me, Mike, for a second.
Mike, can anybody else talk to Lindsay for a second?
No,
Yeah.
no. I'm gonna protect Lindsay.
I see you like mate guarding straight out the gate. Just
Yeah.
chill out. Other people want to talk.
Hey, Flo, do you mind muting him for a second, then I'll jump down.
He'll-
Because I
I
think
don't-
you guys.
I don't
just
need to.
think you
Do I,
guys.
Mike?
No, you're good. You're good.
I think you guys just started talking in a conversation that mattered. Like the whole "I'm curing up people in 30 seconds" stuff. That's bunk. The real
It's in a booth.
conversation. The real conversation
All right,
has to take place between you and Lindsay. That's where the real conversation. And that's why she's here tonight. I
I
firmly
missed
believe
the
that.
beef part.
What-
You worried about her because what? She acted out. How she act out? What she do?
Yeah, I think you missed it, Joe. There was a little bit of a
Joe
episode there. So, anyways,
It was just me saying "fuck you," not to you. Well, yeah, I did. I called you a dick.
Joe?
Anyway, that's
Oh,
that's
you jumped on old Joe.
no, I didn't call.
I had nothing to do with it. I just came up because I saw Mike there offering his phony psychotherapy. So
Okay, so you're worried.
Go ahead.
Let's, and because of my behavior. So now what?
well, I think that maybe it's up to you and Flo to have I think you're here, Lindsay, because this is home to you and this is your family, and it really bothers you to be away from it. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just
This is
saying
where
that.
I've been for a long time, like a year.
Yeah, well, then
And
you
then
should.
suddenly people start getting backstabbing and bitchy and weird.
Well, I would agree with that, but no conversation with some rando that pops up here is going to change that. I think you need to talk to the people involved, don't you?
I don't wish to speak to Flo about his stuff right now.
Then
'Cause
why
I
did you
know
come?
how
Then
he
why'd you come up, Lindsay?
But you'll
I,
speak to
I
a
think
stranger
these
about it.
conversations should be in private with the person that you're having instead of airing everyone's shit right here in public. Like, we don't know the whole story.
I didn't think
it
before
shouldn't be live coverage for everyone to witness. This should be a private, personal conversation where you actually have a one-on-one discussion and deal with it.
I didn't plan
I
anything.
agree with that, Sarah. I agree with that, but that doesn't seem to be happening, does it? We wind up.
No,
We
it
wind up
I will
here.
shut up. How about that? I will
No,
shut up.
Lindsay, I don't think
I
you should
will-
shut up at
I'm-
all. I don't think you should shut up
tired
at all.
of eating shit in my feelings, and I'm not able to express things. Yet people are able to walk all over me and stab me, and call me names, call me whore, this and that. So I'm trying to tell you that I am done with that. And if
Yeah,
it means that I have to be done being nice, then I am done being nice. However, I would rather be myself.
I'm here to listen. Tell me more then.
I don't wish to tell you everything in front of everybody.
That's fine. What do you want to say? And
Sarah
I think
just asked that I don't do that.
I think she's right. I agree with her. But
And
you're
I'm
here
not
for a
going to tell the
reason.
world my problems. I just
You-
summarized them for you.
I agree. You're here for a reason, though, and you still really haven't fully articulated
I
what it
told
was.
you that I am. I told you. I just told you. I impetuously got up here. With nothing in mind. I sat up here, started getting mad, started getting irritated for whatever reason I'm not aware of. Probably because I have beef with a few people in here, and I felt like
Lindsay, I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. Joe, so what is your end goal here? What is your end goal?
My first end goal was to stop you from doing any more damage.
What is your end goal? To be a little pussy? To be a little pussy? Is that what it is?
The second one is to
is?
make sure Lindsay's okay. Genuinely make sure she's okay, because I'm worried about her.
yes, I'm okay.
Okay.
God damn it! I wanted to let him make content, but like it just felt too sleazy. I couldn't do it.
I don't agree with that at all. But if you guys
With
were
what?
feeling that, I thought he was effective at calming me down.
He can't
And
calm himself down.
All right. Hey, Flo, I'm going to drop out right now. Okay. This needs to be you two guys, not me.
Yeah, old Joe, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, bro. Lindsay, you're a great young lady, man. Don't let these people bother you. Just don't even let it. Just let it roll off. Just let it roll off. Don't even worry about it. People like old Joe.
This is King Kong simp behavior.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to respect Sarah because I already respected her in the first place. I'm not going to share my problems. I don't particularly want to. I don't think it's healthy for me. I don't think it's your problems. So, and I'm going to say sorry for hijacking the stream, and I'm going to go. And I'm also keeping my apology to Barbie. And I think we're done.
You didn't hijack anything. You told your story, and I respect you, and I'm glad that you came up. And I think that you are in your healing process. I think that you are a very good person. You're a good person. Remember that you're a good person, and keep going forward. You know, don't let other people come up here and derail you into your healing process. That's what I wanted to say.
And what about that? I'm asking. It sounds very nice to me and very genuine. Why are they calling it simping?
He is playing you. I don't even.
Because
I ain't heard none of the conversation. All I heard was those few words. He is absolutely playing you. I don't even know
absolutely.
nothing about what's going on, but the few words he said, it's clear he is playing you. It's obvious.
He doesn't know you at all. He can't possibly know whether or not what he's saying is true. He has no idea if you're a good person or not.
Lindsay, I'm not playing you. I'm just trying to give you positive enforcement. Like basically you are telling your story and you are trying to heal as a person. And I admire that. That's all I'm trying to say. That's it. And other people come up and they try to piss on you and they're scumbags.
That's what he's about, Lance. He's about the separation. It is not about doing the good shit up in you. In the meanwhile, he's trying to do some separation bullshit with that. The people are scum, Lindsay. You're such a good
Separation.
girl.
So
that is not a good thing.
I'm giving you positive reinformation, and you're coming up here talking
and you're slamming the other guys in the
You
process.
are pacifying
Joe,
her
shut
with
the fuck
validations
up.
of poor behavior.
She's a nice young woman who's going through something, and we need to come up and we need to say to her, hey, listen.
It is poor behavior, and
You're
I'm
on
old
the
enough
right
to know
path.
better. But I don't
You're
want
on,
to sometimes.
you're on the right path. That's it. And I applaud you. That's it. We're giving her positive things to say, not attacking her. That's all. That's all it is.
Well, I didn't even expect for this to happen. I want to tell you honestly. You were asking me, or old Joe was asking me, what's behind this? Nothing preconceived. Nothing cognizantly going, I'm going to go tell them all to fuck off in there. I was honestly
that's
just,
what I missed.
You got triggered by her because you have something you haven't dealt with.
Yeah, because she was always bitchy to me.
Hold on, guys. We're about to get back redirected.
Hello, Lindsay. How you doing?
Hi, Harmon.
Good seeing you. And Barbie's back. Barbie, I missed the hell out of you. You're amazing.
No, you didn't. Stop
I
lying to me,
did.
y'all.
I ask about you. I ask about you every time.
That's Harmon.
Lindsay, you're doing
That's
good.
me.
And keep going on your path. You're doing great.
Thank
Just
you.
keep going on the positive path. That's all I was trying to say.
I know it's your channel, Flo, but I don't know why you got Mike up here. He has priors to doing shit that he was told.
I don't know, because it's like a car wreck of manipulation. I can't.
You know, he ain't got no sincerity if he's done.
He
what
doesn't
he's
have
been
any
told.
sincerity at all. But I think that he's too optimistic about his hooks in Lindsay that he's not going to fuck it up right now by pulling out his dick.
Apparently, he's correct about it too. He's got her.
No, Lindsay ain't
being
this.
overly
Lindsay is
optimistic.
wiser
He's
than that.
correct. He can
No,
see.
I'm not stupid because
She's wise.
I genuinely thought that there's somebody that cares. Okay.
No, you're
So,
being
yes,
nice like you always are.
I'm fucking stupid.
Wait,
I
you're
have no
not.
smarts and no street smarts.
Lance, help me out. I would have assumed that there's a place of people. who
Seems
care
like
about
everybody
you.
in the room
It'd be
knows it
here.
but me.
Wait, Lance.
It was very obvious to me. I'm sorry, Lindsay.
That is a
but I
little
will
bit
have to
concerning,
agree.
actually.
But now I'm worried that Lens, you don't think that this is the place where the people who care about you most reside.
Well,
I
those
was
people have been
unaware of
stabbing me in the back lately, so it's hard to trust anybody, and I kind of doubt myself now because I did trust a lot of these people who are now saying fucking shit about me or being mean or being rude, and I just had enough.
It's not just fair criticism. It's something beyond that. It's not just fair criticism.
Fair criticism.
Yeah, I mean,
fair
it's
criticism.
fair. It's no
criticism?
criticism is fair. If you see someone having a misstep and you tell them, "I think you're
If I
doing
invite
something
it,
dumb," that's
or if
fair.
it's useful. If
Yeah.
it's pounding me down when I'm already down, I'm trying to even read at one point. I was bumping into the walls. I was going like this to the walls. I couldn't even read a bag of chips. I didn't even know what it was I was eating. It was like whatever goes, whatever I get out of the cupboard.
Finish it. Finish the sentence.
When was this occurring?
Whatever goes.
And I wasn't telling anyone. It was just, I'm still healing. My eye's still healing. I just had major surgery
From
after having
from niggas
a retinal
gossiping?
detachment in both eyes. So
motherfuckers
it's
gossiping,
difficult.
Liz?
And I'm not saying, oh, woe is me, feel sorry for me. But excuse me, if I lose my patience and get irritated when I can't even see the walls in front of me, I can't find my dad.
Did you say the
And,
balls?
and then people are rude to me, like when Flo took away my wrench. That's fine. I don't miss the wrench. What I didn't like was the public humiliation or the attempt at. That's what I didn't like. I don't need to be a mod. I don't need to be a cop of any kind. I don't feel like I have some magical wand powers. And there's no doubt in my mind that Barbie has her struggles, because I've heard a little bit of them, and would definitely benefit with either me ignoring her or being nice to her. So I'm sorry. But you have to realize, use your brain and your common sense. All of us are going through shit. So if we could all cooperate a little and be nicer to each other, sure. If some stranger comes in here and is a jerk and you don't trust them, whoever it is, I'm not talking about Mike, feel free to tell him he's an idiot and he's stupid. But when you're telling me that I'm stupid, when I think I can trust somebody, then maybe it is a problem of mine. Because
Who said that you were stupid, Lindsay?
Harmon said we don't. Was the Flo that said, "Come on, you're not that. You are. You are. You really think that he had your genuine interests?" And
No, I said you were wise. You're wiser than that. I said you're wiser than that.
I'm not wiser than that, because I don't know
this
what
is
you guys are
your own
talking about.
mind saying these things. You're hearing
Yeah.
things, but you're not really
Ooh, that's
hearing
dope.
what we're saying. It's your mind twisting the words and attacking yourself.
I'm second guessing myself when I was assured. And the reason why I'm second guessing myself is because I have everybody up here on panel saying this guy is a slime and he has ulterior motives or whatever it is you're saying. You
That's
can't
because
trust.
he can see you're vulnerable.
Hey,
And
hey,
to
hey, Liz.
validate you, he brings you onto his side. And now you're part of his team, and he's going to flip the script and become like a fucking creep, dude. That just, like, did you see how quick he turned on everyone else? Did you see him flip?
I'm sorry. Are you saying that I'm a creep?
You're coming off as a creep, yeah.
Why? Because I'm giving her positive energy?
No, clearly.
Creep?
It's how you're going about it. It's the
You're
way
giving
that you're
positive
saying it, and
energy,
it's
but you're
the
not a
way
positive
that you-
person.
I'm not a positive person. I didn't say that she can do anything that don't let the stuff roll off.
You're an
Don't worry.
angry person.
Did I say anything derogatory? Did I say anything sexual?
Not
No.
about her.
No,
That's
no,
a different
no,
kind of
no-
creep.
Yeah, no creepish issues at all. I'm trying to give someone who I can see is vulnerable, who's being attacked, some positive energy. Because
Boy,
you
that
pieces of
just
shit.
reeks
Because
of
you pieces of
insincerity,
because
bro.
you
It
pieces of
does.
shit attack her.
See,
We're not
there it
pieces
is.
of
That's
shit.
what you
That's-
want to
yeah,
do. He
that's
want a
the
free
flip.
pass. Yeah.
You
That's
attack
the
her for
flip.
no reason.
We're
She's
not
vulnerable.
attacking her. We
You
are
attack
actually her friends. We know what she's actually like. We know this is out of the usual.
You're her
This is
friend,
not
but
her
you shit
normal
on her.
behavior. There is
You're
something
her
up.
friend, but you shit on her.
We're not
That's a
shitting on
friend?
her. We're
Well,
telling her
Sarah
the
in
honest
general hasn't
truth.
said anything
There's
negative
a
at all
difference
about
between
you.
allowing your friend to act
I don't
Okay.
even know
that's
her, and
out
I'm
of
trying to bring her
character
up. I'm trying
and
to
just
rise
That's
her
the
up.
accepting it
whole
as
issue, bro.
normal.
That's the issue
Right.
that you're saying a lot of things that would reassure that you knew her, but you don't,
I bet
and you're
this is
saying
what
all
he
these
does.
things.
I
And
know,
it's
you know what I'm
like,
saying, yo, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, kid. I'm just trying to bring her up and bring her in a better mood. That's
you
all I'm
see how
trying
you
to
did
do.
that, bro? That's a very dismissive thing to
I
do.
know,
Why
you
would
know
you do it?
what I'm saying? Yeah. But I'm just trying to bring
So
her
when
up
black people
in a
talk, you
better
start
mood.
talking and jive.
This is what I'm
In a
talking about.
better
You're not a positive person.
I'm not?
You're demonstrating that right now.
What do
So
you-
why
so
are you
what do
positive?
Dude, you
Let
are
me
the most
go.
disgusting. You're the most disgusting motherfucker on
You
this
watch
panel.
them,
Mike,
Lens? You
this
watch
is
them,
my
Lens?
panel.
You watch
you
them
come
over
to this
around,
channel?
Lens?
Yeah, you are. You're
You are
Why
not
would
disgusting.
you come to this
special,
Why
channel
is
and be so
that?
disgusting?
You are not special, Lindsay. If he does everyone else like this, you are not special. Your time is coming.
You're
Mike, what's so
disgusting.
disgusting? Why?
The shit that he was saying to her and then trying to kick her when she's down, that's
Who?
fucked up.
Be
That's
specific.
fucked up.
Be
That's
specific.
fucked up. She's trying to testify. She's trying to say what, she's going through, and they're trying to come in and basically kick her when she's down.
What's she going through?
She's going through a lot of trauma.
And that
Be
trauma
specific.
But I have her back. And it's not any kind
That's
of
the part. Why do you have her back, but you're attacking everybody else?
Hold on. No kind of nefarious reasons. I came up and I'm talking to her. I took a liking to her because I think that she has a good soul. I think she's a good person. I think she's a good person. So I wanted to back her up. So Lindsay was getting attacked. So I wanted to back her up.
You
She
came up to
wasn't
back her
being
up. That's what you came up here to do.
Everyone on this panel knows Lindsay far more than you, and we actually treat her as a friend. She is someone we care about.
Doesn't seem
Just
like
because
it.
we're saying something that isn't what you want to hear doesn't mean it's an attack.
Yeah, it seems like you're shitting all over her.
We're
And I
not
don't like
shitting on her.
The only person who's been getting shit on is you, Mike.
Yeah. Right. Well, you can
So,
try to
at the
shit
end
on
of the day,
her.
time out.
You can
Whoever
try.
the fuck that is, shut the fuck up.
You can
Shut the fuck
try.
up, bro.
You
Just
can
shut the fuck
try.
up for a second. Just shut the fuck up. So
Say it,
anyway,
guys.
bro, because I'm telling you for a fact, I know I've listened to this shit the whole time, and Sarah has not said nothing negative about Lindsay whatsoever. So how could you say that about Sarah? Unless
I
you're
didn't
not
say
paying
that.
attention,
I didn't
and you
say
just trying
Sarah.
to turn the
I didn't
whole
say- I
panel
didn't
against.
say the name
Bro, come
Sarah.
on, bro, you trying to turn Lindsay against the whole
Yeah,
panel, bro. For what reason?
Thank you.
Yes.
See,
I didn't say the
yeah,
name Sarah. I didn't even
do
say the
your
name
little
Sarah.
racist
Hey,
dog
Mike.
pussies. It doesn't matter.
Yes,
Mike,
Right.
would you read some comments in the chat?
No, I didn't read any comments.
It's basically the decision is unanimous. Type 1 in the chat if you think Mike is not being a creep. He's a sincerely positive person.
So I'm a creep.
He's
by
trying to.
sticking-
I'm asking your
trying to-
opinion. I'm trying to get a
He's
gauge
trying
from
to
people's opinions.
I'm
hit
a
on
creep.
Lindsay while he drives everybody else
Sticking
away.
up- No. But sticking up for a woman that's being picked on.
She's not
Was
being
it no
picked
more-
on.
All right, we've got a 1 here. We've also got a 666. I don't think that's in your favor. We got 2 1s.
Well, if I could
drop
type,
me
mine
off.
would be a 1.
Gary Baxter hit every number besides 1.
Drop me off.
There you
It's
go.
no
I
problem.
think they don't care. That tells me they don't care. They take it as a big joke.
Yeah,
I
Lindsay.
love Gary.
Yeah,
Gary
no
is
problem.
great.
Lindsay, I think you're a very good person. I think you deserve better than this. I don't think you should.
Well, I came back up because I thought he was asking me
You
out
should
on a
not be
date when he
doing this
called
now.
me a faggot.
Nobody up here thinks Lindsay is a bad
I never said you were a
person.
faggot. I never said that.
Yeah, you did. Yes,
What are
you did.
talking about? I never said that.
Yes, you did.
When?
Just a while ago. Go back and rewatch it.
Never said that.
Yes, you did, pal. I
Show
don't
me.
lie. That's one thing I
No,
don't
you
do. I don't lie.
You do lie. So show me where I said that.
You know,
Chuck
you're not
has a
talking jive
fantastic
right
track
now.
record of not lying in my experience with him, which is
Is this
significantly
because?
longer.
Is this you guys are thinking he's a slime because he told me I was attractive? Is that
No.
why?
No, and that's
He
weird
is-
to
What
say,
the-
Lindsay.
and that's another
Listen,
thing.
Lindsay,
Is why
Lindsay.
everything keep coming back to your attraction when
Yeah,
you like
yeah.
when you talking about your
I'm
problems and
asking
everything.
for clarity.
If you call
Yeah,
someone
let me give you some
attractive
clarity.
and you
Let me
give
give
someone
you.
a compliment, that's a slime ball.
I didn't hear him
No.
talk until
And
he
you
put
don't get to
y'all.
get on me too about all this either. I don't know you well.
Right. So if you say someone's hey, you're very attractive, God bless you. That's a slime ball.
Mike, could you let other people talk?
Yeah, Lynn, I came in. You guys, he put everybody down except you guys. That was the first time I heard him talk.
Some
And
more
it took
job
me
talk
about
when a black person
3-4 seconds to assume, oh, this guy is super insincere. He's playing her. When he brought us back up, he continued along the same paths. Within seconds, I was like, oh my God. The point of me, he's so insincere. The point of me telling you is that I had no vested interest. I didn't know none of the story. I didn't know nothing went on. Nothing no one said about you. And he smelled of insincerity to me within seconds, very few seconds. It is maybe they're not making this shit up. And it certainly wouldn't have nothing to do weird with, oh, it's because someone called she's beautiful and we think, something weird about them. No, stop it.
I'm asking because I don't understand exactly where you all came together at some point in your head and in some kind of some kind of overall consensus that
He's
this guy was
overly reassuring weird behavior that I've never seen you do before.
Yeah,
That's
he
what
completely
make it-
manipulated you.
Yeah.
24 votes, 96% say he's insincere.
and he's insincere because what? Why?
Because
In my
he's
opinion-
reassuring weird behavior that you've never done before.
He doesn't know you. He's never met you before in your life. But
It's
he's
not. No, I've been respectful the
Mike.
entire.
Shut up! You're not
This
going to
is
fucking
just
talk
game,
over me on
Liz.
my
You don't.
panel.
This
And
is
by the way, I've been muting him, and he keeps unmuting and muting him. I just dropped him backstage because he keeps talking over everybody. He's never met you. He doesn't know you at all. He doesn't know what your beefs are or what you're going through. Nevertheless, he's 100% reassuring of you. Now that we know that that's not his typical behavior, because just in this little interaction, we've seen him go after every single other person on the panel aside from you. So that's out of character behavior for
He's
him.
arguing with every person.
Well, he
Yes.
certainly threw the racist shit in there. That's me and
He
Jay.
went racist real quick. He's got a history of showing his dick on channels. He's supporting you in things that he can't know about. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know if you've got a good heart. He's just telling you what you want to hear.
It seems like he's clearly just telling you what you
Nothing
want to hear.
racist. I'm gonna strike the fuck out of your channel. I'm gonna
There
strike.
we
your
go,
channel.
Lance. There we go.
I
This
said
is a genuine
nothing
person
racist.
right here. This is a genuine
Nothing.
person. Genuineness
Nothing.
right
I
here.
saw something
This
special.
exudes
Nothing.
kindness. This exudes a kind person right here.
Yep.
Thank you for showing this. To
He's
us.
he's not even a good con person because most people can see it. He's just raging. Are you mad, Mike? Are you going to
No,
strike
I'm
my
not mad.
channel,
I'm
Mike?
not mad at all. I'm not mad at all. I'm just
Yeah.
a master troll. But if you call me
You
racist,
are not. You're trolling your damn self.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, listen. Enjoy your channel while you can. That's
You
all.
look angry. I wish I could let you see this guy's face right now.
It's all good. You look like a fucking fat faggot. That's what you look like.
I look like a fat faggot.
Yeah, that's what you look like.
All right. Well, before you go and rage quit, do you want to say a few last things to Lindsay? Do you want to white knight?
Yes, we'd like to say that.
I'll let you get a last thing.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll bring you back up in a second. I gotta. Here. I'll do. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta juggle things around because you're a dick bomber.
Yep.
I would love to meet you in person because I think the conversation would go differently if I met you in person.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
This is about you
And-
talking to Lindsay. You can talk to me after her. Say bye to Lindsay.
No. I'm talking to you. I would love to meet you in person because
I live in Kansas City. You want to come to Kansas City? I'll meet you.
Great, we can do it. We can do it, and we can do it. We can meet up and we can have a conversation. That's all. Just a conversation. I don't think
Just
it's
a
going to go the way that you want it to go. I don't think
Oh.
I don't think it's the way you want to go. But Lindsay, God bless
I think
you.
that's a threat, love.
I think it was a threat. Was that a threat, Mike?
A conversation?
Mike, was that a threat?
A conversation.
I hear you say that word again. Was there an implied threat there?
Did I say a threat?
That's why I'm asking you the question, Mike.
Right. So what are you like 260, 275? How fat are you right now?
Oh no, I'm not that big, not at all.
Yeah.
He's only
You're
4'11".
you're fat fuck. So it's all good. It's all good. But listen, I would love to have a conversation with you in person, just to have a conversation, just to talk.
Are you gonna come? Are you gonna come to Kansas City?
I can. I have millions of dollars. I can come there. It's no problem.
I have millions of dollars. Prove it with a Cash App.
Yeah,
Or Super
I can
Chat.
come there. It's no problem. What if
Prove
I
it with
knock
a
on
Super
you
Chat.
and you open it and you get your teeth knocked out? What would happen? I'm saying
What
hypothetically.
I just say,
What
Flo.
would happen?
If I got my teeth knocked out, hypothetically, I'd know which millionaire to sue.
Yeah, perfect. Because you're a bitch who sues people. Because you're not a man who fights somebody, right?
Well, you asked me a question. What happened? What would happen? Hold on, let's turn it around. What would happen if I knocked your teeth out?
Looks like half your teeth are gone. So have you smoked
What would
meth
happen?
before?
What would
So
happen
do
if
you-
I knocked
do you
yours
smoke-
out, though?
No. Do you smoke meth?
Come on. What would happen if I knocked yours out? Let's do it the other way around.
You couldn't. You could not.
I couldn't.
No.
Do you have concrete teeth stuck in a concrete
It's
skull?
impossible. It's impossible.
It's impossible. Damn.
Mhm.
This dude's tough.
So how long have you smoked meth? How long have you smoked meth?
Are you trying
20 years.
to slander now?
No, I'm just asking you a question. How long have you smoked meth?
How long have you?
I've never had a hard drug.
You know, do you want to know why I don't believe you?
Why?
Because you're being emotionally volatile. You've got a history of pulling your dick out and erratic behavior.
Look at your eyes, how they switch like that, dude. Come on, stop. Yeah,
my eyes
just stop.
switch. What's that mean?
What does it mean? Because you're on drugs right now.
What does
You're
switching
on drugs
eyes
right now.
mean? How do eyes
You
switch?
are under the influence right now.
What does that mean, Mike? How do my
You're
eyes
under
switch?
the influence of drugs right now.
Mike, what does it mean for my eyes to switch?
Because you're under the influence.
Somebody want to rephrase the question?
So what do you take?
was
You
doing
take
my best to tune
Suboxone,
out. I ain't
you
gonna
take
bullshit you.
heroin, you take cocaine. What do you take? Is it
You got me
Suboxone?
so excited about your eyes. I keep staring at them, Flo.
Be careful.
So what do you
You
take?
might
Do you
fall in
take?
love.
No, I'm asking. Do you take? Are you on Suboxone?
I mean, you can tell that I'm on drugs. Surely you can tell. Surely you can narrow it down between an amphetamine and a sedative, right? You just asked me heroin, meth. You can't even tell if I'm on an upper or downer. You can't tell me what switching eyes are, but my eyes are doing it.
So what do you take? What is your drug of choice?
Cough syrup, I can tell.
Cough syrup. We got one for cough syrup.
What's your drug of choice? What is your drug of choice?
You got to tell us that.
I don't do any drugs.
His drug of
Oh,
choice is nicotine.
Yeah, what is
So
your
you're
drug of
telling
choice?
me that you're this crazy, stone cold sober?
Yes. I'm nothing. Nothing.
That's even fucked up than if you were fucked up.
Right. So you smoking a cigarette basically means you're getting stressed out because of the questionnaires. So I'm putting
Then
you
I
in a
must be,
corner. So you're
I
getting
must be stressed out
So
all
now
the
you
Why
got-
the
fucking
fuck is you
time.
still doing this shit?
Well, Mike, you know he's Catholic,
So
don't you?
what is your
Mike,
drug of choice?
Mike, he's a chain smoker. What the hell? That's how well you know him.
Yeah. So what is your drug of choice?
Has
What
Mike
is your
been the
drug of
center of
choice?
attention since
Is
he
it
arrived?
heroin?
I think he
Is
has
it
that Tommy
meth?
gene where he must be
What
the
is your
center of
drug of
attention.
choice? What is your
Hey,
drug of
Joe,
choice?
how'd you like my shout out for you the other day on
I
Freeman?
did appreciate that shit.
So
Right?
what is your drug of choice?
I'm assuming it's that Tommy shit
What
where
is
he's
it?
got to
What
be
is it?
deep.
What do you
Conversation
like?
must be
What
about what
makes
he
you
wants to
normal?
talk
What makes
about.
you act in
So
a normal
that
state?
Freeman guy knows you, huh, Joe?
Yeah, we've been out together, man. Yeah,
What is
that's
it?
right.
You see how you
Mike,
can't answer?
other people are trying to talk. You're getting kind of boring.
No, it's not boring. It's just that you can't answer a question.
I'm telling
Because
He
you.
you're a
doesn't
drug
have to answer your
You're a
question.
drug addict. You're a drug addict.
If you'd actually been on this channel before, you would know all of these answers.
Yeah, you would know how to answer this, Mike.
Look at the eyes. Look at the
You,
eyes.
you know that you're talking about my ex right now, and I'm getting upset.
Mike needs to go back and watch about 5 of your streams before he comes back and talks to you.
What is it?
Mike,
That's much better.
I've turned your
Much
volume
better.
down. You said that you're a millionaire or a billionaire or some shit, some stupid shit. I'm going to drop you backstage because you're starting to loop. If you want to prove that you're a billionaire or a millionaire or whatever, send me a super chat that says, see, I've got money, and then I'll bring you back up on stage.
How is he different from Tommy? He's a guy got all the money and and must be the center of attention, and you must be asking him questions directly or he'll tear apart the show. How is he different from Tommy?
Oh, very
Oh,
different
Tommy's got
energy.
way
Tommy's
more integrity than
entertaining a
this
little
guy
bit.
does.
Yeah.
Tommy has more integrity. I heard
Way
that.
more
Tommy
integrity.
has integrity.
Yeah.
He's
Tommy just
entertaining.
has
He's
anger
entertaining.
behind it. But yeah, I agree with Flo. He still has integrity. This guy's just creepy.
Wait, I gotta ask, Lens. I was being quiet there because I wanted him to reveal himself as much as possible. And I thought that entire last time he was there, he revealed himself. And perhaps you saw differently and didn't think he was being sincere in his presentation.
I'll tell you what I'm overwhelmingly feeling right now, and it's confusion because people are whispering in my ear, so to speak, saying the same things about people I hang out here with. And I know I'm supposed to listen to myself, but and decide
Well,
for myself.
What
It's
you
all
what you're supposed to do as
very
adults. Let me
confusing.
cut you off, please. There. Okay. I think this is how you solve your problem. You go through them one at a time, and you confront them. I don't think you have any big issues, but if I have an issue with someone, I must talk to them about it.
Well, okay. Flo told me
No,
that
no,
he
no, no,
didn't
no. I don't
care
want to
what I
start with
think
flow. That's too easy.
and that I
want to
don't
start with
matter.
flow. Wait, Lance. This is
Oh, I'm
important. I
supposed
don't.
to say.
Yeah, I need you to start with someone who you have little to no beef with, because if it starts with flow, it's gonna end up we're all attacking you. Me, you hear? I know the answer.
I don't
but
have
you,
beef with you.
yeah, you never heard me
I
say
pretty
nothing
much
negative
adore
about
you.
you. All right, so who else is up here?
Cynthia's in
Sarah.
the she's one for sure.
That
Sarah,
has
no.
Sarah.
Sarah's
We
always
can't talk
polite,
to
even if
Cynthia.
she's
She's not up
disapproving.
here. All right,
She doesn't.
Jalen has been going around.
What?
Anyone on this
Let me
panel?
let me
No,
let
she
me let
she
me
doesn't
jump
have
in,
with
Joe.
me
You're,
because
whatever.
I would claim elder abuse if she picked on me.
So
Yo,
my response. Let me jump in. I think Lindsay, you're not sure whose opinion to trust. You need to
don't even
find.
trust my own.
That's the issue. You need to trust your own. You need to find an anchor in the real world, and then use that conceptual anchor to navigate around different opinions. I
What would
know
be an
this.
example of an anchor?
An example is, I don't know, the weather's nice. It was a nice day today, right? The weather's nice. I know that that's true in my own world. Now, when I interact with people, what are they saying about the weather?
Yes,
If somebody
that's a
says
good
it's
start
shitty
point.
weather out
I
here,
get it. I get
then I
it.
know
It
that they're
may be
lying. But,
insincere.
I'll tell you what they're
okay,
saying. They're saying things about you guys.
I'm trying to tell you how
I
to
got
think,
you.
not what to think.
I got you. An anchor is something that's absolutely true to you that you can see and judge for yourself as being realistic.
Yeah, you need something. You need an anchor in the real world to measure people's truthfulness against.
I don't have one. I can't trust anyone.
Well,
That's
Right.
part of the
It
problem.
needs to be. Yeah, I don't know.
What are
Somebody
some
else.
of the critiques against you, Lindsay? And in fact, if I could go with you,
Joe,
Cynthia,
I
I
don't know
know
that I think that you're actually doing good at this.
I know, but I think I think I have a path there. I think I could jump to the end, but I don't want to do that.
Joe was getting at I should go and address the
Individually,
people I have
yes,
problem with.
yes,
Right.
and I was going to try to
Thing
continue
here
down
is
that
that
path.
Sarah asked very nicely that I don't do that and that I speak to each individual.
What critiques did Cynthia have of you? I know she's not up here.
All right, Joe, I'm going to stop you because I just don't think you're useful at all right now in this capacity. No offense. What she's saying that she's confused about what to think and who to trust, and you're saying let's go through each person and you air out your beef with them. Like,
Yeah, no. I chose critique as a word because I wanted her to come up with a critique, right? That's
of
where I was
what?
going with that. I was going with the perhaps whatever person it is, what is their critique, which is a valid argument, and we could debate whether they have an argument or not. That's the path I was going. Critique.
I don't want to debate whether I'm right or wrong in my feelings because they're my feelings and they're valid simply because they're my feelings.
Let's talk about
So I don't
right or
wanna
wrong
have-
and other, or let's talk about what motivates people, right? What incentive do people have to? That's another thing that you can look at. I actually look at conflicts of interest or people's incentives in every situation more than probably anything else at all.
That was certainly
What do I think motivates you? You told me what motivates you, and that is utility. What can you see or use in each individual that you come across? What can you get out of them? What
I
good
do the
are they
same
to
thing.
you? You
I
told
do
me
the-
that.
I do the same thing, Lance, and I don't think it's bad, right? When I have a certain question, I call 8 of my friends who I think would be good at that. I send 8 texts to these motherfuckers. When I'm up here, I am trying to use you for your mind.
What
I am
happens to our
absolutely.
friendship if I lose utility, Joe? And
Well,
Flo?
I don't guess that has done. I don't cut people off. It's not something I do, and I've never met a person with no utility. In fact, I'm pulling out the best of you. I'm gonna find what you do well. If she's good and introspective, I'm gonna engage you on that shit.
Yeah, and
I don't look
I
at
would-
people at utility.
I would suggest that everybody does. All relationships have a transactional component to them. I don't remember saying what you said. I said I won't
said,
deny it
I don't-
either. I'm
said,
not denying it. I'm not denying it.
You might as well
I'm
have
not.
stabbed me because I built a certain trust in you. And then for you to say you don't matter and I don't care what you think. I didn't even cry after you said that. I didn't cry because it hurt too much and I didn't want to spend energy on that because it completely invalidated me and told me, you know what, you're not useful to him right now. So not only is he going to take your wrench away, no big deal right there, and humiliate you about it, big deal right there, because I don't do that to friends. In front of everybody, try to make you feel bad and less than.
That was not my intention at all.
Completely stupid.
That
I
was
don't
the
know your
opposite of my
intention
intention.
sometimes. I assumed it was, I'm not useful right now because he told me that. So it must be that he's saying this because he doesn't have any use. And then all of a sudden, other people come in here and it's like, see ya, you don't mean anything.
What I was trying to tell you about the statement that I wasn't denying is that I believe that you have taken that.
That's a cruel thing to say. And I'm aware that I have more, I guess, invested in you, and you keep reminding me that you don't give a shit about people. You don't care. You're about the money, this and that. To me, that's honest, and I love it, but it also hurts.
It's also a lie.
And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not in love with you. We don't have a relationship that's some kind of weird thing. We
Bullshit. Yes, you do.
You two do have a connection. Everyone that comes up here on a regular basis, we have some form of a camaraderie and a
you
relationship,
guys got
okay?
and got something special. That's why you're so hurt. That should indicate to you how special your shit is.
Because
if
I thought
it was
we had a
far away,
friendship.
you wouldn't even be hurt. Exactly.
And so it's like, oh, so I finally trust somebody again, at least to a reasonable extent. It's a guy. It just happens to be a guy.
Yeah, but
But
people
then
do that shit.
I feel like trash now. I feel like he said, I don't care what you think. It doesn't matter what you think.
But why does that hurt you?
Sometimes people say things they don't really mean.
I
Or it's
even if
just
he does mean it, why
particular
would that hurt you?
situation, and it's not necessarily across the
That was
board.
so too, Jay. I don't know if she's adult enough for that one, though.
Because I'm just saying, like, why would that hurt you though? Because why would you be validated by what Flo feels?
Because she has a connection with them.
I'm just
His
asking the
comment
question.
I
makes
I'm
wouldn't
not saying that
care
you are or
what
not.
the hell he
betrayed.
says if he were somebody I randomly picked out of some chat. But because we have a little history, because I thought he gave a little care about me, or I thought I was funny, or
It
somehow
wasn't the
redeemable
sex.
or worthy.
It
And then he
wasn't
said,
the sex.
can I finish the question? Answering the question? I'm sorry, I'm just not in a very funny mood like I usually am. I'm trying to get across some opinions.
When you spend as
feelings.
much time with people, you form an attachment.
Yes.
Okay.
I have absolutely no romantic relationship. I want to make that clear with anyone here. I may flirt with somebody.
You like me. Stop it.
I'm not talking about me being in love with somebody, or that's why I'm so hurt. I'm talking about me investing in people, seeing something that I really like in someone, even if there are 10 things that I don't, and withholding my judgment and telling them things that are personal to me that I wouldn't normally tell. Trusting them to a certain extent, because you never give anyone 10 out of 10 trust. And then to be called names and say you're a whore, you're too sensitive, which is another way of dismissing your feelings. It's your fault, right? No, not you. You didn't. I'm telling you about the general feedback I'm getting, and then I was talking about Flo and what he said to me specifically, and all the while I'm going through these other things that I happen to mention that I don't want to extrapolate on.
Hey, Lance, you're hot. You're gonna get the horse shit all the time. People gonna try to pull you down and little you just because they're evil. I'm sorry, it
That's
sucks.
the
I'm
nature of the
beautiful. I get it too. I'm beautiful. I get shit on all the time.
And Joe, you are a whore.
And Lindsay, on this, when Z kicked me and Flo off his channel and stuff like that, I had a feeling like I thought I contributed. So I understand how you're seeing in that, but you're since you do have better feelings and softer than I am, but still it bothered me that Z kicked me off.
It's okay. That's honest. But when you say to somebody, you may not realize it. When you say to somebody, you're sensitive, or you tend to take certain things away, you're invalidating the person that actually needs to be heard. You're saying, well, your feelings don't matter because they're not correct. They do.
That's what I thought about when Z kicked me off. I thought everybody in chat was saying, "Hey, I contributed to the show. That's why we call in." But when he did that, it made me feel useless because
he humiliates too. He tries to
Yes.
humiliate people because he doesn't feel too good about himself or whatever reason he has. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know people's agenda, but he
But
very
I'm
much.
saying when Flo said something like that to you, and you felt like he was telling you you're useless, and I don't know if I didn't hear the conversation if he said useless. I know that's what I'm saying. If he
That's
feels
how I
that,
felt. So it was successful. And then
Yeah.
from now on, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be nice. I'm going to try not
oh,
to
you
be.
can't. I don't think you can. It's not in your nature.
Oh yeah, you can't let another motherfucker change you. That's not a thing.
I
that
just
we
did a
do,
pretty
yeah?
good job in there when I called somebody a bitch and a C word, don't you think?
Okay, well,
You know.
I missed all that shit. I wish I'd have caught it because
Yeah.
I'm a troll.
Yeah, but
like
you're
that.
it's your
But
voice and
we
demeanor
can't
you
let
say it
other
in.
people dictate who Lindsay is going to be. Cannot be a thing, right? You can't let
Like I
another.
said before, I agree with you and I hear you there. But whether you want to admit it or not, you, me, Flo, Cynthia, Harmon, anybody here, Sarah, whether you admit it or not, it does eventually get to you, especially when you have other things going on at the time.
And I would love for my friend to tell me at that moment, to correct me and tell me, Joe, grab your power back.
Yeah, and that will happen. And I will do that because I'm
Very
strong
good.
and I'm resilient.
Very
But in
good.
the meantime, I just happened to throw a fit. And I said, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That is what it is. Fucking good to see you.
I was really mad at Cynthia too. Like, I called her the C word. I said, lose my number.
Oh, well, Flo was
Like, get
correct.
away from me.
Picking Cynthia was a bad decision. Flo was correct. I was trying to make shit smaller and I was stepping into a landmine.
I hated her.
I told you I was about to pick
I don't even hate people. Like
Hate
Cynthia,
usually means that you care for them and they've hurt you deeply. So it's anger and
Yes,
sadness coming out as
disproportional.
hatred.
and then watch out, whether it's a man or a woman. Anger knows nothing about gender. It will bring the bitch out of you and me.
Sex seem to be worse, bro.
And even if I'm nice, I feel like I could really fuck you over. And that's how I feel, like just like this mean character. And I don't want to feel like that.
Okay. Hey, that's awesome. Hey, did you guys hear Mitch Levin got arrested 2 days ago?
I did not.
No, but
Please tell
I
me.
just saw one of his headlines on his stream about arrest update.
I went live with him tonight. He got arrested 2 days ago. He's parking in a different parking lot, and the cop came up with it was a cop that used to be he's a sergeant now. He was a patrolman at the first time Mitch had run him. Anyway, so they arrested him. He was there for a couple hours. It's just for suspicious, and they tried trespassing him, whatever. It's on a different parking lot. And so then on Tuesday night, not Tuesday, this is Tuesday. So on Monday night, they had a town meeting, and he was in there. And one of the city councilmen, they got into it. And so then when he's outside, they got into it. The city councilman was trying to call his dog to get in there, and then he told him to quit calling his dog. Anyway, so he got close to the door where the city councilman slams the door and hits him in his temple of his head. He's got a big old knot there. The cops witnessed the whole thing. And so we're just going to see what next step is. And the city councilman should have been arrested for the battery, but the two cops, one tried to say, I didn't see anything. The other one said, I saw it. And he was really surprised. The cop treated him really nice, took down the report and everything like that. So Mitch hoping that something will happen to the councilman that did that.
The first part.
Was he pressing charges? He has to press those charges.
I think he's going to. Well, no, you don't have to. If it's witnessed, if a battery is a witness, you don't have to press charges. You don't. It's just like a domestic. They walk in there, someone's going to jail. That's their rules now. Now, I don't know if it's different on a man to man, but I think once a battery is witnessed by a cop, does he have a choice?
I don't know, actually.
I'm in my thought, I don't think they have a choice. They at least have to report it and write an incident on it, which they didn't, I don't think.
Yeah, I think if it's a felony, they're obligated.
Yeah.
Battery's not a felony normally.
Yeah.
Did you, Snowfire, did you mean couldn't or could?
What do you ask?
Snowfire says, I know Lindsay could fuck over anyone.
Oh.
Right here.
Hey, I was on a live chat with a guy named Freeman, a auditor the other day, And Joe's trolling me. Follow me in that chat. I give a good shout out to Joe. So that was cool.
Yeah, Freeman's a hero of mine. He's the one.
This is where I'm holding myself back. Trust me.
Hold on, we can hear you now. I don't think we could hear you at first. Just your mic just kicked in.
Yeah, so that Freeman guy, you guys got a little history together?
Yeah, I've always been a huge fan of his. I attribute him with setting my mind free with everything that I think now that I give Flo fucking drive him crazy about, with that being a free man shit.
Yeah.
It came from I think I credit Freeman when starting that. Him and Brian from Here's the Deal. And so I went and I met both of them. I hung out with them, all that bullshit. Different.
Well, I like that he had 6 children and he's proud of them.
Yeah, I got a lot about him now. Like, when dude have an issue, he'll take the whole family in the RV and he will live in that fucking town for 4 months, 6 months, whatever it is, till that judge gets fired or that sheriff gets taken care of. Well, listen, with Mitch, was he on solid ground? Was the arrest valid? Did he actually do it?
No, the arrest wasn't good. They only kept him there. They took him down. He was for like an hour, 2 hours at the most, and he was back. But you know,
all right. So that's
they're trying to say that Caddy bit one of the officers when he was arresting Mitch. Caddy's
the
dog.
dog.
Yeah.
Well, that's all great. But that tells you the type of people you're dealing with for the second half. Will anything arrive of that report? Absolutely not. These are the type of people who will pressure you, take you in. That's what Chicago cops do. Pressure you to get your ID and all of that type of shit. If they'll do all of that type of bullshit, they're corrupt. And no, that cop who took that report, nothing's going to come of it.
Yeah, I would say. And he said when the city councilman left, he passed by the cops, and the city councilman said, "Thanks, guys." Or see you later, guys.
How's that eye? Everyone loves a slurgle and I can't even phonics that. GPPDFOGJT. Your fingers
reminds me when they had the Snoopy shows, the Peanut show. Then when the teachers were talking, it was walk, 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 walk. That's what that reminded me of, just a bunch of gobbledygook.
I had a guy hop in on a panel I was on. I don't remember who it was, and he was saying, like, yeah, I really enjoyed the sparkle forks and the flicker blicks. And he was just making up words. It was the funniest shit in the world to me. A teenager apparently out of tears.
Hey, Millionaire Mike never sent me that super chat.
And he ran out of money. Hey, Lindsay, I have missed you. When I come back around looking for you, I always ask for you. I didn't know any drama had happened, so I'm glad I'm a virgin to the drama. No, I'm talking about. Oh no, I know, but I missed when it first happened or something. So anyway, I'm just glad I got the virgin view of it. I don't need to know. I'm just glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm saying this feels like home when you're here, and a little less when you're not.
And I'm not afraid to ever say what I want to say. People claim me. But I think you balanced the show out when you were here. It really made it balanced.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I missed most people here too.
And Flo, you know she got a bit of crazy, bro. I mean, suck it up. Lindsay's Lindsay. I learned to live with it. Right?
Please, everyone's got a little bit of crazy.
You know, all chicks got their different.
I've got
degrees.
a lot of anger.
Maybe you misjudged hers a little bit, but she's got to be around.
What? I didn't misjudge it.
You say you know better.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, I will. You're right. I own that. I'm a lot more powerful and a lot more conniving if I want to be. I don't like to be, but if somebody fucks with me, they're going to get it.
God,
and that's my crazy part, right?
Flashbacks of my ex right now. Help, help, help.
I don't have that much fear.
Crazy.
I don't. I've learned not to have that much fear. If sometimes I don't care. I don't need to have any friends. It's like, I'm not.
If you want to play with a child or want to play a game, go to Toys R Us. I'm not the one. Thank you.
Is there any other discussions?
I'm not.
That was perfect.
Yeah, it reminds me of your training that you and your brother, you guys, when your brother was always being mean to you, said, when you were young. I like those stories when you guys were fighting.
Oh, I always lost too, but I learned so much.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Like learn what battles to fight because you're going to get it back twice as hard.
Someone said today that you're going to appreciate those people more because that's where most of your learning came from. And he also added in there that you chose here because this is how you get all your karmic shit done in a hurry. Everything bad happens here and you learn really harsh because it's so harsh. And
you stop caring, you know, and that can be pretty dangerous. I don't want that to go too far because I don't want to turn into a permanent bitter asshole.
Hey, I give you a better reason. I give you a better reason because in order to get out of here, you gotta learn to love everyone. Even those people who are mean to you and shit like that, you still gotta love them. That's the key to getting up out of here. That's just the first part. It sucks, but I need you over there.
We're still trying to translate what you just said.
I'm sorry.
I'm messing with you, Joe.
Oh.
Hey, Flo, you got any stories lately of your little sweet one eye rolling at you? Has she fired up anything?
Lately? Let's see. I don't know. No, not really.
It's getting into the school year.
She
She out of
just
school
turned
yet?
14, you know. Yeah, she just wrapped up 8th grade and she just turned 14 as well. And so at 14, she can get her learner's permit, or 14 or 14 and a half. I can't remember. But anyways, is it 14? Yeah. Anyways, I've been letting her drive a little bit. She likes that, you know, when we're in neighborhoods or whatever, not on like busy roads.
Are you calm when you're doing that?
Yeah, I'm always calm.
Well, put her up, get her in a one that has a stick and see how calm you are.
Even I'm probably not a good enough stick driver to teach her.
He drove a stick. Yeah.
They fucking, yeah. I remember the first time I drove a stick, it was my grandpa's Corvette.
Wow.
And
oh my gosh,
he was not chill.
Have you ever tried to drive a stick, Lindsay? Car?
I learned on a stick.
Did you?
Learned on
what kind of car?
It was my grandmother's old beat up Volkswagen Beetle.
But I learned on a Volkswagen. I was hoping she said.
So you learned on a
I was
Volkswagen.
supposed to
How old
take
were
it
you? How old were you?
Joe fit in a Volkswagen?
Right.
I know,
I
huh?
believe I was 13.
I was a kid.
13.
Well, so you can still drive a stick pretty well if you had to.
If I had to, sure. It's not that difficult. It's just one of those things that you kind of get used to as you're doing it. And just like skiing, snow skiing, at first it just seems foreign and kind of difficult. And then before you know it, you're going down the steep hill.
What about you, Joe, when you first learned your Volkswagen drive?
It was forgiving. It was incredible. And for years, sticks were great. And I remember one of my buddies got a sports car. It was his girlfriend's car. And that shit gave me so much trouble. It was traumatic.
Was that Volkswagen you learned in? Was it yours or was it stolen?
God damn.
You had a follow-up joke. I'll leave it alone.
You know, my 8th grade
Yours was
girlfriend.
stolen. Flo, we know yours was stolen from your year.
I never drove one, but I've been picked up in a couple. Woo woo. Traveling fools.
You gotta play all that.
Fucking brilliant. Notch. Well, we got to open it. Let's,
Traveling
everybody.
fools, I think I got to turn your mic up a little bit.
Oh, shit. I didn't
No,
know.
I can talk louder if you would like me to.
I want you to talk at whatever volume is comfortable for you. We can adjust the sound, the numbers.
No, I'll be gone. I'll be gone in just 1 second. I just wanted to jump up on here and tell everybody that I love them all. So even
we love you too.
Even the haters, you know?
Like a gay uncle.
You got to pass the test, pimp. You're going to be all right.
Well, I ain't passing no tests. So, you know.
You love the haters. You're doing well.
No, trust me, brother. I'm not passing no tests. What's up, Flo? How you doing, brother?
I am doing good. It is, you know, I'm just riding the waves of life, I suppose.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Hey, when is our co-host gonna be ready to come back on here and do our show?
I'm
When is
already
our
here. What are
co-host-
you talking about? I'm
When
already
is our co-host gonna be ready to go back on here and do our show with us?
You're talking about Lindsay, right?
Well, yeah, she's
Are you
back.
asking me directly or are you asking Flo?
No, I'm asking you.
I was like,
Well,
doesn't
Lindsay,
he recognize
Lindsay, I
me?
was hoping you were
Why is
gonna
he
pop
asking?
up. I was hoping, Lindsay, you were gonna pop up and be like, "I am ready. I am ready to go." So
I've
when are
been
you ready?
extremely irritable and not very nice. And so being that the show is kind of a comedy thing, I would at least need a couple days.
I'll write you a
especially to
couple
work with
good
Flo
jokes.
because I have some issues with him.
I'll write you a couple good jokes. You can get it here fast.
Well,
No,
Lindsay,
you guys got to be funny, but I laugh.
Lindsay, I hope you know. I hope you know. We came up with this idea with the three of us, and
Yeah.
I am 100% only doing this because this is an idea that the three of us came up with together. I'm waiting for you. So whenever
Flo and I
you are
were
ready, Lindsay.
fighting.
No, whenever you are ready, Lindsay, you get up with Flo. Flo gets up with me, and we do this together.
Okay.
Okay.
I was looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, I think it would be a fucking blast. And we made this deal together, so I'm not.
Wait. I've asked for a threesome between Flo and Lance a long time ago. If
Excuse
I
me.
don't get it,
Excuse
you
me,
don't get
Cool.
one.
Excuse me, Joe Cool.
Yeah.
You were not included in this conversation. Lindsay, we had this conversation together. We had something we wanted to do together, and I'm not doing it with somebody else besides Lindsay, and I'm not doing it with somebody else besides Flo.
No,
So
I'm
we
jealous.
made
But I'm
this
telling you
little
that
deal
you
together.
could.
So whenever you're ready, you get up with Flo. Flo knows how to get up in touch with me, and we're gonna have the funniest show on all of fucking YouTube, and we're gonna
It's
have
at
a
least gonna
fucking
be
blast.
fun.
So y'all make this work out, and then get up with me. All right?
Mhm.
All right, cool. That's all
Yeah.
I got to
I
say.
got to, Flo, do you think we could work this out? Or are you going to not be hold accountability, not being taken responsibility for any of it, like usual?
Well, probably that.
Yeah. See, so
All right, well, I'm gonna bounce out of here. You guys let me know when you want to make the show work. I picked, I came in here and I said we're gonna make the show happen with us. Y'all let me know when you want to make it happen. I love all you guys. Flo, you know I love you, brother. Lindsay, you are a fucking rock star, and I will make this happen with you guys whenever you're ready. Just contact me.
I
See you
was
guys
promised
later
that
on. I
spot,
love
bro.
all of you. You know that. See you later.
Take it easy.
All right.
See you later.
See you, Flo. Love you, brother.
Like a gay uncle.
You have to
Yeah,
tell him the
I
long
don't know.
goodbye.
Hey, hi everybody. How's it going, Flo and Lindsay and everybody
Wow.
else? Good to see
What's up,
everybody.
guy?
But
Good to
I don't know
see
what
you,
the
Nudge.
beef is exactly. But like when you ask Flo, in my opinion, like if you're not going to take any responsibility, then it's a kind of like a loaded question to me. It's like it means to me that he never takes any kind of responsibility. He's not accountable. Is that the
I'm having a
case
problem
in your
with.
opinion?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what I'm having a problem with, because at least there's some accountability for his half or part. I don't want to, say how much it is, or it was for his cruel comments and for his public humiliation, because I personally wouldn't do that to a friend. He does. So he doesn't think that he would do that. It did any wrong. I, for some reason, need some kind of apology before I'm going to go on a show and laugh it up with him and be okay with him and be cool. So it's a problem for me.
Okay.
I'm going to
It's not
tell
a
you,
problem.
Lindsay, that it's
But
very
you're here.
unlikely you're going to get an apology from Flo.
Then I can't do it, because I've seen him apologize to other people, not very often, but people who deserved it. deserved an apology, and I believe I deserve an apology for how he treated me.
He's setting you up against yourself
Okay.
again. Go ahead,
Let me,
Notch.
if I may, Flo, may I get your perspective on the matter? I'm not here to be a moderator or anything, you know. I'm just here out of curiosity.
That's cool.
And I
Because
do,
I
am interested in people.
So now you're being the
You're doing
shaman,
it.
huh, Mr. Nikita? Just teasing.
Notice how
It's not,
when you
I'm not a shaman, and I'm not being a shaman. I'm just
I'm
asking
playing
questions.
with you.
he's a friend.
No,
Yeah.
it's fine. You can play with me. It's fine. I'm just letting you know that people
See
people
what
think
am I out there?
Yeah, I'm
whatever
just
about
making
me.
I'm
But
just making light of the subject. You know that. We've never had bad. Don't take it personally.
I'm good with you, man. I don't have any issues with you. But I don't know what happened to Flo though.
Hey, you should have seen me on Mel's Pandora last night.
Why?
Okay.
We went
happened
3
there?
hours, went straight. They were trying to do a roast last night. She wanted to do a roast. It turned into being a 3.5, 4 hour flat Earth debate.
I love that shit.
You would have
Well-
lost. You're 2-0 against me already, so don't worry about that, Joe.
Nachi, what were you going to say, please? And I don't know why he stepped off. I guess I'm talking too much. I would have to guess. I don't know. He's got to tell me.
Yeah.
No, I don't
take
think
it
so.
personally, Lindsay. I don't think it
It's rude.
has anything
No,
to do
it,
with you.
It was. I
directly.
think he's taking a jab at Lindsay directly, but that's what he does. He plays games.
I think it's more of the panel that we're all speaking for him.
It does. Thank you, Joe, for
So
saying
he
that.
I
removed
agree with
himself
Sarah
from the
on that. I
situation.
think we didn't give Flo a chance to actually say anything that he might have wanted to say. So
I cut off Nikita.
Not set him up and asked him, Flo, give me your opinion. And while the moment was gone is when he left. Either he's taking a shit or he did that shit intentionally.
Or he went to get some cigarettes.
Oh, that right.
Jeez, Nikki, I apologize for interrupting you. I'd like to hear what you're going to say to Lindsay the rest of the way, please.
He was asking Flo.
No worries.
I know, but Flo left.
That's rude.
All right.
Well, no, I usually I don't think Flo left out of like, you know, he's not, in my opinion, this is just my opinion about him, at least from what I have observed, he's not a kind of person to just leave and rage quit. You know, he will explain himself. So there might be some kind of a technical difficulty, in my opinion. But as far as Lindsay is concerned, like, you know, I have a lot of respect for Lindsay and Sarah. You know, both of you guys are intelligent and, you know, but I think people just have different perspective on things. And as far as like apology is concerned, you know, when you like, this is just my opinion. And this also applies probably to me as well, is that when people demand apology from me, I don't feel, to me, that it can be genuine apology from my side, because if I am given the opportunity to like have my own like time and setting and you know to give an apology, then I might,
And if you're not
because then
sorry,
it feels
why
like
say you are?
genuine.
Right. But what
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying,
know,
and
but
I want to
then
know
if people you guys say sorry to me, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I agree with you. On the other hand, my perspective is if he can't see or refuses to see that his behavior, I had already admitted that mine was shitty, that his behavior was pretty damn shitty way to treat a friend, then we have a problem here. And I don't think we can be friends. That's all.
you
Because if
did
he's
hear
not
what he
sorry,
was saying.
Okay.
You did hear what he was saying about
mean,
his
that's fair.
intentions and stuff like that. I don't think he's just necessarily saying that he has no fault. I'm just thinking. I don't think he's just saying that he didn't intend to hurt you
I
in the
don't know
way
if he
that you
took
were
off.
getting hurt.
So
I mean, he
it's a
said that while he was
non-issue.
up here. So that's the only thing that I'm thinking. I don't think you are giving him a chance by actually hearing him.
Let me
He's not here to be
let
heard.
me try to.
Ah, good.
I think
First,
he's
you
been
gotta
listening, but
ask-
like, look, like, go ahead.
Flo, you want to speak
Did
for
you hop
yourself?
down intentionally, Flo? Did you hop down intentionally?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm like I
did
won a
any-
victory or something. I'm an idiot.
Joe was right.
Hey, Flo, did anyone find out if Paul was arrested or not?
I doubt he's arrested. The fact that it was suggested in the comments makes me think that he's playing a game.
Did you see
I mean,
the
I saw
sheriff's
an-
on his property?
No, I didn't. I think he's probably playing a game. Because I don't remember what the account is called, but I saw an account earlier that I think is one of his sock accounts. I'm pretty sure he's just playing a game.
Ask OTW. He had some information. He's in your chat.
Or
do you want to get away from this topic? Is that why we're bringing
Well, it's been
up
on that for
Paul?
like an hour. It's been on it.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
That's for OTW.
They'll make up. There's no doubt. They're too good of friends.
I'm however, we can address it. Lindsay's not gonna like the answer.
I know what it is because I know.
Right,
it.
Lance,
I mean, I don't know you like
Lance,
for your best
remember,
friend,
you've been
but I know
talking for a while. This is such an opportunity. Remember?
All right, well, let
I mean,
them-
you said
let
it yourself.
them
I
talk.
apologize when I feel like people deserve it.
Oh,
So-
please.
I'm gonna get off of here if that's.
No, it's not okay because you've been saying Flo hasn't said yet, and now that he's about to say you're gonna get off. So what? We can prolong this forever. Let him get his say too, and listen to it, and give it a sincere ear.
Well, before Flo has a go at it, but my position would be if I feel that somebody, whomever is online, is being disingenuous to me, I might give them 1 or 2 or 3 opportunities to come clean, let's just say. But then after a while, I just would have no feelings to want to talk to them. And, me seeing you here, Lindsay, you have some desire to want to,
Ideally,
I don't know,
sure.
just trying to
But you know
figure
what?
things out, or something, right? You
If
have
it's not
intentionality
genuine.
to want to work something out, right?
Right. And I don't want to be like, am I giving a what's the word I'm looking for? When you sort of
ultimatum.
yes. Am I doing that to him? Because
100%.
we should be friends. If we could be friends if he apologizes. But if he doesn't apologize to me because he doesn't mean it, he doesn't think he did anything wrong.
Or
then
you
I
could
don't
be
want
an adult and just say, "Hey, Flo, you think you did anything wrong?" And here is an answer.
He doesn't, but in my mind he did. So here's where we depart because I've decided that I'm not going to be somebody's.
Wait, did you just answer for him? Because I need to know his answer. You said,
Oh, I didn't know you were asking him.
Flo, did you do anything wrong in this?
No.
All right.
Which is what I thought.
Did you beat up on her in this?
Joe, you understand that I apologize to people when I feel it necessary, right?
I agree with all of that part. I
Yeah.
hate ultimatum too.
I
I
mean-
dig in with it too. But
No.
So you think
Yeah.
it is?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go through and hammer out and ask about 1,000 different ways if I'm in the wrong,
I just
you're going
had
to keep
one-
getting 1,000 different no's. It's just going to
Well-
make her more and more angry with every no.
well,
This is why I think that you're bad at this stuff, Joe.
if I could talk without you
Yeah, so-
interrupting and all of that type of
Go
stuff,
ahead.
we'd know whether I was.
Yo,
good
you
or not,
interrupt
right?
other people all the fucking time. That's
Like you're
that's
doing
your
now?
modus
Okay, stop.
operandi.
Like you're
Stop.
doing now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Stop.
the way I do now.
Yeah, please stop.
Exactly.
Take a
Yeah.
breath.
Yeah.
Flo and I think right now are, I don't know what he's doing, so I'll speak for myself. I'm kind of agreeing to disagree. I'm going to be civil, but I don't like what I see. I don't feel better. But this, it's not his job to make me feel better. We're not comfortable, I suppose. He's not going on like everything's okay, or I'm not. But I agree to be civil and to behave myself like an adult as much as I can, or to get off the panel when I feel
I
like I'm
don't
going to.
think that I was ever. Did I ever display?
You were cruel. Crispy saw it, said so too.
Crispy thinks
Can
I'm
you
always.
give an
always think I'm
example?
too cruel.
Wait, Flo. That's the question
doesn't
I was
invalidate
trying to
her
ask
opinion.
you when you cut me off and said I'm bad at it. I was trying
Oh,
to
shit.
ask you, were you cruel and was the ass whooping deserved?
The ass whooping was absolutely deserved, and I was not nearly as cruel as I could have been.
That was the only question.
So,
And this is still
let
about
me
the
ask Lindsay a
whole
question, if I
posting
may.
a link thing, right? That's what this is about.
I think he and Easy have something going together, and that this is compounded by the fact that
Oh, that
I'm
was dope, Liz. Yes, I agree. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed to hear. Yeah,
we
you're
Let
right.
her
That happened
finish,
at the
please,
time.
Joe. Why do you have to jump in with your opinion?
I don't have to. I do what
She
the
is in the
fuck
middle
I
of
want. Why do you
speaking.
have to give me your fucking input on shit? Why can't I do what I want to do
Okay,
without fucking
okay,
not
do
yelling
whatever the
over
fuck you
me?
want. And I
I
guess
was doing
I
that
get to
without
do
your
whatever the fuck I
permission.
want.
You
Dude,
absolutely can.
you're
I
both
wasn't
doing the
jumping in
same
when you were
fucking thing.
talking. Now, you go. It must be more important to you than me. You go.
We must be friends because we all keep fighting. That's what I'm thinking.
That's funny.
Yes, we have the same regular people up here having the same conversations.
Yeah.
You all have attachments.
I got a
Y'all
question.
I
love
barely
and
come
hate
up
each
here.
other at the same time.
I barely
okay?
come up here.
I got a question. It's been bugging me for years. How come on cell phones they don't give us 2 lines on the same phone like they used to have on a regular phone?
I know why
I
you
never thought of
kick
that.
Harmon sometimes.
Have I
Pardon me?
ever kicked Harmon?
You kind of put him backstage or something.
I don't think I've ever kicked Harmon.
That
Not
might
on
be.
purpose.
I appreciate what he's trying to do, but
Might
it's
be
also
Scott
kind of
all the
nonsense if
time.
we're going to be honest.
No,
However,
yeah, I think I've never kicked Harmon unless I was just dropping everybody back except for like 2 people.
I'm thinking maybe I should just. I'm being
Brown
very
and Smart
truthful, and
made
it's just
me
not
one of
a
them.
good time. And maybe I should just get off the panel and calm down. Not right away, but just this is not going to be worked out right now, and I don't want people fighting, and I don't want to be seen as being irrational or crazy when obviously more than one person agreed with me that he was overreacting.
I just want to hear you out. That's all. Like, I just want you to finish your sentence and then be able to know what your position is. That's all.
Okay, I think our issue with each other was compounded by the fact that he and Easy have some beef going on, and so it triggered him, in my opinion, and he was very, very rude and punitive. And like I said before, I don't care that I'm not a mod. That's not it. I don't want my little magical wand back. I just simply want to be treated well by my friends. And if they slip up and don't treat me well, and it's not really founded, I would like an apology. However, the problem is he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So we're supposed to make a show together where we're funny, and I'm respecting him, and he's respecting me. Clearly.
So who would you rather do a show with? People who actually appreciate you, or people who think who think that they can treat you like a piece of shit?
I don't want to be treated like that. I'm done.
Exactly.
And so it was important for me to have him acknowledge what he did. He can acknowledge it, but he substantiates it and disagrees with me, and that's a problem with me. I'm just trying to say I'm having trouble going beyond that because I want what everybody else wants, a certain amount of respect.
Miss Lindsay, he's not denying he did it. He doesn't. He feels it was warranted.
Harmon, your social cues suck.
Why would anybody want to do a show with somebody who treats them like a piece of shit?
Hey, come here.
That's the problem, and is okay with it.
If I do a show with somebody and they don't have my back, I'm going to tell them to kiss my ass like really fucking fast.
But
Even
here's
if
the thing, though.
even if I'm wrong, I hope you tell me after the show that I'm fucking wrong, not publicly.
That's how I felt, and that's why I'm not going to proceed at this point. If we work something out, great. We've encountered problems before, and Flo and I, mostly we get along great. He's
I like Flo. I like Flo. Flo's my fucking.
He and I
love Flo. Flo and Flo's a great guy, but
he
all
doesn't
these other people. There's a lot of people in here who are horrible, inhumane fucking people who are horrible pieces of shit.
And they've said things to me that don't even matter to me. And he said, I don't care what you think, and it doesn't matter. And I have never, ever said that to a friend, even when I've been irate.
Well, that's not a friend. If somebody says, I don't care what you think,
right?
That's not a friend.
I can't laugh with him and pretend like everything's okay. I'm not going to. I've done that before when he refused to apologize for something. And it was the same reason.
Well,
But
you don't have to apologize to something. Even
He's
if
not
I
sorry.
liked you,
He's gonna
no,
do it again.
wait a minute. Even if you and I were doing a show together and we disagreed on something, I would still have your back because you were doing a show with me. I would not apologize for this.
You wouldn't say that my opinion doesn't matter and you don't care.
Oh, of
That's
course, I would
Okay,
agree
can
that
I
your
step in here
opinion
for a
matters.
second?
I would agree that your opinion matters, but I would not unless I genuinely wanted to apologize to you. I would not say I'm sorry because I do not say I'm sorry, but I would stand up for you as being a co-host of a show that I was on, and
That contradicts
nobody would give
I get it.
you disrespect. If we disagreed on something, then I cannot promise either way whether or not I would agree upon what we were talking about. But yes,
I'm having
I would
down
definitely stick up. Nobody would ever say anything bad about you on the show.
Well, Lindsay, you're trying to solicit an apology. He doesn't want to give to
I
you
realize that.
in
I'm
an
not
open
pointing that
forum
out.
right now. Like it's not even in private.
I
How
was
much?
asked to explain
He's
my
not going to
stance.
give an apology because
Right,
from
and
his
so that's not okay with
perspective, you
me.
betrayed him. Okay, how many times has he said he doesn't want someone else to solicit another live show on his panel?
I
That's
heard him say
basically
that one time, and I thought he was okay with easy. And he's also, Sarah, asked me many times to post so-and-so's link and such and such link. So I didn't think I was making a big, huge, my intent counts here. There was no ill intent. Somebody asked me to post that. Somebody in chat that I thought I knew. I thought it was midlife bro logic, but it was somebody instead named something logic. I'm having eye problems. It's getting better. At that time, I could not see midlife bro logic or the other I couldn't tell them apart. So it looks like I made a mistake. I think it was acceptable if he had taken my mod away for that mistake. Okay, well, I'm not. No,
I don't see the value in relitigating it.
perhaps he
You guys can all be on
the
close
fact
side.
that it's being drawn
And you
out
guys
for
in
so
chat
long,
can hate me because I don't need friends.
At some time,
I will not sacrifice my integrity anymore.
This is the
You
flow.
treat me like shit, and that's what you'll get is somebody who's pissed off. Just like
Lindsay, calm down, calm down.
Oh, don't say that now.
No, I will say that because I'm a voice of reason. So,
I don't know. I think you the one got to yell at me.
I don't need it.
no, I'm the one that's got her thinking.
I've made that perfectly clear.
Yeah, she's thinking
I've
Flo's a
got
piece
hard
of
things
shit and
going
she
on.
needs to,
I don't need you teaming up against me. I don't need your bullshit. If you all fairly disagree, fine, let it be. And I don't have to be here either.
Are you yelling
Lindsay,
at the
he
chat
wasn't
right now,
saying
or are
in
you
general
talking
that
to
you
us?
don't matter. Okay, he was talking about that particular event.
Bullshit,
that
Sarah.
It is his.
You're
channel.
wrong.
It is his.
He told me face to face, you don't matter. I don't care what you think, and I don't care about your opinion. He said it
In
just
that
like that.
particular
I don't talk to my friends
situation.
that way, and I don't have to take it. And if you think I'm in the wrong, fair. Outvote me. I don't have to be here. I don't have to have friends. I don't have to suck ass.
You do need to have
cheat.
friends.
I don't have to do
live
anything.
in front
I
of
don't even have to be nice.
Where's the genuine
You got a
intention? Why
problem?
would you do it
It's
live in
your
front of other
fucking
people?
problem.
You don't broadcast.
I don't think any of you guys are really helping the situation.
No,
I
you're
really
not.
don't feel like badass Mofo or
Well,
Joe
we
or
have
Joseph.
literally been
You guys are
talking
really
about this for
helping.
like
Only
2
person,
hours.
Don't need any views.
only
Nachi
person.
came in and we were basically out of closure of this, and then
Oh,
we
I
came
agree with
in
Flau.
and
Here's what I'm
we're
thinking.
back to this.
You weren't even there, asshole.
Most of these problems
know
can
how
be
I feel.
solved by non-emotional conversation.
This is an emotional issue here, obviously.
Well, most conversations can be solved by taking emotion out of them, and everybody taking a step back, taking a deep breath, and going.
Person
I
A
already
and
did
B. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I don't need to be stepped over in order to have friends. If you don't like me, you don't like the things I do, you don't respect me, I say stupid shit, I spurg on here, don't like me.
Wouldn't it be
Don't nice
wouldn't
to
it
my
be a more accurate thing
Don't
to
even
say
talk
that
to
you
me.
care
Don't
less
even-
about the apology?
Don't
I have to
even
give
say
you
hi to me. Do me a favor and take your fake fucking ass
versus your
and
appearance
get it out of
online.
here.
Who are you even talking
I
to
do
right
like
now? Are
it.
you talking to the chat or are you talking to
Anyone who
panel? Or you
wants
talking
to
to Flo?
call me names, anyone who wants to say you're irrational,
Okay, I'm
because
just
you
weird
feel a
that
certain
you're
way,
yelling
anyone
at
who wants
them.
to dismiss me and say, why are you upset that Flo said nothing you say matters? Because
But
that's a
we're
trigger to
trying to
me.
talk to you and you're yelling at us like we're the
I am
guys
very
calling you these
mad.
names.
And if
I'm
that's the
very
issue,
mad.
don't
Are you
ask for
mad
an
at us because you're
apology.
yelling at us?
Air your grievances and let it be that. Don't ask for an apology. Start soliciting it when somebody already said
Don't
no.
do this and don't do that. Thanks for your opinion. Clearly, I am the one that's wrong here. I'm drawing some
It's not
boundaries.
that,
It's
and
clear.
no one is
Hey,
right or
hey,
wrong,
hey,
Lindsay.
Flo,
You are
can I?
upset
Hey,
because
Flo, can I
something
be on the
you
girls'
all.
team
10.
for a moment? Can I be
It's
on?
not
Can I
about
be
right
on
or
the
wrong,
ladies'
Lindsay.
team
I
for a
don't
moment, Flo?
need anybody. You get
This,
me?
no, you do. You clearly do, and you are upset,
No.
and you feel
Fuck
betrayed.
you right
You
now.
feel like
Fuck you.
everyone
Fuck you all.
is leaving you and
Lindsay,
attacking you.
Lindsay,
This
man.
is
Hold
your
on.
shadow, sweetheart.
Lindsay,
I
we're
feel
not.
you
We don't have
here.
pitchforks in our hand. We're not
Rest
coming.
of you,
No one.
just fuck
Can
off right.
can I talk to Lindsay for a moment? Lindsay, like honestly. Okay, so I'm gonna talk because I've had these same problems with the co-hosts on my
stabbing you in the
shows and things like that.
people not validating your
Lindsay, what I would like you to do is I would like you to take a deep breath, okay? Like honestly, and I'm not talking to you like an asshole. I am not talking to you. I'm on your team. I am on your team, and I have had the same issue with. And when I say issue, I don't mean this in a bad way. Lindsay, take a deep breath. Okay. Look at this from the way what everybody has to look at as a good show. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. Everybody gets into little spatty arguments and everybody gets into little things and people say things that they shouldn't say online and everybody tries. But you are you've been around here a long time. We supposedly you and I and Flo are supposed to have a show that we have been waiting for you to get back on. So please, I'm asking you, put your life put everything back in check. You're supposed to be the voice of reason with this. Flo and I are supposed to be the absolute assholes of the show. You're supposed to be the sweetheart, right?
I'm kind of done with that role.
I know, but you can get back to that role. Wouldn't you like to be that? Don't you want to be back to that? Because that's what I know you as. You are
And when I
a
stand up
sweetheart.
for myself, I get dismissed. It's ridiculous. And when I let people walk all over me and be a big
Because of the people you're hanging out with. Because of the people you're hanging out with.
I'm hanging
We
out with
need you
you.
to go back to being the strong role of the strong chick that
I
is
am.
the fun girl. Okay, that's who you are. That's what I know
Right now,
you
All right,
as.
now I'm thinking traveling fool. This is insane. If you're
Hey, Lindsay.
I am
Don't make me
very
burn you to the
strong.
ground there,
Underestimate
Jive
that.
Tucker.
Any
That
of
was
you.
that was a nice pep talk. Just people can call out your bullshit without like abandoning you, right? So
Bad timing, dude. How about that?
Hey, Lindsay.
If he wanted you to not be his friend, you wouldn't even be up here.
That was dope.
Listen, Flo is one of those people where he doesn't hold grudges.
That's
okay?
not
His
okay.
his intention was not to hurt you. Okay?
Yes, it was.
And if you can come back up and act like nothing fucking happened
Hey,
because you
Flo,
just
if
let it
you want me
roll
to
right
say-
off,
hey,
it would
Flo.
be as if
I
nothing
can't
happened.
do that
Flo,
anymore.
man to man, tell me to shut the fuck up
Good
if you
shit,
want to.
Sarah.
Flo, tell me to shut the fuck up if you want to, man to man.
So I'm good. She's asking me to sacrifice my integrity and get walked over just to
I'm
make good.
asking you
No,
to
that's a bad
realize he
interpretation.
wasn't trying to attack you or betray
He was
you.
trying to hurt me. And he was trying to
Can I
humiliate me.
interject?
here.
And I stood there and I took it and I didn't say anything. I remained calm. And the more I thought about it, the more it pissed me off. And Crispy, you pissed me off too, because you admitted that it was shitty treatment. And then you turned around and you hung out here and kissed his ass and said, oh, she's taking my place, so I'm taking hers. I never even.
No, I said I felt like we just did a flip flop.
I never would do that to you or think that way about
Lindsay,
you.
I didn't mean anything by that. I literally, I don't know what you wanted me to do because you two had a fight, but I said I felt like we just did a flip flop because
You
were
refused to even
Yeezys.
admit. You're like the one, two or three people that said you're one of them. None of them stood up for me, and you were there. You admitted
Yes.
to me.
Yes, I
Just
just
to me
came
that
up
the
here to
treatment was
say.
bad.
I know, Lindsay.
And you disappear, and then it's just her problem.
What do you
So
what do you
just
mean I
once,
disappeared?
Lindsay, you gotta let her respond.
Someone. Okay, I need to
I've
shut
been
up.
in the same two places that I'm always in, and I'm wasn't going to. I didn't think it was polite or I didn't think it was
Slightly.
nice because what is it? What'd you say?
I said slightly. It wasn't nice.
No, I didn't think it was nice, but I also listen. I didn't. Easy was not live that night that you posted the thing posted his link. However, I don't. You had to have known that Easy.
Well, you're gonna. I did know that he was not live, so extra was not a sin because I did not steer anybody.
Who
that
is
could possibly
Easy?
go over there.
Who is Easy?
Speak
He's
easy.
not a creator, but
He was
I
not
do.
live. He was not anywhere around. Somebody in the room asked me to post the link for him because I'm a mod, or was. I looked at it as a nice gesture for a friend because I thought it was mid-life bro Logic or whatever his name is. It was some other guy with the name Logic. Flo got pissed off at me, flew off the handle, took away my wrench, but then he had to rub it in public. I didn't mind taking away the wrench part.
Flo's never even.
Then he had to
Listen, Flo's never
literally
even
two
given me a
wrenches.
wrench, and I've
It's
never.
not about
It
whined
wasn't
about it.
about the wrench.
It's
really.
about being
I don't give a
disrespectful,
fuck about a
rubbing it
wrench.
in, treating a friend like that.
And Lindsay,
Hey, obviously Flo hates me. He's never given me a wrench. Hey,
Piece of
Flo,
shit
if you don't
took
give me
my
a
wrench.
wrench, Flo, if you don't give me a wrench right now, I
Oh
hate
my
you.
God.
I hate you, Flo. If you
Wrench-
don't give me a wrench,
I'm
right
with
now.
Leslie. Flo took my wrench too. Fuck Flo.
and Lindsay, I don't
Even
know
though Flo
why
has a
you're.
wrench on
I
her
don't know why.
channel. Oh no! Can I make a big deal out of this? Flo has a wrench on our channel, but I don't have a wrench on his channel, so I
The
can't.
best wrench taken away was when Flo took Barbie's away. That was awesome.
Why do people care about wrenches? Nobody. Jesus
not about
fucking
wrench.
Christ!
Well, maybe theirs is. I don't know. I haven't heard from Barbie about it.
I've never
To me-
even used mine.
No,
To me,
Barbie went crazy that one night. It was funny. It's funny as hell. Don't you think, Flo? Come on, Flo. That was funny with Barbie.
I don't
He's
think
not
some.
dancing.
That was pretty funny.
Flo's done left. He done went. and,
No,
like,
he's here. I just think Lindsay, and I'm not sure why you're upset with me. Because if
You act
you're
like it was
mad because I stayed, you're mad
because
because I stayed in here and I stayed in Flo's chat.
you told.
Well, I could have done the
you
same
told
thing and said,
Tarek
well, you
he
went
Let
over
her
to
finish,
Easy's chat.
Liz.
That you went over to Easy's chat, and when he was mad at me, I would never be mad because you were over there when
I was
Easy and
trying to
were
get you
having.
two to be friends again,
I
and then
know,
I
which
get accused of taking your place. It's like, what the fuck?
that was
Why would I ever
embarrassing
do that?
too.
I
That was
can't.
embarrassing. Like it just. I didn't say one unkind thing about you, Lindsay. Nothing. And
A
nor
couple
did
of
I. And just because I stayed in the same places that I always go, I mean, I don't know why that
trying to
upset
get you
you
two
because I
together.
could
Like,
have said, or I could be just as mad and said, well, you went over to Easy's when him and I were having an
not
issue.
the point. It's not the point.
It
I
is the
simply wanted
point.
someone to back me up who was there,
And I
nobody
did.
would do it.
I did back you
Instead,
up. I
you
told Flo it
told
wasn't. I told
That's not
Flo
what
it
happened.
wasn't.
I saw it,
What?
Crispy. I saw it.
Can I ask
It's not
Crispy a
what you
question? Can I
What
ask?
did you see
I
that
wish
was
my
so bad?
friends well.
I said it was that he wasn't nice for how he treated you, and that he should have been kinder. He should have been softer. I said that. Did I not, Flo?
Apologize to them.
Has anybody ever expected Flo to be nice?
I do. I
Yeah.
always try to, or I always
Okay.
expect him
I've
to
never
be
expected
nice,
the son of a bitch to be nice
and
to
I
me.
always want
So,
him to be
you
a
know.
little
Oh my
bit,
God.
softer because
This
his
is like a little bit gaslighting, you know.
approach
That's what I'm
is
hearing from Badass Mofo. You know, I mean, like I
No,
think
my name's
this is
not
just my opinion.
Badass Mofo. Y'all changed my name to Badass Mofo. My
oh
name
his
is
it's
Traveling Fools.
traveling
I did
fools,
not change my name to that. Y'all
not
changed my name to that. So
That's fine.
not
Well,
because
what should
he's
I call you
traveling
then?
fools.
Traveling Fools is who I am. That's
Okay.
it's my wife and
God,
mine's
you know what I
page.
like about him? He's one of the more friendly, affable. He'll smile. He allows himself to smile.
Yeah.
Flo's a nice guy. Like, you know, he's a nice guy. So I like him. I warm to
Yeah.
him.
You're
Like,
He's very
devout.
sincere.
I think you're a genuinely nice fella. And I think you're genuinely the nicest of all the ones I watch. You know, they're all, I'm a guy. I'm all serious. I got to kill something before lunch. And I'm going to smile doing it. And you're sitting there, you're just having fun talking. You did a 9-hour stream. I was watching you go, okay, guys, it's been 9 hours. My energy's flagging here a bit. I thought, you know, that was fantastic.
I mean,
Can I
Boom.
say something?
KO'd Lindsay. You got nothing after that.
bro.
Yeah, can somebody please
So-
change my
Shut the
name?
fuck up.
Can
Who's
somebody please
talking to
change
me
my
right now? You're
name
saying
back
the lamest
to
shit.
Traveling
Get out of
Fools,
here.
You have
please?
to
Please
pay
don't
for
even
it,
talk to me.
Traveling
Mofo.
Fool.
You're just
You have to
triggering me.
pay for it. But like,
You lost your rent.
but you know, everybody's got good sides and bad sides, and we all express it a little bit differently. I mean, I certainly have my demons though too, you know. And so to say
sure I know
that Flo is like a good person or a bad person, I think that is not accurate. I think he can be both an asshole, but he can also be very nice. But
So can
at least
I.
from my perspective of people like Flo, is that like he probably doesn't really like to express his like nice side. Like you know, I'm kind of similar that way though too, because like,
You know what I mean?
well, I'm not trying to make excuses for him, and I'm not trying to minimize your experience with Flo. But if you want to like deal with Flo, I think it's best to deal with him like directly, especially privately. And but like it's already out in the open. Everybody wants to know what's going on, but everybody's got different perspective on it. And Crispy probably was there, so she's a kind of a third person.
When was the last time any of you people got laid? Like for fuck's sake! I mean, you're sitting here arguing over a bunch of goddamn nonsense. Like this.
Well, that's a good
this
point.
is-
Probably bad traveling fool. I mean, that's irrelevant.
No, it is not irrelevant. It makes a very good point to this whole conversation as to everybody. It seems like a bunch of biddies like arguing over a bunch
Traveling
of
fools,
goddamn
and
nonsense. And I don't mean this just from the men. I mean this from the from women, from the men, from the everything. And I'll stick up for you there, Lindsay. If you are a co-host on the show, you should be respected. And I will speak up like for all you people that are just these goddamn losers in your mom's fucking basements, fucking chatting in the background. Well, Jesus Christ, go out there and get fucking laid. YouTube is not the fucking world. Grow up.
So
That's
I'm
what
clear,
That was an
traveling
amazing
fools.
argument, badass mofo. Thank you for your intense
Yeah.
intellect you had to offer there.
So I'm
Yeah,
clear.
thank
You're
you. Thank you very
suggesting
much.
to
It's
Lindsay
true.
that her and Flo end the show and break up. Is that what you're suggesting, traveling fools?
No, I'm suggesting that some people have fucking real lives and not give a fuck about what goes on YouTube, and all these people who get so
Well-
upset about what is going
Okay,
on.
so why
YouTube.
are you here?
He's the man that
He's
Flo
in his
and I
mom's
recorded the
basement,
show with.
clearly.
Yeah, I'm in my mom's basement.
Can we just not hear from this guy who's not helping at all? And
Okay.
and like,
All right, I'll
You know,
shut
I
the
don't
fuck
control
up.
the
Y'all
link.
go on. Y'all go on.
Traveling.
I'm here because
You're making-
apparently Lindsay is supposed
appreciate
to be a co-host with the show with me, and I'm sticking up for Lindsay. So all y'all can kiss my ass because I'm sticking up for a girl that's supposed to be a
It's a great
you know.
fucking night, yo.
I
Let's
like
go.
your cadence, by
Let's
the
go,
way.
motherfuckers. Let's go.
Badass.
You want to
Badass
have a
mofo.
battle?
She's
You
asking
want to
for me
have
to
a
get
You have
battle?
like
Let's
a very
fucking
good
go. And I'm
radio
going to stick up
cadence
for
there.
Lindsay because I've got her back. So let's go.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's nice to know.
And Flo, I don't think that I think it would be, I don't know why it's so hard to say sorry if you for having such a harsh tone. That's all. I don't think that's such a hard thing to say. You're sorry that you had a harsh tone.
It assumes that
Stop
he
tone
is
policing
sorry.
him. He's not
Okay.
sorry. Quit
You
asking him
shut
to say
up.
sorry.
So he doesn't want to say it. He's here to answer that. He said it would be inauthentic because he doesn't
Well,
think.
I
you
think
do
he
you,
said you
Sarah,
what do
do
you
you
deserved
think
the
want,
ass
Lindsay?
whooping. He
seems
thought
like
you were
both
Do you
acting
want
out
him to
and
be?
you deserved it
I
at the
would
moment.
lose
I
all
think that's what
respect
he
for
said.
Flo if he actually said sorry.
Really?
But the reality of the matter is that you want him to apologize, right? But then he does not want to apologize. But you
Right. And
want
he
him to
shouldn't
be
have to
genuinely
apologize.
sorry for the
Nobody
way he
has to say.
behaved towards you.
Yes.
But he can't
That's what I
feel
wish.
he can be genuinely sorry when it's demanded of him. In my opinion, I'm not speaking for Flo. Obviously, he can speak for himself, but that's the way I see it. So it's a little bit of like a catch-22 situation.
Yeah. And the
Does it
way
make
I'm
sense?
seeing it is the people who seem most objective see this as being my issue. I'm taking it. Sarah definitely said that.
No,
Crispy is
actually,
gonna
when it
half
occurred, the
Now,
day that it actually happened, okay, I went up and asked Flo because I don't see any.
Great monologue.
Flo
Hey,
got
hello?
emotional when he took your wrench. You got emotional after that. I think both of you
wasn't
guys
a
play a
wrench.
role.
She didn't care.
Okay, not just the wrench part, that whole thing. He got mad at Easy. He felt like,
He
how
started
dare
trying to
you?
humiliate
He
me.
was
It's like,
emotional
whoa,
then.
whoa, whoa.
You got emotional later.
Now,
I
Lindsay, you
I
have to
he's not a
understand
friend.
a
Otherwise,
man doesn't necessarily have to say, "I'm sorry." Like that
nobody
is big words for any human being to say.
What
So
worries me
I'm going to
is
say that I stick up for Lindsay, but I also stick up for Flo. Whereas I'm going to say that
Bro, get off
you
the
ain't
fence.
got to say, "I'm
Get
sorry."
off the fence.
You don't have to say
Stop
those
it.
words.
Let
Stop
somebody
it.
else get their opinion, Traveling Fool.
All right. I'm putting my input in. So my
thank
input,
you
maybe.
for your input and your honest opinion.
Y'all's are better.
I'm sure that he didn't want me or didn't intend on hurting your feelings as badly as he did, Lindsay. That's all. And I
think he meant to do it.
I think he wanted to just let it go.
I think the best situation for you, Lindsay, is try to like talk to Flo privately, like off the panel. You know,
I agree.
in my opinion, this
Privately
is
would
my
be
opinion,
so
and
much
then
better.
try to see, and then if both of you guys are in need of a moderator, you have like the whole internet to ask for whoever you guys both feel that you guys can trust in terms of being able to be objective. You know, obviously nobody can be 100% objective, but that's probably the best route to go. But in this
Yeah,
open
no
panel,
kidding.
when you have
Read the
9
room.
people
He's
with
not
their
even
differing
talking right
opinions
now.
and their narcissistic, intention of
Tendencies.
wanting to be heard by everybody in the world, then it's probably not the good platform to try to resolve the situation, in my opinion.
Bro,
Yeah,
listen to you,
it's
the
my
simp.
opinion
You were
as
just
well.
trying to. Jesus Christ. You were just trying to like advocate on her behalf, and you were trying to, I'm not trying to be a moderator here, but let me ask all these questions. Stop it, dude.
Are you talking to me, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're
He's-
back and forth. Just
This guy has
listen.
a lot to say.
I know. He's
For somebody
annoying.
we don't even really interact
He
with.
always has a lot to say.
We're not interested. I'm not.
Thank
you.
Neither
You don't have, with all due respect, not interested.
No, I mean like that's fair, Joseph. I'm more than willing to like take a back seat. I really didn't know what the fuck is going on. You guys know better than I do. Flo definitely knows how often I come here or don't come here. I do have. I know some of the people here on the panel: Crispy, Flo, Lindsay, and 007, Joe Cool. Some regular old folks, Harmon. I don't know you so well. You probably don't know me so well. I don't know Badass Mofo so much and Angel so much, but you know, like you can have that opinion about me wanting to be a moderator. I don't need to be a moderator, and
You're a
Flo
good
and Lindsay probably
moderator,
knows that.
Notch. You're a good
You know,
moderator. So you're a
Yeah,
good
no, I
we
mean,
know.
like,
moderator.
We
even if
think he'd make a
it's
good
irrelevant whether
moderator.
I am a good moderator or not a good moderator. It's not my intention to be a moderator. If I am needed, then I am more than happy to provide a service. But if not, then I'm more than happy to shut the fuck up and take a back seat either. It's you know, it's fine either way. But Joseph, but when you say that I am trying to be something when I'm not, that's being a little bit disingenuous in my mind.
No, okay.
Does it make sense to you, sir?
What I was bringing up is that you just seem to make the claim that you agree that they should handle this internally. And what I was saying is, just a few moments ago, you were saying, I don't want to be a moderator, but Flo, how do you feel about this? Right? So there's a contradiction there, and that's what I was pointing
Yeah,
He
out.
was saying you
because
should
he asked
handle it
him
alone,
himself.
but if you need a
no.
third-party moderator, me or someone else, you got a bunch of people to choose from if you think you need one. That's what he said.
Yeah,
I don't think. I
I'm
think
getting
that
my
if you,
perspective about flow just for my own mind. You know, like it's not for trying to resolve the
If you
situation
don't understand,
necessarily
we're
or put
definitely
myself in
here
the
to work
position of
out.
a mod.
No, so what I'm doing right now is trying to pull us out of this and into a meta conversation on why it's ridiculous to try to solicit an apology when somebody has already stated they don't want to do it.
I agree, and I think it's time for me to get off the panel because there's no reason for me to be up here. I've stated my case.
Lindsay, don't. Lindsay, everybody misses you, and everybody wants you to come back. I mean,
Loons, don't go.
asked a million times where you were and what happened.
I
And
let me say this.
I said you
All
and Flo had a
everything,
difference of
all
opinion.
everything
I
here is about is a bunch of butthurt people about not being a moderator. I'm not a moderator on Flow State's channel, and I don't give a fuck about being a moderator on Flow State's channel
I
because
don't.
I think all y'all are a
It
bunch
has
of whiny
nothing to do with the
motherfuckers.
moderator stuff.
So all of you are a bunch of whiny motherfuckers. Like I would time every one of you out because every one of you is. No, I honestly wouldn't have never timed anybody out, but I would honestly be like, I'm glad I'm not a moderator here.
Well, I started it
because, because all of you are a bunch of whiny motherfuckers.
Yeah, you
You're
already
all
mentioned
whining.
that. So, like, if the
You're
intention
all
is
whining,
wanting to change the
whining,
conversation, so
whining,
why not
whining,
change the
whining.
conversation?
No, listen
Yeah,
to
you're
your
not whining
fucking
over there
whine.
either.
Listen to your fucking whine. All of you are fucking whining over and over and over about goddamn. Why am I not
You
a
said that
moderator?
about
Why
13
am I not
times,
a
man. You're
moderator?
He's just trying to get a rise. That's why he's just trying to get a rise. He's not.
I love Flow State. I love Flow State, but I'm gonna be the voice of reason and come back to Flow State.
I got your back,
every
Flo. I
time.
ain't no fucking
Every
I
fucking
got you,
time.
brother.
I'm gonna come back here and say that every fucking time. You get a problem with me, deal with it. Deal fucking with it. You
Hey Flo, how are you feeling? What do you think? You've been so quiet.
Eating pancakes or something.
Are you awake?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
I think he thinks the whole thing is stupid. And
I
we should
think the
move
whole
on.
thing's stupid too. Hello. I think the whole thing's stupid.
Let him answer. Are you what do you think?
About what? Be specific.
What do you think about this whole situation that's going on right now? Like with
That was exactly 0%
real specific there.
what do you feel about your friendship with Lindsay?
What?
What do you think about your friendship with Lindsay? Whether or not are you able to go forward with that, or what? I mean, how do you feel?
That was perfect. Leave it there.
She's up on panel, isn't she?
Right. Right. Do you have
Well, I
any
know
other
I
thoughts?
had a conversation with Flowstein, and we're planning on doing a show, and that is Lindsay, Flowstein, and I.
Yeah.
Am I correct, Flo?
Yeah, we
No,
know.
no, no, no,
You
no. I mean,
killed any chance.
wait,
Hey,
wait. I'm not
Flo,
asking. I'm
you
not
killed
asking
any
any of
chance
all
you
you other
had.
over
talking
here.
fucking heads. I'm asking Flowstein. Flowstein.
I
Is
didn't hear
that
the
our?
question.
Is that our show?
Huh?
Is that our show?
I didn't hear the
You-
question.
No, I was saying you, Lindsay, and I, right? That's our show, right? And you contacted me, and I said, "Hey, let's give Lindsay time to get over her, whatever she was dealing with, and we would do that show together." I'm not doing it. We made it.
Are you asking me to verify history or to make a commitment to the future?
I'm asking to verify history.
The history is verified.
Yes, I said we made this agreement together, and
I know, I think I heard
that's
this
what
story
I'm
3
waiting
times.
on is okay. So everything that happens past there, but you can verify that I said that was what I was waiting on. Correct, sir?
Great.
Second verification request. Please confirm.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Lindsay. There you go.
I was only confirming the past.
What
don't
happens
think
in the
Lindsay
future?
has
What
anything
happens in the
about that
future?
shit.
I have no idea of what happens, but I'm just saying I'm a guy. I have no idea what kind of drama all y'all have on there, but I knew there was a pause, and I knew there was that we were verifying that, and I am a faithful person to my fucking word. And
Flo, would you rather
Get some
this be
coffee,
done
bro.
privately? Would you rather this
suck my
conversation be held
dick,
privately?
bro.
No, it's a public spectacle.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
I came on at the oddest time, Flow State, but I have no idea what's going on between Lindsay and everyone else. Like, I could ask for a recap, but I don't think I
won't
want
get
to
it.
get myself into something that doesn't involve me.
Anyway, Flo, I'm gonna bounce, Flo. I appreciate you having me here. Lindsay,
Nice to see you,
you heard
Kelly.
that right? You heard that right there. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't give a damn about any of it. I love all you guys. So
Love you too,
I am
Traveling
true to my
Fools.
word. I am true to my word.
I love all you guys too.
Yeah. All right. See
Much
you guys
love,
later
bro.
Later,
See you guys later on.
Bye.
But he'll come back soon because he said goodbye last time, and then
Yeah. And he didn't drop. I know
Bro,
he
what a
didn't drop.
rambler.
He left. He
He's
came
one
right
of those
back. I
slow
forgot.
ramblers too, where
He's just a heavy drinker, man. That's all.
That's alcohol. It's gotta be.
oh, is that it?
he's got the NLP thing going, like the neuro-linguistic programming with his cadence. It's like, it lulls you into a kind of like
Talk shit on me or
hypnosis.
Joe or Lindsay, but
All right, fine.
He does have it.
We won't roast him too much, Flo.
I'm sorry, not Joe. I meant me or Mike or Lindsay. That creepy guy from earlier? Me or Mike or Lindsay?
Okay.
Did you have a creepy guy earlier?
Hey, gas mask. Oh wait, no. Oh Joe. I actually was on another stream, and some dude in the chat said that I should go eat an egg McMuffin and go to bed, and I giggled at his comment and took it as a compliment. But at the end of it, we're old enough that where we don't need a set bedtime. I still get people asking me like, "Why in the Sam heck are you up this late at night?" Well, can't I? I can stay up all night if I want to. My body
I'm a big
doesn't.
kid now.
Exactly. But at the end of it, we all need sleep, but it's not because just think about, do we need as much sleep as we did when we were kids? No. Sleep is very important at the end of it, but do we need to sleep every single night? Nah, we can have an all-nighter once in a while if we want to. In my case, I do it about once a week, but that doesn't like set me off of my sleep schedule or pattern or anything like that. So I just think it's odd how some people like tell us to like go eat an egg McMuffin or go eat a McGriddle and go to bed. Like, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can stay up and yeah, I think Flo just had a 24-hour stream. So yeah, every now and again it's okay. But yeah, it's not healthy for you to not get sleep at all though. You should at least try and get some sleep every night.
Those are wise words.
Are you an adult, Angel? Are
Yeah,
you?
I'm 30, yeah, I'm 34 years old. If I didn't tell you my actual age, how old would have you thought I really was?
50.
I was
don't know. I couldn't guess.
I put you between 30 and 35, so I'm pretty chuffed with that guess.
You're actually 1 year ahead of me. I'm 34, and the age range you said is spot on. But I get a lot of people thinking that I am 16 to 21 still, and they say you don't look that old for your age. And I have to tell them,
Thank you.
yeah, that.
Just say thank you, man. Awesome.
Yeah,
so maybe,
right.
maybe I'll look 30 when I'm 60. Oh, what a shame.
That would be great, wouldn't it?
But dude, I was like that until right up until the coof, and since the coof, I've aged about 15 years.
Flo's younger than me, but he looks older.
You're exactly the same age, pretty much, aren't we, Natch? We're born the same year.
I'm actually older than you, 007.
Oh, you were born in July or something, weren't you?
And thank you, Jonathan.
Were you born in like 79?
No, 77.
Oh, okay. You're older than me then. Yeah, you're a year older than me.
Jonathan Earl says, I can't believe he doesn't pass out from not breathing. I can actually go for like 5 minutes nonstop talking there, Jonathan. I get that a lot whenever I go long-winded. And people like take a freaking breath or get a drink, man. Like, it's just sad. Whenever I speak for the amount of time that I do, there are those that speak longer than me. Like, why can't I either have the same amount of time as you do and not get like criticized for like me speaking the way that I do versus those that talk for 10 goddamn minutes? Yeah, they breathe in between.
Turn your microphone down just a little bit. That's
well,
awful
I mean, like 5 minutes for one person is not exactly the same as 5 minutes for another person, though, too, right? The quality of speech may be different.
Like for me, I'm able to do things in like a 3 to 5 minute time frame, depending on like the conversation, and I try to keep things as short as possible. But when I see someone says I'll keep it short, they take like almost a half an hour to get their point across, which kind of diminishes the whole why can I speak for the time that I do, but they can speak like.
If they can do it, why can't you do it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I understand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So you're being competitive at who can be the most annoying.
It doesn't matter if one person speaks for 10, but at least let me speak regardless of the time frame that I speak for. If he can speak for longer than me, then why can't I speak for the time frame that I need to talk about a topic or conversation?
That's a good question. Why can't you? The question is, can you or can't you, but should you? Should you speak for such a long period of time?
Oh my God.
Well, maybe not, but at the end of it, it just depends on what I like knowledgeable of or what I can throw my knowledge of the conversation that will go into explanation mode.
What about the consideration of other people as well, Angel?
We've never seen Joseph before, have we?
No, well, I've seen him once before, I think.
No, we haven't seen him. I've never seen him.
Don't you dare, you son of a bitch.
There he is.
Your audio was awfully quiet when he ran away. Damn it, I know.
No, Joseph was here. I remember his Indian thing. It looks like an Indian.
No, we're talking about we never saw his photo or never
Oh,
saw
his
him in
face.
person.
Yeah. He scared me at first. Give a warning next time, Joseph.
My apologies.
Crispy,
Teasing.
were you asking like me to turn down my mic or my volume?
Yes, honey. It was just
I've got
it's
him
a
turned
little
down
loud.
to 44. I don't know how to make.
I greatly thank you and appreciate that, Flow State. I was actually
Yeah,
on.
it was better.
I think I was on Glenn's channel or Sarah's channel the other night, and when I was speaking, they said I sounded muffled, and so someone had put me out of 15 a few days ago, apparently, and so at times when they put me down so much, yeah, I do have a tendency of getting loud for my energy and am I driven? But at the end of it, I'm sorry.
You're good.
That's okay. I'm sorry that they do that. Are you sure? Are they being mean to you or are they just teasing you?
I'm guessing the person who put my volume down to 15 was like me being too loud, as I'm often. But at the same time, it's just the way that I've always been. Like I've had no control over my volume of vocals or all that. So if I am at like let's say a 50, it may sound loud on their end because they have their like speaker cranked up all the way to 100 or 1,000. And at the end of it, it's those that have their speakers super loud on their end that really needs to like. I'm not saying that they are the problem, but at the end of it, if I'm like too loud, if I'm like too loud for you, then I'm sorry if that
It's
is
okay.
like
You're
the
not
case.
too loud. You're fine now. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're fine. There's no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Flow State. You have cured autism somehow.
Thank you, Flow State, for curing obesity.
Thank you, Flow State, for making me a woman.
Thank you, Flow State, for giving me.
Can I add one to that? Thank you, Float State, for making me Asian.
Wait a second.
You gotta wait.
Go now. Do it.
Thank you,
What were
Float
you-
State, for making me Asian.
For me. Oh, it froze in the middle, but do it again. Do it again.
Thank you, Float State, for making me Asian.
That one was Gucci.
That was great.
I'm proud.
Oh,
Hold on.
Do it again. Ready?
Thank you, Flow State, for making me loud and proud.
That's perfect.
For the rainbow flag right now.
The rainbow flag.
Yeah, he's saying like. That's
You know,
what I
one of these
thought.
days, Joe, when you're on camera, I'm going to have to have you thank me for ending racism.
Yeah, I'm down.
Right.
We're gonna do it in the ghetto too.
Hey, Flo, has Joseph been around here a long time? I don't recognize him.
He's not a long time, but this isn't his first time here.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. You?
All right. So, what's going on in your world?
God, excuse me.
Same old, same
Good.
old. Eat, sleep, go to work.
You work for your own company or just for some people?
I'm a welder. I work for others.
Work,
that's-
eat, sleep.
Welding,
repeat,
you can do that
work,
everywhere. That's for sure.
repeat.
Oh yeah, yep, you can. Can make a lot of money doing it if you feel like traveling.
What was one of your most difficult jobs? That like on a bridge, on an emergency or something like that. What was one of your most
Deep
difficult
sea
jobs?
underwater.
No, you can't go underwater, I don't think.
No, I don't, and I have no interest in it either. I do a lot of table work, so I don't travel to do welding. So most of my work's pretty easy. We have big cranes and hoists to lift the heavy stuff, and I think welders have probably one of the most gravy jobs around. You spend half your day just bullshitting, and then you spend the other half with your hood down.
I know it's a job you can do anywhere. That's why I always told my sons, get that as a backup. Then you can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not enough people that are doing trades.
Yes, it's well done easy as it looks, man. I think I can learn in 5 minutes and be as good as you.
I bought
Is that
myself
possible?
a flux welder and taught myself how to stick metal together. It's ugly as shit, but but I haven't had it break apart yet. But of course, I don't know if it probably would if I.
Yeah.
Well, you young men out there, there's not a large barrier to entry, and you can be making 60, 70K in 3 or 4 years. So it's definitely a route I think a lot of people should go, or trades in general.
Trades in general, absolutely. Every man should learn a trade, man. Every boy should be encouraged to learn a trade. I wish that my dad learned a trade, but he didn't push me to learn a trade. He pushed me to go to uni because they wanted me to go and be a doctor or whatever. I should have fucking learned a trade. That would have been a job anywhere. I mean, I've got a trade now. Music is a trade of sorts. It's just not doing so well.
It's not always profitable.
Nobody's ever like, hey, call a musician. My music went out.
Actually, when you live in a tourist place, that does happen, though. They need to entertain people. We need to entertain people. Call a musician. Call somebody who can come and entertain people for 2 hours. It is a trade.
I don't know that I'm going to say it's not a trade.
It's a skilled trade as well, because not anybody can do it. You've got to fucking work hard to learn an instrument, to be able to perform and sing in front of people. The people are gifted and they have talents and they can do it. But it's the same with any trade, isn't it?
No.
Yes.
No,
well, you had to go wait for venues to call you. I was going to ask Joseph one more question. I'll let it go. So, how long have you been doing this welding, Joseph? Did your father encourage you?
About 7 years, and no to the second question.
Okay.
I thought that was a strange line of question.
I was wondering because I was wondering if it's passed on. Like my dad, his dad, they did the same thing in his dad, but I broke the chain. So I've seen if Joseph come from a family of welders. That's all.
Oh no, I was raised by a single mother.
So there you go, Strange Joe.
But she could weld her ass off.
Just being honest.
It's good money in welding.
By it or anything.
Especially like down on the docks, if you can get down welding ships and stuff, really good money.
Yeah, it's not that hard to learn. Like welding underwater is it's not that much different than above land. You just have to understand where your grounds are and how the electricity can arc and hurt.
Isn't the whole fucking thing ground? It's underwater.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got a scuba mask on and you're underwater,
What kind of welder do you use underwater?
Yeah, it's
they do a lot
not arc welding, is it? It's something else.
Yeah, they do a lot of stick welding underwater, I believe.
One of my best friends is a underwater welder. He makes really good money. Makes great money doing it.
The underwater stuff, you make fucking bank doing that shit.
What do you think, boys? Should I move up to the
Thank you, Major Facepalm. I was starting to feel like I didn't have a trade.
Weren't you saying you do drywall?
Oh no.
Okay.
I seriously love and respect you, man. Flow State. You're such a great guy, and I know last week was an interesting conversation about my disability and what I'm like as an autistic adult. Rocky and everyone on the panel was great, and they very much understood of everything that I was talking about. But ever since then, you have been like a great guy, and you are like becoming one of my favorite people, Flow State.
I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous, dude. I want you to come over to my channel and have a chat with me on my.
Oh,
Seriously.
that was nice. That's nice, Flo. You were being so nice. But
I like Flo, man. I think he's a harsh motherfucker, but I like him. That's why I like him. I like people that don't bother, that they don't bother holding back. They just fucking say it, or
yeah.
At least you know where you stand. And he's like me. He doesn't hold a grudge. You could fall out with him on a Tuesday and go back in his stream on a Wednesday and just fucking water under the bridge.
Adult shit.
I don't hold a grudge either, but like sometimes I feel like I should hold a grudge. You know what I mean? I feel like I should stay in the
I think
mad
it's a
place.
waste of energy. Holding grudges is a waste of energy.
Yeah.
I mean, I will hold a
forgive too
grudge, but
easily.
normally if it's enough for me to hold a grudge, then it's enough for me to want to proactively get back at something.
Right.
Listen, man, staying mad will give you extra gray hairs, and
I don't need that.
that's about it. It's not really
Dude,
worth it.
I worked it out too late. It took me like 43 years or something. So don't end up looking like me.
Yeah, too late here too.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I've gone grey.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. It was a good fucking show.
Okay,
Good
Joe
night.
Cole, good to see you, honey.
Same, Caspi.
No, Joe.
Did he just call me Caspi?
He said Godspeed.
Oh, Godspeed. Thought he said Caspi.
Well, you have a great night, old Joe.
Okay. Or no, that's
Old
Joe
Joe
Cole.
was down for like the whole 24-hour streamathon.
I know. He took
I
a
bet he needs some
jog,
sleep.
and that was it. He went jogging, lost his driver's license, but that was it when he went for a jog. But the rest of the time, he was there. I stuck because I was here for a good 8 or 9 hours, and then I left, and I came back several times, and old Joe was still here.
I put you to sleep last night, Crispy, on Mel's
that?
channel.
Damn.
She fell asleep on Mel's channel last night.
I know.
Hey, everybody was hollering at you, Crispy, wake up. You wouldn't wake up.
Yeah, because I had my earbuds in, and then my earbuds had fallen off, so I couldn't hear y'all.
She fell asleep last night, Flo.
I sure did. I sure did.
That was funny, though.
Oh,
Y'all just some hardcore streamers.
I know,
Well,
right?
It's not as bad as Joe when Flo had that drunk guy on here that was doing the old nodding out for like 4 hours on channel.
Yeah, Mr.
That was
Hell.
funny as hell.
Mr. Hell is his name, I think, right?
Yeah,
What's
Mr.
that?
Hell.
Clownfist, it for sure wasn't me alone. Actually, most of the second half was Glenn Lawrence. I'll drop his channel. Glenn really he basically did the whole second half except for like the very fucking end. He fell asleep right at the end.
Right at the end, yeah.
I've done it myself.
Yeah, we were having a roast last night, and we thought that, like, I was convinced of that because you had that 24-hour stream, and there were so many people that were tired. That's why we didn't have any contestants on the roast until the end. I mean, Harmon came up, but Harmon and Boy,
Yeah.
Simon.
And then all the women went to sleep.
And 007, you were there.
No, well, I doubt it. I've been out of action for the last 3 days since Sunday night. I got a really monster migraine, and it put me out of action until today. I feel normal today, but yesterday I was still Space Cadet.
Oh, that's awful. It lasted
Yeah, there was
3 days.
If Simon was there and Crab, some guy, and his last name ended in
Mud
Crab.
crab.
Mud Crab.
Mud crab. Yeah.
That's good. All right, guys. Good night. I got to get up and take some people to the Vegas airport in the morning.
Oh.
Later,
good.
dude.
Later.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Take it
Good to
easy.
see you.
Drive safely.
Have a safe travel and a great trip there.
Yeah. He already left.
You know, it seems like the dude that just hopped off is going to be going to Vegas in the next few days. And I know summer is just less than a month away. I don't really have much planned for myself this summer as of right now. But my brother has a trip planned for this August to take me, his girlfriend, himself, and his girlfriend's kid to California this summer. I don't know what to expect or what's going to be happening that trip, but I'm really not too sure. But I know California is a shit hole of a state right now, and I've been going back, like what California is like from the Governor Gavin Newsom, as I like to call him.
Oh no,
But
you'll like it. It's
He's
really,
more
the
than a
weather is
nuisance, man.
beautiful. It's a beautiful, yeah, you'll love it. I mean, you can't beat the weather. It's gorgeous
well,
there.
well, maybe the visitation won't harm me, but living there, I just don't want to live in a state that is destroying itself.
Go out on the Pacific and hit up a pier and do some fishing.
Right.
California has
Well, I'm not
amazing
too
things
sure.
you can do. You don't have to.
What is it, Rocky?
I was a bit
Well, I'm not too
disappointed with how
sure.
cold the Pacific was.
Well,
Oh
I'm not
God,
too
it's
sure what
freezing. The
exactly
water
was.
is freezing. Absolutely freezing.
I'm not too sure what part of California or where I will be going during our trip this August, but I'm looking forward to it. He hasn't said anything in terms of the destination of whether we'll be in San Francisco or LA or wherever. But whatever comes about in the up and coming months, I know my brother will let me know what part of California we'll be staying, and I'll make it out as a good trip. But I would never dream or see myself living there.
Well, you haven't been there yet, so you don't know necessarily. Wait till you
Yeah,
get there.
I mean, you never know unless you try, and
Right.
sometimes a trip somewhere can change your perspective
Yep.
of what that state or place is really like.
You should
Yep.
see if any of the local towns are doing sandcastle days around there and go check that out. That's always a great
Well,
time.
Yeah, sandcastles
well,
are yeah, that's super fun. The
well,
sandcastles, you wouldn't believe what they can do.
Well,
Go.
whichever part of California we'll be going to this summer, I'll see about that and probably ask my brother and his girlfriend if they want to like go for Sandcastle days. If there's any the Sandcastle days in August for the time we'll be going over there, but it's still too like early to tell. But my brothers want to try to make that trip possible this summer.
Oh,
Yeah.
another great thing you can do up there is go check out the redwoods and go for a hike. It's always
Yeah,
an
that's
incredible
beautiful.
experience.
That would be a good thing to do. I actually went for somewhat of a hike up one of the mountains here in Arizona a few months ago.
Yeah, the redwoods, that's beautiful. But yeah, and you would love the sandcastle. Maybe you could well, I don't know what part you're gonna go, what part of California you're gonna go to, but
That's it, because like the beaches and the redwoods, there's quite a distance between the two, isn't there? The redwoods are
right.
quite far north, whereas the
Yeah.
best beaches are down on the east coast, a bit further south.
Venice Beach.
Yeah.
But maybe you'll go to the Hollywood Walk of Fame and see all the stars.
It's such a letdown.
I know. I know.
I mean, if there was one part or one like the part of California I would like to go to this summer with my brother is to go to a taping / audition in Glendale, California for The Price is Right, because The Price is Right had moved studios last summer, and they are now, instead of being in Los Angeles, they are now in Glendale, California. And it's always been a dream of mine to be on The Price is Right, not necessarily as a contestant, but just to experience the feel of like how they do the whole process of taping the show and all that. And even if I don't get picked to call it on down, at least I could see how it all goes for the process that they do and experience the feel.
Is that better, Flo?
Just kidding.
Is that better, Flo?
Oh yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah, my mom and dad, or my mom was on The Price is Right. And I'm gonna tell you what they used to say, that they liked. They always called people that had big boobs to The Price is Right because they liked that. Come on down. And people like the women with big boobs. That's the rumor she heard, that they always picked people with big boobs.
Price is Right is still a fucking thing.
I know.
I mean, like I remember watching it with my nan and granddad when I was about 5.
Yeah.
That was 42 years ago.
We
Yeah, I
gotta
know.
reward these women who can feed a village. You know, just.
Oh God, Joseph.
I mean, that makes sense, especially if you're putting on a show. Like, that only seems logical.
Yeah. So yeah, the big boobs, the come on down with big giant boobs. So she was like they were. We thought she would be a shoo-in, you know, if they were looking for that.
So this is just a stab in the dark. Your mum had big boobs.
Yes. Yes, she did. So she thought she would audition because that was the reasoning she had heard that. So
Hey, listen, they're assets, man, and they're a powerful asset for a woman.
well, and apparently, like they like the bouncing boobs when they say "come on down."
Your name.
They they enjoyed that. Some of those supermodels have been there forever. I think they just retired. A couple of them just retired, but those girls they were not supermodels, but the Price is Right girls had been on there forever. So
I think there's some dark stories about the Price is Right girls. Just like with what's his name? Bruce Forsyth in the UK did his version of The Price is Right.
I hadn't heard very many dark stories about The Price is Right, but the stories that have gotten darker and darker are the Hugh Hefner stories. Gosh, I mean, everybody has come out and talked shit on that man. Everyone. So they finally sold that cesspool of a mansion that they had over there. Gross.
Who are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Hugh Hefner.
Do you remember the television show they did?
Yeah,
with,
Girls Next Door. Girls
yeah.
Next Door. Yeah.
With the girls, yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking-
they've come out and talked shit. The only one that hasn't is Kendra. But other than that, the rest of them have come out. Holly Madison, she kind of bugs me, but she's come out and she was the fiance,
Did she make a lot of money?
I mean, I think that they made decent money, but they also had like really strict rules too. They had to be inside the house by 9:00. And
Was that a contract thing or just like?
yeah, it was a contract with Hugh Hefner and the girls that lived there. He had contracts for first. He used to have 6 girlfriends, and then he reduced it to 3. And then they all slept with one another too. When he would have them in, they all had to take turns.
He had his main girl though, didn't he? That stayed with him.
Yeah, Holly. Yeah,
Yeah.
she stayed with him in his room. So lucky her.
She was getting paid to do all that though.
I don't. She got paid to be in the. She was in the show. The show was about the 3 girlfriends, so she got that. And then I think, like, as far as being the girlfriend, I think that just came with. They got a salary plus like all the perks that come with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm curious about the sex thing. Was it in the contract or were they unaware of like that would have been an implied thing if not?
I don't know what the actual contract said exactly, but yeah, it's
Can you write
it
that?
was
Can you
yeah, I
write
wasn't
that in the
there, but
contract?
they usually or they knew up front that was part of the deal. So
Oh, okay. All right.
He just he was getting older though. I don't think it was as important to him as it once was. But but he always had those Viagras handy. So gross. Ugh.
I'm sorry there, Crispy, but the way you just expressed yourself was hilarious.
Gosh, I know. It just, oh my gosh. I mean, that
I
thought
know
of
those
that.
women are so gross, aren't they? Jesus.
No, the women aren't gross. It's just like it was. He's kind of gross. Yeah.
Oh, not the women sleeping with him.
Oh my god.
I mean, they were pretty girls. I just, they're kind of, yeah. It was kind of gross that they did that too.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, it's just that culture in it that is, is all part of. They've done it to everybody. Everybody's been sexualized.
Crispy, but you like now got me in like laughter mode from what you just like said and expressed yourself when you went like. I'm sorry, but that was hilarious.
Well, I'm glad you got a laugh.
But they all played a part in the
debauchery.
But it was all social programming. They put it on Sky TV for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
They glorified it on Sky TV, and you had all kinds of people watching it.
Yeah.
Girls watched it as much as boys did.
All I'm trying to say is the women are just as gross as him. In my
Yeah, but they were because
I don't see.
they've been brought up with these false ideals, and people have been programmed into the way they are.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a super deeper conversation too. The programming and what are the limits of that, because you can look at Japan or all of these countries who do it from a young age, and like there's no end to the depravity. You can indoctrinate someone as a little kid into thinking is moral.
Yep.
Gross. That's horrible.
It's a dark conversation, man.
It really is. It really is.
Like, I can only imagine your facial expressions, Crispy, of what you were disgusted by, what you explained. But I'll be quite honest, one of my other favorite YouTubers, every now and then, when they try a new product, they will have like a disgusting expression that is too good to not laugh at. Their channel name is Tammy Dunn. She has like over 124,000 subscribers and over 15,000 videos of her channel, and all it does is all she does is pretty much grocery hauls, product reviews, and every single day there's like 3 to 4 videos that is uploaded from her channel with her husband Kevin.
Yeah,
and,
I've seen that. I've
first
seen that
found her
channel before. Yeah.
But you know, like the Lunchtime Review channel with him, that's her husband's channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen that channel before. But what you're talking about. I didn't know that was her husband though.
Well, I've actually been a fan of theirs, regardless of whatever YouTube channel / account I've had over the years. I think I found them back in like 2013 or 2014, and they just been like one of my favorite channels from the very beginning. Before I even started uploading anything of any form of channel. In the beginning, when I first joined YouTube, and that time it was more so as just a channel that be watching videos of other people and just leaving the comment as a supporter. I never had any interest of like creating my own content at the time. But as years progressed, and I did it in like 2018 and 2019 of those years. But then let's just say now I'm back to my roots where I first began.
Right, right. That's good.
But they've always been one of my favorite
Somebody
channels.
shoveling snow?
No, sorry, I was blowing my nose.
Oh.
Oh my God. The nose blowing kind of did sound like shoveling the snow there.
Yeah. I did. I thought that was like somebody scraping windows or scraping them.
I mean, The only way that there'd be snow this time of year is if you were in the Arctic or Alaska.
Yeah, well, there's people here from all over. You never know.
I'd be a lot more hyper if I was shoveling snow.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I figured.
Okay, I got it.
I was actually wondering if you'd been shoveling snow there, Crispy.
No, I haven't been shoveling snow.
You've just got a cold.
Oh yeah, because I'm stopped up. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I've got this. I have a Vic stick that I always sniff, and then after I sniff it, I think like, oh my god, like I bet you people think I'm doing something else.
Yeah.
But
You must be a Midwesterner then.
Do you know what I noticed with the Vic stick thing?
yes,
I got ill off it. I swear it made
you got
me.
what?
It made me ill in the end.
Well, there's a rebound effect on all of those things. You're not supposed to use them more than 3 days. Same with like Afrin. I had a girlfriend that she was like, I was sitting there. It's one of my friends from Tennessee that I don't see very often, but I visit a couple times a year. And I went to go visit her, and she was using this Afrin. Like I'm talking like every 10 minutes she was like using a squirt of this Afrin. And I'm like, what are you doing, girl? I go, you can't use that Afrin like that. I was like, there's it's got a rebound effect, and I said it's highly addictive. So she's like, oh my god, I didn't know that. So she throws it away, right? And in the middle of the night I hear all this rustling around. I was sleeping on the couch and I hear all this rustling around. I look up and she is in the garbage looking for that Afrin because she could not breathe without it. She said that was just horrible. Like she couldn't breathe.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and it like that's the only thing. She's never taken a drug or never done anything like that before, and she just could not believe that she had that bad of a withdrawal from it. But she hasn't used it since, but it was a gnarly like 3 or 4 days for her.
Could she not breathe because her airways were closing, or
She couldn't breathe
her
'cause-
sinuses all fucked up?
Like just as a rebound effect. I mean, she had bad sinuses, but it was just I think it was the Afrin that it just made it twice as bad. She just could not breathe. I think that was the reverse reaction to it. Made her stop her sinus. No.
Did she have COPD?
Nope. Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's there's an element of psychosomatic,
Probably, yeah.
in there because she's not taking it, and it that can cause inflammation, can't it? That can cause
it sure can.
things like in your nose and stuff. And like with asthma attacks, like you can actually talk somebody out of an asthma attack because a lot of it is in the mind.
Oh, I wouldn't want to try that because that's so dangerous, right?
You just have to be able to you need to get them to relax. You need to stop panicking and completely relax and calm, it doesn't always work, but it has worked.
Most people who use Afrin like that either have chronic sinusitis or they have like a deviated septum from getting in a fight when they're younger, and they use it. Right, so they get a lot of infections in their nose and shit like that. So they'll use Afrin as a stopgap when those flare-ups come. But Crispy's talking about somebody who's addicted to it. I've used it for probably over a decade now, sparingly because I know you can't use it over 3 days, otherwise you get more inflammation. But I've never heard of somebody being addicted to that shit.
Yeah. And I've used it for over 20 years easy. And I've used it more than like over the 3-day limit as well. But I don't use it every day. But I would say like I've used it 7 days in a row and then let it go, but I use it every so often.
When was the last time you used it?
I'm using it right now. Like I'm about to use it right now. Yeah. I've got this Vic stick and I was just trying to use
Crispy,
it. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I can already tell you that now, but go ahead. I don't give a fuck about shit tonight. Like, let that be known. But go ahead and say it.
Just saying, Crispy, from my experience, if you're using Afrin and you're doing a double nose sniff twice a day.
No, I'm not doing it twice a day.
All
I
right,
just
well,
like every now and again. But go ahead.
After 3 days from what happened to me personally, your inflammation gets worse and it doesn't
Yeah.
help at all.
Yeah, apparently that's I mean that's what I've heard for sure. I've never had a problem with it, but that was crazy though that my friend had such a horrible problem, and I think just like what you said, it made it worse.
I'm trying to work because we have different terms for medical stuff in the UK, don't we? But it often ends up being a similar thing or the same thing. Ephrin, right? I've heard of epinephrine. I can't remember what it was.
That's what it is.
Right.
It's
Is it because so there was a
You got everyone clipped, Flo.
Yeah, he does. He's got
You're
great
muted,
clips.
mate. You're muted.
Hey,
I was gonna say, I cannot believe how boring of a motherfucking conversation these snotheads are having. It's amazing.
I know, dude.
And I can play the clip and be like, "Hey, your conversation's boring," and they're still like, "My snot, my snot."
It is pretty boring. I'll give you that, man. It sounds like two cokeheads trying to figure out why their nose
You're
is running.
gone. You're
can have
gone. Fuck around, Joseph. Say something.
Well, no, I'm
Say something.
I could
Talk
have a
about
conversation.
snot. Talk about snot one more time.
Say something.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Flo?
I could have a
What?
conversation with you about how I think you're wrong about God's will for people to be agnostic. I could see where you're coming from, but it's kind of a weird statement and paradoxical.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I want to hear this. Go ahead, sir. I'm listening.
Oh, I got a little bite there.
What's the position?
I don't think you can try to say that God's will is to be agnostic. I know where you're coming from, but yeah, that's a weird. I don't think you have any grounds to say what God's will is at all. There's no logical foundation on you thinking you can make a statement.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but people claim it all the time. And so I was using a starting point that I assumed everyone would agree with, right? Everybody seems to think that God, at least Christians and Jews, right, doesn't want you to lie. And did I just hear a fucking sniff?
You did.
I'm hearing it.
All right. Well, yeah,
you heard a sniffle and someone breathing heavy at the same time. That's double strike.
It's not me.
It was you.
Joseph, can I ask you what is your opinion about God's will? What is God's will then?
all I can say on that is what He has equipped me, and I follow that. So I
think God's will right now is for people not to be having runny noses.
Yeah, it's His divine command.
Amen.
Coming down right now. No, all right. Well, I'm glad I got that concession right away. I know where you're coming from, though.
Do you think it is wrong for someone to try to put themselves in God's shoes in a philosophical way, if you were God, what would you want? What would you want to see happening? How would you deal with what's going on now?
Are you asking me, should somebody try to put themselves in God's shoes when they're making choices? Is that what you're asking?
When looking at, but I mean, just to judge themselves as well, to take a objective view, I guess, from your own.
For me personally,
Crispy, you have got to mute yourself next time you do that.
For me personally, I love Christians. I love people of faith. I don't like oppressive faiths. I don't have a laissez-faire attitude when it comes to oppressive religions because in my head it is a faith-based system that we humans operate off of. So the first step is
You don't think that God is oppressive?
I don't know. Okay, so what I'm saying is like if somebody were to come up to me and say like you need to believe in my faith because my faith has these oppressive attitudes, I would reject that and probably fight against it. But when it comes to people's faith, I don't want to get involved in it. I have my own religion and that's it. But the issue I was bringing up with Flo is Flo made a video, I don't know, a few days ago, and he said that he made a point of contention that God would want you to be agnostic, and that's kind of what I was refuting there.
Yeah, no, I don't claim to know God's position, but Christian, religious people claim too, and so to the extent that I was making an argument against them, I was going to use that premise since I think that everybody who is religious would agree that God does not want you to lie. And that claiming anything other than agnosticism is basically a lie.
What is agnostic?
Don't know. The truth is that we don't know, right? That's the
Don't know
truth.
what's God.
I
Don't
think it's
know
a
if there's
deliberate-
God or not.
I think it's
Right.
a deliberate bastardization of the word Gnostic.
Right.
It's a deliberate bastardization of that.
Without knowledge, I don't know. I think that it's accurate.
Right, but then just correct me if I'm wrong, Flo, but wouldn't logic entail that you think all religious people are agnostic?
I do think they're agnostic, truly, but I think that they claim to be Gnostic in that sense.
What do you think they claim to be, a Gnostic or theist?
It's not an either or. Oh, go ahead.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's not an either or. I'm using Gnostic in the sense that nobody actually knows if God exists. Yet there's probably the majority of the world claims that they do know. They're all liars.
I know.
Well, do you think it's possible for each individual to have their own personal understanding of God?
I think that is possible for a very few. I think that we can have theories about God. I have a theory about God,
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think most people don't know. I think I leave room for the possibility that somebody sees a burning bush.
I've got my own subjective experience of God and Jesus and all of that. So I've got my own version of Christianity, you could call it, but it's a subjective experience, and I wouldn't expect anybody to believe me. Even believe me, it happened. It was a series of crazy events.
What'd you do? Just step forward. What'd you do? Like what was it again? What did you do?
So I had the shadow man come in my apartment, and I claimed the authority that I think that has been given to us. I claimed the authority that I think the story of Jesus Christ gave to us. That Jesus was basically, in my perception, from what I've gleaned, from what I've been, researching over the last fucking well, since 2013 consistently.
Right.
But since 2000, since my car accident, when I nearly died and somebody else did die, I've taken this really fucking seriously. So I take what happened really seriously, and people think, oh, it's crazy, or it's my imagination, or say I'm lying or whatever. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if anybody believes me or not. I know what happened.
Did you have a near-death experience?
Dude, I've had 4, in so much as I've been in 4 incidents where I should have died and I didn't.
I've had a couple too, and you know what? I didn't see anything. I didn't see it like a warm.
Oh no, me neither. I didn't have a near-death experience in the sense that, I went out of my body and into a room
Yeah.
where my relatives were.
And
and
then see the warm light saying,
and
come
all
to
that
the
bullshit.
light, or
None of that.
none of it. None of it. Me
I'm not
neither.
any of that. All I know is I've had four incidents where I've ended up waking up in hospital, and the doctor's been like, basically, "Wow, you're really fucking lucky, mate."
Yes.
Did you feel different though when you came when you woke up from whatever
I felt
incident was?
confused.
So,
Confused.
I mean,
Yeah,
the first
how did
the
that bring you
first time,
closer to God?
the first time it happened, it didn't bring me closer to God. The second time was when someone died, and I was in a medically induced coma, and I felt different when I came out of the coma. I felt like I was in a parallel universe. Like everything and everybody was different.
Yeah. Why was that?
I don't know. I've said it before. Like the universe that I came from was a 60-40 split, 60% positive, and 40% negative. And this universe is a 70-30 split, 70% negative, 30% positive.
So because of what you said, do you believe in the multiverse theory then?
Well,
Yeah, I've got a theory about it.
What does that mean?
I've got a theory about the multiverse, basically. So it's all about perception. Perception is the key to reality. Right? How you perceive the world is how the world will present itself to you. That's your experience, therefore that's your reality, right? And it can agree with other people's reality, or it doesn't. There's an objective reality and there's a subjective reality. That it's all the unseen things that happen to you that nobody else sees, and maybe you don't even see yourself. You only feel it. So when you describe it to somebody, you can only use reference points that you have, that you have experience of or knowledge of.
What are
right?
you talking about?
Oh, I'm confusing you again, Joseph.
Yeah.
Or am I making it up? Am I making it up again? Am I making it all up again?
What do you mean?
Fucking hell, mate. Do you know what? When you every time you open your mouth about anything like this, it's like, go on. What have you got to say? Come
Well,
on.
what you're saying, it's kind of interesting because, I've always said that it seems like somewhere, within the last, I'd say like 15, between 10, 20 years, it seems like there was a moment in time to where people went from being somewhat, positive and happy to like somebody snapped their fingers or flipped a switch and that reversed itself and we became a very aggressive and angry planet and group of people. You understand what I'm saying? It's weird. It's like at one point people were positive, happy, living life, enjoying things. And then all of a sudden overnight, everybody became angry and upset and constantly, depressed and all that shit. Like,
because there was a war.
Yeah,
I mean, it's become a, there's 9/11, man. There's 9/11. No, 9/11 happened 9 months after I came out of the coma. Or 8 months after I came out of the coma. 9/11 happened. That was further confirmation to me that I wasn't in the same fucking universe. Because I was like, I saw it on TV and I was like,
People
what?
have been experiencing something like this prior to that time, though, too.
Yeah.
Hey, how
007.
many?
So, I mean, maybe. Go ahead.
How many World Trade Centers fell on 9/11? Just curious.
Well, there are 3 buildings that
There
fell.
was 3
Not
buildings.
you. I was talking to the Brit.
Yeah,
said
3
3.
buildings. No, well, 4 if you include the Pentagon.
All right.
But that didn't fall. But yeah.
Well, I just
No, it didn't
it's
fall.
a good
but yeah.
it's a good litmus test to ask. That's why I do it.
I mean, Building 7 fell after they'd reported it on the BBC. They stood there and reported that it had collapsed, and it was still up there behind her in the shot. Hadn't
that's
come
wild.
down yet, right?
Smart man, very smart man.
That is wild how that happened.
That was crazy. Anyway, so it was just further confirmation to me. It was like, look, this would never have happened in the universe I came from, because nobody would have bought it. Nobody would have bought it, and everybody's just like, they wouldn't have even bothered making a movie about it because it was so unbelievable.
Well, the fact that actually, I don't even want to get on that because I don't want to get close channel struck.
Yep.
Because I got multiple fucking theories and about that, and I actually worked in gray and ductile iron foundry for about 8 years, and I worked in the melt department, so I know
the melting point of steel.
I like to hear about it, but only if Flow State is okay with
I
it.
mean, it depends on if Angry Snowman can speak
hobo.
Well,
use code.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say this: it's almost, from what I know from working in the melt department of an iron foundry.
Not a fucking chance, brother.
Well, it's almost physically impossible because the amount of time that it would take for steel to heat up and become the structural integrity
molten
of it.
metal.
Yeah, for the structural integrity of it to start to break down, it's impossible for that to happen
at multiple points.
With just a quick flash point. You know what I'm saying?
You'd have to have like
it
10
has
million
to be
gas torches.
Well, no, what it is it has to be consistent. And heat. It can't just be a quick flash of heat to break down the structural integrity of it.
It has to be a consistent focused heat on multiple points.
Correct.
There were how many structural beams there? The building was it was designed to be hit by airplanes. It was they had that built into the design.
Well, what else was built into the design too was the fact that even let's just grant the idea of what they said that it did cause for the structural integrity of the beams to become weaker. All right, there's no way that it would have caused it to collapse on itself. It would have caused where the beams got weaker. It would have fell off to the side.
Yeah, it would have bent.
Yeah, it's just like chopping a tree down. You chainsaw a tree down. And like you would just see that top part fall to the ground, and then
exactly. the weakest points would have folded first. It would have started to topple. It wouldn't have fallen in its own footprint.
But I know, like I worked on a third shift in the foundry, and I used to come in on Sundays. All right, and when we would go to start the furnace up and put, I drop 7,000 pound charges is what we called it, with pig iron, structural steel, and then we'd have like some of the scrap that we had in there that was broke down that we'd remelt, and it would take from a cold stance, from room temperature stance, all right, where it's just sitting out in the yard, and taking that and then putting it in the furnace. It would literally take probably, I'd say, anywhere from 4 to 6 hours before of it getting constant heat before it would become pliable enough to where it would start to bend inside the furnace.
I used to make bronze sculptures when I was in university, and then we would have to melt bronze, and it would take a long time. It would take hours. You have to put in the copper and tin, and then let it melt, and it would take like hours, like 8 hours or more, before we had enough to pour it into our sculptures, and that has a lower temperature than steel.
Right, and you're talking at pourable level. I'm talking it would take 4 to 6 hours for it to just start getting to a point to where you would start seeing being effective and start glowing. You know what I'm saying? And that, in order for the structural integrity to be affected, that's the point that you have to be at. Is the metal's got to be able to? It's changing its physical composition at that point.
And even with the added weight of all the structure on top of it, it still holds that. Like even if you shave it,
I mean, nothing about it makes any fucking sense. And like even 2 weeks they had to wait because there's so much molten metal at the at the ground level, after the event, that they had to wait because it was just like hot molten metal down there for 2 weeks, and then
Yeah,
they
it's
shipped it off.
furnace.
They shipped it off to China like right away without any kind of forensic investigation, et cetera, et cetera. So everything about that makes no fucking sense. And I mean, it's like a very blatant thing, and vast majority of people are still not on board with the fact that there's foul play going on. So it's it just tells you the state of affair of like where humanity is in general.
I mean,
and
it's
if you think we're
understandable.
blowing smoke, just go talk to any metallurgist off the street, anyone you can find, and ask them about it. Either
You're talking to one.
Yeah, I mean that's the crazy thing though, is that there are a lot of people out there that know the melting point. There's the people that can't accept it because it's just too it's too earth shattering, like paradigm shattering for them.
It destroys the
Like most
worldview of
other
their own
subjects
government.
anyway.
Right, complete, and it also it just puts them in a state of that's a
shouldn't.
terrifying thought for a lot.
I want to assume it's true, whatever you're saying. What do you want to do now? What do you want to do about it?
There's really nothing you can do about it.
Don't ask that.
You know what's done is done.
Well, about it is I want to get on a panel on YouTube and I want to bitch about it.
Well, it's not. It's just like holding the position. I mean, like if you know the truth about what happened, then you know the truth about what happened, and we have these discussions, and other people who are on board with it, that's fine. Like but obviously you can't make horse to drink water. So like to do something about it is just be you as who you are, and if you don't agree with the narrative of that's great, and if you agree with the narrative, that's also fine. Whatever, what to be done? What is there to be done? Hank.
Also, 007, I would
if they blew
caution
up
you
the whole
on
building, it's a
undercutting
crime.
the
Hang on,
power
Joe.
of.
Sorry, start again, mate, because Hank started to
If
plug
they
you.
if the building got demolition inappropriately, that's a crime. So there's something to do if that's a fact.
What were you going to say, Joey?
I would say I'd caution you on trying to undercut. Like it could seem like we're just bitching on the internet and stuff like that, but I just be wary of that. I don't underestimate the power of the internet's a fairly new technology. There's a buck in the system. People are allowed to talk. Narratives change.
But
You
are
might
we
have
really
more
allowed to
impact.
talk?
Well,
Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
Hank,
I'm muting
Hank.
myself. I'm muting myself because it's so fucking loud. There's somebody drilling into the wall next door. Right as you were speaking, there's somebody fucking drilling into the wall next door. That's why I'm muting myself. So you might have to repeat that, Joseph. I'm really sorry, mate.
Well, I'll just tighten it up. Go ahead. You can do it.
No, look, but here's the thing. I mean, like if you let's say go with the narrative that we're talking about a massive conspiracy where multiple governments and people within the political arena, the private arena, the corporations, and people who own the buildings, they're all more or less in on it, probably to a differing degrees. Maybe not one individual. What the fuck?
Keep going.
Jonathan's right in the chat. He says the melting point of steel can range from 2,500 to 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, with that being said, though, that's at a constant, and it's at a constant amount of time. Like that's 20, 30 minutes of that before it starts becoming melted. It isn't like you hit 25 to 2,800 degrees and now it's melted. I mean, it's got to be consistent for a length of time before that happens.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it could be a directed energy weapon or something, some kind of a microwave technology that, in combination with thermite and, quote unquote mini nukes or whatnot. But I think like to get to the bottom of that is kind of difficult. Exactly. Well, what I'm getting at is that if it is a massive conspiracy and so many factions are involved in it, then who's going to be held responsible and who's going to be holding whom responsible? That's the question that I have.
And I think the biggest thing was prior to.
Let me feel this one quick. So the first step is just talking about it, right? So don't self-censor and feel like you're able to talk about something. Just because something is conspiracy does not mean you lose your 1A rights. And then you move forward from there. So once there's a general sentiment amongst the public, then it enables the politicians to take action. That's kind of the general course you would go.
I think the reason why more people are starting to even question that now is at one point in time prior to 2020, it was almost mind-boggling, impossible to believe that so many different entities across the world could come together and pull something off like that, and it not be, and people not be able to find out. You know what I'm saying? And then 2020 happened.
It's crazy nowadays, but if you read history, it's not that crazy. It's just the way history, it's the way societies rise and fall. It's not that crazy, you know. I just think people nowadays don't want to talk about it. We have a lot of things that kind of draw our attention elsewhere.
For me, though, I've always found it, you know, just kind of, you know, it was mind-boggling how people were able to believe that a vehicle that flew in the sky that could be taken out by a fucking duck that was flying in the air. You know, as I know you guys have all seen what a bird will do to the nose of a plane, right? It'll literally cave it in while it's in the sky.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm expected to believe, and there's people that actually believe that same plane that can be taken down by a fucking bird.
Bro, people don't know shit. We got
Can go through
pods and.
Well, I'm just saying they believe that they can go. It was first able to go through two feet of fucking concrete.
So
there were no planes. There were no planes during that time at all. Zero planes.
The issue
there's actually an argument to be made there, because the maneuver that those fucking those pilots made in order to make those planes come down and hit the towers is a maneuver that most seasoned pilots say that they couldn't even pull off.
Right. It's cognitive dissonance. People having cognitive dissonance. It's something that it's not just about 9/11. It's about 2020. It's about all kinds of stuff. We have arguments
Agenda
about
21, Agenda 30, 2030.
Yeah,
all that.
here's my problem. Here's my problem. I have no control over other people's cognitive dissonance, but it definitely affects my quality of life.
Elaborate.
What do you mean?
Well, I had to live with these people in the community, and their just lack of paying attentiveness is just gonna be barriers to anything I want to do and accomplish.
What's your point?
Rise up, please. That's my point.
I would say stop worrying about anyone else. Just fucking whatever it is you want to do, get on and do it. Don't let anybody else's cognitive dissonance hold you back. Just get on with it.
Yeah, what if it's just like
we have to be aware of our own cognitive dissonances.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's drilling. But here's the thing, none of us are objective. You know, I mean, like, we all have our subjective experiences. Maybe some people are a little bit more objective than others. Go ahead if the drilling has stopped, 007. No, okay, never mind. But I think it is important to talk about it. I think it is important to talk about it, and I talk about it on my channel all the time, despite the fact that YouTube and other platforms will censor the fuck out of you. That's why. But Flo is on a different category than I am. He's got 3,000 subs. I barely got 1,000 subs, but I will continue to talk about this kind of subjects because it is important for humanity. It is important for our individual development to understand what the fuck is actually happening.
Not only is it important, but if you actually cared about your fellow neighbor, you would think it's important to actually talk about it, right? Or do something to stop it, not just bury your head in the sand.
I want to just point something out to everybody because nobody really remembers this. Like this, I first started on YouTube in 2017, and me and Roxanne, my friend Roxanne in London, we started a show that was about basically about bringing conversations that were not socially acceptable to have, bringing them into the public forum and having public conversations about socially unacceptable things. right? Which is conspiracy theories and basically conspiracy theories and stuff. And then as soon as they brought StreamYard out, we started doing this sort of thing, this sort of panel show thing, all with the intent to bring this into the forum, into the public forum for people to start discussing this sort of stuff. And now here we are in 2024, and I'm on Flow State's panel, and some channel in America, or loads of people are talking about this stuff. So what me and Rock set out to do in 2017, 2018, I think we accomplished pretty well. And I'm quite happy with what we've done, because you're all here talking about shit.
I will say to what you're saying, 007, is if looking, you know, if I could go back in time, I would have never imagined that I would be in, you know, in a day and age where I'm sitting on a panel on the internet talking to people all across the globe about things, you know, and having the meeting of minds coming together like we are. I think that what we're doing right now is I think it was a major fail on the part of the powers that be, quote unquote. They didn't expect this to be what ended up being the end result of some of the things that they were pulling.
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure about that.
Well, here's my point. Like, if I had a project with capital that I need a lot of capital to get done, I would have to either pull the community or sell something else to them just to raise it. But if they're still stuck in cognitive dissonance, then I have to literally adapt to it, and make me probably do something I would probably not like myself for to get the capital. So that's how I have to factor that in. I can't get the whole thing done by myself, so I need capital, I need other employees and all kinds of other stuff. But then
Angel,
I have to factor in that people can't pay attention.
Angel, do you know what the network effect is?
No.
Oh, was that not Angel talking? My bad.
No, that was Hank.
That was me, Joseph. What is
Hank,
the network?
The other
effect?
autistic guy.
My bad. Hank, you're asking me. The network effect is when people start rallying to a certain service or something like that. And then it gains the network effect, which means since all the people are consolidated in that, then it's effective.
Kind of like when people were flocking to Disney Plus when it was launched, and every streaming service that we have nowadays, when it was turned into, and people were flocking over there, kind of like that.
Sure. So when you're asking yourself these types of questions, keep that network effect in mind, and that's how people operate.
Exactly.
What's up, Nidus?
But the people in the phone for
Hey,
scammers, like gangbusters, like the Theranos, they were physically saying that crap wasn't even physically possible, but we have invest with more money and sent strong money at it in Silicon Valley.
They're getting rid of the middle
I didn't
class.
understand
So it's
that.
going to be rich people and poor people. What are you talking about, Silicon
Yo,
Valley
it's
for?
Mr.
Didn't
Knight.
Silicon Valley go bust?
That's kind of obvious as of 2020 that's what they're trying to do is eradicate the middle class.
What's
That's
up,
more than
Nidus?
obvious.
More than obvious. Clearly
Yeah,
obvious.
well, I mean, middle class is a problem for them because, like, you know, with the emergence of the middle
where the
class,
power
because
is.
you needed managers in the past. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I'm just agreeing that that's where the power is. That's where the it's the middle classes that affect change.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, Silicon Valley didn't go bust because we're worried about AI, even though we had it for like 70 years now. We're pretending it's the new fad thing, even though we had it for 70 years.
I don't
It's
think that
ridiculous.
it's a new fad thing. I think that the robot aspect part is coming in, that you got immigrants and robots, right? That's finna eliminate a whole bunch of stuff that people like me and you can do.
Oh, I wish, but they can't do it
Are you
because
ready to be a
they
live
can't
op?
get the physics of the robots aren't working. They can't make a robot to lift boxes unless they're all the same freaking size.
Mm.
You know,
They're lying to their teeth, man.
You know,
Well,
Joseph and everyone on the panel, here in Arizona, there's a company called Waymo, and they have some driverless cars here in Phoenix, Arizona. So if that is like what the network effect of what Joseph is talking about, I can only imagine about the talks of robots taking over for many years actually will happen there, Nidish, because I know for many years corporations of big businesses like McDonald's have talked about replacing human beings with automated robots. But I'm pretty sure with the technology, McDonald's can get it to where it can perfectly flip a Big Mac, but just depends on if they can get the pickles and the bun mechanically on there too. Everything.
South Park covered this, man. With their Pandaverse, they covered
What I'm
this, and
what I'm
now
talking
handing
about
them.
is affecting change, and that's how it's done is through the network effect.
Can you explain the network effect?
It's people all getting rallied to a service.
Like self checkout?
Pretty much. Or like
So that's the thing. So they what they do is they slowly get you used to it.
Well,
They get
yeah,
you
but also
individualistic. They get you in the damn bank, and they make you go through that maze instead of just walking directly to the teller.
Yeah.
We gotta stop being sheep.
This is the
Well,
libertarians'
it's
argument for
funneling in.
decentralization.
With frogs sat in some water and it's getting hot.
It's funneling you into a certain way of living, basically, you know, and then
Conditioning. It's conditioning. They're conditioning us all the time.
All your kids go to
And-
public school. Y'all, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I think there's a lag over on my end. That's why I just keep on. People keep on stepping on my sentence over here. But go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I mean to cut you off now. I want to be a meanie.
So yeah,
No, I mean,
Nat,
like,
so yeah, Nat, it's pretty much like self checkout, cord cutting, how everything is going from physical media to digitally streaming service nowadays. Pretty much everything that we've had to been accompanied by in the last 10 or so years.
We're living in an age of AI, and AI is developing quickly. And then obviously they have robotics and all this kind of stuff, and they are interested in getting rid of you to do whatever work that you're doing. So if they can replace you, just like during the assembly times, you know, like we were Ford Model T, you know, they were able to build those cars faster because they have a assembly technology, right? And then they made it cheaper, so then it can be more affordable for the people, et cetera, et cetera. And then we're, going into the new revolution of mankind with artificial intelligence and robotics. Now, the problem is,
You think they're gonna mix us? We're gonna be part human, part robot?
go ahead. Somebody was,
fuck
Well,
no.
unless it's,
I think
unless
that's
it's,
Angel yelling.
Yeah,
I don't think he has
transhumanism.
impulse control.
I believe transhumanism is definitely a part of the future.
We've been part
I
human,
mean, not
part
that
robot
far. Isn't that
for
what
at least
Neuralink
20
is
years.
supposed to be doing?
This is a robot interface we're on right now.
Yeah. Now that's what I'm saying. Now,
Yes,
but I'm
we're part
saying,
human, part robot.
do you
Literally
think
right
that's what
now.
Neuralink is when they put that chip in your brain?
We
no.
don't need a chip in our brain to be part robot. We're doing it right now by being on this panel via the internet.
No, I mean past that. I mean you won't need this. It'll be inside. That thing will be in your
Neuralink
head.
is basically is only there to reduce the latency that we already have between ourselves and our phone. Because your
Joseph,
phone is technically a piece of technology that's basically become a piece of you. It's an extension of you now, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But that's what we're looking at now. We won't need this because it's most likely going to be an implant where you can just touch
Bro,
your eye
if
and then.
they try to
robot
mandate,
this second.
listen, there will be wars fought over people trying to mandate chips in brains. It's not going to happen.
Hell yeah. No, it won't. It won't ever happen. That's what they want to happen. But it won't ever get that far.
Right. So what is Neuralink?
I think it's a
chip in a
distraction.
brain.
I think they desperately want it. I don't see it. being
Oh,
anything.
so you don't think the Neuralink thing is going to happen
Okay.
anytime soon?
I think
can I
Musk
say something?
is
It's
shit,
probably a
mate.
scam, like most of us.
Oh, I see where you're going. You're trying to say it'll be a slow roll and everybody will get on board, right?
I don't know. I'm just
Here's the
saying.
thing. Here's the thing. So with a Neuralink, obviously, like there's other implications for that. But like when people have, if they're paraplegic and they don't have any use of their arms or legs, or as an example, they can use their thoughts because you have like waves coming out of your brain, and then you can use those and interpret it, right? And then you can actually move mouses around or type on a computer screen without actually being able to physically type. So what does it mean? It means that machine is able to interpret your brain waves and turn that into some kind of language or motion. Okay. Now, if you go ahead, somebody's trying to speak.
No. Go ahead. Finish.
Trying to speak, dude.
Go ahead.
Nobody was
Go
trying
ahead,
to speak.
Joseph.
Nobody was trying to speak. Go ahead.
I think what the more interesting question is, if there is technology out there who can dissect the actual brainwave pattern and sending electrical signals to start pushing on and off switches, the government's balls deep in that, and there's been no public statement from X or anything like that. And that's what leaves me viciously skeptical, because there's no fucking way, if people are mapping the human brain to the point where you can pinpoint what neurons are sending on and off switches to certain functions.
How do you know?
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
That's just my
Well, the
conspiratorial
question
minded
that people should be
brain.
asking.
The
question that people should be asking is: do you want to overestimate or do you want to underestimate their capabilities? Which do you think is better? Overestimating or underestimating their capabilities?
Under.
No, and you should never underestimate your opponent.
No, he's agreeing with me right now.
Well, I'm gonna say over, but I don't want to go too far over because there's
You should overestimate.
I would overestimate a bit, then train for the over. So when the match actually happens, well,
If you're fighting somebody nice-ish, then do you want to underestimate your opponent or do you want to overestimate your opponent? And I'm not talking about extremely overestimating your opponent, but like, if you were to lean one way or another, which is better? Do you think?
Well, in order to anticipate what somebody's going to do, you'd have to overestimate.
I would agree. I would agree with that, because by doing that, you're covering all grounds you possibly can. Is it not? But if you underestimate, then you're saying, oh, no, they're not capable of doing that. Oh, no, they're not able to do this. Oh, no, they can't do this, et cetera, et cetera. And then you're going to be surprised, wouldn't you?
Yeah, underestimating your opponent or your enemy, that's what actually leads people to complacency.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'm a fat American. Y'all right. You should overestimate. What up, Angry Snowman?
Hey, I'm a fat American too, Nightish. I'm right there with you, buddy.
I'm trying to work out what's going on with your cameraman because I don't see your mouth moving when you're talking. I'm wondering if there's
I'm practicing my ventriloquism. How's it looking?
Looking pretty good.
Or if it's an AI, or if you've taken a clip and you're running a clip on repeat or something.
I got a clip on repeat. That way I can look like I'm cammed up when I'm not.
Can I ask Joseph this? Would another example of the network effect be like more corporations following suit with what Tyson Foods had done a few months ago of replacing American workers with illegal immigrants or illegal aliens, as I still like to call them? Would that be like another form of network effect?
I'm not sure, but let me give you a few examples that might clarify. The network effect would be people using the word Google it colloquially. Everyone uses Google. The fact that Twitter has high profile, basically all of thought leaders on that platform networks everybody into that one, which makes it hard for people to go away. Also, because we have so many Walmarts built all around our country, it makes a network effect where they funnel in cash. They're able to buy in bulk, and that creates it makes them a staple. These are examples of network effects.
Right. Another example would be like how people used to say pause when something was questionable on whether or not it sounded, homo or not. Now they changed it to no diddy. Everybody's using that as the new slang term.
I've never heard either of those terms, but yeah.
Me neither.
Must be a colloquial.
Yeah, pause was created by Dame Dash and Cameron and all of them. They started saying that stuff like in the late 90s, and it's over. It's because this is hip hop, so it's you say something that sounds suspect because of hip hop is about double entendre, some having multiple meanings. So if it has a meaning that sounds like it could possibly be, like if you say, "I eat a glizzy the long way."
Yeah, before a pause, we'd say no homo.
Yeah. And if you participate in the game and it's tongue in cheek, cool, but that stuff don't mean nothing.
I think another example of what Joseph is talking about though is like when 2020 happened, how everybody started buying shit from Amazon.
Yeah, he took his mum or whoever that was up into space on the profits from that. He went and did his low Earth orbit fucking mission in his rocket.
Or like
well, did he go to low Earth orbit or did he go to space? Because those are two different places entirely.
Are you talking about Richard Branson?
No, talking about what's his name? Fucking Jeff
Elon Musk?
Bezos.
Oh, Jeff Bezos.
The penis rocket guy.
I think that when we have all this individualism and we getting so attached to this kind of thing like this, and the metaverse didn't work out so well, they're getting us ready for the AI girls and the AI boys. Like I remember watching Stern maybe like 20 years ago, and they had the real doll. It wasn't a blow up doll, but it was like some kind of silicone thing. I'm just thinking
that out and he first got real big.
Yes. So I think right now they're getting ready to give you the AI robotic real doll, and I think a lot of people gonna go.
They actually tried to do that already. It was just underwhelming, and the only person that I know picked it up was turd flinging monkey.
No. That's ridiculous. People are not going to try to replace other human beings for dolls.
They're already
do.
Maybe there'll be a little.
They're already doing it, sir.
Fringe minority, but no, it's not.
They already doing it.
There's gonna be a minority that picks it up, but I'm really not interested, especially not with their proprietary software and them spying.
So you mean because of all the bitches you got, you wouldn't get you an AI doll?
Bro,
shout out to Hank for being a player.
On the market, they're already there. You think having one with the Robotronic face is going to change the game? It's not going to happen.
This is what I'm saying. I know of a few women that's fucking torsos. It's not a head on it. It's not an arm on it. It's just like the 6-pack and a dick.
Hey, dude, I got a couple buddies that got just the fucking ass and the vagina that they
yes
touching up to the fucking wall in the shower.
Yes.
Cool.
Back to Stern, the damn fleshlight. People are doing this already,
and they're doing it to that way they can eliminate any of the possible damage of having a failed relationship.
Yes.
You don't have to deal with the emotions or any of that. You just it's self gratification,
and just to make my point
anything
even stronger.
Damage after.
Just to make my point even stronger, there's a physical dollar value barrier there too. None of these motherfuckers are going to be paying for this.
I mean, I think in the beginning stage it's going to be expensive, but I think over time it's going to be affordable.
They've done some crazy stuff with the old
spending $500 on a sex doll, brother.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
I disagree, Joseph, because at one point in time we didn't think that it would be, it would be economic, or would it be, a common thing for people to have a computer in their home because of the cost.
Yeah.
All right, but then what do you have to say to my argument that we already have sex dolls?
How are you going to talk about my wife like that, sir?
What's that?
I said, how are you going to label my wife a sex doll like that?
I thought he was talking about Nightish.
Why do you do this, Flo? Let's mess with Chuck. Your name is Chuck, right? Let's hear that clip.
Can't keep track of you fuckers.
Your name's Chuck, right? You're here to fuck, right? And then doesn't she like snap his neck with her legs or something? It's a fucking redneck gaudy ass truck too, if I've ever seen one. That shit. Your name is Chuck, right? And this is his cousin talking, or whoever the stripper was.
Welcome, Zyrex. Thank you for becoming a new member. All proceeds of memberships go to whatever I want to spend them on. So that is very appreciated. Always a good
Hookers and blow.
I was going to say, generally, I believe it's crack.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, did you buy
the age watching? It is never any of these things.
Did you buy that dress?
Yeah. His favorite song is "I Want to Rock Right Now."
He spends all his
Right now, you can become a member of the Flow State channel for only $1 a month. Yes, that's right. Only $1 a month gains you access to have your name in the color of green, which is the color of nature and life and positive energy. And you will also gain access immediately to all of the special emojis, including people like Tommy, my favorite, Jack Talcott, and even Flow State himself. Let's not forget about all of the good work that Flow State does for us almost every day. Where would we go if we didn't have a Flow State to open up this platform for us, those of us who do not require sleep? Please become a member today in order to keep this wonderful platform alive. Thank you.
Boom, and thank you.
Thanks for the
Wrong one.
I think you charge too much for your memberships, Flo. You should sell your memberships like people trade food stamps 2 for 1.
Impossible to get cheaper membership pricing. That actually YouTube will not allow it.
What?
No shit.
You can't go lower than $1?
99 cents is the very bottom. YouTube will allow you to go.
And you only get 69 cents.
I was going to say, how much of that do they take?
Yeah, they take like 30 cents of that.
They take about a third.
Where is Rittenhouse when you need him?
What the fuck does that mean?
We don't need
He's
Rittenhouse.
busy
We have
murking
Tommy.
imaginary
I will
ninjas.
not
Nightish.
stand for any shit talking of Rittenhouse.
We don't need Rittenhouse. We have Tommy.
Wait a minute. We got a Rittenhouse defender up here. What happened?
No, we have a loom with Tommy. We don't need Rittenhouse.
No, Hank. Let's let this man. Somebody said something. I just want to hear him.
Who said what?
I'm saying we don't need Rittenhouse. We have a loom with Tommy. He'll take care of our this pew needs.
I don't know. Rittenhouse has actually proved himself, though.
Yeah, Rittenhouse is.
What did he prove about himself? That he was giving water to people?
Well, that first off, he has very, very, very excellent fucking
aiming,
trigger control.
Shoots very well.
He's well trained.
We're trying to hear Chuck, y'all. Let's respect this man. What did you say, Chuck?
Chuck ain't up here.
Yeah, Chuck ain't up here.
Angry snowman. Then.
Oh, that Chuck. Okay. No, I was just saying. Well, first off,
one of them they were armed. Jonathan.
Who said I had a problem with Rittenhouse?
I think for being a 17-year-old kid, that kid conducted himself with really good composure and awareness of what was going on in a situation that was full of nothing but fucking chaos. Think of all the people that he could have killed and what most 17-year-olds would have ended up doing. That dude only shot the targets.
Why are you arguing with a person that's agreeing with you?
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
What the fuck is happening right now, Angry Snowman?
I don't know.
The man was out there trying to help people, and they was trying to knock him in the head and do violate him when he was trying to help people. What are you talking about?
Jonathan, you're dumb if you think he illegally carried a gun across state lines. The gun was already across state lines.
Yeah. Angry Snowman is doing
and
something
he
with
was
his
allowed
face
to possess it.
Do what? What, Nightish?
You doing something where your face is not moving. Is that like a video?
It's a
I'm
video.
practicing my ventriloquism.
It's a video.
No, it's a video.
Jonathan,
Actually,
it
he did
does
live in
not
that state.
matter
He
if
lived
he was
15
from that
minutes across
state.
state
He was
lines.
allowed to be there.
He lived 15 minutes across state lines. His dad lived in Kenosha, and he actually worked at the he was a lifeguard at the YMCA in Kenosha. So once
I
again,
watched it. It looked like he was trying to help people, and then he had a bunch of people around him trying to hurt him. I didn't see what it was.
his mom didn't buy it for him, moron. His best friend's dad bought it for him. We're wrong.
Probably the same reason that you're allowed to get a tattoo under 18 with a parent in some state or with an adult.
Y'all arguing with the chat? What are we
Yeah, I'm arguing with the chat because Jonathan Earl is doing the mental gymnastics that somebody does when they want to condemn a guy for shooting people who were attacking him.
Not to mention, he off 2 fucking pedophiles.
They're both pedophiles. One of them was armed with a pistol. They were attacking him, and some people want to do mental gymnastics, like, "Well, he didn't like he blah, 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 blah."
Look, Flo. If anything, when I was when this was a big thing, and I really dug into it, the only thing that he might have been able of getting convicted of was having a firearm around a school, and that was because that school was on the other side of that fucking car lot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's an absurdity for people to get all bent out of shape about Rittenhouse. Like either they don't know what happened and they're just jumping on the outrage bandwagon because they heard a headline, or they
outrage
do know what happened.
bandwagon. There's no way they watched that footage and thought he did something that wasn't self-defense.
Right.
Jonathan,
and then the other thing they kept saying he did something to some people of color when those were actually other white people.
I'm English, nothing to do, nowhere near the situation, never been near the culture. But watching the footage that I've seen, I'm on Rittenhouse's side, man. I think he was defending himself and other people. Like that's why they want to get rid of guns, man, is to stop heroics. They don't like heroes, and there are a lot of them.
Do you think he was trying to be a hero?
No, I don't think he was trying to. No, but that's the whole point of a real hero. A real hero isn't trying to be a hero. They're just doing what they need to do at the time, and that makes them a hero. It was kind of heroic what he did. He stepped up to the plate with a fucking gun, and he took out 2 pedophiles.
Well, what caused the whole interaction was there were protesters that were trying to set fucking dumpsters on fire, and he went over there with a fire extinguisher to put one out, and they didn't like it, and that's what caused the attack.
It was at a car dealership, right?
Correct. It was right
Doesn't matter.
across the street from the car dealership.
If people want to riot, that doesn't mean good Americans should be pacifists. We're allowed to protect property. That's kind of the backbone of this country. And demonize Kyle Rittenhouse for doing. He was not instigating.
Wait a minute, who's talking now? Is this Joseph? Who's demonizing him?
These fucking Rittenhouse haters.
Well, not only that, if you look at who was actually hurt the most out of most of these riots, it was the very people that they were out there technically protesting for. Most of the damage from the riots was in the minority communities. It was small businesses.
And what is the chat doing? This is a black man talking about Kyle. The Angry Snowman and Joseph is just agreeing with me. What are y'all talking about in the chat? I don't even see it.
Yeah, I usually just ignore those peanut gallery people. They just
I don't really look at the chat. I be too.
Everybody tries to say that, I actually looked into the law too, and in the law in Wisconsin, it actually states that you aren't allowed to own a firearm at Rittenhouse's age. You have to be 18 in order to own a long arm, but you're allowed to possess a long rifle or shotgun at the age of 17 under parental supervision. And
did he have a chaperone?
Yeah, there were adults there with him while he
All
was.
of this shit is trivial, though. Like, there's no reason to even get down into the weeds of was he allowed to possess. We're not talking about a kid going hunting. We're talking about like a dude being attacked by a mob.
A guy that went out to the help people.
I get that, but
and then getting attacked.
I don't
by
care.
a mob.
I mean, the
People's
most
arguments like
important
Jonathan
thing.
down there, why was he even there to begin with? He shouldn't have even been there.
Right.
He had a gun unlawfully and shit
Let's
like
say
that.
you're trespassing. It doesn't matter if you're trespassing. You don't forfeit your right to defend yourself. It doesn't matter why he was there. It doesn't matter if he was allowed to have that gun. The important thing is that he was under attack. He's allowed to defend himself. All the other shit's trivial.
Exactly.
Yeah, why don't we? Why does nobody ever mention all the other people that were there that were carrying weapons that shouldn't have been? If that's the case,
we did.
No, I'm talking about these Rittenhouse, the people that want to try and demonize Rittenhouse. The only reason why they're demonizing him is because he was a white dude. And then to top it all off, they tried to turn this into
what? They made it.
Well, hold on. No, the other thing to top it all off is people like this also wanted to try and turn it into Rittenhouse being a racist. And the dude never even fucking did anything to anyone of color. Everybody he fucking attacked was white.
I said that first. You trying to steal my glory?
Well, there's a lot of your own people that think he killed 2 black men when none of them were white, black to begin with.
We did not think Kyle Rittenhouse did anything to Tupac. Angel, hush. You sleepy.
Well, a lot of your own people think that they were black.
What do you mean, my own people? What do you mean about your own people?
He doesn't mean me.
Well, ain't you black, Nightish, or what color are you?
Pink.
Well, can't you tell? Me and Nightish look just like here. Hank, you probably Hank was the light was probably reflecting off Hank and making Nightish look blacker. Now can't you see it?
Now I see it.
Okay.
But regardless of it, Nightish, there's plenty of black folks that actually think that the people that
How the fuck would you know what black people think?
Not me.
Get
Wasn't
your
me.
slow ass up.
Nope.
Are you standing in front of a fucking podium? What does that A stand for? Asshole? No, I'll take it back. You all right? Go ahead, say what you're saying.
But at the end of it, let's just be honest. Kyle Rittenhouse is much of a controversial person as Nick Sandman was in 2019 and as Nick Fuentes is still to this day.
No,
and
he's not. No, Kyle Rittenhouse is not as controversial as fucking Nick Fuentes at all.
Then why
not based on what he did that night?
Showed up to the past college campuses with Turning Point USA. Why did a lot of people showed up there then if Kyle Rittenhouse ain't as controversial as Nick Fuentes is?
What did you say about the college campuses?
In the last few months, Kyle Rittenhouse has made a lot of college campuses across states. Had one in Kansas City, and so he's been doing a lot of tours with Turning Point USA. And every single time there seems to be some gang mob against him that is protesting against him. And I keep a status of a lot of stuff that has to do with Kyle Rittenhouse, and everything that is going towards him kind of creates the controversial figure like Nick Fuentes.
No, he got out clean legally.
He's not a controversial figure like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has had sides with all kind of other stuff. All this young man did was try to help people out one night with the assistance of his parents, and then a mob tried to knock his head off, and he defended himself. How's that the same as Nick Fuentes?
I don't know.
And not to mention, he did actually call the 911 after he shot the first person.
I don't know why he's speaking at college campuses though. He I don't think that the Rittenhouse thing was real. I think it's a wedge.
For the money.
I think it's a wedge. But why is anyone inviting him to speak? What's he got to speak about? What's it like to be put in jail? Give me that gig.
I think it was the hopeful tears that he cried when he was under suspicion of doing something inappropriate. It is not that you're doing something inappropriate. It is the
No, he's
It's the idea of impropriety, not that you actually did anything wrong.
he's just a martyr. You see, it happens.
Or it could be
happens
one of the
with
things
Riley
where
Gaines
where they're wanting him to get. It could be one of the things, Flo, where they're wanting him to give it his personal example of what it's like to be railroaded by people in the government.
I don't really think that's the case, Schneider.
I gotta sign off. You guys be well and have a great night.
Thanks for coming by.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
How in-house is going to all these college campuses is because the Turning Point wants him to talk about
Angel. Did you say something about circle jerk?
No.
Oh. What did you say?
Well, look, dude, it could be one of them things too, where they're just trying to cause dissension in the colleges and see if they can't get him a riot to start with. Him being so diametrically opposed to the narratives that are being pushed on college campuses today.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of indoctrination going on over there. They pushing some heavy agendas that I don't understand what you men that stand on stuff for is allowing them to do. It's a lot of I guess what you would say is that communism?
What was?
Is it like Mao Zedong type stuff?
Is what? I didn't hear the first part leading up to that.
I'm saying that I think that it's feminism and indoctrination of communism that they're teaching these people. Or am I confused about that?
No, I think that you're right.
Yeah, and somebody needs to stand on business. Well, it's a lot going on. We got transhumanism. They say, do you think people are going and all this fighting is people going to do? When are they going to start doing the fighting?
I think Americans are too lazy to actually engage in much fighting.
I agree with you. And not only that, most Americans have this like romanticized idea of what like civil war or revolution would be because of what Hollywood's done.
Until they see a head get blown off.
Hey, Nightish, I still have that video games for ethics policy, but none of my opposition cashed the money in the bank. No one picked me up on my offer, so they're just too lazy or too stupid to fight.
Haven't they just released something called Civil War?
Communism doesn't, actually exist. Whatever communism that has been implemented is another form of dictatorship. That's not. Like if you live in a community, that could be considered like a communism where people worked and they worked for a greater good of the community, and that would be what I would consider communism. But whatever communism that quote unquote China or USSR implemented, that's a form of dictatorship. So that what is communism?
It's become all of it. It's communism, fascism, freaking.
It's all same thing. It's all same thing under different names.
And I think that's why I think that their democracy, what they always, our democracy, what they're talking about is their democracy is like the first step to bloody communism also, and then socialism, because it's fascism. It becomes fascism because it's the mob
We're
rule.
already living in fascism. There's nothing as democracy. Democracy doesn't actually exist.
No, it's supposed to be the tool that we use, but it's this word that they flash around and they wave in front of people to make them think that they're free. Because that means that you live in a democratic state, because Ukraine is one of the most democratic places in Europe, man.
Well, I think that they throw democracy around to try and get people to forget that this is supposed to be a republic. For one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be a republic, but does anybody know what that even means? Like, if you ask an average American,
I do know what it means.
What does it mean to be a republic? Do they even know? They don't even know when Civil War happened or Revolutionary War happened, much less where the state of Georgia is. Like, how do you expect them to?
The difference between a republic and a democracy is the difference between mob rule and liberty.
I think the Civil War was the hijack. That was the hijack.
Well,
when it
I'm not sure about that. I mean, yes,
United States, when it became the United States of America, the
corporation of America.
Right. It became a with this
That's
whole
when America became incorporated. You're correct.
yeah.
Yes.
We went from being the United States of America, the country, to United States of America, the corporate entity.
Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
So in my mind, that was the hijack. That was when they took control.
Every time I hear the Democrats,
there's actually some that believe that we never actually came out of the martial law that we were put in by Lincoln during the Civil War because of
That's
his
correct.
assassination.
Yeah.
And that we've still been living under the rules of that martial law ever since.
It is true. Yeah, I'm reading this book called "A Fruit from a Poisonous Tree," and that the guy who wrote that book, Mel Stamper, and he was a lawyer for a long time, and that he's just kind of laying it out exactly as you guys are putting it. Who was speaking? Was that Angry Snowman? Who said that they're from Wisconsin? By the way, let me ask.
I don't think anybody said they were from Wisconsin, but yeah, it was Angry Snowman that was speaking, sir.
Okay, that's cool.
I also have you heard of the theory that there's people that believe that think that Abraham Lincoln was actually black too. He was
I've heard that.
Well,
I've heard that.
There's a possible truth to that because there is reference in some of his journals from when he was a kid of his dad selling him into slavery and into indentured servitude.
There's a similar thing going on with I think it's King James in the UK. There's two portraits of him, and he's portrayed as a black guy. And it seems that like they've whitewashed history a little bit.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of difficult to say. Sometimes paintings and stuff like that to make it appear like something is happening, but when it's not, they're kind of like the way I'm like. One example would be like Jesus being black and like Jesus coming from that part of the world. Of course, I'm not trying to go into that conversation, but like depending on that historical narrative, right? And then I'm trying to be objective. I don't have a dog in the race. If Jesus is actually black, that's fine with me. But if he actually came from Europe rather than the Middle East, then most likely he would have been a white man,
Let's go with white with fucked up hair.
I can get down with that, white with fucked up hair. So basically,
I'm Asian. I want Jesus to be Asian. Like, why can't he be Asian, right?
Well, I've actually watched some documentaries where there's people that believe that there's a group of people, I think it's in like somewhere in Japan or somewhere in Asia, that they believe Jesus actually died there with Mary Magdalene. He lived to be an old man.
In northern Japan, in the Sapporo area, there's a shrine there where they believe that Jesus or Isa actually went there and died there. There's a group of people, actually Japan and Korea, these places were Tartarian, and that they were recently occupied by people like myself. And when I say recently, in the past couple hundred years, rather than the traditional narrative of us being there for thousands of years.
What do you mean by?
I say this as a Korean. I'm a Korean American, and I was born in Korea. And I am telling you guys that that seems to be more logical of a case than the historical
him being
narrative.
black.
No. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about Tartaria and the recent takeover of
you were
Korea.
talking about Jesus, right?
I was prior to what I just said. Yeah.
So you think that Jesus is Korean?
No, he just said
that's not what I said at all.
I'm asking you. I'm misunderstanding you. I couldn't hear what you said.
Actually, he said
can we ask questions up here? I don't want to violate nobody. I don't want them to.
No. You can ask questions, but that's not what I said. I don't think Jesus was a Korean. No.
Nosh, are you North or South Korean?
I am South Korean.
Okay.
So Joshua Jones saying that I'm North Korean is a lie, or he doesn't know me, or he's trolling
Well,
me.
Joshua Jones is
Jones
being
likes
violated by one of your women. But listen,
Joshua
what
Jones
was
is
the
in the
whole
lady-
connection with Jesus, though?
Joshua Jones is into Asian lady boys anyhow, so you can't take him serious. He likes people that back.
Whoa, I didn't know that. I thought his wife was an actual lady.
Vietnam. He's not even in Korea. Vietnam and Korea are completely different. But what I was saying about Jesus is that what is the current narrative about Jesus Christ? He was born in Israel, right? In Bethlehem, in the Middle East. That's the current narrative 2,000 years ago. But there are other people who are going into like what is called new chronology or alternate timelines, where they believe that about 1,000 years has been injected into our history, and that he was actually originally born in Crimea, and that he was actually crucified in Turkey. So he was European in origin, and I'm talking about Eastern Europe, Russia to be a part of Europe, the white race. So that's a different way to look at it, or a different perspective about history. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, but when I was talking about Japan and Korea is that there are these people called the Ainu people that lived in Japan, and they were basically white people.
Blonde,
Okay, they were basically white people.
red-haired. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they were there, and there are documentations of that. But basically, they were bred out of this Japanese. So they all look like East Asian, but there's still that white DNA there. And one of the ways that you can kind of know about this is that in the East Asian or the Mongoloid blood types, there is basically no negative Rh negative blood types. It's like extremely rare. It's like 1%. But it does exist to a tiny degree. It exists more to the black and white people compared to the Asians. And what we know about that is that most likely the Rh negative is the original blood type, and then the positive blood types came in later on. And the one because like when a Rh negative woman try to have a Rh positive baby, traditionally they rejected it, and you need to get the Rogaine shot in order to be able to have that baby. Okay, so but these are extra proteins
Rogaine was to
that's
make you
on
go
the
here.
blood.
Flo, can you elaborate what Rogaine,
interesting,
Jesus,
with you.
baby? What happened?
No, let him go, man. This is actually interesting to me.
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand. Jesus, Rogaine, and babies. What?
Never mind. Never mind.
No,
If I'm not making any sense.
No, it's actually fascinating to me because for one, the whole.
I want to be fascinated too. What's being said?
Well, I've never actually this is the first time I've ever heard the whole Jesus being European idea too. So that was actually interesting.
So
that's
you
why
mean all those white Jesuses you saw in church, you didn't think nothing about them being white? The whole thing about him being white, you didn't think he was white?
No, dude. I've always been of the idea that Jesus was a mixed dude.
Yeah, I think so too.
The history that you've been taught has been obfuscated, and predominantly most of the history
What
comes from
history
these
was
two
I
guys.
taught? There's a lot of presumptions coming up here. What history was I taught?
Most of us, the history that you were taught at school, at university, in general. I'm talking about history in general in the Western education.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think this is more of a Western more so American issue? Because I believe that most of us in America, we suffer from not knowing what our history is.
No, it's not an American issue because basically the Europeans and Americans and East Asians, they're kind of taught more or less a similar history. They're gonna skew their history in their favor usually because they want to justify for like their wars and stuff like that. If you talk about America versus Germany, or like maybe that's not a good example because Germany is like a 51st state of America. So let's say America versus Japan during World War II, they're going to have different versions of what happened. If you talk about America versus Vietnam, they're going to have different versions of that history, but they're going to agree that Vietnam War happened as an example. You know.
So I think it's the same old. It's to the victor go the spoils. Like Winston Churchill said, history will be good for we will write it. So we don't know what we know.
Yeah.
We just know that the victor tells us whatever it supposedly is.
True, that's always going to be the case. You know, like Winston Churchill and Napoleon said, history is written by the winners and such. You know, or the history is what people agree upon. But there is a kind of a quote unquote forensic science. You know, just like when you see a murder and you see a dead guy in a room and you see a gun on the floor and it looks like he is actually committed quote unquote suicide, but then he's double tapped in the back of his head and the gun is on the left hand and he's right-handed. So you put all the pieces together and you find out that he actually didn't kill himself. He actually probably was murdered and made it look like he was actually he actually killed himself. You know, things like that. There are
You're
little
talking about
clues.
Hillary Clinton murder fucking victims.
Well, yeah, you get Clinton if you talk about certain things. That's for sure. Yeah, that is true. There's a whole slew of bodies that go, but that's not only Clintons. You know, they're just
Right.
a mid-level managerial position that they are. You know, there are people above Clintons, obviously.
Now, isn't it safe to say though that there's been that we know that throughout history that there's been empires that have risen, and when other empires rise and take over old empires, that there's a destruction of history or destruction of written knowledge to try and replace it with whatever new history they want to present.
Yeah, it's called the Spanish Inquisition.
Well, yeah, the Spanish Inquisition didn't happen only in Spain. The Inquisition actually happened in Europe and America and Australia predominantly. And it was a way to force you to a certain indoctrination, which was the Catholic Church. And either you believed or you died, burned at the stake.
Man, it seems like the Catholic Church is at the fucking center of everything nefarious in our age.
It is. All road leads to Rome. That is true. And the Jesuits are the military arm of the Catholic Church. And so they're the ones who's responsible for a lot of bullshit that's going on.
Trump went to Jesuit school.
Well, yeah, Trump and many others.
And dude, that's my problem with Trump.
That he went to Jesuit school?
The Jesuit oath, man, is yeah. It's always a good one to read.
They are a military organization, and people forget about this, you know. So if you are the Black Pope, which the White Pope is actually the first Black Pope to become the Pope in the Catholic Church, Pope Francis. Okay, so he was a Black Pope. Black Pope means that you are the leader of the Jesuit. The Jesuit, there's this kind of a history with them. In the 1740, Ignatius Loyola, he became the person who created the Jesuit school. But they're really the ones who are responsible for.
He was in a secret society, right?
Yeah, prior to being a Jesuit, yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's what's funny. Yeah, he was in a society called the Alumbardos or something like that. It's pretty funny. Yeah, the enlightened ones.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole side of this as well on the Islamic side, like basically the leftovers from the Ottoman Empire. Basically, I think there's a whole story behind the Ottoman Empire that we're not hearing. There's a
yeah, definitely, because
we're not hearing.
Yeah, because the guy Ataturk, the guy who was responsible for the breakdown, he was colluding with a bunch of interesting forces. You know, like I have a book called, well, it's not called anything, but it's the Journals of Henry Morgenthau. And he was actually in Ottoman Turkey during the collapse. You know, the guy who started the Federal Reserve.
Right.
Or he's one of them, at least.
When did the Federal Reserve?
There's been
1930. But yeah, go ahead, Nach.
Federal Reserve was prior to 1930s, early 1900s.
it was 1913.
Yeah, 1913.
Same
Yeah.
time the IRS was enacted.
Right.
Right,
and
and then there were other central banks in America prior to. So it was the third iteration of a central bank in America. You know, it was not the first.
do you know what I've just
And during
watched?
that time,
I've just watched recently as a short documentary on Pacer, on the Pacers. You heard of them?
can you elaborate more about that?
No, I have not heard of them.
It's old American money, man. They basically they used to own all the railroads, all the crikey, they own so much. They're on the deeds to so much. Basically all railroads, electricity and stuff. I think my mind's gone blank. It was all revolution stuff, like industrial revolution. They were around in the time of the industrial revolution, and they bought the patents and the rights to everything, and they ended up the banks. That was it. They had banks, shit loads of banks that they had financial interests in, and they've just kind of been scrubbed. And this guy, he made this video. He says at the start of it, like, I've had loads of people telling me not to make this video about this family, but I'm going to make it. And I don't know if it's still up. Let me see if I can find it. It was fucking fascinating. But I've heard of that family before. The Pacers were one of the families, I think, on the Titanic with the Astors. Because there were a couple of families, a couple of bloodlines.
I think the Titanic is a big conspiracy too.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Titanic, Olympus,
The Britannica,
Olympia.
and Lusitania.
I don't disagree.
So like the during that time, you know, they had two things they were trying to pass. One is called the Federal Reserve Act, and the
Yeah,
other
and then
one
the
is called
Banking
the
Act.
Aldrich Act, and they were exactly the same thing. So they were trying to like, and then they were trying to give people, and they passed it just on Christmas Eve of you know, so like it's like a lot of people were away, you know, so they weren't even able to read exactly what was going on without those bills at that time. Same with the Patriot Act, you know, they didn't give anybody any time because it's like, you know, 1,500-page long document with a Patriot after 9/11, and said basically, you know, you guys have like 1 week to take a look at this, you know, and nobody was able to really take a look at it. So this is the way in which they degrade the Constitution, is that these congressmen, they just pass things, they don't even know what they're passing, right?
They like doing that.
Well, isn't everything like shorter anyway? Isn't the thing that people want is a Kindle to read the book to them? And
Dude, they still get in Congress. They get bills passed with 50,000 pages, and they only get like 3 hours to read it or something. Or it's like
They've been trying to pass the Patriot Act here in America for like 2 decades before 9/11, you know, and it always failed on the Senate floor. And the main reason is because they said that they knew that there need to be a major cataclysm in America for the American people to be agreeable with giving up their Fourth Amendment rights, because that's basically what the Patriot Act does. It basically nullifies your Fourth Amendment rights.
Yeah. Everybody can be a potential terrorist, and basically it says that anybody can be surveilled for any reason, and you can be held indefinitely for any reason. It basically takes all your rights away. It just completely
But
takes away the constitutional.
Yeah, that's
they don't
also
even-
when the I mean, around the same time when everybody started carrying the cell phones.
Yeah, they don't need to take your rights away when they got nanotechnology. What
Right.
you think may be a damn hummingbird or a bee could be a damn camera looking at you.
Right.
A lot of stuff that's happening, they're allowing to happen. They got cameras on every stoplight. They got Ring cameras, and it's all connected to the cloud, so it's not even privately yours. They can look and see. What's that show called? Is a Person of Interest, right? Where they can look at people's Ring cameras, stoplight cameras. So anything that's happening now is because it's allowed to happen.
Well, just to show you just
No,
how
I don't disagree with that.
and really politically illiterate Americans have become. They convinced people that fucking Edward Snowden was a traitor to the country and national security because he came out and told people exactly what the government was doing. And I don't think he's a traitor. I think he did exactly.
No, man,
what he-
is that you talking? I'm confused.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Snowden.
Do you know who Edward Snowden is, Nightish? He's a guy who went
Yeah, I
to
know
Russia.
who
He basically
yes,
said
I
that
know
all
who
your
he is.
phones have backdoor technology on it that goes to the NSA. But that's just one side of the story, actually. And I think he's a bit of a controlled opposition myself.
Yeah,
Edward
because he wasn't
Snowden. And,
working for the government. He was working for a private security firm.
Here's the question though. Do you think Edward Snowden is a psyop?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he's a
Wait,
passive
yes.
guy?
Yes.
Thank you.
yeah, and,
A lot of this stuff
that
is
goes to
smoke and
Assange
mirrors.
as well.
Go ahead.
You know Assange?
Yeah, Julian Assange, yeah.
like WikiLeaks.
Yes, WikiLeaks. It's a lot of that wag the dog type of thing.
Well, if you think about it, around the same Snowden and Assange and all that shit, all these information leaks, that it all happened at the same time, rather conveniently and coincidentally. You know,
and
what I'm
rather
saying?
visibly.
Exactly. None of these things happen coincidentally. That's the thing, and that's another puzzle piece that people have to start putting together. Is that things are happening quite by plan. So like these are very
because people have 100-year plans and 200-year
generational.
plans.
Generational plans. They've been going for 1,000 years, man.
So all this stuff that people think, oh, it's something out of control. No, it's going the way they want it to go.
100%.
The thing now is to get people to have short attention spans, right? So they have rap songs that's a minute and a half, 2 minutes. They have you looking at YouTube shorts. They have you looking at short little TikTok. They want everything to be instant gratification and then you move on.
And they want to control the way that you perceive everything that is happening.
Yeah. So when we have satellites and we know we can create holograms, is that a ghost or is that a hologram? I think they finna give us God in a second.
Dude, I'm with you. I'm waiting for a second coming of Christ to happen, and it be something that's been manipulated by the upper echelon.
Definitely the Wizard of Oz.
Look at the movement back towards the Catholic Church, right? You got Candace Owens, a major influencer. You got Russell Brand, a major influencer. They're reborn. They're born again Christians. They're getting baptized. They're selling their.
Wait. Who is that? Who is that talking right now?
That's 007, but the thing is, I used to be an atheist and became Christian, but I'm not major influencer.
But no. I like Russell Brand. What are you saying about Russell?
Russell is now gone. He's made a move towards the Catholic Church.
He's a born again Christian.
Yeah. Did you guys hear Richard Dawkins? What he said?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
He said he's a cultural. He said he's a cultural Christian.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's super interesting.
Yeah, it was a shocker.
The biggest atheist, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
biggest atheist and so-called the smartest man of the century.
Yeah, he called the God of the Old Testament a rapacious, murderous God, and all of that type of stuff. Yeah.
The thing is, it's just
a cultural Christian, and that's an interesting, label in and of itself.
Is it really him or is it a clone?
Well, I mean, that's irrelevant. I mean, it may or may not be. How would you actually know? Because there are clones and robots out there, but the public perception is what is important, and that's what we're talking about, right? The
Did you
public
ask me
perception.
Wait. Did you ask me what difference does it make?
No, I'm making a statement.
What was his statement again?
I said I think it is irrelevant whether he is a clone or not, or a cyborg. It doesn't matter because there is a public image about Richard Dawkins, about like who he is, right? Are you following what I'm saying here? Like there's a kind of an
I think
idea
they
because he wrote
pushing
the
an
book.
agenda. Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference if he's a clone or not because they have a plan that's supposed to go some kind of way, and it's going to happen either whether you want it or like it or whatever else. So yeah, it doesn't matter if he's a clone or not. I'm just saying they're pushing an agenda. It's going to go the way they want it to go because people aren't even aware of things that's going on because they preoccupied by nonsense.
I just find it interesting that you have these big figureheads or public figures that are suddenly becoming spiritually awoken.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
they're
becoming
grifting off it, mate. Like Russell Brand is grifting off it. He's selling this app where you can pray with famous people. Like, oh, you can pray with famous people for $5.99 a month. It is get closer to Jesus using my app.
Like ICP, take your paycheck and give me half, and I'll get you God's autograph. I'll get you Allah's and Buddha's too, even Zeus. I don't give a fuck who. Just send me your money.
Yeah. And that's what I think. That's what the Catholic Church has done. The Catholic Church has grifted off Christianity and turned it into something else.
Why not?
They created it.
Yeah, they created it. Why not?
They didn't create it. Christianity existed long before the Catholic Church. Christianity was around before Christ was. Like before Jesus was born, Christianity. That's
the Rolling Stone song.
Christianity.
Well,
How's
it's not
that
only
work?
that. It's the yoga studios and all of the Islamic bookstores and all of the hundreds of other like things that are promoting total false information in the name of God and shit. And it's not just Catholics, right? It's all
What
them.
they made Christianity all about Jesus, all about Jesus Christ, but Christianity is about the Christos,
which is just another new age spin on something.
Well,
It's a form of idol worship, isn't it? Like to
Sure.
see like like a Christ on a cross, right?
Yeah.
And then that's what you are looking at
That's
constantly.
for sure idol worship, but the whole chism oil writing up your kundalini, like that's just a new age overlay onto.
Well, the thing is enlightenment. Like I'm from India, they've been having that for centuries. The gurus are scammers. And they've been scammers for centuries.
What's wrong with that? Capitalism, buddy.
What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with scamming people, I guess. People do it all the time.
It's
No,
not.
I got my little.
If you're so slow that you can be scammed, go in there and get scammed.
Right.
No, I got a little glow in the dark Ganesha doll right here. So it is what it is. They sold.
No. Let's talk
They
about
sold
it.
me on
Listen,
it.
you live in
It
a
looks
country
cool.
where they used to sell something called a pet rock. It was just a rock in a plastic box that you could look at. They sold that.
Well, but is that a scam though? If they tell you that I'm going to sell you a pet rock, and then people buy pet rock, they're quite transparent about it. But what makes something a scam is that there's a kind of like a facade to it, right?
It's the ego's need to materialize it.
Do we understand that scams exist? Most people.
Yeah.
No, scams exist.
It's possible to scam. Someone will be scamming.
No, but here's what I was trying to say. The gurus were scamming people before there was capitalism. Like that's how deep the scam is.
Shout out to the gurus.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like they invented scamming.
Organizations can be argued that they were the first ones scamming people, but I think what we're trying to get at is what is a scam and what is acceptable scam, and compared to what is not an acceptable scam, or any kind of scam is acceptable.
Respectable scam.
Any kind of scam is acceptable. Just be conscious of what you're doing. I got caught up in a scam last year.
I think enlightenment exists, man. It's just it's this need to materialize it or to turn it into this visual thing of, oh yeah, like the Kundalini oil down your spine, all this bullshit. People can find enlightenment in different ways. It doesn't have to be set to this, to this structure, but the ego needs to find the structure to set it to. That's
so would you suggest ayahuasca?
I personally, I've never done ayahuasca, but I've done LSD, so I would love to actually go to Peru do ayahuasca. I would love to do it myself.
I've done acid and mushrooms, dude, and under the proper under the proper circumstances and under the right tutelage, I believe that it could be a very eye-opening experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am probably the most experienced in this panel, so let me just throw in my 2 cents because I have done ayahuasca, I have done crystal DMT and such, and I do not recommend anything to anybody. It's dependent on the individual and depending on whom you're working with, and it's also dependent on what your way to go about it. But to say that you need this kind of stuff is not correct, in my opinion. I'm more of a curious cat myself, but in my opinion, that there are people who achieve very high level of I don't know, let's just call it advancement in spirituality without any of this stuff at all. So it's not something that you need at all.
Did anybody up here say that we need it? It's not about need. It's about just doing all the things that are available.
You'd asked if I recommend
somebody out in the chat, but I couldn't find them. I think they called me a retard.
Yeah, I wasn't telling anybody they should do it. I'm just saying that if it's something that you're interested in, you have to do it under the right circumstances and under the right frame of mind as well, because your mind state really affects how the
Jesus is a Nephilim.
Yeah, of course he is.
Son of his father is a god and his mother is a human.
He's a Nephilim.
Well, check this out. Technically,
Father, why have you forsaken me? What would you expect a Nephilim to say about themselves?
According to
if a
the
Nephilim
Bible,
were to talk about themselves and tell their own story, what do you think it would sound like?
I don't know, but I know according to the Bible, in the worship of Jesus as a god, a violation of God's worship. Because does God not say not to
my mom had a virgin birth? I'm not a bastard.
Right. See.
And I've always had a hard time with the whole Trinity thing. Them trying to say that God the Father, God the Spirit, God the Holy Son are all the same people. But yet it also says in the Bible that Jesus sits at the right hand of God. So how can the same person sit at the right hand of the same person?
It's just
what you're doing is anthropomorphizing God. He can do all that, right?
It's another expression of the Trinity, which presents itself a lot in life and in nature and in yourself. I think of myself as me, my ego, my soul, and my higher self. A Trinity. Right?
You're one person. The Trinity concept doesn't work in our language.
Isn't the rest of it like psychological, like the id, the super ego, and the ego?
That doesn't work either, because you can't, like, the Father and the Son. That's not at all close to the same relationship as like one part of myself and the other part of myself.
And the Holy Ghost. Don't forget the Holy Ghost.
Whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
I don't see this thing with Jesus, man. I've had my experience with Jesus, but Jesus didn't tell me to run off and be a Christian or do what the church says or do it. Didn't say any of those things to me. Basically, just said carry on doing what you're doing.
We'll say
I was talking about the id. The id is what you're born with, right? Then you had the ego and the super ego. So it's a conscious mind and a subconscious mind. So that is all parts of you.
Yeah, but really what it is that it's closer to what Richie's saying, but actually on a sort of a universal level, because it's like, say you had two things in the universe, like you had two types of stuff in the universe, right? One was mind and the other was matter. Right now, say you needed a third thing to communicate between those two, because mind is immaterial and matter is basically stuff, right? So you'd say, how does immaterial thoughts get into material stuff, right? And then the answer was basically spirit, right? So they said, well, spirit is a sort of a third type of essence or type of stuff that's beyond either mind or material.
Hey, real quick, not Flo. I gotta hop off here. The baby's waking up.
All right, be good.
But it's been awesome, man. Hey, Nosh, you got a channel?
Man. Who?
Drop your link, Notch. Yeah, he does.
sir.
You got a channel? If you do, drop it in the back for me so I can sub.
He'll drop it in the front.
All right. Well, thanks for
Bro, can you show the
that,
names
and
right
I'll
quick?
drop
Who's
it
the
up.
green dude?
Thanks.
Yep. Hey, take it easy, Nidish, and everyone else, man. Appreciate y'all.
Good to meet you, man.
Oh, man.
Green dude is Machine Lies. Fuck, I lost what I was gonna say. Oh.
Wait, what?
I think it's interesting. So this comment here that you have to invite demons into you.
Yeah, like a vampire.
Right, exactly. You have to invite them in. So why would you need to invite God in the same way?
I think he's already in you.
It's the same thing.
Focus or lack of.
He's the same thing as a demon.
Tuning.
I'm just pointing
In
out,
essence,
like,
yes.
you would think that God could go where he wanted, but
Yeah, omnipresent. Yes.
Then why would you need to invite him? If he's
then why
already
would he
there?
need to be invited humbly? And
No, I
why
think
would
that's
he
his
do
free will,
it with threat of with this threat? And how's he going to deny you in front of himself if there's only one God? Like, the whole thing doesn't work conceptually. I personally think that religion is an exercise in getting people to have self-contradictory thinking. It's a form of brainwashing that you introduce early, so people can believe that there's one God, but the Trinity, right?
Yeah,
I think
because
people
it
believe
used to be
self-contradictory things.
polytheism,
Religion's
right?
just sham sport. It's just
Well, because
self-contradictory things.
it literally is not possible for there to be one thing that is three things, or a father that is its own son and is one thing. But if you can train somebody at an early age to do these mental gymnastics and accept these things that are definitionally impossible, you can train them to do a lot of things then.
Well, I'll read this for you guys. Is a very small quote by Saint Eusebius. He said, "The blessed Trinity." On this point, Eusebius is, of course, interpreting Plato in a Neoplatonic sense, is referring to three principles: one, or the good; the nous, or the mind; and the third thing is the world soul.
Yeah, so that was like my id, ego, and super ego.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
Conscious
what. Yeah,
mind,
that's what.
subconscious mind.
Yeah, I talked about that here before because that's what Freud actually based it on, right? You know, so because Freud had read Plato and stuff, you know.
I'm not terrible. God.
Don't get ahead of
Greetings,
yourself
everyone.
thinking you can explain God with a mortal mind. We can only explain what he allows us.
Yeah, I don't think
Agree,
nobody
but
could.
that's what God gave us to work out these things with. So why the fuck are you gaslighting us out of using God's given tools into accepting
Exactly.
I heard that.
the belief structure of a person, right? Like, this is absurdity.
Yeah, I think he acts that way because he got him a super gulp from 7-Eleven. And this
No,
weird.
it's from Sheets, and I'm just using the cup. It has almond milk in it, so.
Almond milk? What, you got a vagina?
I was just gonna say, fucking
It'd be
hell.
cool if I did have a vagina use. Yeah.
Dude, absolutely gaslighting to tell somebody that they can't think well enough about something. That's why you should don't think for yourself. You don't think good. Here, I'll tell you the way. Absolutely, the gaslight. 100%.
Yeah.
And if our brains are good enough, why doesn't God let us file RMA requests? To get
Yeah, I
new
don't
If we
brains?
would never be able to
I don't
understand
think our
God,
brains
why are
good
you
enough
claiming to
because we keep
understand
trying
God?
to anthropomorphize
Why
God,
is by grace
put him
trying
in
to
a
tell
box,
us
and I
about
don't think we
God?
put him in a box. And then some people trying to put him in the 3 boxes. So he's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
I don't think you understand
God
God at
is
all.
beyond
Saved by
our
grace. I think that
Yeah, I
you
don't-
have
capacity to
adopted a
understand.
religion.
Why find an amount of entities? Why couldn't God just be an infinite amount of entities? Why 3? Why not unlimited? Come on.
Yeah.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
Was that Bert Kreischer? Hey, I think that people try to put God in a box, and you can't put him in a box. So all the aspects and whatever people think is just their own personal opinion.
Yes,
They keep trying to make him some kind of like anthropomorphic thing, like he's like a human being, like he has arms and legs, he's seeing you with his eyes and whatever
We were
else.
made in his image, man. We were made in his image.
So you think he looks? You think he looks like
does it
me?
mean like
You think he
God
looks
has
like me,
two
but on the
arms and two
spiritual
legs and a
realm?
face like you? Is that
Right.
what that means,
So
or
you,
does
so
it mean
you
something
think he
different?
looks like me on the spiritual realm?
So is one supposed to take on?
I didn't say that because that's what I think. I'm just saying that's what they say, and that's what the answer would be.
Who is the they?
People who have anthropomorphized him, or even the fact that we call him, that it's a him. Oh, God is automatically a man.
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, I'm. That's what I'm saying. The whole thing.
Well, God is not an
is
it.
absurd.
No,
Is
Huh?
God an it?
I've
Is God
always said- I've
Well,
always-
all those things. Wait. It, thing, man, all those, everything you can think of is the issue. No, what did he?
Okay, my point is this.
What was
My point is
supposed to
this.
be said? The thing that's supposed to be said is that it exists, right? Or if you can say it.
My
That you
point
can
is this:
feel
like
it.
when
It's all around you. It's everywhere. That's the type
Go
of thing,
ahead.
right?
Notch.
These are just the primitive human words that we use.
Yeah.
So saying it or saying
I agree.
we're in its image and saying he and all of those things, I think that's all like
water.
I don't think you can conceive
course.
what God is. It's like goldfish trying to
Notch.
describe the kitchen. Fuck God. The man stood in the kitchen of the room that they're, I don't know. We can't even
I
conceive of
think
what
it's
God
like
is.
what Mike Tyson said. God doesn't need us, we need him.
So,
Or it,
Nidish,
or whatever.
would you worship a woman god?
It wouldn't make a difference if that's God.
Oh yeah.
How big is the tits?
What does she like?
I think
Does
it's
she
like
look
D.
J-Lo? What's her name?
38D?
Salma Hayek.
And what would I have to do to be initiated to that God? Is
Notch, go ahead and start, and then I'll bring it back up.
Okay, no, all I want to say is that it's a limitation of language, and that's part of the reason why people are referring to God as a he. God could very easily be a she. I don't think there's any kind of a gender thing about God. He doesn't have to be a he or a she. But why we don't use the word it, because it doesn't really mean that it's neither, because it has a kind of like a inanimate object categorization with it. That's why we don't say God is an it, if that makes sense, right? And so most often people refer to God as a he because he's a progenitor. So like this masculine male energy tends to have this kind of outwardly going out. And maybe that's not always the case, but females or women tend to have a receiving type of energy. That's the reason as to why. You don't have to agree with it, but I'm just giving you an explanation.
I love this false sense of superiority that Saved by Grace has got, like preaching to us all.
Right.
Really
Mr. Miyagi as well. I guess Mr. Miyagi says, I guess few here have read where Satan will deceive the whole world, even the majority of Christians. I guess many people haven't understood it though, right? Why the fuck would you think that the whole world will be deceived, but you're going to find truth in the biggest religion on earth? Imagine that insanity.
So I want to answer Nidish's question.
Like I was saying on Jack's
irony.
Yeah, I want to answer Nidish's question.
Let Pie
They
Speak
want
go ahead. He
erotic
hasn't
art
answered. He
dedicated to
hasn't
them.
spoken yet.
It's like I
No,
was saying.
you forgot the question. I want to answer it. You want
Go ahead,
not
go
to
ahead.
talk. I
I'll
want to answer
yield.
Nidish's question. Okay. Well, they want erotic. That goddess wants erotic art dedicated to her, so that's what she wants to be initiated.
Well, I think what I was saying on Jack's yesterday, I think a lot of this text and all of these books of this religious, I'll just call it an order or whatever. I just feel that is taking the imagination of people, and we can kind of run wild with it because there's just about anything you can imagine in there. So is that some of the downfall? Is the imagination and all that could be dreamed up from all of those writings that we read? And someone said we were created in the image. Okay, if we were created in the image, wouldn't that also mean that we should be acting the character in likeness? It's what the big world stage is, right? In entertainment, they're all characters playing a role. So, I mean, just food for thought. I mean, I try to simplify things instead of complicating them. And, all of these writings can just do that. They could be deceptive.
Yeah, and I say
the stage and all that other stuff, but if you don't know if it's a it or a she or a he or whatever else, you just don't know.
Right, until God sorts out, like books, a great big palladium where you can 250,000 people can come and all experience God, come down, sit down on the stage, and tell everybody exactly what's going on. Every single person here, your experience with God is going to be subjective, right?
That would be a subjective opinion.
That's not necessarily true. You can watch God on Dark Matter 25 cartoons.
Fuck are you talking about?
Confucius said, "The mark of an educated mind is to know the extent of one's own ignorance." That's all I can say.
So, Hank, show us how intelligent you are.
This much? Did you miss it? I'll show you again. This much?
Yeah, I'm just trying to calculate.
I was ignoring it. I was taking a big gulp of some Pinot Grigio.
Pinot,
my man.
That's better than
I think as one person, like I'm an individual, so I'll speak for myself or whatever. So they say in the world of quantifiable spectrum of light or whatever that human beings can only pick up like less than 1% of all that available information.
I believe that.
Yeah, so it's like, I think it takes some reflection because I think if we mirrored the devil enough, I think he'd be God. In some weird material sense of sorts. But I think if we mirrored or reflected, one in reflection, one with two can become a three.
So what do you think about that
a one is a three
cube?
In my opinion, with reflection.
Lanza, is that your name?
Maybe God is using the devil as a tool. I mean, if you believe in a God,
if he's the creator of everything, yeah, he created
the devil.
And water is the basis of life, and can go through the most states of matter.
Yeah, we're mostly water. Yeah, I agree with that. But here's the thing: I want to ask Lanza, what do you think about the Tesseract cube?
Okay, the fourth dimensional cube. The fourth dimensional cube.
Yeah.
I think it's a representation of a concept.
So, do you think it's alternate U's in different dimensions, U's in different universes? That it's a mirrors of us?
I got an answer for that. for that.
I never thought of it like that. I'd have to think about that longer.
I say yes, but it's about in other people's minds, like the people that so I don't really exist in your world, Nightish, until you come onto YouTube and like we're talking to each other now, but I'm just this this character that comes into your life, and I don't know what's going on in your life, and you don't know what's going on in my life. That's two separate realities right there. That's technically two separate universes, because there's the way that you perceive the universe and there's the way that I perceive the universe. So those are two separate universes, and I exist in both of them.
They're
You
separate
exist in both
perspectives
of
of the
them.
same universe.
Yeah.
Biologically, though, I think we're all kind of very, very, like 98.8% similar. So it's like, I'll give you that 1.2% there.
Yeah, I believe that also, that we're very similar. That's what's interesting about race and all this other nonsense that people spend all these years, thousand years fighting about. Is kind of weird.
I like to think
there are people with a lot of doppelgangers here. Somebody looks just like you never seen in your life, but you get around them and they do so many things that's similar to what you do, and you never met them before. They're not a biological
Have you
brother or whatever.
Have you ever heard
else.
about the twin study out of Minnesota? The twin study.
We don't know because
twins?
we don't know what you're talking about.
I haven't heard of that, but I've seen them have a twin stand by, one on this side of a wall, one on this side of a wall. They can't see each other, and they'll tell them dance, and they'll dance like each other. They'll tell them,
okay,
put a random hand up, and they'll both put the same hand up.
If I may have the opportunity to just elaborate real quick, that twin study is basically they found these identical twins who were separated at a young age or at birth, okay, and they were able to determine like that they have very much like parallel lives, and they themselves did not even know that they were a twin. They were thinking, okay, I'm adopted and I'm living my own life and stuff like this. And a lot of times they found out that they have like same name wives, or they name their dog the same. They enjoy the same type of stuff. So this is what the twin study is like, kind of finding all this. So they've done studies on a bunch of twins, like not just like 100, but like thousands of them. And the conclusion is that they have very similar lives. So it's a question about nurture versus nature. Nature versus nurture. Genetics, how much of a role that it plays in your life.
There are some twins that are absolutely completely opposite as well. I think isn't it an even split between?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it's an even split.
But it is true that they're not all identical twins are identical.
No. It's a range. There's a range, but like you yourself could not study yourself in that matter because you are not an identical twin. So it's a study about identical twins and how much are they actually aligning with each other or not. And they are more aligned with each other in terms of their preferences than not, is really the conclusion of that experiment or test, or it's research more than anything else.
I've never met a doppelganger, but I've had a couple of people tell me that they've met my doppelganger somewhere else. Like somebody met my doppelganger in America, and I can't remember where the other one was, but I've never met one. I probably think it was a bit of a twat, to be honest.
I guess that's how you think about yourself.
Absolutely.
And why is that? Why is that 007?
Because I'm 47 years old, still pursuing a career that isn't going anywhere at the moment, but I'm still fucking digging my heels in and saying, no, fuck you. This is what I'm here to do. And it means that I'm sat here on a fucking.
So that's
YouTube
what makes you a twat.
A twat, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like that's what makes you a twat, is that you're doing something that you know it's not working, but you continue to do it.
It doesn't appear to be. It's nothing. There's been no change in 3 years. There's been no change. So,
Oh yeah, Mr. Me, G. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, Satan will return playing Jesus in fool more than not. It's amazing that people can't apply this to their own reality, only to some future point in time. Like, maybe you're deceived now.
Yeah, it was all
Oh, I
sat-
wouldn't say that. I mean,
That was a
most people
good
don't know the
one.
right
You guys are
buttons.
getting better.
You just need to know the right buttons to press.
Say it again. I didn't catch that, Hank. Say that again.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Flo's not easily offended. It's just most people don't know the right buttons to press.
Do you?
Yes.
I don't think Flo ever gets offended. You get pissed off, isn't offended. Bored isn't offended.
Well, offended is offended, isn't it? You lose your mind, you kind of go offended.
I never thought of it like that.
Make hasty decisions, say things that you don't mean.
Never thought of it like that. That's a good one.
I'm waiting for Hank to offend me. Come on, Hank.
Find the buttons. You know the buttons, Hank. You said that you know where the buttons are.
Talk
So
about
go ahead and press the button.
anticlimactic.
This is a button.
You're being invited.
It's not a
Push
button.
all the buttons all at once, like you do in the elevator.
This is how you do. You do nothing when he wants you to do something.
It's really
So you
not pushing
can
my
do it.
button.
but You
When
refuse.
somebody
It's
wants
actually
you to
kind of
do something.
amusing.
I know.
Ring my bell.
It's amusing at first, then it's painful.
Flo is absolutely a heathen. He's a white devil. And I'm part Nephilim.
Part Nephilim. Now Nephilim are the giants, right?
Yeah.
The half.
Yeah.
Mostly slept with the angel, the human.
Yeah, blue eyes and blonde hair, and they were tall motherfuckers. According to the narrative, eh?
I'm exactly average.
How do you guys think Hank did it at getting under my skin? Did he push my buttons?
No.
Well, you look super upset right now, but you know.
No, he did not.
Do you want to make a flow state upset? That's the first question, Hank. Or do you just want to let everybody know that you got powers beyond our imagination? You know where everybody's buttons are at.
I don't know everyone's
find
I don't
another
know everyone's
target?
buttons.
You know.
I don't know everyone's buttons, but I certainly know flow states.
Okay, push his buttons. He has invited you to push his buttons, right?
This is what I'm doing. He has to ask other people if his own mental state is. Which is something he would never normally do.
You don't think I would turn something into a poll to get a little audience engagement?
If that's what you want to do, go for it.
It is what I did.
What are your
ask other
buttons,
people what their
Hank?
own opinion is, of course.
Do you have buttons to be pressed? Do you have any
Absolutely.
buttons to be pressed?
Absolutely. But most people are afraid to go for them, so.
Do you think flow state is afraid to push your buttons?
No.
Why do you want to talk
You know
about
what Hank's
yourself
buttons are.
so much? I can do this, I can do that, and this is what I am. And I want to just talk about myself all the time, and rather than talk about ideas and things that we were talking about.
That's you.
Leave
Need
Hank
attention.
alone. No,
That's you.
Hank knows how to do things. He's very powerful and dangerous.
Not Chiquita, that's you.
That is
All
me.
right.
Yeah. You
So
got me.
It's about 2/3 to 1/3. Let me ask another question. You want to know who? This is a man who knows how to push my fucking buttons.
Let's do it. My pony, my saddle is waiting.
Who's doing that?
I'm always fascinated.
brother.
I'm always fascinated by human interactions. Like some people like rub other people the wrong way for whatever reason. I think it's really interesting, you know. Like, and then those same people have no effect on other people though too. So it's fascinating. Who do you have the most difficulty with here on your channel, Flow State, in your
Me?
experience?
The most difficulty in what way?
I mean, like, who rubs you the wrong way, you know, in that way?
Well, lately it's been Denizen is the first one that comes to mind. He knows how to get right under my
Right.
skin.
I thought he was for you. Like he was over at my channel with you, and then he was, you know, he was defending you, and he was saying good things about you.
Him. Uncle Fatty and Denizen are both pretty good at making me flip the fuck out. Snafu is not very good at it. I just don't approve of his methods.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really get under my skin or piss me off.
Yeah, Officer Snaps is too predictable.
You have to be in that.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Officer Snaps is too predictable. He can't really
He's
get in
just too stupid.
Yeah.
You have to be in that golden means range where I have to like care enough about what you have to say, but then you have to be like antagonistic, but like, you know, it's like that. There's a fine range because like if I think you're batshit insane, why would I even listen at all? Like it would have like no effect on me, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna explain like what makes me crazy any more than I already have. I'll just say that Uncle Fatty and Difficult Denizen are both capable of doing it pretty well. Snafu is not good at it. He just gets himself blocked. And no, Paul Enslaved is not good at it either. He's not even blocked.
Yeah, he's not good at it. Pussy Paul's not good at it.
Yeah.
He's too caught in his tiny little loops. His Fruit Loops.
He's just his worldview is too narcissistic. He's too easy to move around. Narcissists are really easy to move around.
Yep.
Jesus does not offend Flo.
That was a good one.
What's up,
another
Fat
fatty.
Random?
There he is.
There's a different fatty. I remember.
Is there another fatty? How many
Yes.
fatties are there?
I'm nephew fatty.
Yeah. This
The
is
other one.
King Fatty. There's also Uncle Fatty, and I think that's it.
And there's Nightish. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Damn, like you've been live for 7 hours. I was looking for people live. I didn't saw your shit for whatever reason. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I don't know.
It's
either.
conspiracy.
I went live impromptu. Like I've noticed that if I schedule my live a little bit beforehand, then it gets better views. But if I go live just out of the blue, I get lower views. So
The 45 minutes things is better. Like it shows up on the algorithm. The improv too, no notification. Usually doesn't show up on the feed, no nothing.
Right. Agree.
And shout out to the machine lies with this awesome avatar. Long time I didn't see that.
Thank you.
I do. Right? That's baby Piccolo, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's Kid Piccolo.
That's Kid Piccolo. Motherfucker was eating fish at 2. Like he was when Piccolo fought Goku and the first time he was like 3 years old or something like that, right?
That's right.
Yes.
That motherfucker is a prodigy.
Is that Dragon Ball Z? Or something?
Yes.
Motherfucker was fighting the strongest man in the planet at 2 years old. God damn it.
I've been going live random with a whole brand new name. It's interesting.
Crystal Shaman, what do you mean about a dating panel for Fatty?
Better be Uncle Fatty, because I don't do dating things. Fuck.
I'll do a
bitches.
dating thing, whatever your name is.
What is your avatar, man?
I'm
It's
trying
like
to give me some YouTube pussy.
It's like dropping everybody and saying, "Go ahead, Fatty, and reach this woman."
Would you be more comfortable raising Nightish?
What is going on, Flo? Wait a minute. What's happening, Flo? What's happening right here? What is this about?
They're trying to antagonize United. Are you a victim? What is going on these 6 hours?
I think Flo is sleepy. He made a peanut butter and syrup sandwich in his triple wide. I don't know if he was looking at Dragon Ball Z though. Maybe Heat of the Night.
I think it was Hank because of his fedoras. You and him have the same. You and him have who has the best collection of fedoras?
We don't.
Who has the
Hank
best
does.
collection of fedoras?
Hank-
Nikes?
It's
Go.
pretty obvious. Pretty
Hank
obvious.
does.
Correct.
Damn.
I gotta
Oh,
make
shit.
a Nightish one.
You would have a customized one? God damn it! I've seen that Nightish with really nice fedoras. I don't know about that. I just think he's being humble.
Yeah, but if you do mind, Flo, make sure it's a black woman. Ass and titties.
Man, how much more photoshopping you want me to do?
Just take the dark skinned guy with the weird fedoras off.
I thought Hank liked guys.
He's
Or
down
does
for
he go
both.
both ways?
Whoa.
I like everyone, but I like the ladies
No,
more.
Hank, no, that's the wrong answer. Come on, Hank. What? You like everyone, but there's not that type of liking.
I like the ladies more. I'm sexist.
No, you like the ladies more, meaning that you like the men too, right?
Yes.
Hank, that's not the right. We'll go to the other way, sir.
What? I hate everyone. I'm a misanthrope.
No, say I like woman exclusively.
I don't think you're defining like in the same way.
I don't think we're talking about the same
Okay,
thing.
you got me. I'm actually a misanthrope. You got me. There you go, fat. You
No, Hank. Don't say I'm sexually attracted to men.
Wait,
Okay.
1 second. A Hank spell misanthrope.
Okay, MISANTHROAP. No.
Yeah. This is the era of participation trophy, so you should get a participation trophy.
I don't want it. Give it to the machine lies.
I don't know if you guys are flirting with each other, but I support the LGBT.
No, the Asian
So go
guy
ahead.
said that the guy in the fedora likes men, and I don't want him to feel lonely up here.
So you are being there's I don't know about that, Nightish. Are you sure you want to make the step?
I'm
Keep
not
drinking that
concerned
wine.
about it.
Yay, Nightish is two beers away. No, these not beers. 2 cups away.
You
Two.
Grigio, motherfucker.
No, it's
How
the
many
last. I
boxes
got
of
one
wine would
last
it?
cup. And then I'm
Oh,
out.
How many boxes of wine would it take for you to fuck Hank?
There's no amount of wine to fuck that weird up.
How many boxes of wine does it take for you to pass out?
I could
Trick
pass
question.
out for one. I could
What
pass out for one.
You would die before you would have to consume that much wine.
What Nightish said was the problem is the wine, but if you have beer on it,
No,
or
the
whiskey,
problem is.
you might change his
Wait,
mind.
listen, no, Fetty, don't
There's
do
no
this.
amount
No,
of
no,
wine
no,
in this
no,
world,
no.
but if you
The
with me with the whiskey,
issue is the dick. He needs to have a vagina that we was born with.
You're the vagina if you fall asleep.
That's
not.
right.
No,
What
I'm not.
about-
Even if
what
I'm
about-
asleep, if anything weird happens, I know I got enough.
He gonna bust down that pussy.
Whatever. Sounds good. You don't
Hey,
know me very well.
Hank, would you sit on Nightish lap like you were Santa Claus?
Definitely you will, but I don't want it to happen.
I'm too
No,
heavy for him.
you are too heavy for him. God damn it.
No, man. Hank, you're smaller than Nightish. I mean, it's isn't that clear? You're like
That's it.
5'7".
Yeah, but I'm like,
Nightish looks
I
bigger
just weighed
to
myself
me.
today. I'm 196
Man,
pounds.
90 is a giant. 90 is like 6 foot something. He has
I'm
probably
only
150
6'2". I'm not
pounds.
that tall.
No, you are
I'm
6
just
foot. Yes.
You're 200 pounds, Hank.
No, not
Hank, you're
200.
200 pounds.
No,
173.
I'm way past 200
Yeah, I'm
Look,
pounds.
not even
Hank.
fat.
Hank
Look.
said he's like 197 pounds
Yeah,
at
not even fat.
5'7".
No belly really.
Hey, look at that. And can you do
I
Kendrick
just
Cam for
look
a
at
night?
that.
Can you do a Kendrick Cam for a
Hank.
night real quick?
Hank, can you get all the bitches?
I can get some of them.
Some of them, okay, that's all that
And
matters.
I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
Hank, do you know what the Kendrick Cam is?
Yes.
90 if you could do a Kendrick Cam for him real quick.
What's Kendrick Cam?
It's like you stand up
It's
and you do
something
kind
that
of a
Fatty
spin.
is into. You
No,
understand? All the words that are being spoken are not related to Nidus. They're completely all about Fatty. And is that a plus sign by him? So he's part of the LGBTQ, and
That's a
I think
spade.
that last thing will be P.
That's a spade.
Damn.
Hey, listen, I tell you about this guy that's sus. That we don't know what's going on. That's about to do a Kendrick Cam. All this is for Fatty, not for me.
That's for 90.
You can
I came
say
here to
that,
support
but-
you, brother.
You
Get
can
out
say
of
that,
the
but I don't know
corner.
if that's true.
I appreciate the support, but unfortunately, I only like pussy.
And I don't say for you to get out of the closet because there's not closet big enough to hide
Yeah,
whatever you
there's
have
not
going
a
on.
closet big enough for me and you for sure.
Well, yeah,
This is a
I'm
warehouse. It's
I'm
like a
actually
giant
on that
closet.
boat too.
Have
So
y'all seen Majin Buu's hairline? It's back here.
yeah, no, Majin Buu
Do I
is
need
never
to?
airline.
Do I need to say this? We're encroaching gay threshold.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get to.
So
Fatty, come on. It's 2024. You can be yourself.
Hey, Nachikida, can you say something manly so we can go back to?
Did you hear that O'Shea went to jail, Nach?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
What's up, cutie?
Flow State.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hello.
Hello.
Speaking
That's
of
a nice looking
trauma-oriented
shirt right there.
and
Stand up.
controlling.
I like how you've got it
Tied
set
up.
up a little bit properly.
Yeah.
That's
She should do a
good.
cheer with that on. Midriff. Awesome.
I'm glad my camera's off.
Hey, Lindsay, you should.
That wasn't expected.
If he said that.
I think Lindsay really likes Flow State.
Yeah, she want to be State's whore if he's into that 50 Shades of Grey shit.
Damn.
I don't know if he is.
Yeah. You don't know if he is.
I don't.
Hank, would you let Lindsay dominate you, Hank?
Who dominate me?
The woman that was yes.
If
Would you
she's
let
strong
her?
enough, I'm not sure she's strong enough.
Would you let them cuff you and put like the ball in your mouth and like say you dog?
I'll let her
make
try.
you
I'm
walk
not sure she can
around
do
on your
it.
slow knees, and we are in large crowds. Show your affection and love for her in an amazing poem.
Would you let her put a leash
Get
on you?
married
and
where
walk
y'all
around
have
your
two wedding rings that was candy pops that you suck on until you get to the slapstick.
Who's that for?
For you and your queen to be.
Lindsay?
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not sure she wants to do that. I don't think she can handle it.
But that's where you take control at.
With her, I'll take control from the
You
start. I don't think
only miss the shots you don't take.
with her, I'll take control from the start. I don't think she can handle dominating things.
I would see. I'll lean up against her, press up against her. Oops, excuse me, I didn't know you was there. What would you do? Philosophize her? I was noticing you from across the room, and Is it a possibility in the occasion where you may take a break, you could text me so we could roll?
She's really small, so I could probably just
That's
grab
what
her.
you like. Yeah. She's small.
Yeah, I could probably just grab her. She's really small.
I don't
Don't
believe you.
grab anybody.
I don't believe you, Hank. I think you are gentle. I
You
think
can tell.
you buy roses to women. You go to them and say, "You should let me love you," like you sing to them. You run their hot water. I think you are the lover, Hank. You're not this
Oh, Hank, you sing to him and do all that shit?
I let him say whatever he wants.
Huh?
I like the confusion, so keep saying that.
Mr. RG doesn't think any of us have had a hottie.
Oh, come on, man.
I think Hank begs all the bad bitches. Do you even like white woman, Hank?
They're common.
What will be your preference?
They're
Asian,
common.
probably.
Asian would be your preference?
Yeah, I think I like them.
Nashiki, can you hook my brother up real quick?
Yeah, what do you need? No.
Was your last girlfriend Asian?
Last girlfriend. No, she was Italian.
Damn, so you are into white woman.
They're just around.
Why did you leave her and broke her heart?
But without technically, I didn't technically leave her. She's just
She said
slut.
arrivederci.
She's
She the type of chick that had 4 kids and 5 different baby daddies. How does that happen? She don't even know.
Exactly. That's it.
Wait,
so I
she
don't want her
has
for
four.
keeps. I don't want her for keeps.
She has 4 baby daddies.
I didn't count. She only has 2 children. So.
Come on. So of those 2 children, how many of baby daddies were there?
Both of them was twins.
I didn't care enough to do a freaking test. So.
But that
So
was
you
your
don't care about
girlfriend.
the mitochondria or the other one? That's crazy. I didn't know you was a savage like this, Hank.
Yeah, I didn't tell you.
To sit up and take the women through this stuff you're doing right now, I'm positive.
I'm not sure if both of us are going to come.
I know I'm not.
That's too bad.
No, you want to please her first.
I know to use my mouth.
Whoa, Hank. Hank,
No
you need to
diddy.
chill. Hank, you need to chill, Hank. No bracing.
No diddy.
Hank, you need to chill, bro.
No chill, Hank. Don't chill.
Flo,
Chicks
well,
chill.
yeah, Flo is loving it.
If you
I
can't
think
put
the-
up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
The more queer stuff you do, somehow I'll become a low-cal.
We're talking about chicks, not queer stuff.
Duh. Weren't you paying attention?
Is this the real Mel backstage?
She's not
Real
live right
Mel.
now.
Give me 2 fingers up. Your nose. Up your nose.
Reveal yourself. Yeah.
Oh, she's out in
Good
the
afternoon,
field.
gents.
She's in the field reporting.
Yes, I'm a secret agent, remember? I was just spying on you.
Tell us who drove you up here. Was it Hank? Because he
Joshua
said
Jones is already spying on me.
Good
I
morning,
was
Mel.
spying on you. Well, good morning. Well, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Because Flo always accuses me of never coming up, like I got 10 minutes, I thought I'd
This
say
is
hello.
the first time you've ever come up.
It's not the first time I've ever come up, don't I,
But
Flo?
don't say hello to Flo without saying hello to Hank. Hank said he has a lot of loving for you.
No, I was just listening. He said I had a lot of loving for Lindsay.
Yeah, 11 inches of heat.
Huh? What was that about he?
11 inches of heat.
None of
Hey,
my
Mel,
business.
Mel, how dare you come in on the stream driving on the right side of? Come on, Mel. You don't know better.
I'm driving on the correct side of the road. You fuckers all drive on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, it's like the metric system, right? The only country that uses a different thing is the one that is right. I don't know. I'm literally scared of actually driving on the right. It's the only country where I never rent a car. I never do nothing. I just walk, catch Ubers, and go. Never.
It's the same. It's the same with me. I don't rent cars abroad because I can't. I'm too worried about driving on the wrong side of the road.
It's counterintuitive.
Yes. So how are all the gents tonight? Or this morning, should I say?
I'm doing
Blessed
awesome.
and highly flavored.
Do you think any advice is good advice? She says, "Here's a flash, fellas. If you're looking for a good woman, maybe stop." Oh, God damn it! Who's fighting the keyboard?
Oh, it's me. I was typing back to them. I'm obviously not looking for a good woman.
So
This is a
stop
badass woman.
referring to them as sex objects. Just the thoughts.
No. My answer is no.
I thought you were typing in you wanted a woman from Whores or Us.
Yes.
What the fuck you mean no?
I no to the proposition. I don't want a good woman. I want a badass woman.
You want a freak, Hank?
Absolutely.
Sugar.
Look at Joshua Jones.
You want
over
sugar bomb?
No, he's calling women master. Joshua,
You want
No, do you
Joshua Jones
want
calling
sugar
women master.
bomb to be your whatever this is you're supposed to be?
Say again, Nidus.
Do you want sugar bomb to be your whatever it's supposed to be?
I don't know sugar bum.
Get to know her. I tell you what, wear gray sweatpants, a little clingy to yourself, and sit it on her face right here.
So the obvious answer to that question, is that good advice, is yes. Of course, if you want a woman who is into you while you're treating her as a sex object, is going to be a sex object.
Excellent. That makes sense.
It does make sense.
Be responsible when you do it.
Now, if you don't treat women like sex objects immediately, then after a little bit, you can treat them like sex objects all you want. And you know.
Do you know what makes me laugh is this is what really makes me laugh is a bunch of men always complaining about women on YouTube panels. I find that highly entertaining.
What makes me laugh is
I never. Diesel, give me a peace sign. You did that quickly. Give me middle finger. All right.
Yeah, what up,
another driver? Goddamn it, Diesel.
Mel, it's not a lot of men up here complaining about women. We just trying to figure out how to, not spread ourselves too thin.
Diesel, why are you dressed like a stripper?
Diesel going to a bachelorette party
for being
right
on the wrong
now.
side of the road.
I'm driving on the right side of the road. Mel's driving
I know,
on the
but did you look at Mel?
Yeah, yeah. Don't let me find you, Mel. I'm coming to get you.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you putting me on big? I'm trying to concentrate. Take me off.
I got a feeling a lot of you pussies couldn't handle Mel.
We couldn't. Mel is above our league. He's above our pay grade.
Yeah, I think
I
she
don't know
knows the
about that.
loop and the serpentine and the figure eight.
And that's the thing. Like Mel says that he's funny about we crying about woman, but I will complain more about Diesel shirt size. I think Diesel needs to go.
It's in the chest area that's looking.
Diesel needs to go 3 sizes up. Diesel, there's no way you. Diesel, there's no way. If I know you are the chief of police and you don't have to run after nobody, but if you have to, brother, you are going to repair. Like you're going to repair pants. You're going.
I got maximum movement in this.
I would be very confident that I can run away from you, brother, if I actually had to. I was like, oh shit. Look.
I don't think you could. I'm an athlete.
I don't think you could either.
It's hard to run when he's shocking you with the taser.
Exactly.
Fatty, I'm an athlete, not an athlete. I'm an athlete.
An athlete.
That means I can run.
Yeah.
Duh.
That was when was the last time you got on the tread? I know that you go to the gym, but when was the last time you actually went to a treadmill?
I use a treadmill every day.
And if I put you on the Stairmaster, how many minutes can you get there?
Listen, Stairmaster, that's a different beast. That's a totally different beast. We're not gonna talk about that.
So you are not an athlete. The athlete is not afraid of the Stairmaster.
He doesn't need to be an athlete. You're literally named Fatty.
Hold on. You mean to tell me a lineman can get on a daggone Stairmaster?
Absolutely not. That shit is ridiculous. Like when I see women saying that they did 10 minutes of Stairmaster, I'm like, you guys are psychopaths. What the hell is going on?
That's crazy. That's crazy as hell.
The Stairmaster is the end all be all. Like that's kind of fucked up.
Hot chicks go to the elliptical.
So what is the point that are you saying that he's not in good shape, Fatty?
No.
No, that's what he's saying.
No. I'm going to ask Aku. Aku, do you think Diesel is in good shape? Because you called him a stripper. So do you think he's in good shape?
No, I call him a stripper, and yes, obviously he's in good shape. Look at him.
If you had the bachelor party, would you invite him to do a performance?
Sure. I'll take him to I'll take Flow stage.
Aku, come on, bro. This man is like he can't give a right answer. Aku, I'm starting to believe in that you actually you play for both teams.
I'm only on my side.
Well, I can tell.
So what's the measure of being in a good shape? I mean, it seems to me he's a pretty strong guy over there, Diesel TV. I mean, look at his guns.
I mean, you can bang longer because you're healthy.
No, there's not. Like, there's the looking
Nidish,
good.
This last couple weeks, Nidish, you've been a different damn person. What the hell is going on with you?
This man lost his channel.
Listen, we talking about banging, right?
This man lost his channel and then got his channel back, and now he's going full out. Like he's going.
He spent too much time around white people.
It's like YOLO. The other day I was watching, and Nightish was and he was around white people, and he was like, "Oh, can I rub it or something like that for like 45 minutes?" I was like, "God damn it, Nightish, you are scaring the white people away, Nightish. Do you can be doing that?"
This man is trying to disgrace me. I did not do anything of the sort.
You did.
I was probably talking about rimming, like edging.
No.
Not putting the whole thing in, but just like getting you.
That's the tip. That's the tip, Nightish, right?
It was a girl. She said something, and for 45 minutes you were making sexual innuendos.
Yeah, because I sang to her first.
So what did you tell her, just to make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing your character?
That I would make sure that she came first. That her orgasm is important to me.
Okay.
If you can't put up with the stigma, then don't be a freak.
90s.
My goodness.
90s over promising and under delivering since 1997.
Yes, there's no way you're gonna come, but at least I gave you hope.
Should have picked me.
Well,
I would make.
Well, the effort was there. That's the important thing. The intention was good.
I wouldn't pick you, Hank, is because you're not born right.
Wait. What does that mean? What does that mean, sir?
You got to have a pussy.
Oh, okay. I thought he was. I thought we were going there. I thought we were going there today.
I thought it was too.
Thank you, Nigel, for actually keeping composure. God damn it!
You walked into the trap. You should have seen that trap coming. Oh yeah,
it's a trap.
Diesel TV. I have a quick question for you. What do you know about sovereign citizens?
Oh shit!
A lot about sovereign citizens.
Are they your?
You know a lot about them.
Yeah. I know their practices. I haven't researched the actual, sovereign.
Have you ever has anybody ever successfully that in your experience gotten away with driving with like a private license plate or saying they don't even know?
No, that's not a thing.
Not a thing.
See, sovereign citizens like to use that as a way to try to get around paying taxes and things of that sort. But the fact of the matter is that driving is not a right; it's a privilege. Traveling is a right.
No. They're traveling. They're not driving, sir. You know how they do it. Let's go to the whole thing. They were here before you.
Right. So at the end of the day, your rights are not violated just because I'm not giving you the privilege to drive, right? You have to pay for that. So they try to use that as one of the things they complain as their rights, and it's not a right.
So would you say, Diesel TV, that under your oath of office, you're there to protect those rights? So it would be obviously of good moral character to know what that is, or just be told by your upper command
to know what is,
what the laws really are. You know, I find it interesting that in certain texts they call you guys police officers, and then other texts they call you law enforcement officers. Is there a distinct difference between a peace officer and a police officer?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I've never used peace officer. I've never been called a peace officer. I've only been called law enforcement or police officer. Peace officer,
well, I would agree with that.
Peace officer comes back when there wasn't. I think that comes back in the day when there wasn't actually a rite of passage, kind of, sort of, right? There was no training. If somebody deemed you a peace officer, you were the one that kept the peace.
Well,
right?
who would deem someone those titles and give them that authority outside of God? Who would that be?
Sometimes it was the marshal, sometimes it was the sheriff. It just depended on who, you know what I'm saying, who at the time was the law enforcement. A peace officer is not a law enforcement officer.
Right, but it would seem like most people is seeking counsel from another man and what they think.
Where are you going?
But God didn't write the Constitution, sir. God didn't write the Constitution.
All right, but the Constitution says that Congress shall make rules, not laws.
Oh my God!
So if you change the word laws with rules, like, wouldn't that be kind of the same, just semantics?
I've gone through. It is semantics. I've gone through this. The what is it? Help me out. 5-speed rule or laws, law, statute, code. That shit. Right. I've gotten the Black's Law Dictionary. I've gone through 2 versions of Black's Law Dictionary with people to show it is the same thing. These semantic games.
Well, and see, that's what sovereign citizens try to play, the semantics, because they want to. So sovereign citizens try to deem what they want to be rights and not privileges, right? So
well, is that not what the agency that you work for does? I mean,
no,
come on. I mean, let's be honest and real with each other.
No, we're being honest.
You're trying to justify your actions and saying, you know, there is these laws, and we're saying, wait a minute. As long as I don't do any harm, I don't have to do what another man tells me to do in that agency.
The laws that I enforce were voted on a majority.
I didn't vote on that, so I'm not part of that.
So let me ask you a question. If
I'm getting too much money.
Real quick, let me jump in on the super chat. Thank you, Jayhab, for the $5. People use sovereign citizen arguments because they have warrants and unpaid taxes.
Good morning, Jayhab. So
Sorry
let me
to
ask you
interrupt,
something.
guys. I'm going to love you and leave you. I just wanted to pop up and say hello.
Bye, Mel.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for coming, Mel.
Bye.
I thought it was today that we were going to see Mel standing up, but no, that's not today. So, Mr. Sovereign, so if you don't believe in laws or rules that are being enforced by man, if a man trying to get inside of your house and he wrestled you to the ground and he actually could take your house, would that be okay? Would that be fine? Because there's no, who defines property? God? No, God didn't say nothing.
Hold on.
Who actually?
Patty, you're asking the wrong question, because the claim is that if there's no harm done, then they can do whatever they want. So that
So
would be
I'm-
doing harm.
So if I grab him and I take him out of his house without actually not, I put some tranquilizer on his food. I'm a Uber Eats driver, right? He opens the door, like eats the food, and then when he wake up, he's outside of the door, and I have all his things, and they say he was peacefully, like he didn't suffer, I didn't harm him. Like, would that be okay? Probably not.
Who are you asking? Were you asking me?
No, I'm asking Mr. Fire. Five
speed.
Sorry, 5 speed. Yes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Actually, let me change the question. Would you ever consider call the cops if somebody stole something from you?
Stole something from me?
Yeah.
No.
So you wouldn't call the cops if somebody went inside of your house and stole everything that you have inside of the shit?
No.
You never call the cops?
No. I find you. You're in some serious trouble.
Damn.
I don't need that guy in that car right there running around trying to,
No,
get
he's not the
something that
cop.
was
He's
taken
not
from
the
me.
cop.
The
He's a
chances
male.
are, hang on, you didn't let me answer the question.
He's not the cop. He's a male sweeper. Don't talk to him like that.
Well, first of all, don't tell me how to speak.
I apologize,
But
sir.
secondly, I mean, it's monotony that everybody's looking for some guidance from another man and their opinion on how to act out here.
Well, who says
everybody acts like they're
the way?
this high and mighty, but yet they want to pick up a phone and call Joe Blow on 911, come and help me.
But you're doing the exact same thing that you're complaining about. You're saying that your way is better than
Sir, I'm not complaining about anything. I just don't like to be with certain thoughts to be called a sovereign citizen and act like we're above the laws, but yet an agency deems themselves above those same laws that they're calling us sovereign citizens on, with another man telling them how to do their job.
They still have laws to come. Like the police officers can break the law too. They are part of the system too.
Well, I think the ultimate law is to fulfill the law is to love one another. So how is these men creating these statutes and policies telling other men, hey, us four behind closed doors voted, and now you're my little bitch, and I'm going to do whatever I want to do to you, give you citations I'm going to take from your house and put on my table.
Don't sovereign citizens have their own laws that they abide by?
I'm sorry?
Don't sovereign citizens have their own laws that they abide by?
Well, I don't know, because sovereign and citizen in the same category seems like an oxymoron to me.
So you're not a sovereign citizen, basically.
No.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, yes, you are.
But people
Everybody
also think
knows
people
what
that think like us are sovereign citizens. And you said that just a minute ago.
Because they were saying you were. I thought you were identifying.
Everybody likes to point out that sovereign and citizen are oxymorons, but yes, as an umbrella term, it would fit to 5 speed, I believe.
It's a description of somebody, not saying that it's what I'm saying, it's one thing or another, but it's just a description of an ideology.
As an umbrella term, right?
Right.
So something someone dreamed up in their imagination, and it becomes real.
Just
that's what every definition is, sir. What are you talking about? Somebody had to come up with the English language. That's exactly what the language is.
And even if
what are we doing here?
And even if you are
I don't know. It just seems like in a world full of degrees, common sense is nowhere to be found.
But wouldn't
you have a driver's license 5 speed?
Yeah, wouldn't common sense make? Do you? So you don't use roads? You don't go to the grocery shop?
Of course, I use roads.
So, but that's the point. Like, if you are a part of a society, like, do you know that you pay taxes every time?
I just can't control.
Yes, every time you buy cookies, do you know that you are paying taxes to the government that you are kind of like refuse? Like, if you're not hunting your food, if you're not fishing from the river, if you ate, I don't know, utilities or something like that, you're still contributing to the system that you ate, because there's a chunk of that money that goes to the government that you're talking about. Like, those are the rules of the land. So my question to you is actually, what if
those rules?
No, it's fine. So what if man made those rules saying we should love each other and made about a bunch of rules about loving each other? Would you think that you'd be willing to follow them, or you say no because a man make those rules?
Well, first of all, it seems like all these rules that you're talking about, man has created.
No, you said
They have them.
Man
How,
has
just how
man
do you
has
how do
what
you
law? What has man
how do you
not
say that?
created? What law has man not created?
Right.
And right now you have an internet connection and you are on YouTube, which has a bunch of laws, rules, and regulations that you follow. Like
Well, YouTube has policies and not laws.
No, Flow State has rules on his channels, for example, and you are going to follow his rules. And even though there were rules made by a
But
man, and
I
you
choose
say,
to come here. I choose to come here and follow Flow State's rules and be a part of that, or I do not. I cannot be forced to come here and be a part of that.
no, that's great, but this is what I'm talking.
No, you guys just like to bounce around all of this imaginary shit that's going on in your head to justify the actions.
No, you can pick. No, you
I
can
cannot
pick
be
and choose.
forced to do anything.
No, that's not the point. Is that you are picking and choose what you do.
You are.
Right?
You're forcing me to follow your rule that says that, hey, you can only drive if you have this license that the state provides for you. That's forcing me to labor in your own code, sir.
But sir, you did not build the streets to drive on. If you don't want to abide by the laws,
where did the materials come from to build those roads? Did you buy them? Did they buy? Where did they come from?
Yeah, I paid my taxes, sir.
Where did the materials come from to build these roads?
What do you mean? Where did they come from?
Just what I asked you. Where did the materials come from? Because money didn't build the road. Materials did.
It came from the planet. Yes.
Yes, that's right. It came from the resources of the land.
Okay, but my point is
now what is that man? Does he own that land that he makes all
Hold
these
on.
rules for
Hey,
other
hey,
people?
5 Speed, have a back and forth. Go ahead, Diesel.
The roads still have to be made and built. The buildings still have to be built. You still have to pay somebody to do it. If
Every
you
time
don't
you go to the gas pump, you're paying. There's a road tax in there. Every time you buy a tire, a spark plug, a headlight, the tax is there. It's money hand over fist for these
doesn't
folks.
matter what,
they get to make the rules.
It's 5 Speed. Pause.
This is the craziest thing I don't understand. If somebody was living in your house and you had rules set for your house, you would not allow them to set their own rules for the house that they're staying in, which is yours.
Correct.
If you don't agree with the taxes, stop using it.
So you're saying government. So you're saying the world is government's house and it's government's rules that man laid down.
5 Speed. Let me assert a rule here. Stop interrupting him when he's halfway through his answer.
Oh. So at the end of the day, you could go and live off grid, not use any money, not use any roads, do your own hunting, do your own gardening, all that stuff, and not use any of the government. But what you choose to do is you choose to use U.S. currency to pay for your food. You use the roads to get you to the grocery store, but you still refuse. You don't want to pay the taxes. Fact of the matter is, you didn't put these roads down.
Nor did you, nor did they.
No,
men and women put these roads down.
Yes. Just like the internet connection that you use, I guarantee you that the people that put those poles, like those lines and put it on the ground, they need to be paid too. And when you need help because the shit is not working, you are going to call a man and you are going to pay for his service, because even though every material that is used for you to have internet came from the ground, is the motherfucker still has to go there and put the pole up because a drunk dude drove against the pole. Like, you understand that? Like, you understand that's very, like, you are a part of the system. You're just picking and choosing what parts of the system you want to support or you want to use, and other parts that you want to take away. Like, this is, I don't. And again, we're not trying to push you to do nothing or something. I just don't understand. It sounds like it's like like what feminists do with equality, right? It's a buffet. They go there, they pick the parts that they like, and they take it and put it on a plate, and the part that they don't like, they leave it away. It sounds like it's kind of that you have that kind of relationship with the government or whatever the man rule said.
I would totally respect this ideology a lot more if you just went away from using any kind of government assistance, not assistance, but like
infrastructure,
US currency, grocery stores, the roads. If you went away from using all that and your ideology and inside your ideology, I would respect it a lot more. but it just seems like you're using whatever you can to convenience you and then complaining about using it.
It would seem that I am doing that.
Yes, because life in this world is not easy if you don't have a car, roads, and money. It's not easy.
Well, I also know that, but also a man that is kind of lost in his mindset and, is not able to think for himself, have to have the opinions of others to create these ideals.
What if they are good ideas? There's no problem about having opinions of others if the opinions actually work. If Einstein comes around and he starts talking about the theory of relativism or whatever, I'm going to shut the fuck up and listen. And yes, it's the opinion of a man, but that man is explaining you how the universe works. The universe was here before you. Somebody had to explain to you exactly what it is. Everybody knows 1 rock plus 1 rock is 2, but somebody had to make that concept, had to say what is a 1, what is a 2, so you know what it is. Like man being actually making concepts all the time, and you say, I understand that. I actually thank you very much for actually teaching me that. That's what it is. So, like, when do we stop? Like, where is the line between not following someone or following people that actually have good ideas and good concepts? And like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if somebody came here and preach love, I'll say, you know what? Hey, I'll listen to that man. Actually, I think that's good advice. I don't care if he's another man doing it. I care because it's good advice.
The reason I asked him is because I've covered this topic a lot of times, and every time it seems to get caught up in people talking about what they think should be and not what is. And so I wanted to ask Diesel about what is, right? Has he ever experienced any successful argument from this perspective? It doesn't sound like he has. I don't think I've ever seen one that I think was not. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You asked me if anybody was successful when it comes to driving, right? No, but
yeah. Go ahead.
I have seen somebody successful living off the grid as a sovereign citizen, right? So their main thing was that the land that they were on was not claimed by anybody, right? So they took that land, built their house, and they're not using any kind of government money or anything like that, and they're doing their own thing, not bothering anybody. And that's what their whole thing was, is like, around this wall, inside this wall is my town. I don't want anybody coming in here. I don't want to go outside and deal with the government system or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. I can respect that a lot more than somebody living in a neighborhood, in a house, and using what the government has made an easier life for us than somebody that's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my whole thing.
And Diesel, everybody is okay with
government made life easier for us. Wow.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow.
I agree. You know what? Let me actually explain you why. Everybody wants to be independent until they are dropped in a third world country with no rules and regulations. All of a sudden, it's like feminism actually is a pretty good example. We are strong and independent. Put them on Russia. No. I don't want to do this anymore. Like, everybody wants freedom until they get into a place where it can literally make you disappear. They can literally silence you. They can take you they can take you away without no type of reason or consequence. And now you want the police officer there. And now you want the roads clean. And now you want the structure. And now you want a reliable system where your water is not poisoned because there's no rules and regulations. And not, like you said, I'm saying, everybody, like, we are privileged. The fact that we're having this conversation and speaking about taxes, I'd rather live in a system that's kind of self-regulated and I pay my share than be dropped in the middle of Rwanda or whatever the fuck it is. And now I actually have to, like what they say, put your words where your mouth is, or put your money where your mouth is, or something like that. I think most of these people wouldn't last in places with no rules.
Diddy and this Portuguese guy is loud.
The fact
this is my phone. I apologize. Hey, Flo, can you drop my microphone a little bit? It's my phone. My phone is too good. Yes.
So just the fact that you don't have to worry about heat during the winter or AC during the summer is a lot easier. Like this.
How does people not have to worry about that though? They have to worry about whether they have enough money to keep the electric on to run any of those.
Because
talking
of
about
driver's
utilities.
licenses. Without driver's licenses, you wouldn't have heat in the winter. 5 speed.
Right.
No. Wait. How do you guys think that the system works? Like, how do you think? Like, for example, you pay your water bill, you pay your internet, right? If we are going to go by the statement, a man made these rules. This came from the I'm not paying nothing, right?
Flow State,
How
I'll
are
be
you
right
going
back.
how are you going to maintain your quality of life? Like, if you actually said that, hey,
If you don't
this
pay for anything ever,
because
you can't.
the yes, but that's the point, because the CEO of Verizon, he made the rules for his company. He said, I want this company to be like this, like this, like this, and if you want the access to my shit, you are going to follow my rules. There was a man made that. There was not God.
I
And
wish we could go back to society before cell phones.
Why?
I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but I preferred life before cell phones.
I
I don't
agree.
believe in
I agree
I
with
don't
that.
believe in economic growth for growth's sake. I don't believe in technological advancements for the sake of technology or commerce.
That's good.
I don't believe in any of that stuff.
You can
Yeah,
get
I
rid
like-
of yours.
Yeah, I like what Denizen is saying for sure.
But then he said, but you have a choice. You can move for a country that actually doesn't have the type of infrastructure.
Yeah.
And you
Without cell phones?
Yeah.
Well, they got cell phones out in the middle of fucking Kenya now.
No, you're talking about cell phones or smartphones?
Either or.
Because I think cell phones weren't a big problem. Smartphones are the big problem. Is when actually you're looking down more than you look.
You want to go back to smoke signals.
Sure, I would.
Right, Denizen?
Because without phones, I think not even me and you actually live.
Oh, phones, period?
Yes. No, I'm talking about smartphones. Smartphones are bad. Phones.
I wouldn't say smartphones are bad. I just saying
they
that
are not
like
bad. They have a collateral damage. Let's go with that.
And I disagree with
maybe. I'm
the
only
comments
talking about
from
personal
Ryan.
preference.
I think that small towns are. I will never live in another small town again. Fuck those.
Yeah, I don't like them either.
The problem is the infrastructure. As soon as you are used to infrastructure, like good infrastructure in the big city, it's very difficult for you to go back to.
No, it's not even that. It's because small town people are like a little cult of townies. They're a little bored cult of people who like to watch each other and gossip and don't trust outsiders. It's just weird people.
Kind of like
Yeah,
YouTube.
small town is not the same as
Sort of.
rural. What you want is rural. You want space in between you and your neighbor. That's
Yeah.
what gives you at least the not the illusion, but the aesthetic of freedom. The practical. It gives you some practical freedom. Just because you're not up in everybody's face and up their ass, because human beings don't really like freedom. They like to put it on the back of their bumper stickers, but when it comes to being neighbors, everybody wants their nose in everybody else's business and tell them
Freedom takes responsibility. That's why.
Your freedom stops when the next person's freedom starts. That's why it's not actually absolute freedom, because you have to be careful in not stepping on other people's freedom. If you want to bump loud music and there's your freedom, you have to understand that your neighbor has the freedom to sleep in a quiet neighborhood without actually have to listen to that. So it's always tricky. We like levels of freedom. We don't like a full uncontrolled, like that's walking that territory. Nobody would like to live in that kind of society. Like, you like some rules and regulations, just in case. And I'm not against smartphones, by the way. I could never live about, like, I don't go to my parents' home like enough because the internet connection is not that good. Just for you guys to understand how bad it is.
I don't know if I could say I'm against them. I like not having one anymore. I like not having to need one and be reliant upon it, and like have it like my boss having instant access to my pocket, essentially. It's like ding ding ding, do something, human,
A couple of years ago, after I got out of jail, all the phones, like, I kept buying burner phones for a long time, and until just a few years ago. But I was on the monthly thing, right? And at the end of each month, my phone, when I ran out of service, I'd just leave it there for about 3-4 days until people started getting pissed off, and I loved that shit.
Yeah.
It's like it's hard to make yourself leave your phone at home when it's going, but when the service ends, it's sort of like, I'll just wait it out. And yeah, those few days without a phone were great.
but there's the rules that you have to make for yourself. Like, for example, I was getting so tired of YouTube because of the 1,000 messages that I get everywhere. So at some point of time, I said, hey, for a month, I'm going to regulate myself. I'm not going to look at the message. Not because I don't like people, but because I need this. I'll put the phone on the drawer before I go to sleep, instead of sitting on the bed, and now you are just have that impulse and all that. I think it's wonderful that we have the technology. I think we are the guinea pigs for, like, we are the first generation of the smartphone era that actually got the full-blown social media and all that. I think our brain is still adjusting. I think like our grandkids will have a way better grasp of how to deal with technology and what to use and not to use than we ourselves, because we were the first ones.
Anybody who really needed to get a hold of me also had Katie's number, so they could get a hold of me through her. Yeah, mostly I just
phone line. Did you have like a landline or something like that?
I don't have a landline. And I'd be connected to the Wi-Fi when I was at home, or certain places where I went regularly, so I'd still have Wi-Fi access. But if anybody really needed to get a hold of me, they'd go through Katie. But like I said, I did it as long as I could get away with. Eventually, people started getting pissed the fuck off.
But were you missing like important shit, or was just like basic level of communication? Hi, are you? Are your day? Like what were you?
Pretty basic level of communication. I worked. That was back when I had a normal 9 to 5, or I guess like 5 to 3 job, and so I was there every day. I had the Wi-Fi password for my work, and I was doing concrete, so they didn't. It's not like they called me at off hours, like, "Oh shit, we need you to come in and QC this slab we decided to pour in the middle of the night."
I get what you're saying. Who's talking?
That was the radio.
Oh. And for relationships too, I think people, like we talked about this before, like people are not missing each other. Like when I was younger, my dad would go to work, and then when he came back, my mom would be very happy to see him, because motherfucker be outside of the house for 12 hours. No message, no SMS, no how is your day going, no send me a picture of whatever. And like when they went on vacation, like and actually went to like they actually had time to miss things. Now you go to New York, when you're still talking with your Portuguese friends from your block and all that. Like you don't have time to miss nobody. Even when we were to school. Remember when we were in school and you didn't see your friends for 2 months, and then you went back to school and you're like, yeah. Now
Yeah, bro, I
now,
forgot about that.
now like you still play PlayStation with him, still on social media. You don't have time to miss people. That's kind of fucked up.
I was looking up the definition. I was watching a movie the other day, and there's something about a coroner, and I just out of curiosity, I looked up the etymology of the word coroner. Coroner as a noun, title, and this falls into what I believe you were saying a minute ago, Flo. Title of a county or municipal officer with certain duties. Originally, the title of the officer with the duty of protecting the private property of the royal family, from Latin corona, literally crown. When you get over to crown, it's a royal crown ornament for the head as a symbol of sovereignty. And then you get that, and that's the noun version of crown. And the verb is bestow a crown or garland.
I'm not sure. Is that supposed to? I mean, that's interesting, but where does it attach?
Well, I think we've been lied to on everything, and the twisting of all of these words to have 3 or 4 different meanings within their writings and their documentation. They'll write it one way, and the average person that was educated in school will be looking at it at obviously today's day and age, right? And you won't be looking back originally where that word come from and what stems off of it and what's tied to it.
Can I ask you a question? How does that affect you?
How does that affect me?
hold on. Let me give some context. Let's say you come to my house and you look at a microwave, and I say that's my stove. How does that affect you? Even if it does,
it wouldn't affect me. It would affect you because you had somebody come there that was incompetent to look at your stove and was looking at your microwave. Doesn't seem too beneficial and too valuable of that character. So that would be bestowed upon you, not me.
No, what I'm saying is, you're bringing in the fact of the coroner not having the correct name.
I'm bringing in the fact that the coroner in the letter in what the whole agency of what that coroner's duties are. That's all I'm looking at.
Right.
And it could affect you if you try to put a metal pan in that stove.
He doesn't. Oh, I understand. That.
Yeah.
But, so this is the thing. Even if it is a coroner, and he's not doing exactly what a coroner is supposed to be doing. Let's say he's doing what a doctor is doing, and they designate him as the coroner.
A doctor.
I know that. What I'm saying, from what your description is saying, though,
medical examiner, right? In other words.
But a doctor is actually a teacher, supposedly.
Oh my God.
But I don't think you understand what I'm asking, right? Even if a teacher, whatever you want to designate is doing something different from what their title says, how does that affect you?
Well, the same way every lie affects you. Every lie, every misnomer will affect you. If
Okay,
you don't
let me.
I mean, you as
Not every lie will affect you, but let me try to rephrase his argument. Not every lie will affect you.
Right. Sometimes.
Is there any utility in this information?
Right.
I would say yes.
I would say yes too, because we have to understand how the system works and how it's been played out before we can go through that system. Obviously,
yeah, but this is the system that we're using now, though. So all officers
we'll see that system, though. But the system would seem to be changed outside of those very principles of no harm and love. So if the system changes outside of that, you have that free will to either continue to go along with that or not.
So that's fair, right? But what is the replacement? Like for a society to work.
So why should I have to have a driver's license and all of this shit?
Because you know why? Because you don't want to get run over by a 13-year-old kid that didn't got his driver's license and he didn't have no rules. So he got into the car and he wrecked his family. He wrecked your family because there was
you can get run over by anybody, even somebody who has a driver's license.
Wait. So you guys are debating that driver's license don't make the roads more safe because now you don't have an old man that is almost blind getting into a truck and like wiping you out of the road. You're telling me that's what you're selling?
Well, I would assume that it is a fact. Well, I'm not going to assume. I would say it's a fact that more licensed drivers kill people than non-licensed drivers.
Because there's 99% more of them on the roads. Because 99%
because they're very careful to maintain good works and not to bring harm.
No, but you say that but you say that by percentage or just by total volume?
No. Let's not even do that. Because it's like let's do this, right? Let's do this. Who would you trust more? 5-speed, a train, and a person that went to some type of training to handle a gun, or a guy that just bought a gun and he was like wee, like
you don't get any training to get a driver's license.
But no, I know.
If you did, I would have a different opinion.
Oh my God, you guys are crazy.
I know.
We were literally talking about doctors.
Say that again, Diesel.
Hold on.
Yes, doctors should have to go to school. Yes.
Wait, no. Like, would you trust a doctor with a license or a doctor with no license? What?
Go ahead,
Who
Diesel.
issued the
fact of the matter is that you have to take a driving test before you get your license. There's certain things you have to do to qualify to get a license. You can't just go and drive a car. That's the point of it. Is to make sure you are able to operate a vehicle the safest way possible. Just because people go and drive without a license.
Oh, say
That's not
let's
true.
say that I agree with
I
that.
have a driver's license. I know for a fact what you just said is not true.
Let's
What
say
did
I
he-
agree
what,
with
did-
that.
what was untrue?
He said that you had it's to make sure the only way you can get a license is to operate a vehicle the safest way possible.
No,
What
I
keeps
said
what keeps the father and the mother from making those decisions? Why does a father have to send his young adult to another man or woman? I mean, it just seems
It's
idiotic to me.
Because of irresponsible parents.
Well,
Let's
right,
talk about
but see, the parent would know more about that child and its upbringing and its capabilities than some
Pause.
stranger in an agency.
How do you know?
Pause. Go ahead,
Let's
Diesel.
do this. The fact of the matter is, if you owned 100 acres, you can drive a car all you want, no problem. No law enforcement can say you can't drive a car. When you get off of your property onto somebody else's property, you have to have what they deem as a driver's license. The government, you have to have a driver's license to drive on that property. That's just what it comes down to.
Well, the
Because
roads
you're
would be
putting
the
other
people's
people
property,
at
right?
because you're putting other people at risk.
People voted for this system. That's the point. That's what I don't understand. This is what the people wanted. The majority wanted. This is how they wanted it to operate.
But it's not what all the people want.
It
Well,
doesn't
that might be what
majority
you
vote
want, but
on
I don't
driver's
want to be.
licenses.
I don't want to be voting for somebody to tell me how to raise my kids and how to maintenance my car and all kinds of shit.
You're making this. I don't know.
Well, I think
You're
people
just
make
off
it
the
bigger than what it
reservation.
is,
You're
pushing the
reaching
narrative that they
really
need a
far to
man
find
to tell them what
reasons
to
why
do.
driver's license are unjust.
Right.
And
Like,
let's not
like you all know how I feel about this sort of shit. Like, I'm not a fan of taxes. I'm not a fan of, no offense, Diesel, cops. I'm not a fan of the war on drugs. I'm not a fan of any of that shit. But I'm okay with driver's licenses. I'm fine with that, actually.
Driver's licenses aren't the worst thing. It would be the fact that you can have your property taken away, your money taken away, your freedom taken away for not having a driver's license.
How would you enforce the law?
And more of the having to pay for your own property over and over again is why I jumped up on the panel to begin
Right.
with.
Yeah,
That
no,
stuck
I'm not
out
a
to
fan
me.
of the tags thing.
I mean, I get that.
No, most people are. Most
You
people are
don't
not.
own anything in this country, and that the
Fatty,
majority did not vote on that.
Fatty, do you have to renew your tags every year over there?
No. Like our system is way liberal. That's why we, like, for example, a driver's license, I only have to renew it when I'm 65. I don't have to pay for plates. The insurance is way low. Like, that's why, like, I have a positive opinion about it.
And that's what Mel said. They only have to buy tags once or buy plates one time there. They don't have to keep renewing them.
And it's $23.
Well, it differs for each state. Some states you do every year. Some states you do every 7 years. It just depends on what state you're in. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't think people are against taxes. They are against the amount of taxes that they pay. Because if you put the number on 5%, on 10%, so they can have their garbage taken out and the roads all good, I think everybody would be okay with paying that. The problem is like
biggest problem with taxes is the absurd shit that we do with all of ours.
Yeah, and it's obviously not like one for one anymore.
Our foreign aid is out of control.
Out of control.
A lot of these taxes are just going straight into administration.
I would also immediately end the war on drugs if that were up to me.
Yeah, but
I think all the corporations should be paying the taxes.
But there is no war.
Any
on
one
drugs.
of us becoming the God Emperor of the world will do a better job than to make bring happiness to this reality than whatever that's going on here.
Hold on. What do you mean there's no war on drugs?
There is no war on drugs. Drugs are going to be here regardless.
Oh,
If you have a system where certain narcotics are legal, if you get somebody to sign off on the paperwork, drugs are going to continue to be here regardless. You can't say that this drug is okay and this drug isn't because it wasn't built in a daggone chemical lab. That's ridiculous.
Right.
Right. So at
Yeah,
the end
but
of
the war on drugs the war on drugs really means is that the U.S. government wanting to get rid of the competition in South America and the Central America. That's what war on
There it
drugs
is.
actually means.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
yes,
to have more granular control over those agencies because they're not completely under the umbrella of the United States. There is some autonomy among those criminal organizations, and to which extent they can control those organizations, they're going to affect that, you know?
Once again, I think we don't have a problem either with taxes or with the organizations. Is how they actually go about things. Is the amount of taxes and where the taxes go, how those organizations are ruled.
I can't argue with that, Fatty,
exactly.
because I've lived under this regime my entire life. So a benevolent one that spent my money wisely and did good works around the world and helped its own people, then I might actually enjoy paying taxes. I really wouldn't know. I might go with a smile to my face and go pay my taxes in person so I can wave at everybody else paying taxes like, hello, fellow citizen. But I don't live in that world. I live in this shitty one.
It's better when your country is not on like meaningless wars and you have no homeless in the street and everything is clean. Like when people actually live in that type of society, people usually
wars are meaningless.
Yeah, they are not as averse to what the government or taxes are doing. But when you see literally the Ukraine getting 73 billion and you go outside and there's somebody like on the street begging for money, that shit is crazy. That shit is
right.
ridiculous.
And they tell us they don't have the money for that guy on the street. And then they import poorer people into the country and then give them money.
That's all done deliberately, though. Like, I mean, like, I think we're kind of, you know, circling around the same topic, which is that, like, we either agree or disagree about license or by paying taxes. But really what it comes down to is how is that being utilized? You know, like who is enforcing what for what reason? And taxes, like, how is it being actually used, right? If you're spending money for some foreign country and a war that you don't want to get involved with, like, how is it going to benefit you as an American citizen?
But I guess the thing that I keep trying to hammer home when I bring up the soft sit point is that these laws are there, right? Because you know, you would think that a lot of people
are full of shit.
You would think that a lot of people, that everyone would know that, but no, I don't think that's the case. I think there are a lot of people who are duped into going to jail the fastest way possible.
Well, yeah, let me like the semantic arguments over what words mean, right? And so and there's some truth to the fact that we're being taken advantage of.
There's no semantic argument because there's Black's Law's dictionary that tells you what the definitions mean. Okay, that's what the lawyers do. They interpret what.
Yeah, but driver's license
mean.
Don't only apply to commercial driving. Period. That's just not a true thing anymore. So regardless of what the etymology was or what the semantics are, or even how driver's licenses came to be about. And I'm not saying it's not important to know those things. I agree with 5-speed. We should know those things. But you still need to be under the reality of today, which is driving is you behind the wheel with the key in the ignition.
Yeah, but
you don't even have to have the car on.
The reality of today is that anybody can be deemed, quote unquote, a terrorist, and the government can break your door down. Correct. That's the reality. And then people to argue against it, it's like, well, you know, that's illegal. It's irrelevant. That's what is written down. So, like, you know, 150 years ago, it was legal, quote unquote, to own another person. Okay, not to go into that topic, but like legality, and that's what the sovereigns
be honest about the world you live in.
Yeah,
that's correct. You do live in a country where you can be deemed a terrorist at any second, and it's considered legal. Yes,
that's fair. But you guys don't believe in like small, like government, small regulations to keep away from people. Because
I mean, that's theoretical and speculative at this point. But you have to deal with the reality of the matter first, which is that you have a totalitarian government.
No, that's totally fine. For example, on the day-to-day, a car is a weapon. A car is actually very dangerous.
Yes,
a very dangerous weapon.
A spoon can be a weapon. Somebody can kill you with a spoon.
No. It's not. That's not the point.
Like, there is no spoon.
Like there's one
point.
No, the point is one thing is, for example, the government intercepting Russia propaganda or Russia hacking attempts and all that. I think everybody agrees with that, right? I think everybody
Everybody's
agrees.
got propaganda. Everybody is for their own country. Like Russia's got a propaganda for their own country. So does America. So is
No, no,
China. So is
no.
Japan.
No, it's not. It's not like you have a function in society, and like outside forces are going to do things to your society to actually make it either worse or move a type of way that they actually agree with. Right? That's what's happening in Ukraine, for example. I believe that people, like, especially if you live in a place where you want things to go the right way. Let's go with that very open term. There needs to be some level of regulation so everybody actually gets to swim the same way. That's how society works, is when everybody's swimming to the same side.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that we need traffic and then everybody need to agree that we should drive on the right side of the road or left side of the road. So
Yes,
yeah,
but-
I agree in the basic premise of that statement.
So that's the point. So this was what I was just saying. You don't want your society to run. You see those videos in India and in Pakistan where like the drives, like everybody's driving left, right, up
I live
and
in
down. All
India.
the cars
I know
are
how they
beat up.
drive.
Like all the trains, everybody's up in the train, hanging in the train. They have to fight to get there and all that shit.
Patty, you're better because you live in a Western country where you don't do that. That's great. But these people do that because they don't feel like they have any kind of choice, you know?
No, but yeah,
and
but
yeah, it's great.
But that's the point.
You're living in a country where you have a better opportunity. But like people do that riding on trains, and that's kind of dangerous. But you know, unfortunately, that's
But
just the
isn't
way it
that
is.
the point? We are complaining about a system that actually is a privilege compared to those countries that have don't have as much of a grasp and enforcement on rules, and it's chaos. Like we are
Yes.
complaining, but if we were
Yes.
dropped there, we're like, what the fuck? Like this guy is literally
That's a
driving on the
false
inside of the road.
dichotomy, Fatty.
But okay, so first of all, what is a false dichotomy? English, please. And the second one is
My
what
two
did I do wrong?
choices. My two choices aren't between being taxed 1,000 times every time I spend a single dollar,
Yes.
being fined and licensed for every single thing I do as soon as I step out of my door,
So you got-
and total chaos in some country with no laws whatsoever. Those aren't the two choices.
So what are what's the other choice then?
Yeah, don't you think that countries that are high in taxes and countries that are very actually, let me rephrase that. Don't you think that countries that get a lot of money in taxes and can actually use that money to put some order in society are way above and beyond the countries that are on the bottom of the road that don't have that at all or don't
Well,
have the resources? Go ahead. You
Well,
have it.
unfortunately, though, just because you collect money by taxes, and then let's say you have a rich country like America, that doesn't necessarily mean that that money is being utilized in the
That's
right way.
I agree.
It's not. It's not an exact same thing. Like you can collect trillions of dollars, or you can even collect less money and then make a better society. It's just a matter
I
of
agree.
utilization.
I know, I agree, but like, what
All
is
right,
this
so-
country? Like, it would be Cuba an example, like Venezuela.
No,
Sweden?
The United
Like,
States 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
wait. No, one second, please.
Well, I
before
wanna
you guys
know,
go. I don't want to interrupt you guys. 20 years ago, the Pentagon lost $3 billion, and all of a sudden, planes started to eat places that we don't want to talk about. 20 years ago was probably the worst time in history for you to land, because that's when corruption was actually being done. 2 planes don't crash 3 buildings, and like it's not. We saying on Monday we lost there's 2 trillion that we can account, and then all of a sudden the department that is literally investigating where the money is going disappears from thin air. So
You're
I
saying
don't
the
know,
United States is less corrupt today than it was 20 years ago?
No, I'm telling you that you only have the corruption that you have right now, but the levels of it, because 20 years ago, people were doing very egregious things to make sure that they have access to your information. For example, the Patriot Act that was supposed to be temporary, and now is something that is permanent, because now they can spy on
it's
you
a
for
slow
no reason.
con. That's
Yes.
why you wake up one day with all these regulations and you think they're perfectly normal.
Yes. Even the IRS should be
No.
temporary. Like the IRS technically was supposed to be temporary, and then they said, you know what?
Right.
No,
We're going to
well,
keep this for a while.
It's not even IRS is a private organization. Okay, it's not even part of the U.S. government. But the U.S. government corporation is a different thing. So like when we kind of take the optics back out and look at the big picture way, there is no United States of America. There is no Federation of Russia. There is no China. These are all things that we use to kind of divide and conquer the people. But there are international corporations and international banks that more or less dictate the way you live. And yes, I agree in the sense that American lifestyle and living standard is higher than, and the Western living standard is higher than that of like India or Africa or China. But that's not really the point. The point for now, yes, for now. But like the point really is that what was it meant to be? And why did we get away from what it was meant to be? That's the main question. And should we even care about it? And then should we just give up? Should we just give up and not worry about it because things are the way it is and things are just going to get worse because there are 65 million laws out there, state and federal. 65 million. I'm not even joking.
You guys make good points, and is the false dichotomy. But there's a thing: for us to replace a system, you have to have a country that is doing it the right way. It's a replacement. For example, we have to look at the countries that country is doing. That is the type of government that I actually would be comfortable with, or I think it would be better to implement. Do you guys have any?
There are no examples. Right?
Yes.
There are no examples of any country unless you can say, well, we want to be like Switzerland, but that's where all the elites actually live and control and operate out from. So we want all the elites to come to America, and then we'll have a better living standard then, right?
No, because there's the thing.
If nobody can give a better example, then what are we doing?
I don't buy that argument.
You can go to Singapore. They don't have like the when you get, I don't know the word in English, but when you
Singapore.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Obviously,
have you been to
there's a
Singapore?
sweet
Have you
spot
actually been there?
Obviously, there's a sweet spot, and where that is going to vary for the person, right? I think for me, the sweet spot would be less enforcement, less taxes, less structure, but that's not the same for everybody.
That could come with more education and more responsibility and more expectation.
No,
in society.
I hate our school system. I would have less education if you mean formal education.
No.
If you mean,
actually teaching people how to think and how to act and how to behave, so that they can take responsibility for themselves rather than needing Diesel to come knock on their door.
But there's the time where you guys are not against education. You are against the things that are being implemented at schools.
I'm against our school system teaching kids to be trans-communists.
Right.
But that's true. But that wasn't always like that. That's the thing. These are all part of the agenda that is turning people into drones.
The Prussian education system entirely, where you sit kids in a desk for 12 or 8 hours a day throughout their most curious, innovative times of their life,
right?
And just bore the curiosity out of them
and program them into being mindless drones who will either go to war for you or go to work for you.
It's amazing how many adults hate learning.
But there's the point. There's one side. But there's the one
point
side.
of the Rockefeller education system is that they don't want you to be critical thinkers. They just want you to be good workers. Right. That was the whole point from the very beginning, from the early 1900s.
Well, at first it was to fight,
and schools began.
But
go ahead.
You know why? Do you know a place where they actually tell you to be mindless drones until you die? Japan. And it's the calmest, one of the safest, orderly societies, but with order.
Have you been to Japan? Have you been to Japan?
Absolutely.
Have you been to Japan?
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead. You got this.
No, I've been to Singapore and I've been to Japan, and like I'm born in South Korea, so I lived in South Korea for 20 years of my life. And although I would agree with you that the East Asians have a little bit more of a, how would I say, like a collective mentality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the strategy of the East Asians is very different from that of the West. Okay. And just because like the way the government and the culture is operating, really, because they're collective minded. Obviously, you're going to have, like, the Westerners are more thinking in terms of I am independent, I am different, I am sovereign, or et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. But doesn't that make the point that we're talking about? While the West is pushing me,
no,
I'm special.
It's a strategy. It's strategy of the nation to be strong by cultivating these characteristics, whether you agree with it or not. But if you were born and raised in such cultures, you would know that people feel that they would be stronger by acting together, like more like an like an army type
I won't
situation.
change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
But that's what we're talking about, right? Because you talk about the Rockefeller school system trying to make brain dead people so they can work and work and work and do whatever. Like, I agree with you, but I agree too that, for example, in Japan, they literally try to strip you out of your identity so you can be like a very strict, very predictable human being and work until you die too. And those systems are completely different. On one, you push individuality. On another, you push collectivism. And both of them are literally walking in the same direction, which is you are going to be a drone and you are going to float through life.
I don't know anything about Japan. I can't comment on that. You might be right. You might be
Yeah.
wrong. I know that they have vending machines with tentacles in them because that's a fetish there or some shit.
Well,
I thought
yeah,
they had vending machines with dirty
Diesel,
panties.
Diesel, what kind of cigar is that?
It's just the unbranded. I get it from Pravada. They're the Farm Road cigars. It's just unbranded, cheap cigar that I can smoke at work.
Right, right.
I think it's
you know, the
issue.
The 1248 status.
it's I don't know. Maybe Flo wants to get away from this topic, but
I
like
was
really,
just-
the
I was
issue
just
being
curious, about the cigar. Really,
okay,
because I like cigars.
but like in my opinion, you know, like because we're coming from different perspectives, different backgrounds, and people have different level of education. Let's just say, but like the reality of the matter is that if we understand what the control mechanism actually is and what they actually want to do, the whole Eastern versus Western ideology is two sides of the same coin, as far as I'm seeing it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's not
Yes, absolutely.
necessarily one is better than the other. It's just that different strategies, and it's like kind of an open market in a way. It's like, okay, is communism really cool? Is socialism really cool? Is monarchy still cool? Is dictatorship cool? How about democracy that is manufactured? What is going to be the most effective system to control the population? Now, the Eastern society has already come from an imperialist slash communist background, and so they are operating the way they are. And then you have the social credit system over in China, where everything is connected to WeChat. And then, like, if you are not a good citizen and you got 1 star as your citizenship, then you can do fuck all. Good luck.
But that's the thing, is always about control. And this is why Diesel and me was kind of asking, where is this country where as soon as you take control, like, and you are not the big papa government and you're not reaching for everybody Wallace, where is like this system that actually works in the kind of not binary way, like Diesel was saying, but on a happy medium where most of the people are happy that they pay their taxes, but it's not enough that they go to school, but they're not being brainwashed. It's very difficult to find a country like that.
Hold on, let me get this. Unkman, it depends on how long. $5 for 5 minutes, 10 for 15. I don't remember. The whole thing's listed out in my description box. But yes, you can drop whoever it was that you're talking about for
And
sure.
don't send,
Everybody's
and
for
don't,
sale here.
and don't send it to me.
But
Send
it's
it to
gotta
Flo.
come to me.
Yes, the link is pinned at the title and the top. So go ahead and send him $50, man.
Even though I do appreciate Fatty for bringing me some audience.
No, that's your stream. You get the money. That is what it is. But that's once again is the tax that we have to pay when we come to Flow State. You know, see what I'm saying?
Listen,
And without
for the record, I can't stand Unk Man. When I see him, I'm putting felonies on his ass. That's what I want.
Are you the one he's talking about?
No,
I don't know.
so.
I don't. He just said in the comments that I eat a dozen donuts. So I'm just saying, Unk Man, when I see you, welcome, convict, welcome. That's all I gotta say.
And shout out to Jack.
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. So, going off of what Fatty was saying, a lot of people want to complain about what the actual system of the government is until they get out of it. Like, so it's the same concept of you raising children in your household. They think it's the worst place to live until they got to pay their own bills, right? So at the end of the day, that's why I come give me something better that I can look at that could possibly be better for us instead of where we're at now. And I'm not saying the system is just perfect. I'm not saying that, because there are a lot of things about the system that I do not like. But when it comes down to it, there are reasons for certain things in the system. Just like your kids don't know why you set certain standards and rules for your household, and they have to find that out when they get out on their own. I think it's the same kind of concept when it comes to the government.
But I think you should consider perhaps that the etymology of these terms and laws is more telling as to its intent than the current reasons that are given to you by the people who administer the laws, right? Which I think I
am not arguing that, not one bit. I'm not, because there are a lot of laws that they want us to enforce that I'm just not willing to do.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Diesel, I agree with you. I mean, I think that's a fair statement that you're saying. Like, show me something better than what we got now. And in reality, this is about as best as we're going to get at this point, because things are going downhill from now. So things are on a slow. What's that?
Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead and finish.
Go ahead. I'm done.
I don't necessarily think we need to be able to hold up an example of something better, right?
Right.
To be able to see what could be better.
Right. Thank you.
And also, so I can drop this off screen. Just know that you scared Unk Man into some love.
No, Diesel is like Unk Man is broke. Like he doesn't have $50 to send to Flow. I guarantee you he doesn't. You accept credit cards, PayPal, whatever you have going on. And by the way, I don't think that we are going to shit. Go ahead, Disney.
Me and Unk Man are cool. I just mess with them all the time. But at the end of the day, I think you do. I think you do need something to show, or allow that person to be outside of this government. Just like you, like I said, just like your kids. All right, go out here and live your life and experience.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Go ahead and experience what you want some other way, or try to experience some other way. And then you let me know how you feel about that, right? If what we're doing right now is the best you can get or not.
What laws
back
do you
in the
disagree
day,
with, Diesel, that are in your
but
jurisdiction?
Diesel, the government and the world that we're living in didn't just come out of nowhere willy-nilly. Like, let's say we were going back like a 2,000, 3,000 years or whatever, and then we were living in villages. We didn't even have language. 99% of the people were illiterate. Right. So people imagine back in the day, hey, wouldn't that be awesome if we did agriculture? Why do we have to go hunt food and gather all the time? We would save us time, and we could actually, quote unquote, advance as a civilization with all these industrialization. It came from a concept. It came from a mind of men that the world could be better. The car that you're driving, the guns that people are having, whatever technology that we might have had. So these are examples of how we. Go ahead, sir.
So I agree with you to a point, because the problem with your statement is because one of the reasons why we came up with the tax for the roads is because people were having a hard time with their carriages getting back and forth, and they couldn't get through the ruts that were created from the carriages and the horses that were drawing those carriages, right? So they had to come up with a system to be able to pay to keep the maintenance up, to keep it to where your travel was not as hard as so that's what I'm saying. If we went back to that, we wouldn't be talking about not paying taxes for the roads, because the roads would be so fucked up you couldn't even drive on them.
But in those communications, wouldn't you think it would be fair to say that we should have equal consideration in the negotiations of those taxes?
You can't have equal with everybody. You have to have a majority and a minority.
But you can't.
Everybody can't give their opinion.
You can't talk about the roads and say that creating the roads is the government job, and then apply that to the whole of the government, right? That's a
lot of those things were private. A lot of those things were private, because the advantage of having roads, for example, when you first had like the colonization of the West, it was like people just on wagons going out there, and then if you can make it, you made it. And then if you got a flag that you can just put on the ground, and that became yours kind of deal, right? Businesses start to make roads and railroads, because that was a private thing. It became kind of nationalized. Like AT&T is like for communication, they broke it up because it was quote unquote a monopoly. right? But the reality of the matter is, it has to make sense. You know, like if you're going to make a road, you can make a road to here to like Florida, or not Florida, Hawaii as an example, like all the way, and everybody can drive. But does it even make sense? The cost of making that bridge to Hawaii as an example, you know?
Is anybody suggesting private roadways be constructed here?
No, that's terrible.
Hell no.
That's terrible.
Anybody?
That's the worst idea ever.
The best we can do is public-private partnerships, like most of countries have, where the government.
Get out of here with that. No, fuck that shit. That's actually literally fascism. That's literally what that is.
No, those are the best ways. Is when you are still getting private companies to do the job, but the control, like the government as a say so.
Look at the prison industry. Look at the prison industry. All the prisons are privately owned.
Don't
do that. That's a fantastic example.
Don't do what?
No, it's not a fantastic example, because that's capitalism without no constraints. There's like the hospitals that you have going on out there where you can die from cancer because you don't have the right insurance.
That's from cancer all the time, and they will die from cancer more often than not nowadays.
That was not what he said. That was not what I said.
Die from cancer because you don't have the correct insurance.
Yeah, that's like the government, and this is why I believe in regulations. For example, Flint, Michigan, the problem that you guys have with water there is because there was not enough actually government regulations, so they didn't do that bullshit with the water. Same thing with
regulations. Isn't it though? I think the water in Flint was illegal for decades before.
They just ignored the regulation.
Yes, no, but these are the examples, like Monsanto, like asbestos, like a bunch of things that actually need to be cracked down, and that is poisoning. For example, the food that you guys eat, the quantities, like the supersized documentary and all that.
You think the government needs to crack down on portion sizes?
This is ridiculous.
No, yes, absolutely.
Why? What right do they have to crack down on what size?
Let me tell you why, Flo. Because when you don't have the extra large portions of ice cream, potato chips, and all that, people usually have better diets and they eat less. Like literally,
So what?
So you can have
That's what makes America great.
So you vote for
supersize everything.
So
I have the right to make bad decisions if I want to, don't I?
Make your best choices.
Yes, and if you
not
want
if
to,
you're driving that car out without a license.
So
that affects other people.
The whole problem is it's a trickle effect that affects other people when it comes down to the hospitals and the insurance that you have to pay because the United States is so obese, right? So I get what Fatty is saying, and that's part of that's why our car insurance is so high now, because so many people are driving without licenses and without insurance. That keeps our rates higher to cover the non-insured people.
Well, who creates
those? So I think
and breakage is factored into retail prices, like those. Yeah, I don't think that's.
Who licensed the insurance companies to raise all of these rates? Who gives them the license to do so?
The government, but they don't have control over it, and this is why government, like partiaries between the private and the public, actually are good, because the government can put a cap on the type of abuse that they actually usually go.
Let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask a question. Is insurance companies are they for profit, or are they doing their work for free? I mean, obviously this is an easy answer, but there's a follow-up to.
They are for profit. They are amoral. If they can make money, they will do everything to get it. Yes, they are amoral for profit.
Yeah, exactly. And then there are insurance companies that insure other insurance companies, and are they for profit as well? Yes, they are.
Yes,
so
they are.
So how do they operate? They hire actuaries, and they work with statistics and probabilities, and then based on that, they're gonna charge you money, like $50 or $100 or whatever for insurance, but based on probabilities and statistics that they are working with. And so at the end of the day, they are going to win money on it, because out of 100 people, maybe one person will get into an accident. I mean, I'm just making up numbers at this point, and then they can pay out thousands of dollars, and it's going to be more than worth it for them to do so.
Yes,
right?
but
It's a profit for profit business, is what I'm
yeah,
getting.
but the problem is not that. Like I told you, it's not a binary thing. Because Edison said a few minutes ago that I was doing something that is actually was right. It's like the best or the worst. But for example, when you look at these, the problem is not that these private companies exist. The problem is that they are greedy and they are literally running the
But you
government.
can't put a regulation on a company's greed.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No,
Yes, you can.
greed.
Yes,
Look,
you
no,
absolutely
you
can.
can't. No, you can't. Greed.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Greed
Wow,
is a
Fatty's
human,
all up in them feelers.
greed is a human feature. It doesn't go away because the government is in charge, is doing things. It's always there. The best way to restrict human greed is to restrict the tools that they can use to leverage their position.
Yes,
The best
suppress
tool
it.
to do that, hold on, the best tool to do that is government authority. It's the only institution that has a monopoly on violence.
Yes, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Is a suppression of greed. For example, the problem with the United States, the United States government is that it's run by lobbyists. These companies
No,
have
it's not.
$1 trillion to
No,
spend.
it's the
They
whole
have a bunch
structure.
of
Hold on. Diesel, I don't know. Are you involved with the budget each year for the police department?
I run the police. Yeah, I'm the chief, so
Okay.
I run the police.
Okay. What happens at the end of the year if you've got extra money in the budget?
They tell me to spend it.
Exactly.
Is that waste?
Why do government try to use up all of their budget, if not more than?
Because they only get what they need.
Yes, because if they don't, so the problem with that is that if I was fully staffed, I wouldn't have any more at the end of the year. But because I'm not fully staffed, they don't want people to vote on lowering the budget because I haven't spent all of my wages due to the fact that I'm not fully staffed. So that's why they tell me that's why they want to spend it so you can show that you actually need that money instead of not needing that money.
Exactly. I didn't realize that you were the chief either, so maybe that was too direct of a question to ask you of how your department does it since you're in charge of it. But that's how all government budgets work. You spend everything you can, ideally a little bit more than you were budgeted that year, so next year you can get a raise in the budget. So actually, greed
isn't that lying though? Isn't that a malfeasance of office to go and waste all of that resources and act like you needed more the next year when you didn't?
No, it's not a waste because the money that I have left over, I use that money so I don't have to ask for another vehicle. I might spend it for another vehicle instead of putting it on the next budget.
Well, your budget's based off of that for next year, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not. If I don't need a vehicle, I'm not going to ask for a vehicle.
No.
Well, the reality of the matter is, if you don't use up the money that is given to you, then they're going to give you less money next year.
Correct.
Right. Simple as that.
Right.
So there's no incentive to save money or to be economically efficient.
Right.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, since you have more likely to get your funds raised by overspending, the incentive is to not.
No, incentive is to try to use up more money than is given to you. That's the incentive.
That's why it's wrong, right? That's
no.
Yeah,
I can't go over my budget.
That idea
well, why
alone.
do you guys have qualified immunity then? If you were so perfect, if they were all so perfect,
the biggest move, like the goal
post. Question.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring it back. I don't know. 5-speed. You gotta. I don't know. You gotta stay on some sort of a topic, or at least in a tangent.
I think. Well, he says it about the budget, and we're trying to figure out whether that's right or wrong with him going ahead and spending the rest of the budget.
No,
so
we're not trying. We're not trying to do that, though.
Well,
what we're trying.
I know, but what I was going with it is.
That's the thing.
Well,
you're going
I don't think you're
with it. It's not where. Okay. What the fuck is the thing? Just state the point that you're trying to do and don't take us through the questioning method.
Well, if we were all cautious and we knew what we were doing, what would police officers need with qualified immunity? Their actions would already be covered. So what's the whole purpose of the qualified immunity if they have the people's best interests at heart?
It's a job.
Right. And that's why we feel most times, not always, but they're just doing a job. They really don't care what's right and wrong. It's about egos and what we feel.
The same could be said for the points that you keep making.
Well, I got that, but what I'm saying differently is I don't go out here and project mine onto other people and say, hey, you owe me a tax or you owe me the obligation to have some
Five
sort of
can't pull
authority
me
over
over
you.
and demand my papers and then
Correct.
impound my car or kick in my door.
I can't come in and steal your children and traffic them through family court.
All right. Well, you don't, and you don't feel like that's moral. I get it. I don't feel like some of those things
It's
are moral.
ethics
I
and
get it.
morals overall, isn't it?
Well, not necessarily. Even this,
I
what
think
I was
that's
trying to
where we
get to the
fall short,
point.
though.
Where I was trying to go with this is to show that there's nothing inherently more greedy about business than there is about government. In fact, probably less so, because a business has to convince you to give it $1. A government doesn't. It just tells you.
Yes, and
forces you. Forces
yes,
you.
but where is the line, right? Because we are, let's assume that we are good citizens, right? And you are against the government, be a big government that put the hands on your pocket, tell you what to do and all that, right? What about the real criminals, the violent criminals, right? The guys
What about
like
them?
my question is, if you don't like control, if you don't like, and this is for the 5 dude, I'm sorry, I can see your name. If you are not okay with following the laws that were made by other men, there's a bunch of laws that are in place to protect you from rapists, to protect you from the litters, to protect you for a bunch of these people. So
I think that's the whole deal. I don't need protection from anybody.
But that's the point. But you are being selfish because society will be run amok if there was no those laws and constraints for these people to be stopped.
But you're getting into that false dichotomy again.
No, it's not because it was this point.
Oh no! For 5
No.
Speed, no, you're right. He's an extreme libertarian. He doesn't care if anybody can't protect themselves. It only matters what he can do, and he only worried about
Yes,
himself.
I'm talking to you.
But I'm
It's
saying
like-
if you're sorry, you need to say something, Flo?
No,
I was just saying something quick, and then I was gonna do a little pitch because I feel like, since I'm already talking, this is a good time to remind people that you can pay to have anybody on the panel kicked off for short periods of time for the rest of the stream. You can have names changed. You can do the Executioner's Wheel, which is basically a Wheel of Fortune game where one person who wins it gets kicked off for 15 minutes. All the things, there's all sorts of things you can do to kick off the most annoying panelist, including myself. All that stuff is detailed out in the description box below, and make sure that the money comes to me if you want that done. Go ahead, guys.
You don't need to agree with having to pay to use your own car and your own house every year in order to agree that there should be laws against murder and rape.
Yes,
it's a false dichotomy.
I know, but I wasn't addressing you. But me addressing you would say laws are put in place to protect people from people on the streams. Right? It's not for the regular season. It's for people on the streams.
I mean, like, what do you mean by protection? I mean, you can't. If somebody is a criminal, let's just say I'm a criminal and I wanted to go harm somebody. Like, there's not many people who can just stop me in the village over here. As an example, you can call police afterwards, but those people will not be protected. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what are you talking about?
No, it's the enforcement of law.
James, take your glasses off and rub your eyes.
I don't. Are you good?
I think I got a porn bomber backstage.
Okay, let's wait.
But no, it's cool. I'll just kick him out. Go ahead. Don't let me disrupt you.
I don't punch you. I'm not punching you because I'm afraid of Diesel. I'm punching you because I'm afraid of in 3 months to go to court and to actually see the judge.
Diesel, Fatty, I understand your point that we need laws and regulations, but do we need 65 million of them for state and federal? How many laws and regulations do we need?
No, but that's the thing. You are going to pick and choose which laws you need and which laws you don't. And Diesel is saying, I don't agree with you. I think that company should have more regulations. I think that person should have less regulations. And now you get into the conundrum because you are not going to, like, the country is literally split half and half. You cannot, like, if you make something for 51%, you are going to make another 49% mad. So you need to get to a place where both of the people get a little bit of what they want. And I'm sorry, I know that you want your taxes to go to the homeless, but that's
not how the system works.
It is
That's the Hegelian dialectic. That's the whole idea of the Hegelian dialectic of of left versus right, black versus white, blue versus red, and then somebody's going to be the 51% and somebody's going to be the 49% and nobody gets what they want. Everybody gets what they don't want.
It's bullshit.
The reality of the matter.
People aren't split up half and half. They're split up half and half in America because we have two parties. It's an illusion.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
the
a
way-
point. It's 0.5% of the country that's getting what they want. The military-industrial complex, the ruling class, the gun runners, the drug dealers, the international, ultranational, really corporations are getting what they want, and the people, the populace, 50% of them aren't getting what they want. They're not.
I
None of
agree.
them are getting what they want. They're all getting screwed.
No, I agree, but that's not my point. Because first of all, I'm a Bernie supporter. Extra. First problem
my
is you
God.
guys don't. No. Listen carefully. No, listen very carefully. The first problem is you guys don't want to take money out. Like both of the sides want to take money out of politics, and nobody. One second, let me finish. One second, let me finish. Let me finish.
It doesn't matter. You just speak too
Let me
much.
finish.
Get
Let me
tired.
finish.
Let Fatty finish, and then Fatty, let other take a breath. Let other people get in there.
But they are addressing me. Can I respond when people are addressing
Yes,
me?
that's what I'm saying. Respond, but then take a breath. You dominate panels. I know you've heard that.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. If you don't want me to dominate payments, don't address me, please. I'll be quiet. So the thing about what is happening is both of the sides agree of taking money out of politics because that's what corrupts the government, is people being able to pay to get their laws like across. But the problem is both of the parties are actually not up to that. I agree with you. Both of the sides, is artificial fighting. But the problem with taxation is that one side says, I don't want my taxes to go to homeless people and to immigrants. And the other side says, I don't want my taxes to go to wars. And now you are fighting because half of the population doesn't agree with the other half of the population about where their money should be allocated. And this is what we're talking about. Oh, God damn it. You didn't need I'm done. Go ahead. You got this.
Look, how much money is the U.S. government in debt? Do you know?
A lot of trillions.
It's $33 trillion and plus.
Yeah.
Okay, it's $33 trillion. Do you know how much GDP that U.S. government generate, or the U.S. The nation of the United States generate per year?
It's about the same, isn't it?
Do you know what a GDP is? Gross domestic product. It's basically 2 to 3 trillion. Let's just say $3 trillion. The amount of money that you pay in taxes don't even pay for the insurance of the interest.
That's the budget.
Interest of the $33 trillion debt that United States government is in. Okay,
That's the budget.
So your
That's the
taxes don't do jack shit.
That's the budget. The budget is 2 or 3 trillion. The GDP is around the same as the debt, and they've been going up with each other, kind of similarly until the special time until
$33 trillion a year.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Stop. And I'm gonna give you facts that are not my opinion. And up until about 2020, when we had that special time, then the debt got ahead of the GDP. So GDP is approaching 30 trillion, while debt is exceeding 30 trillion. But when you're talking about 2 or 3 trillion, that's the budget, not the GDP. That's how much the government spends on the books in discretionary spending. The total budget, including non-discretionary spending, right now is around 4 trillion. But the GDP is closer to 30 trillion.
Alex, I saw that there's a flicker of light. You're going to have to stay cammed up longer than that so I can verify you are.
Okay,
Yes, that is indeed a real cop.
Are we sharing a comfortable silence amongst us?
Who said that?
I told Fatty to give people a chance to chime in, and now none of y'all are jumping at the opportunity.
Well,
Fatty,
but here's
take
the
it
thing,
away.
like, go ahead.
I still don't understand
away.
what does that. I still don't understand what that denied my point about people. They don't they have problems with giving money, their tax money, that hard-earned money to people they don't think they deserve.
Because it's not.
Homeless, you don't.
Because it's not about where the taxes are going anymore. It's exceeded
about
that.
what?
because it's not about where the taxes are going anymore. It's so far removed. Government accountability and government spending is so far removed from the political process. It's all just a symbolic illusion at this point. That's what I was thinking the whole time you were talking and Nachi was responding. I don't know if Nachi agrees with that though, but that's what I was thinking.
Yes, but both of you are talking for the
beyond that.
Both of you are talking for the deep thinker. You're not talking for the common American. The common American doesn't have time to think. He has only time for this superficial bullshit. He doesn't like. He sees 70.
I'm not a common American. I'm not a common American.
And I'm not a common American too. I'm a Portuguese citizen. What's the
Okay,
point?
but like, well, I don't know what your point is, because like the common people do not really understand. The common people don't really understand what the hell is going on in the world. That's the thing. That's the reality of the matter.
That's majority of people. That's the
so
point.
You're a statist. So you're Fetty. You're making a statist point here.
Absolutely.
No.
You are a statist. Making that point.
Yeah, for sure. He's been making status points for over an hour, so that's for sure.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
He wants to be.
How can you deny something that you don't even know what it means?
Right?
I didn't deny that. I asked for clarification. What is a statist?
You. That's you.
Yes, yes, I know. You
Statist
already
is
did.
somebody
You
who
got
believes
me.
in government wants more big government, right?
No, I believe.
Well,
I believe,
someone who believes in the fundamental power of the state being integral to force the function of society.
Yes, I believe it too. I believe that in the pillars of society, education, healthcare, like I believe that the government has a big, has a big
There you go.
end
That's
on
what
that.
makes you a
Yes.
statist, dude.
There you go.
You want
That's
the
it right
definition
there.
of a statist? You just gave it.
And what's is that a bad thing?
To someone who's anti-statist, for sure.
Yes, but why? Like, well, isn't that country
I'm not saying that the state is a bad thing, but any ism, also statism, is a bad thing. Yeah.
But
yeah,
because
you didn't say the state should have some role, right? You said it should have a big one, and that's what makes you a statist. And I wouldn't call you wrong or say anything bad about you as a result of that. Merely just stating that fact. That's all.
Yeah, but you didn't ask me where I want big government. I want big government on things that actually can ruin your quality of life and are actually a threat to your rights. I don't want you to be poisoned because you drink tap water and that shit went from a place that wasn't regulated.
I assume most statists are in good faith.
You don't get that distinction, right?
Right.
The bigger the government, the less say that you'll have in it. So you kind of have to take all or nothing.
We know that most people who support large state are good intentioned. You know, most of the people that you're going to meet aren't total psychopaths, right? We just agree on what's
Except
better.
on YouTube.
There is a higher concentration, yes.
Absolutely.
You know, most of us want what's best. We just have different ideas on how to get there.
Yes, and I believe that the government, between the government and the private companies deciding your future of your kids, what you eat, where do you go, the hospital that you attend and all that, I'd rather have a government have a bigger weight on that and they both policing each other than you have like full-blown capitalism or full-blown socialism.
I would agree with you now, because right now we have ultranational corporations that run everything. So the government is actually less powerful than the businesses. But that's not the only choices. There's a third choice there, which we could actually follow the Constitution and it be of, by, and for the people. And then the Constitution honestly says that the state and the federal government should have more authority than the people, which is where I disagree with it. It should be written the opposite way. All authorities and powers should be assumed to belong to the people, and the state should have to petition the people for any power that it has. And the federal government should have to petition the state. Ideally, right? But that's not how it is. And my argument for that is simply look around you. Everything's completely fucked. Why not try it? It can't get worse.
Now, shout out to Lauren for the 5 gifted Flow State memberships. Salute to her.
Yes, ma'am. Bless you.
Amen. And this is why it's kind of funny that you guys left when I said I was a Bernie Sanders supporter, because the things that you literally said right now is pillars of his actual platform. Taking money out of politics. 1 second, let me finish. Taking money out of politics, so the politicians start working for the people instead of working for corporations, and make sure that when you get the money, is grassroots, so you actually can do the bidding of the people instead of flow state coming around with $2 million, and now your mayor is compromised because somebody got on his pocket. Like that's actually a good
that's
point.
because Americans
but
are
here's the
taught
thing.
that
That's it.
anything
Just
that
because
that
he's
government does that you don't like is communism and socialism. So
Hold on, I
like
played the wrong clip.
he's socialistic. But here's the thing, like just because he says it, that doesn't mean it's going to pan out that way. So he's
That's true,
placating to
yeah.
a group of people who's also going to feel like the way you feel about it. But like he's a
Yeah.
politician, just like any.
Every politician might be probably a liar. Like that. That's a
Maybe
that's
you
a
know
bad
that's what
faith
politics
argument
is.
because
It's a blood sucking organism, multiple
yes,
blood sucking organisms.
but there's a bad faith argument because every politician can be a liar. Like everything that they can actually promise you, they can turn around and lie.
But here's the thing: like you have the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, right? And then that's the two major ones. And then Bernie is for which one? He's for the third party.
He caucuses with the Democrats.
It is a progressive that aligns with the Democrats because he thinks they are the lesser of two evils. Yes,
Right.
but he's not a corporate Democrat like Joe Biden, which could be a light level
But
Republican.
he did endorse and campaign for Joe Biden, which is why a lot of Americans don't have his back anymore.
But he said that before. He said even with Hillary Clinton, he said that before. I will.
That
if I
started it.
No,
I
but
just
that's the
think
thing.
it's
when he
ridiculous
supported
to be
Hillary Clinton, he
supportive of
lost a lot of support.
anybody.
When he supported Biden, he lost even more support.
Absolutely, but there's the thing. Like, if you have to change the system from the inside. If he actually goes to the outside, he become an independent, and independents actually not going to run nothing. The DNC runs
You
it.
can't change it
cannot
from the
take money out
inside.
of the system. It is impossible to get money out of the system because
Yes.
for anybody to get voted in, people have to know who they are. That takes resources, a lot of them.
Well,
And
not
they
money,
can-
period, but like
and
I think the argument would be that you all have what is it called, campaign
grassroots.
finance.
Yes, you have to get
So
it
like
from the people.
well, I mean that's how it is now. So what are you saying that like you just outlaw corporations from donating or outlaw PACs?
No, outlaw lobbies because every country, not every country, but most
Even
of
if
the
you
Western.
did, you couldn't. You
Oh,
cannot because these corporations will always find a way to give money to the people who are moving
they
in
don't.
that direction
Look,
towards power.
Money is power. That will always be leveraged. There's no way to make money not equal power.
Yes.
And politics is power. There's no way to make politics not power. There's no way to separate these two things, really. You can put laws in place. You can pretend like you are, but
Yes,
they'll find a
and you
way.
get money from the people. That's the point. Like lobbyist is
That's-
literally bribe.
But
Leave me
that's
a second.
delusional.
No, he's
But-
not.
but
Because
that's
listen
delusional, Patty.
No, he's not. Listen carefully, because other countries actually apply this. A lobby is called bribery in other countries. Like you
Fatty,
paying a
just said
police,
that you would shut up, but you don't do. And
You know what's funny? I'm going to be. I'm going to be
just-
quiet. I'm not going to
just-
dominate conversations
Thank
because
you.
that's the point.
Thank
You guys address me
Thank you,
and then
dude.
cut me off.
It's
Go
really
ahead.
annoying. It's really annoying. It gets to be a bit annoying in the end.
Diesel,
What
can
is
we arrest all
annoying
these
about
dudes?
a person talking with me and I'm me replying to that person? What is annoying about that?
No, not everybody's talking to you. You're just replying to everything.
So he wasn't replying to something
dude.
else?
Just put a lid on it. Put a lid on it, please.
I don't know if my internet's messing up or what, but that's why I've been quiet, because my internet's kind of messing up a little bit. And I don't talk politics. So
Hey, real quick though, can I ask a question?
Well,
real
that's
quick?
smart.
Can I?
What's up, Jalen?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, how can you run a government without money? Because I
can't.
heard somebody saying something about taking the money out of the government, but when we had like the states running their own budgets and the federal government didn't have a say so in how much money they could tax the state and all this shit like that. We kind of went into shambles in a lot of situations. Even with the Revolutionary War, we couldn't pay for it. You know what I'm saying? What was it? George Washington and his army to eat. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that.
Yeah.
So when you don't have like a funding of the federal government, you leave it up to the states, which the states will usually just only care about what's going on with state issues.
Money out of politics means money out of politics is a general term that refers to elections. It means election reform, and it means having
elections, but even
it means that the government funds each candidate instead of the candidate being able to spend their own or outside funds, especially when it comes to political action committees, which is the Scalia ruling. The case slips my mind, but since then there's been a lot more
multiple
money.
Facets.
But when the
citizens what we're talking about, Jalen.
That was actually it. Was the Citizens United?
If the
Citizens United was the case.
Go ahead.
Look, let me just try to answer your question. Like, you can't take money out of politics is what we're getting at. Some of us are getting at anyway. Like, it's just because like Flo said, money is power, and political position is power, and they're gonna need each other, right? Because they both want more of what each other's got. Right. The issue, the way I see it, is that when you have central banks, the government is borrowing money from the central bank and we're paying interest on it. Right. That's where the U.S. debt is coming from. That it causes inflation, which devalues your quality of living. So we need more and more money, quote unquote, that we can't pay back later on. That becomes a kind of a systematic problem in itself. Right. So the bankers, more or less.
Centralized bank, though. Can you do without a centralized? Now,
well, that was the way. That was the way it was initially planned out, because that's the whole idea of printing your own money, or making gold and silver your means of monetary system rather than the fiat currency. But that's again the bigger issue.
You know, we had the fiat currency was backed up by actual resources still. You know what I'm saying? Even after the Fed. You know that,
What do you mean?
Up until 1933,
only for gold standard.
All the way up into the 70s.
No, up until the 30s. And the Bretton Woods is when
we got out of it.
It was the 70s. It was under Nixon.
That's the Bretton Woods agreement.
There's that though too.
We came off the gold standard in 33.
Yes.
I believe we
it was 33 and 72.
But as far as officially and as far as how long we have been off the gold standard, I believe that's been since 71. I believe they were back on the gold standard.
Okay, 71, 72. It doesn't matter. But what backs up the dollar is the question. Is the military? Is it not?
Right.
Is the petrodollar, and then that went over to the military.
How does the debt even matter if you have America's still the biggest player as we speak right now? And their currency is the global, like that's the global currency. This is what every other currency has to match up to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? And if not, any place that doesn't fall in line, we send our military in to get their ass in line. How does the debt really matter? Unless we lose the fight.
Yes, that's true. And see how that is going to pan out in the near future, but with that kind of attitude. You know, like, do you think China and Russia and any other powers are just going to allow U.S. military to come in and do whatever the fuck they want? They're going to do their own thing. That's called BRICS.
But I mean, the China and they still figure out ways to do business anyway. And that's main. I think the big thing with Taiwan, right, is why the United States wants Taiwan to be an independent country or whatever, a democratic state or whatever the fuck they want them to be and shit, and not a part of China like China believes, because a lot of the resources we get with the technology and shit from them. So I think that's a lot of part of it. Yet I don't think they just necessarily directly need to always do transactions with Russia or something, because they have other places. They already have other alliances and shit like that. So it's still kind of a strategy game right here. It's like, does the debt really matter until we actually get to a point where we're losing a fight? When somebody can really come in and demand that we pay up something.
But who does that? Who regulates all that? Because there is the International Monetary Fund. There is the World Bank. There is there's the Brussels Bank of International Settlement. Like, who determines how much dollar is going to be worth how many yuan or yen or rupee or ruble? somebody has to do it. It's not only American. So everybody falls under
Oh yeah, that on
the
that system
auspices
you
of the
talk
bigger
about, you know what I'm
system.
saying, more privatized banks and shit like that, like the Fed and all that shit. Yeah.
I'm not sure
So
what
at the
if I
very
understand your
least, you're
point,
not going
sir.
to claim that's democratic, right, Jalen?
I'm not saying that it's democratic. What I'm saying is that shit, yeah, we kind of live in a global empire to a certain degree where
Right. Oh
certain
yeah.
countries have
Very
aligned
much.
to a
Oh
certain
yeah.
degree and decided, all right, well, these part of the people from the United States and these part of the people from Europe and these part of the people from here. And I feel like even China and Russia all come together and figure out, hey, they might not say it in the public, but yeah, it's people of all these different nationalities that came together and said, look, this is how we're gonna run shit, and you know, so we're gonna use our power play here, and how we can blackmail people here, or we have the power of the money here, and here to come up with our
Jalen,
own
the
strategies.
people who are
And right
actually
now,
running the
it
world
looks like
are
they won't.
internationalists. They're not an
Good.
American. They're not European. They're not Chinese. They're not Russian. They don't have borders. They don't give a
Right.
fuck about these countries individually.
Right.
I can
Yeah.
agree with you. I'm saying they're using these countries as tools. Like I'm saying, like right now, it's been lucrative for America to be the global I guess what you would call it, promoter of this democracy and change and shit like that.
The police force. Well, that's what
Yeah, the police
America has
force to
been
a
built
certain
up
degree.
for. They were built up to, I mean, when you have 200 plus bases around the world, right? And then you are the quote unquote the enforcer of how everybody's going to behave. And yes, US dollar is the strongest in the world, but maybe not for ever, because maybe it gets to a point where everybody needs to just
I
trash
think it's
all
the
their
strongest. I'm just saying
fiat
it's the
currency for
standard
a new
in
one.
which every
Maybe
other
that's
money
the
is
plan.
measured by. You have to trade in American dollar, I want to say, at least for the most part, for the global economy, for the most part. Not that it's the strongest right now, because I don't believe it's the strongest at this moment, but I'm just saying.
What's stronger than the US dollar then? The euro,
I don't
the
know. I mean, you
ruble,
can
or
actually
the
go and try to look
Chinese
it up. I'm
yuan?
sure there's some other shit out there right now that's stronger than the US dollar. I'm pretty sure.
Vast
Nidus
majority
check.
of the
Is
world
Nidus
is traded in
away?
dollars.
Has anybody read the book from Jekyll,
The creature from Jekyll Island.
Nidus going
Yeah.
twice.
I've read it like 6 times. It's one of my favorite books, if not my favorite book.
Going 3 times.
I've read The Federal Reserve by Eustace Mullen. That comes before
It's another
the
good
creature
one.
from Jekyll Island.
What did you say, Nash?
I read the book called The Federal Reserve by Eustace Mullins, and then that comes before the creature from Jekyll Island. But yeah, so it's the same idea. How about the Confessions of an Economic Hitman? How many of you guys read that one?
Excellent.
Yeah.
And reading these books will teach us what.
Those should be required reading. If we had a government that was actually interested in informing its citizens,
But what government is going to inform you past what it needs you to do in the system?
Right, which in this one is essentially nothing, right? So they like to keep you dumb and
Because
ignorant.
if everybody's enlightened, who's going to work and who's going to
So
do
now
all these
you're
other
in
things?
favor
If
of big
everybody's
government after all.
enlightened and shit like y'all want everybody to be, who's going to do all this shit? And once everybody's enlightened and figures out how they want to do society, what's that society going to be? This enlightened society. I just want to know.
I'll accept your point if you add a caveat. Who's gonna do it in exchange for the lifestyle or the level of participation they have in their own governance? So I would suggest that in the society, maybe a much smaller one would be required, but in a society in which people were educated and enlightened, that we wouldn't have the same attitude. So-called menial work. There'd be a much more of appreciation for labor than there is.
Good morning, guys, and if you don't mind, can we it looks like Flo has a friend on here, a cop, and I ask a million questions about cop. Cops. I'll never get one on.
Joe Cool, Diesel, Joe Cool. Joe Cool has a pretty big cop watching channel.
Minuscule. How you doing, Diesel? I gotta ask a couple philosophical questions. What it looked like. It looked like you're on duty, and I don't know how much time you got, but I'd like ask you a couple philosophical questions. And forgive me, for not, I don't know, introducing myself and doing all the courtesies first, but I don't really get a cop on and not a current cop and that type of shit. I would like to ask you, Diesel, do you feel conflicted about your job?
No.
You feel that you get to, I don't know, maintain your morality as a cop?
Yes.
Do you follow unlawful orders?
No.
What if one of those orders conflict with the Constitution? Would you follow it?
So I'm the one that gives the orders. So I don't give orders that conflict with the Constitution.
Well, how do you give orders? I thought every cop had a boss. That's what y'all do is follow the guy above you.
I'm the chief of the police department.
Very good. But you're a cop, yeah? You're not a sheriff. How the fuck we get a chief on here?
I'm big shit now. Don't you know that?
Apparently. Hey, I'm fixing to reset myself. And I'm not gonna give you a hard time in the hopes that you'll come back and we can have an earnest conversation. I
get all the smoke, man. You don't. I mean, you wouldn't scare me off, so I get all the smoke. So it's okay. Go ahead and do what you don't do.
You're not dope, right, man? Appreciate it. You too much of an asset there to chase off chief of police. I can fucking ask you shit all the time. But as chief of police, Constitution says we get to carry a gun. As chief of police, do you take people's guns?
If they're carrying them unlawfully, yes. But see, this is the thing about it. Like, you can't argue 2A with me. I have a channel that's based around 2A. Mm-hmm. Like, I am a big gun advocate. Like, you arguing me with guns is almost like, arguing with a dopehead about drugs. I just love guns. I love the rights of guns. The fact that this is where it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of individual states that I might not agree with when it comes to their gun law, like Chicago, for one.
Yes.
It's still the law of the land, right? It's still what they deem as law. So regardless of if you agree with it or not, you still have to follow those laws, right? The Constitution says that you can, but also the states can make their own laws, individual laws, what they deem as should be, the right of the public. So I get what you're saying, and I know where you're going with it. But at the end of the day, federal law sometimes doesn't trump state law, and state law sometimes doesn't trump federal law.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going. So you're telling me you think that in this case, when it comes to gun laws, the state law will trump federal law?
At times, yes, and I think federal law. Go ahead.
I was going to say, actually, federal law is probably already strayed from the Constitution.
Some of them have, yes. Some of, especially some of the things that the ATF has recently been doing, I think has strayed away from the Constitution.
I think. Hold it. Go ahead. Finish your thought, Diesel, and then let me get the super chat in.
Okay, so I think ultimately, when it comes down to it, I think federal government should be held more to the Constitution than the state government entity, right? Because when it comes down to it, the federal government encompasses the whole United States. So I think I think the complaint should go more towards the federal government than the state entity.
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Dwight Baldwin says for $5, bricks can trade in each other's currency, but no alternative to dollar.
Yet.
I like to ask a question. Do you know what unavailable right is?
We got another.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's what you are. You gave me money for absolutely nothing.
Dwight Baldwin with $10 says U.S. debt is an issue. Interest on debt now exceeds defense budget, and with baby boomers exiting the workforce, only fix is to spend less or print a lot of money / inflation.
I think
all right,
we're
go ahead, guys.
Getting close to spending almost double what we make. I'm gonna get coffee. Yes, sir.
What's an unalienable right? Can a right be licensed? Are there, like, the right to bear arms is unalienable. It means you can't change. You can't say, oh, well, you got to have a license. You got to have a permit.
It's unalienable.
Unalienable, which means unalienable. You can't.
You come down to the fact of there are also laws as if you're a convicted felon you cannot possess, right? So there has to be ways of. Go ahead.
That's a violation of the Second Amendment, I think, is his point.
I mean, I told him.
Just like permission to drive. That's
no. We're not going back there. No, we're not. We're not going back there.
Flo said no.
That's not a right. That's not a right. That's a privilege. So let's not.
No, it isn't.
We're not going back to the right to travel.
Yeah, that's.
But I did want to hear his response to the Second Amendment for felons.
So I don't agree with the convicted felon not being in possession of a firearm. I think everybody should be in possession of firearms.
But you would take his gun, though, right? To Joe Cool's point.
That's
because it's the law. But because it's the law. So when it comes down to it, you still have to consider the fact that each state has their own laws on guns. Right. So,
but morally, I believe I have the
rock.
Everyone should be able to have one.
Hold on, Joe Cool. Let me get in. This is much more important. Hold on, this is more important than anything any of the rest of you are going to ask him.
Tomorrow, you got to take my
Joe,
gun.
Pause.
No.
This is the most important question all stream. Diesel, I'm about 2 weeks away from being able to apply for expungement for my drug felony. Will you write me a letter of recommendation for the courts?
Email me. I'll do it.
Bet. Go ahead.
Nice. But here's the thing: it's irrelevant, Diesel, sir, that whether you feel one way or another about it, because laws are laws. Whether you're enforcing or not, that would be great as an individual. But other police are going to feel differently about it. And if it's illegal for people to own guns, then whether you feel one way or another about it, people are going to do what they need to do as a police to enforce that law. Right? That's the whole idea of police, is that they enforce laws. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but they don't. Correct. They enforce feelings and they protect corporate property.
Or anything like that.
You know, you can't make a law that trumps the Constitution. If the Constitution says you have a right to do something.
You guys want to answer questions, or do you just want to tell him your answers?
I asked the question.
I know you did, and then everybody go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I started the question on the Constitution about the rights, and if you can have a permit for if you have to require a permit to carry a weapon is against the Constitution, and he comes back, well, states can make a right to overturn that. That's bull. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. A state can't become a state unless they agree to follow the Constitution.
Yeah, hasn't said his opinion, Rocky, and that's what I was interested in.
Hold on, but the Supreme Court has ruled that states can make laws pertaining to that Constitution, right? So at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, the state's not saying that you just cannot have a gun. You just have to do this to get a gun, right? So and that's
infringe.
Hold on, that's what they're supposed to be doing. Now we have different states like California, New York. You know, like there are states that are really pushing the envelope on, you know, trampling on that right. But but when it comes down to it, to do certain things, like you can possess a gun, but to have a concealed carry in North Carolina, you have to have a permit to have a concealed carry weapon. So they're not saying you just can't have a gun. I think that's the problem when it comes down to this argument, is that we are arguing that they're taking the right of possessing a gun. They're just putting stipulations on how you possess that gun.
I think you're being
infringement.
Yeah, I think that's the whole problem, is that if I have the right
Yeah, I know. I get you. I'm just giving you a little pushback on your opinion here. That I tell you, you have the right to own a gun. Then I make up all these laws, but you gotta, tell me where it is at all times. It can only be a 2-inch barrel. You can't use real gunpowder. So technically, I can own a gun, but you've really stripped me of the essence, which is, I think, is the argument that you're making here. They still let you have it, but you just can't have it if you was born after the 30th. If you had a felony, I don't give if you were selling weed, it's called a felony in some hick town. Suddenly they decide that they took away my right, and if you're a cop, you follow and enforce that shit. How many cops did you call, bro? These are your chief. I'm guessing you caught a few bad cops.
Yeah, I've had to let go a few cops. I've had to. I don't really go over, what I went through as an officer, but there was a time where I had to out some officers, and in turn they lied on me and got me charged with 2 felonies, which I was able to beat and get my certification back and everything like that. So the crazy thing about it is a lot of people want to come to talk to me about officers that do that, turn a blind eye and things of that sort. But there are a lot of officers that have not turned a blind eye and get into some things that in turn gets them into positions to where, they're fighting for their freedom because of what they did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
we know that.
At this point, and in this point in my career, I'm able to make sure that those things don't happen in my department. I can't speak for other departments. I'm just speaking on my department and how we operate as a department from my town. You know what I'm saying? So I know there's a lot of corruption in law enforcement, but there's a lot of corruption everywhere. You're not going to be able to get rid of the corruption with a human aspect. That's just what it is,
we use
man.
that argument ourselves sometimes. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't think it's an argument. It's a fact.
It's about what you incentivize, though. Right now, we incentivize corruption. Corruption is like a matter of business.
Are we speaking in law enforcement or just period?
No, period. In society, I'd say even in our own personal relationships, and that's reflected in
corruption's always incentivized. That's just a law of nature. That's why it exists. Nobody would do something corrupt to fuck themselves over, right? I'm sure that there are things that would be corrupt that would fuck you over, but we don't ever hear about them because nobody comments on it.
Nobody's that stupid.
We could incentivize cooperation, though. We could incentivize consideration. We could our education system could be based on teaching people how to think instead of what to think. We could make choices as a society. It's not going to completely solve everything and completely make everything perfect.
Problem is thinking that we should have the government teach people how to think at all, and assume that the government won't do that in a self-serving way. Everybody in every institution is self-serving first. So if we don't like how the government is choosing to educate our kids, which is an entirely predictable way, by the way, then what do we do about it? We take back the responsibility. You can homeschool.
How do we take back the responsibility? We have to get rid of.
I think that's an excellent idea.
And it's a good idea. Go ahead.
I agree.
So who thinks that if somebody breaks the law that their rights should be taken?
Say that again.
If someone harms someone, leaves a victim, I believe.
No, I'm just talking about laws, period. Because
what was the question?
Laws aren't a good enough reason to have your rights taken away. And I don't even really believe in rights to begin with. Rights are essentially.
Give me the question again.
If you break the law, your rights should be taken.
I think that it's hard. I don't have a yes or no answer to that because I don't think that the laws are just or moral.
So your answer would be no, I think. Then.
So my answer currently would be no.
So that's every law that's out there. So I'm not. So the thing about it is
it depends.
That's
it
not
depends.
Rights.
That's what I'm getting to.
I thought that rights were just there not to be taken away. Like rights are
make believe.
If you infringe on other people's rights, you deserve consequences.
If you talk about the concept, right? It's everybody's got the same right. So whether you did something wrong or right, still the same rights apply. Still the same.
It's
rules
time to
apply.
grow up, though. Like rights are what you can enforce,
and they're actually permissions granted by the state.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But we're talking about this conceptually. Right?
Okay, even in their simplest sense. Go ahead. Yeah. In their simplest. No, in their simplest is rights as we know them. Those can be taken away. Should those be taken away because you committed a crime? If you've left the victim rights as we know it, then yes, you go to jail, you lose your rights. Once you pay your debt, though, they should be restored.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that, Joe. Cool. Yeah.
Right. If you
then we have to admit to ourselves they aren't rights.
Yeah, that's
so
another philosophical.
why, okay, so this is what I don't understand. Why is it that whenever we have these conversations, we go into semantics? Like, do we not know what we're discussing when we're talking about these kind of things?
No, half the people don't, Diesel. They think they have rights.
Hey, Diesel, in that particular area, the rights thing, we do need to. No, we do not define that the same. It looks like everybody has a different definition of rights. At least that's what I've learned.
It's important that they are objective.
We're talking about the constitutional rights.
Diesel.
Like this on paper.
Diesel. They're objectively not unalienable. Your rights are objectively not inalienable. Objectively. The Declaration of Independence is false. That's a big fucking deal. We need to point that out, and people need to acknowledge that in order to understand the pot that they're stewing in.
Are they false or are they man-made, like social constructs?
There's social constructs that we don't believe in.
No, but that's the thing. We have a social contract, not contract with each other to follow certain metrics.
And not that one.
What'd you say?
We don't follow that one. There are no rights, and they're not inalienable.
No, that conversation is like the philosophical conversation. That
no, it's not. It's not. It's objective. It's objectively black and white true.
So let me ask you.
You have the right to do what the government allows you to, and if any time it wants to take away any one of your rights, it can and will, and it does it regularly. And most of the people in society agree with that.
That's irrelevant.
Okay, so the social construct that we're all living under is irrelevant to whether or not it's a social contract.
It's irrelevant because everything in this life is a fact until it's not. Everything is what? Everything in this life, when it comes to a human being and the way that he directs himself in this planet, is a fact until it's not. The fact that you say the government
and it's not a fact.
No, oh my God, God damn it!
It's already not a fact. It's a fact that we do not have rights. It's a fact that they are not inalienable. Those are facts.
Oh, okay, so let me ask you something. Do you think that people should be penalized and punished by infringing on other people's imaginary rights, like you're talking about? Do you believe?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you are saying that rights are not real, and I'm asking you: if a man rapes a woman, for example, do you think that men should be punished by these these rights that are?
I don't believe in punishment as a form of correcting criminal behavior.
So what would you do?
I don't know. What does it have to do with this conversation?
So this is the problem. People that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they don't live in the real world. This is philosophy world.
In the real world, you don't have rights. In the real world, you do not have rights. Your rights are not inalienable. That's the real world.
But that's the point.
Don't address that with some other question that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Patty,
when you create laws, you need to compensate. If you
harm, Denizen is explaining how things are objectively now, and Fatty's asking about how things should be.
No, absolutely not. Actually, it's the opposite. He's talking about theory. He's talking about something that he's talking about something that everybody knows. The government is the end all be all. You have all the rights until they send some people your way, and now you're gone, or you don't have those rights. Guantanamo is a good example of that, for example. But what we're saying is that those are still social constructs. The same way that these rights are social contracts, the government taking away your power is something that is man-made. So let's be realistic, and instead of talking about philosophy, talking about the lens of the law. If you don't ever answer for what should we do with the man that touches the little kids, if you don't have, because the kid doesn't have rights,
you put him in prison. So what? What does that have to do with what I said?
So
Nothing.
You are making the point. So there's
What
they are
point?
real. So
You're
they
the
are
one
real.
talking about theory. I'm the one talking about reality.
So if
Doesn't matter.
an adult touches a kid and he goes to jail, those rights are real. Because he
What rights are
infringed on
real?
that kid's rights and he paid for it, so they are real.
He paid for it with his rights.
Yeah.
No, he
Because the
infringed
kids'
on-
rights are real at that point.
Absolutely, because it's a consequence for infringing on his rights. Yes.
So he doesn't have rights anymore.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Well, he's locked up. He doesn't have rights. You got to.
Well, I mean, that was a great retort. I'm now convinced that you're correct.
It's not even a
Patty, what
retort,
makes a
it's-
right different from anything? What makes something a right?
It is a social contract that we have with each other. We agreed upon it.
The social contract that we have with each other is that we don't have any rights.
No, we actually do. You are not a sovereign citizen. So you have to abide to the laws of the land. And
So then it's a permission. A right is inalienable.
Hold on. So what Fatty is getting at is that we have agreed socially that you can walk down the street without me taking your money. That's
You're
the
a cop.
point that he's saying. This is
You do that all day long, though, right? You're a cop. You do that all day long. You think if the back tire touches a yellow line or I'm 3 miles over the speed limit, some cop thinks I owe him money. He can hop out from behind the bush and I owe him money. If I don't put my seatbelt on, which doesn't
where does the
endanger
money
anyone
come in?
but
What are you
me.
talking about?
You were talking about how people get robbed. I was saying cops are the biggest thieves.
What cop has taken your money?
I've had mine taken by cops.
Yeah, same.
His name is Max
You're a
Barrett.
corrupt cop.
He's the undersheriff in Pratt.
Corrupt politician.
Hey Diesel, can you stop
What
there?
I'm getting at-
Diesel, 1 second. Can you stop there? There's no corrupt cops because you don't have the right to that kind of money anyway. It's just a social construct. Nobody infringed on your rights because they stole your money because it was not your money to begin in. And if you want to steal their money, go ahead and do it. You see how this conversation can become very dumb when you actually mix in philosophy, when actually what is happening in real life.
I can see how
everybody
you
get
can
caught.
make it very dumb. You're demonstrating it.
Hey, Fatty, you're incorrect.
Okay, so if a cop takes money out of Flow State pocket unjustly, is he infringing on his rights?
He doesn't have any rights.
No,
Most state does
so
not
he's
have
not
any
doing
rights.
it. So now that we agree, he is not doing nothing wrong, right? Then listen, because he's just man-made. He's not real.
No,
Rights are
right
not
or
real.
wrong is above my pay grade. I'm talking about rights.
Oh my God! Like this, like let me pin you to the corner. Hey Flo, do you think they did something wrong or right? Like, do you believe in this concept?
Even if I agree with you that it's wrong, it still has nothing to do with rights.
You are talking on a philosophical way about it. There's nothing absolute about rights. It's something that we made. I get that. We already talked about it. If the government
It's something
can
that we
take it-
made and that we don't adhere to.
Yes, if the government can literally get you off the street and put you in jail, your rights are a social construct. I agree. But if every day millions and millions and millions of people are getting in jail, are getting punished, are getting convicted because they're infringing on other people's rights, in real life, rights actually exist because there's a consequence for going against those rights.
Nah, I don't
You
think
can
they
have-
really give two fucks about whether or not it infringes on anybody else's rights, especially because rights don't exist in this country.
So
I don't understand your point, Fatty. What is your point? You're saying that, well, because like there are corrupt people and they do whatever the fuck they want and we can't do anything about it, so we should just accept it? Is that the position?
No, his point is that you don't have no rights because at any point the powers that be can actually take that away from you. Right?
That's
You don't have a
true.
right to property, you don't have a right to a car, you don't have a right to nothing because the government can simply say that shit is
Okay,
mine.
we
and take
agree
it.
that somebody
Okay.
has to be an authority. We agree that somebody should be an authority. Otherwise, enforcement does not exist. Okay,
Yes,
and then
but there's the thing. If you are going to apply that line of thought, if somebody steals your car, he didn't violate your car because the car was not yours to begin with because you have no rights. You don't have the rights to your car. So I
Patty's
took it.
making a decent point, actually.
So I took it. I didn't
You
do
don't
nothing
need-
wrong.
You don't
I
need
just
the
took it
right
and you
to
have
a
to take
car.
it.
You don't need the right to a car in order for theft to be a crime.
No, but you are deflecting. That's not the point.
No,
it is
Fatty,
the point. It's the point
Fatty,
you tried to make, and you're wrong.
Fatty. So you're both correct. The issues you have is the only reason that you have rights is because we agree that we have rights.
Yeah, somebody
But
gave
they're
it to
not.
you.
But they are not a physical thing. You can't point to a right. You can't show me a right. You can't tell me where a right is.
And no one agrees to them right now.
Yes, it's a concept that's social. And when it comes down to it, with force, they can be taken away. So he's right in the sense that they're not real because you can't show me where one's at or bring one to me.
I agree with him.
That they're not rights, because rights are inalienable and they are above government.
Rights
so by
aren't
definition,
necessarily
they are
inalienable. Inalienable is not a prerequisite for something to be a right.
Then what's the difference between a right and a permission?
Yo,
I don't know.
And now you're going to get into some message. And you know why I'm getting frustrated with this? Because I saw Andrew having this conversation with other people for multiple times. And exactly the
hold
same
on?
thing.
Does this conversation matter to the bigger conversation, or are we just stuck in a rut?
Yes,
What's
we're
the
stuck in
bigger
a rut.
conversation?
All right, then we're off of the rights thing.
And I wish that you guys will apply this shit to religion. Something that is man-made, not to religion, to gods, to something that is man-made, that you can prove, that you can point, that is not anywhere, that was explained to you by certain books.
Yeah,
but then so this is why I'm not going as hard as you, because I know that you don't too. But the other people that actually you know for a fact, they literally say rights are not true because you can point to them in the room, you can tell them that's man-made. But as soon as you talk about God, oh, God exists. No, that's not
My
man-made.
point
That's
isn't that rights are a social construct, though. My point is that rights are bullshit, and you don't have them.
Yeah,
socially, legally.
Hey,
anywhere.
we're off of it, Denizen.
Oh, okay.
Yo, hey, let me hop in right here.
Good morning, Savage, by the way.
Yeah, so Fatty, with your argument, if you don't believe that God is real, then you would have to accept that rights are not real because they're endowed by the Creator with the Constitution. So that proves the argument.
No, I do. I said that I understand this argument. I just said that on the real world, you actually have to, because you are going to face consequences if you violate somebody's rights. A lot of
Are
people
we
in
off
this
of it,
panel.
or are we just off of it for Denizen to respond?
We're off of it.
Actually, no,
we're
off of it. Yes, we're off of it.
Yep. Good call, Denizen. We're off of it.
All right, what's the next topic? What's the next topic
I
then?
thought, goddamn. And the reason that I hesitated on saying we're off of it is because I sort of want to address the fact that that's the concept of rights is not necessarily tied to the concept of God. You can believe any way on one and the other that you like.
No, because they say God is a fact. God exists. God is real. And I say, no, it's a social contract. You can point it out. You can tell me what it is. It's something that we made. It's something that we explain. No, God talked to you. So it's just the same as rights. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, so Flo, I agree with you.
I like that. See, I agree with you. I mean, I hardly ever agree with you, but now that you're so deep inside the corner, I mean, you're actually starting to make sense.
I'm glad that you don't agree with
I
me.
mean, it
That's
can
a
be
good
argued
sign.
God is the only thing
agree
that's
with
real.
I
I
do
mean,
agree with
you know.
You know, and now you want to hear that I don't agree with you. So that makes you
without bringing up the concept of rights, I don't believe that things aren't real just because they're social contracts or social constructs. When I say something's not real and that it's not happening, it's because the exact opposite is objectively happening. It's a black and white assertion. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's man-made, it's abstract, or any of that. I wasn't getting into any of that. I was saying in the black and white reality of today, you don't have a thing that you're claiming to have. It doesn't
So
exist.
you're basically talking about it again.
Hey, everybody else was.
Let's
I
go.
thought they were talking about it directly. I thought I could sneak in something indirect.
You know, it's funny, Flo. I support his right to talk about this. Go ahead, brother. You got this. I support your right. I support your right to talk about it again.
I support Flo's
But
right.
he doesn't
to
have
ban
any
us all.
rights. His own argument is gonna fuck him.
Let's go,
Well,
Flo. Right doesn't
it's true.
exist. Shut up,
If
Denison.
I keep talking about it, Flo will literally ban me from StreamYard, demonstrating that I'm correct.
Denizen,
Right.
I almost didn't even let you up.
See?
Damn.
When he hit the link, I was like, "Is this is not the person I want right now?" It's too late in the stream, but whatever. Denizen can get under my skin better than almost anybody that joins these panels.
He's one of the smartest people actually on this space. I actually like Denison a lot. Like he's a lot of times he loses me on the conversation about the conversation because of the semantics. But he's one of the smartest people around because he actually thinks a little bit.
And the smarter you are, the more words matter.
Yeah, there's details hidden in those semantics that I'm trying to get people to understand, but they don't like the truth that's in the words.
I have the right to not like semantics.
For real, you do. For real, you do, though. You'll always be one of my favorites, Fatty.
He's thriving on it. Yeah.
I love you.
All right,
already.
guys, stop rubbing tips.
That was
Get a room already.
Let me hop in right here. So I think a big piece that we're missing in this conversation is, first of all, jurisdiction. So whatever jurisdiction that you're under is the laws that you have to follow. So if you're in the United States, you have to follow a certain type of laws. If you're in Illinois or Texas or wherever you're at, you have to follow a certain type of laws. If you're in a certain city, you have to follow the laws of the land, and you have to accept that. And the second part of that is the power that they have to enforce those laws, whether it be the police or whatever it is. So if you're in a jurisdiction and they have the power to enforce a certain set of laws that they all agreed upon, then you have to accept that. If not, leave that jurisdiction and go to a place where you can follow that agrees more with your laws.
You definitely got a good argument.
Do you have any rights?
You definitely got a good, I think he was joking. You definitely have a good argument, right? If you go to some foreign land, you're going to know instinctively to follow their rules and stuff. It's just courteous and all of those things anyway.
Well, you will not be able to do it instinctively, but when in Rome, act like Romans.
Yes. So he has an argument. I'm not sure if, what the counter is, but he said.
And the second part of that is the power to enforce it. So if Diesel is the chief of police in the city, and we all agreed to the laws that we set in this area, I don't care who you are walking in here, the constituents in this area agreed to a certain set of rules, and that's what we agreed to. And that's what we're going by.
That shit could be tyrannical and immoral. I'm not agreed that.
You can call it. You don't have
wait,
to
let me
finish.
Let me finish.
We got the power to enforce it.
I was going to agree that. Yeah, I was going to agree that yes, you can. I will get my ass whooped if I don't follow these laws or get caught not following these laws. But it doesn't make them moral or doesn't mean that I've agreed to them. For instance, we could say slavery. If that was the law of the land at the time, yes, I'll get my ass whooped if I try to free a slave, or if I'm a slave, I try to get free. But they're immoral and they should be fought, and no one should be agreeing to them.
Dude, just think about walking into Sodom.
So that's
America, you should know
before you guys one second, friends. Before you guys get the conversation, I'm about to leave. I'm just saying, hey, friends, we have 80-something people watching the show on my side. Please come to the Flow State side and to continue the conversation, okay? The link is pinned at the top. The link is pinned at the top and is pinned in the title. So please go ahead and come to this side to continue the conversation. Flo and fellas, thank you for having me. I appreciate you.
Right, peace.
I'll see you guys later.
Thank you for joining, Patty. And I'm about to drop his link in the chat again so that everybody on my side can subscribe to him if you're not.
Fatty, you're a great conversationalist, man.
I appreciate y'all. And I'm sorry to dominate the conversation, but I'm just an asshole and I attract a lot of attention.
I apologize for telling you dominate the conversation. If I had known that you were going to take it personal like that.
Flo, you're right. I actually do.
That's what you need to do. Go fix your computer. Get back on damn line.
I'm literally going to the start to buy a camera and a microphone. So I appreciate you guys. I still live.
Fatty, question.
Go ahead, Savage, before I go.
Do you go to Rome a lot?
I went to Rome like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, okay. So you go have gay sex. I got you. Thank you.
Wait, what? Whoa, wait. I'm leaving. Bye, guys. I don't like that. It's not safe here.
Oh, yeah.
We got a cop to protect you.
All right. Thanks for coming up. And Resto wants to...
I'm getting too much money.
All right, J Hub, you can come back up in 5 minutes at 30 after. And while you're down there, just your mic is really soft, J Hub. I had it turned all the way up to 200. It's really soft.
Why J Hub? What did he do?
He got probably somebody paid. Well, I got Moment Diesel. I'd like to tell you my philosophy. I wouldn't want you to have to get a call and ride off and think something about me that's not true. I believe that cops do sell themselves out. They will do any immoral thing that any petty person made a law. They will follow it and do it like some unconscious follow orders. And they are the bane of my existence, and them and a lot of other people who claim authority. However, these people are me, and they've been tricked. And my job is not to hurt them; it is to convert them. They are leaving victims in their wake in their attempt of saving victims. And I think I need to be. We're all kids of God, and I need to sway you guys with an argument or something.
Listen. I appreciate every aspect of when it comes to law enforcement. The job is not perfect, right? There's a lot of things that we need to fix. So to have an argument from all sides, I think helps us in the long run. To have somebody to show the flaws in law enforcement is the major thing, because within law enforcement, you're not going to have anybody to show those flaws. It's almost like a family, right? You got a family that has somebody that breaks the law and does certain things. They might, essay a child or something like that, and they hide it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's one of the worst things when it comes to law enforcement, is how much we hide some of the bad things that happen within law enforcement instead of coming out and showing what we actually did to try to fix that problem, right? Because there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that a lot of people don't see because of the laws that we're restricted on to putting that story out there, right? Because employee information, stuff like that. Like I tell people all the time, I've had to fire bad officers, but I can't give a situation. I can't tell what happened, and I can't show you who the officer was that did it. Even though I would love to, because of what they did was so bad, I want to show that we're actually trying to do things to fix that.
And any corrections that, yes, you can't make because of rules and shit, we assume you guys are soft. You could have been kicking his ass in the back room. It means nothing to us. You're still a piece of shit because all we saw is he didn't go to jail or didn't get the time we want.
Right.
Yeah.
And J-Hub with the big 20, I appreciate it. You are back.
I'm getting too much money.
You are back.
Hey, Diesel. I think I have to disagree with you. I think that the police need to start whipping people like they're Kunta Kinte. To be honest with you, I think the justice system has become too soft.
I mean, Diesel's got Kunta Kinte inside of him.
Let me say this. We are in a sense part of the justice system, but we are not what enforces the justice system.
Right.
Only thing our job is to do is to bring you in front of the justice system and let the justice system do their thing, right?
Yeah.
That's not what we do. So a lot of people like to inflate the fact that somebody gets off on a crime or somebody's out there on the streets that shouldn't be out on the streets is up to us, and it's not. We have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, you should change your name.
I'm not making that argument as a lack of you guys. What I'm saying is I think the whole process from start to finish just needs to be rougher. Is my point. Not that you guys aren't doing your job. I'm just saying that I think as a whole, as a 2-time felon, the justice system has become very soft. And
Maybe
I think
the courts
that-
need to be tougher, but police don't need to be more brutal.
Let me before I bring up IFI and he starts hogging up airspace, let me hit this. So there's a $5 floor for actually buying topic changes, so I'll treat this like a super chat. I don't even really understand what it. Next topic, Piggy's just broke the law he enforces.
I'm not sure what
so I'm just treating that like a super chat.
Or maybe she's calling me a pig. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
She's talking about Diesel driving while he's streaming.
IFI, what is your announcement? IFI.
If you're talking, we can't hear you, pal.
IFI.
Hello.
There you are.
I didn't want to derail. I was waiting until y'all were done.
Yes, you did. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if y'all just caught the last little Libertarian Party spiel. They had like a little presidential debate thing. And
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. So I'll just want to let y'all know that I'm completely out of the politics game now because
This is your good announcement.
Yeah.
This is important, right?
Mitch, I'm about to open up a space for you.
Damn.
Here you go, Mitch.
Damn.
Hey,
Just
so
like
but
that.
Diesel, in the meantime, can I ask you a question? Do you think there's
Anybody can
bigger
ask anything they want.
Hey, so do you think there's bigger criminals to catch than you might meet out on the street? I'm alluding to like the people in government. I mean, would you like to actually catch the big criminals instead of the drug dealers, so to say?
So this is where me and Flo like disagree. Majority of my career was in narcotics, right? I did 12 years in narcotics. So I saw the effects. I saw the effects that drug dealing had on the community, and I feel like drugs are one of those things that needs to be enforced. Now, at the end of the day, I still don't feel like there are certain drugs just because it was made in a laboratory, those should be legal, and the ones that aren't made in a laboratory, like they're the same exact thing, right? So if one is illegal, the other one should be illegal.
So you believe alcohol and cigarettes should be illegal as well because they kill more people, they're the biggest burden on healthcare. You believe
not
those
about
things
killing
should be
people.
illegal as well?
It's not about killing people to me.
Well, just you see all of the carnage that you saw. Well, that would be alcohol and cigarettes. I mean, let's say I'm a nurse. I worked in a hospital. I've seen the effects when they open these people up and how it breaks the family, all the cancer that cigarettes
Joe
cause.
Cool,
and
you're
heart disease.
deflecting on the question. He was answering my question actually quite eloquently, and I'd like him to get to the second part before you interrupt.
Okay, my
I
apologies.
can't even remember what the second part was because I was trying to focus on him.
Yeah,
but
so I was asking, like, you've been in drug enforcement policy for 12 or 20 years, but wouldn't you rather arrest the people in government? Yeah, especially talking about prescribed drugs and unprescribed drugs, right?
I thought he said yesterday.
Well, no,
It
I
sounded
didn't.
like
I
it was
didn't.
no.
I don't. Okay, so I'm trying to understand what you're getting at. If that person has direct, like dealings with drugs, yes. But when you're talking, what are you talking about? Like the policies that they pass?
Yeah, right.
Can
I mean, like the last 4 years, Diesel. You know what's been enforced on the whole population of the world. I mean, those people are criminals, in my view. I mean, how do you look at that? How do you see that?
That's kind of hard for me because
that's
when
why
you
I'm
see
asking
some,
the question.
so when you see somebody actually on the streets selling dope and seeing what that actual dope does to that person in the community, it's different than looking at somebody that says, "Oh, this drug is legal and this drug is not legal," right?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the person does choose to take said drugs. It's just the fact of what's available to them and what's given to them.
What's the most harmful part? Are you trying to ask him if he wants to arrest Dr. Fauci?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Do you want to arrest Dr. Fauci?
No, I don't see a reason to arrest Dr. Fauci because at the end of the day, I think. Hold on.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
For one, y'all have to excuse me because I'm a C student. I'm not big into politics, right? That's not my, right. So I didn't graduate school going into politics or anything like that. From what I understand, from what I've heard Dr. Fauci say, I don't feel like he is a person that needs to be arrested. That's just like somebody saying heroin. There's nothing wrong with heroin. Just because they say it doesn't mean they need to be arrested. I think the person that needs to be, go ahead. I'm sorry.
About Bill Gates.
No. Thank you for that answer. I didn't expect that, but it's a good answer. It's an honest answer. I do appreciate that. No,
I feel like the people that need to be arrested are the ones that's actually going through and putting the drugs on the streets. Those are the ones that need to be arrested. Now, if a politician has some sort of hand in that, yes, I truly believe they need to be arrested. But to find out and see that person actually doing it is the problem.
Can I make it a little more black and white? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yes, and anybody like Joe or Voy, if I'm off base here, but what I'm thinking when I was listening to them ask you questions is basically I'd go on the limb and say I don't really think somebody smoking a plant in the confines of their own home damages that person or their family or society even a minuscule fraction of the amount of what Nancy Pelosi does every single day of her life. And then, like the pharmaceutical companies and Fauci, I think, are excellent examples too.
So that's what I'm saying. You're talking about Nancy Pelosi, bro. Like I am I would say a F student when it comes to politics. So I get what you're saying totally because of what you've seen Nancy Pelosi do, but I don't pay attention to Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
So I want to. I want to have the this drug conversation with Diesel. So I know Mitch just got here. I'm about to drop everybody except for J Hub, who spent a decent chunk of money to stay here. Thank you all for coming up. And if we get done with this and he's still hanging around, y'all want to jump back up, then I'll drop the link again.
Do well on that drug shit, because I'd love to have a part of it. I'm sure everybody else would. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Love you, man.
All right. Thanks. Bye. Who did I leave up here that I didn't mean to? Mitch. All right. What would you, when you were working narcotics, what is the most harmful aspect of drugs?
I think it is the actual acquisition of trying to get said drug that somebody is addicted to. They go out their way.
Because they have to go to a criminal, because it necessarily means going to a criminal, or
they do whatever they can to get the funds or the means to get said drug.
Wouldn't that be alleviated to a great extent if drugs were legalized, all of them across the board, like alcohol?
No, because you still have to have the means to get the said drug.
Well, sure.
What they do to get that drug is what I'm talking about. Even if it was legalized, you will still have people breaking the law to try to get the means to get that drug. Right.
And I think that, yeah. Why is that different from any other addiction? Gambling, alcohol, tobacco,
I think the main thing is because how the drug addicts you is different from alcohol or tobacco, right? So the recovery or the what do they call it? My mind just went blank. The withdrawals of certain drugs are more than others, right? So when somebody is having those withdrawals, they do what they can or anything they can do to get out of those withdrawals, so they won't have those withdrawals again.
Agree. Alcohol and benzodiazepines are the only two withdrawals that can kill you. Alcohol is the worst if you're an alcoholic.
Right, but we're not talking about death. We're talking about what the withdrawals are, right?
Okay.
So at the end of the day, go ahead.
I guess I don't understand what withdrawals are bad enough to justify the whole thing being illegal. Because the way I look at it is from an economic standpoint. I've got an economic background, and drugs are unique in the economy in that there's so much profit margin in them because of the illegality that I view it as a supply side economic. It's the supply side drives the quantity, not the demand. And I think that if we look at our culture, Breaking Bad, music, all of it glamorizes drugs because there's this massive artificial profit margin. If it weren't for that huge profit,
You lost me.
Mm.
If there wasn't a demand, because I don't have an economic background, if there wasn't a demand, how could there be a supply?
Well, I think there is a demand, but I think the demand is manufactured because it's so profitable.
I think
So my argument with that is, if nobody ever used drugs, there would not be a demand for it, right?
Let me explain it this way. If there wasn't so much profit baked into an illegal product, it would be really hard to try to convince somebody to smoke Drano out of a light bulb, for instance. Some of these drug habits are not appealing things, but since there is so much profit margin in it, if you can get somebody addicted, now you've got a whole bunch of people who want to capitalize on that. So we need to make more addicts. I think
I really feel like because of the money, people want to make more addicts. Yes, I totally agree with that. But if there wasn't any if you couldn't get addicted to Drano, nobody would be making Drano.
That's true, but we know that that's not how the war on drugs works. In the 4 decades, we've spent billions of dollars and massively increased the number of people locked up, and drug use has only increased. And we saw the same issue during prohibition of alcohol.
But I don't think that comes from the war on drugs.
Well, the war on drugs is not stopping the problem that it's created, that it was created to solve.
It's not going to stop it because there's so much profit in it. You wouldn't stop it. Right, so there's always going to be somebody that's going to want to get the profit from the drugs. So that's what I say. The war on drugs, there is no war on drugs. There's an enforcement on drugs, but there's no war on drugs when it comes down to it, because you're never going to be able to stop anybody trying to make that profit off of said drug.
So if our approach is sorry, Jay, if our approach to, because the drug laws are all created to reduce the harm of drug addiction, right? Would you agree with that?
Is it? No.
What's the point of them then? Or how are they justified?
There are a bunch of laws that aren't justified.
So okay.
There are so many laws that aren't justified. One being the seatbelt law. The only reason seatbelt law is justified is because of insurance prices. Same thing when it comes to speed limits. It's justified to say that it keeps people safer, but at the end of the day, insurance companies did not want to keep on paying so much and so much loss because of the speeds and the seat belts. That's why their laws are there. Right?
When you said that you don't want to end the war on drugs, I assume that's because you saw what they did. I assume that your approach is one that is harm reduction, right? Why do you think the war on drugs is a good thing?
I don't think the quote unquote war on drugs is a good thing. I think the enforcement of drugs is a good thing. But to say it's a war on drugs, because it does stop certain crimes from happening. In a sense, it does stop certain crimes from getting further and happening. So if there were no drug wars, if there were no drug territories, we wouldn't have these wars between gangs.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the gang wars come out of the drug territories, right? So there would be a lot of things that would not be happening based on the sale of drugs.
But if we legalize drugs, we wouldn't have those gang wars at all. Just like at the end of the prohibition, the mobs, the bootlegging stopped, and all the violence surrounding that stopped. The black market creates.
No, bootlegging never stopped. It's still going on to this day.
Well, sure, because alcohol is just fermented juice. So, but to a much smaller extent, there's not massive industries around it with gangsters and people running. There's not that industry.
Right.
There was much less after prohibition ended. The amount of crime, violent crime, plummeted. The amount of officers killed in the line of duty plummeted. And I don't see any reason why those good results would not be the same for the war on drugs. I'll let you respond. Then J Hub, jump in. I heard you.
I don't. You know what? I don't disagree with you totally when you say that, But I just see narcotics as a worse drug than alcohol.
I think I agree. Like to Diesel's original point, like different drugs and stuff have different effects. So, like I grew up in a dry county, right? Nobody even could drink beer in the county. They eventually they elected to have beer legal in the county, and you could see the downturn on crime and the total effects of the community. And I've also
I mean, just like the legal. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, JF. Go ahead.
No, you good. I've also seen counties that have meth problem, right, and worked in these places, and you can just see it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious, you know, the effects of these drugs that they have on the community. You know, it's a completely different society than places that don't have that. So for a society to say that we don't want that and we're going to enforce it hard and we don't want these people in our community, that's a positive thing. And it goes back to what I was saying about jurisdiction earlier. If people get together and say we don't want this in our community, you have to respect that. And if you still want to do that, you need to go somewhere else, because it's a reason for that. If the majority of people in that area don't want you to drink alcohol, or don't want to have a big meth problem in their city, and they enforce it hard, it's a reason for that. They're not just saying it just because, oh, we don't want you to have your freedoms or whatever. It's a reason for it.
All right. You think that the drugs, which drug do you know which drug effects you think are worse than alcohol that justify the laws? Because I would say that, having seen I would obviously was on the other side of drug laws, and I've seen a lot of people impacted by it. In my opinion, is that the most harmful effect, unless you overdose and die, right? But for that, you basically have to be a needle user. But on the whole, I would say the most harmful effect of drugs and addiction is the law enforcement. And it doesn't make sense to me that we would attempt to resolve a problem by increasing the harm, especially since we've tried it before and it has not reduced. It's a practical approach to addiction, which is an impractical behavior.
I know we had this conversation before. It might sound totalitarian, but I think alcohol is probably the worst. I would agree with you.
Alcohol is the worst.
Yeah, alcohol probably is the worst, and it's legal in a lot of places. And you can see the effects. Like if you stay somewhere that doesn't sell alcohol, and you stay in an area that does, it's a big difference. Like I watched people when I was growing up. I didn't see people be at the gas station begging for coins to get a beer. Now you see that type of thing now that they sell alcohol there.
Alcohol is the worst one. I mean, when I was in rehab,
I would agree with you.
yeah, it's the worst one as far as detoxes go for the individual, and it's the worst one as far as society goes, because there's nothing else that is so inebriating and increases your aggression and lowers your inhibition. That combination.
I don't want to disagree with you, Flow State, but
I want you to disagree with me if you disagree with me.
No, but I see. But so the thing is that I don't disagree with you because I've seen what alcohol can do, but I've also seen what meth can do, heroin can do, all these other drugs that have an effect on a person's, like literally turning them into a zombie. I want to agree with you, but what I've seen, the potential that heroin can have on somebody is way more devastating on the body and that person than alcohol is. And the crazy thing about it is you have to drink so much, you have to ingest so much more alcohol than you would heroin or meth to be at that.
I disagree because you build up a tolerance to everything.
Yeah, but you're talking about less than grams of heroin, and you're talking about bottles and bottles of alcohol. It's
well,
even with a high tolerance. Go ahead.
Even with a high tolerance. Okay, I see your point. Like how little tiny bit of fent it takes, but the ingestion method is different. If you shoot up alcohol, it doesn't take much.
But see, then you're creating. That's not a thing though, right?
It's not a thing. That's correct.
So yeah, you're right. If somebody was to start needling alcohol, yeah, but that's not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
and I bet if alcohol were illegal though, it would become a thing because the prohibition spurs innovation. That's why we've got ever increasing super drugs.
Right. So and it goes back to my point, right? One of the reasons why selling heroin on the streets is different from selling heroin in a pharmacy is because the way you ingest it. Right? They've tried to make over-the-counter heroin harder to ingest with a needle than it is through the mouth, right? Through digesting it, right?
You're talking about Oxycontin and stuff?
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, the pills, which is it's opiate. It's an opiate just like heroin is, right? So, but when you buy it on the streets, you can just put it in a needle and put it straight into your veins, which drastically changes the effects.
It does.
So I think part of the reason why it is like that is because of the way you ingest it compared to the way, somebody gets it from a doctor to on the streets.
I think that's a flimsy reason, but I hear you.
Why is that a flimsy reason?
Because is shooting up different than other methods? Yes, I would say absolutely it is. And I've said this before, because people who haven't done drugs or been around drugs tend to assume that, or a lot of them tend to assume that drugs are drugs. And I like to make it clear that no, shooting up meth and smoking meth is an entirely different thing. Needles are a way different ball game. But that's not justification for making the substance. Then why wouldn't you just make needles illegal? Our approach to the drug issue is ineffective. Full stop.
So what would be a better approach?
I think 100%. I think that if we legalized all drugs and treat them all like alcohol, you would have a huge reduction in violent crime and organized crime. Drugs are not expensive to produce, except that there's such a big enforcement mechanism against it. But we're talking about Drano, lithium strips, plants that are literally called weed that grows everywhere. None of these inputs are expensive in and of their own right. You suck the profit out of it, treat it like everything else. You'd have, and I think that would, I think the solution to drugs is stop fighting them so much. If I did,
I gotta go there, Flo. I don't want junkies in my community.
You have, that's that's not changing though.
That's it. What do you mean it's not changing?
The war on drugs has been around for 45 years. We spent billions of dollars, and substance use has continued to increase. That problem is not getting fixed with this current approach.
But I don't think that making it available for people to take it is going to fix it either. I think that's what the only thing that's going to do is just make it. So prime example is Seattle. You have people doing.
It's a bad example because they legalized they basically legalized crime on the West Coast.
No doubt, but that's my point. Any legalization of crime that is currently crime now just makes it okay for people to do it out in the open. Right now, we have so many people hiding it because it's illegal. So there is a false narrative that people gather that it's working when it's really not. And I get what you're saying. Totally get what you're saying. Hold on one second.
No, Flo, I can agree that you can say that maybe the enforcement may not be effective, but at the same time, you just saying, hey, everybody can do it now. that's still not going to solve the problem. And I think there are jurisdictions and places that you can go where these laws are enforced and they don't have these problems.
Now the problem, I don't think so. I've never lived a place where they don't have a drug problem. Have you?
I haven't lived in them, but I've been in several places where they don't have a drug problem, a hard drug problem.
Diesel, do you know of any place that doesn't have a hard drug problem?
I think that goes back to my point. You don't see it because it's hidden. I think everywhere has a drug problem. It's just the fact of the enforcement is making people hide it more than it being out in the open. Right? So regardless of the fact of if it's working or not, to a sense it's working because you have people that still think there are areas with no drug problem.
The Glock 19 is the best pistol ever made. Do you agree?
No. No. The 1911 is the best platform you can ever get.
Your age is showing. 5.7 is the best round.
No. No, the 357.
Tell me it's a 30-06.
357 SIG is the best round ever made.
Really?
Yes. That mother freaker will punch the hell out of you, bro. If you look at the ballistic,
I used to have a Smith & Wesson, or no, I'm sorry, it was a Sig Sauer P226. Anyways, it had the interchangeable barrels, 40 cal and also 357.
Yep.
And I never used the 357 Sig barrel for anything.
Best round. Most is very expensive. That's why a lot of people don't use it. Best round, hands down, when it comes to penetration and stoppability.
Better than 10.
But see, so the thing about it is 10 might have better stoppability, but you're talking about similar. You're talking about similar numbers when it comes to penetration, FPS, foot per second, and stuff like that. But a smaller round. The 10 millimeter is so big, right? So it adds more weight. 357 is a lot smaller with less weight, but same numbers, almost identical numbers to a 10 millimeter.
All right. Damn, are they still as they're few and far in between the 357 SIGs, aren't they? It's not a common cartridge. I haven't owned guns in quite a while, but it's not a common cartridge.
Yeah, it's not a common cartridge, and if you can get some when it comes to like a self-protection round or something like that, not just a range round, something you're going to use to protect yourself, you're talking about maybe $50 a box, almost $1 a round.
Have you ever shot the what's it called? Shit. Palmetto State Armory is now making their own sort of Glock clone. Have you tried those?
The dagger?
Yes.
Yes, I got 6 of them.
You got 6 daggers.
Bro, if you knew my gun collection, you'll be like, what the freak? I've got over 350 guns.
Damn. I thought I was doing good.
Right. The last I counted was over 350 guns. So, like I said, my channel, I talk about guns a lot. I'm a very big 2A advocate, but I also know that there are certain laws that you have to follow to be 2A, right? So, regardless of the fact if I agree with them or not, they are still the laws.
Right. Okay, I want to come back to that, but first, do you own any Glocks?
I do.
Well, yeah, obviously. Is there a reason to pay more for a Glock than a dagger?
So you go into the reliability of the company more than anything. So that's what people need to understand when it comes to a clone gun or a new gun out compared to what's already out there. You know what the reliability is. If that gun does break, that they will honor the Glock lifetime of that Glock and fix it with no problem. The problem with Palmetto State was nobody knew how long those guns would last and if Palmetto State would fix them if they broke. So that's why people were paying more for a Glock than they would a dagger. because you just didn't know.
What is your sidearm for duty? What's your duty gun?
We carry Glock 17 MOSs.
And that's is it up to your discretion, or that's just standard? You carry the standard issue. Could you change it if you wanted?
They can't change it, but I've outfitted all of them with flashlights and red dots. So they all come with flashlight and a red dot on it.
If you could choose if price was no option and you could make a pistol standard issue for your department, what would it be?
I would probably go with the Staccato 2011, Staccato P 2011.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a 1911 double stack, basically.
Okay. You do like those.
I would really go with something else, but I thought you knew what a Staccato was. But
no.
I would go with some type of 2011 double stack 1911 style pistol is what I would do. And there's some out there that's like $6,000 a piece, and I would probably go with that one.
What is it about the 1911 platform that you like that much? They're harder. They're harder to strip. They jam easier.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
No.
No. So the issue, the only issue that 1911s have now is that Glock came out with a gun you don't have to oil. You have to keep 1911s oiled. And that's the problem that people are having is with it takes more maintenance. Actually, it doesn't. It shoots just as good as a Glock. You can put it in the mud. You can put it in the water. It'll still shoot. You just have to keep them oiled. That's the only thing. And when you're talking about metal on metal compared to polymer on metal, you just have more reliability.
J-Hub, you got any thoughts on guns? I don't hear him.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I just got a little 9mm, a couple shotguns, and
what kind of got the 9mm? The SCCY, the Sky. You got a Sky 9mm.
He's got a high point.
I got a Glock, and the dude, somebody convinced me to get a Canik. Somebody convinced me to get a Canik.
Oh, a Canik or a Con, like KAHN.
CANIK.
No, it's a CAN. Yeah.
And it's a pretty good gun, but I don't. I'm left-handed, and it's hard to find what do you call it?
One that ejects the right direction.
Yeah, ambidextrous safety.
Yeah, like not the safety.
I mean, mag release.
The holster.
Mag release. And the holster.
Holster. Yeah, they don't sell like aftermarket holsters for them a lot. That's the only problem.
What's a gun what's a common gun that you see that you think is one that you would definitely recommend against?
The Taurus. See, a lot of people are buying that Taurus. Dang it, what is it? The Taurus.
I used to have a Judge. You're not talking about the Judge, are you?
No, it's the Striker Fire Taurus. They came out C3, CP3 or something like that. Dang, what is that? It's a Taurus because I bought one to review on my channel, and it's a piece of crap. It is literally a piece. It's not even as bad. It's worse than the Sky. And truthfully speaking, High Point has a bad name. The reason why High Point has a bad name is because a lot of people have bought the High Point being a cheap gun, a cheap throwaway gun, and I would say 90% of the High Points that I got off the streets had different caliber bullets in it in the magazine, and that's why it jams, because they don't put the right ammunition in it.
It's just regular 9mm, isn't it? I mean, like they're not in weird Russian caliber chambered anything, are they?
No, you can get a 45 or a 9, but I saw some with the 10mm, 9mm, 40. I mean, like different calibers in there, and I'm like, how did this gun even shoot?
Right.
I mean, it's
some of the guns that I've seen, and I'm sure that you see the same shit. Some of the guns I've seen, like on the street, are just people get the weirdest fucking off-brand of guns, and they've got all sorts of shit jammed in there, and so some of the bullets will already have weird striker dents on. It's a mess.
Oh yeah. It's crazy, man.
Huh? So if you were me and you're looking at getting your felony expunged, what's the first gun you buy? Money is an option or an obstacle. I can't order that stucco or the.
Listen, you said the dagger, man. You was interested in the dagger. I would get the dagger, man. If you know how to break down a gun, the dagger is a very, very good gun. I don't like the grip on it because it's so fat. I don't like the grip on it. It's a little bit different from the Glock. But it's a very good gun, man. For the price that you're getting, you can get a dagger that's red dot ready, MOS ready. It's got a full barrel, full rail on it for $350, and it's got a threaded barrel. You can get it for $350 from the Palmetto State.
I used to make custom ARs, well, both for myself and as I started doing it as sort of a side hustle to, I guess, feed my own gun hobby.
Right.
And so yeah, I like it. I like things that are customized that you can tinker with. By the time that I got rated back in the day, I had ARs that had gold plated lower parts, and like my shit was nice.
Right.
But yeah,
Do y'all have any long range guns? Like I got a 300 Win Mag too. That's one of my favorites.
300 Win Mag.
I got a couple 6.5 Creedmoors, 308s.
Do you have a Desert Eagle 50?
Hell no. Hell. That gun is not fun to shoot, man. That gun is not fun to shoot, man.
It's not. I had one, and once I've shot it, and my friends have shot it, then it's just I ended up trading it for a Heckler & Koch 45 tactical and OD green. They only made 1,000 of them, and I had 2 of them.
That's a nice gun.
Yeah, I'm pretty salty about losing those, but I'm happy about getting 15 years of my life back.
Right. And like I said, man, guns are just they're just amazing how they work. You know what I'm saying? That little small thing can make that big of an explosion. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just amazing how they work.
And they're a good store of value as well.
Yes,
like they inflate slower than cash does. So what about binary triggers? I've never shot a binary trigger. Is it cool? Because what do you think? They good? I thought bump stocks I thought bump stocks were stupid. I didn't get the fucking bump stocks. I've tried them. I didn't get it.
Bump stocks are dumb. Binary triggers are a very good tool to have, but so a lot of people don't understand fully automatic weapons are not the way to go. Like a lot of people want to go full auto, but you just can't keep a target in sights if you're full auto. Full auto is for suppression fire. It's not for defensive fire, right? So binary triggers are fun. Don't get me wrong. They are a lot of fun, but I don't feel a use of them. Like there's no good use for a binary trigger. Semi-automatic is the best way to go when it comes to defensive.
Yeah, I agree. And people don't realize like how much faster rounds go when adrenaline is pumping.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh man, yeah. I mean, you can make something sound fully automatic just with the semi-automatic rifle, AR-15, like easy.
What? Okay. There's one last thing I wanted to. I don't know how long you've got, but I've got one last question I want to pop off at you before I can let people back up if they're so inclined. But how do you deal with? So I've made the argument on my channel before that there is no such thing as a good cop, because if you enforce laws you do not agree with, you're acting violently then against the person, against your own moral judgment. Basically, you're a moral prostitute if you enforce laws that you don't agree with. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, but you abide by laws you don't agree with also. So I don't think that makes a bad cop. I think that's just a cop doing his job, right? just because I don't agree with them doesn't mean that they're not the law. So I take this same argument. A lot of people don't like when I take this argument. If you live in my house, there are a certain amount of laws, and I call them my laws because it's my castle, it's what I want, how I want things done, right? If you live in my house, you have to abide by a certain amount of laws. Just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean they're not the law of the land, right? So at the end of the day, just because there is a law that you don't agree with or that I don't agree with, it's still a law that has to be enforced, right? It's still a law that you have to abide by.
But you feel like for you as an individual, you're okay with enforcing laws, even if you think they're bad. Like we all know that there's such thing as bad laws, right?
Right.
You be okay enforcing those since it is the law and it's your job.
It depends on what the law is, right? If I enforce it or not, because there was a time where I was contacted, and I'm not going to put any names out there. I was contacted by an entity that wanted to enforce certain gun laws that I just did not agree with, and we just said no, we're not going to do it because it didn't hurt anybody. Now, when it comes to a speeding law, right, or something like that, I enforce it. I don't really enforce seatbelt laws because I think that's one of those things that, hey, you're able to make that decision. There are a lot of laws that we have our discretion on as law enforcement. So, but there are a lot of laws that we don't have a discretion on, like domestic violence laws. There are some situations that we just don't have a discretion on, and we have to leave it up to courts to make that decision. So, when it comes down to it, I get what you're saying when it comes down to cop enforcing a law that he doesn't agree with, but most cops don't enforce laws that they don't agree with because it's up to them. Only laws that we enforce that we don't have that we don't agree with are the laws that it's like you shall. It's not you have the discretion. It's you shall enforce.
Do you have discretion? How much discretion do you have when it comes to drug laws? And do you live in are you in a state that's where pot is legal or is weed?
No, it's not legal. They're trying to pass it now for medical use, but they haven't gone through with it yet. I don't think. So I think it will be passed soon, but So this is the thing. When I was in narcotics, our main goal was to be able to get to a bigger picture, right? If it looked like we were stopping, so one of the things that we just really did not enforce is somebody on disability or somebody on some kind of fixed income selling their medication. It doesn't go anywhere. That's one of those things those investigations that really did not go anywhere. We didn't get to the bigger picture. We left that to the road officers. If they were to come across it, they can do whatever they did. We didn't enforce a lot of marijuana either. It came to, because I worked with Homeland Security. I was a task force officer with Homeland Security. So when it came down to it, we had to have some kind of nexus to some kind of border crossing when it came to that narcotic, right? So that's why we only focused on the drugs that we knew there was some kind of bigger entity funneling that narcotic into the United States, right? And that's my belief. I really don't like putting somebody that's retired on a fixed income in jail because they're trying to get extra money on, their prescription drug or something like that. That really doesn't sit right with me, right? Because they're trying to get more money. So there was a little bit of discretion on what we did and how we enforced it, but we just had to have a good reasoning on why we didn't do certain things, right? Now, if that senior citizen was out here, balling it up because they got so many, then it would probably be a problem. But as far as like just supplementing your income, that was one of the things we really did not want to enforce. And what I mean by balling it up is constant traffic in and out of the house, problems created because of that traffic, stuff like that.
How many drug dealers did you encounter where there was a clean distinction between the drug user and the drug dealer? A drug dealer that wasn't also a user, or that wasn't,
Man. That's I don't know, because when you start off an investigation, that's who you deal with. the ones that are the users. It's usually the one that's trying to get a deal and get extra money so they can buy for themselves, right? So that's usually where the investigation started.
Well, and you tell me if you think this is wrong, because I've also made the claim that I don't think that there is such thing as a drug. I think that the drug dealer, as you know, Scarface or you know, American Gangster, I think that image is make believe. In reality, the way that the drug market works is through networking, and everybody basically, I mean, aside from, you know, international people, everybody involved in drugs is a user who is just they got caught in part of the network. I don't think that there's any fallen drug dealer who's just exploiting the community and didn't come in through the addiction themselves.
No, well, okay, so I have a different involvement because mainly the ones I went federal with were that type of person, and I would say I probably was involved in maybe 30 to 40 federal prosecutions of somebody that was funneling drugs into the neighborhoods, right? But they were not a user, right? I've dealt with a lot of people that did not use, but they were the facilitator of getting those drugs into the streets, right? So
by facilitator, you mean the trafficker, or you mean they were somewhere involved in?
They actually would send people to go get drugs and bring it back. They would actually talk to the cartels and getting the drugs into the United States, you know, those kind of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as the Scarface level, they ain't living in mansions. Right. They aren't, you know, it's not the lifestyle of Scarface, but it is like the title of what Scarface had, right? To an effect on a very smaller kind of scale. So I would say majority of the people that are involved in selling the drugs, yes, they are somewhat used, involved that kind of way, yes, but there is a minority of them that did not touch drugs. They just wanted the money from it, and they exploited it.
And how long do you think that anybody retires from that lifestyle?
Oh yeah.
You think people?
Go ahead.
I mean, it seems like the retirement plan for anybody who's drug dealing is you either die or you go to prison, or you get, like, you know, stung, like me. You get stung by it and then go, nope, okay, that's good.
Right. So I have seen it to where there were some people that was on our list. We just could not get enough to. They were so smart. We just could not get enough to do anything with them. And by the time I got out of narcotics, they were totally out of it. Had 3 or 4 businesses, but you know for a fact where the money came from for those businesses, right? And they were just out of it, right? So I think that's a retirement plan for a drug dealer. I think the concept comes where you either die or go to jail are the ones that the foot soldiers that's on the streets doing the drug dealing, right? I think that's where that concept comes from, and that's ultimately what the demise is of most of those ones that are on the streets, is they either end up dead or in jail.
What do you think about presumptive intent? You probably don't have an issue with presuming intent at a certain quantity.
So you got to tell me what presumptive intent is, because
presumptive intent to distribute.
Conspiracy?
No, like, for instance, like my conviction is for presumptive possession with intent to distribute.
Right.
How do you feel about those laws? I assume that you're all right with them. The presumptive intent part. I have an issue with
it goes based on what quantity you have, and does that quantity fit a personal use, right? So I think, yes, somebody that has 4 kilos of coke, presuming you're trying to sell that shit, like, that's not a personal use, right?
Yeah, but the brackets start way lower than that.
No, I get that.
Yeah,
because you could have 8 crack rocks, and that's PWISD, possession with the intent to sell and deliver, right?
Do you think that those laws are set at exploitative levels?
You're talking with somebody that's biased. So
I know.
no.
I'm biased too. We're both biased.
So no, I wouldn't say it because somebody walking around with 8 crack rocks that's not personal use. 8 individually bagged crack rocks, also that's not personal use. Like, come on, man.
Right. If they're individually bagged, that's a different thing. But
right. So
in my state, what is it? I believe an 8 ball of crack is presumptive intent. So 3.5 grams. That's not very much.
No, that's not.
You could smoke that in a day.
Yeah, you could. And I don't know, man. I really think it's one of those situations where I don't think you should. If you're concerned about that, I don't think you should be dealing with it. Right?
I'm just wondering your opinion on things.
Yes.
What about DUI limits? Do you think? I heard those are getting even lower. Do you think that those are too low? 0.08. I don't think I'm drunk at that.
Oh, bro. For me, when I went through the class, I was at a 0.05 and I knew I shouldn't have been driving.
Really?
Like, yeah, man. Like, because we actually had to drink to see our levels, to see where we felt at. That's what made you understand what level somebody had to be drunk, right?
Okay.
0.05, I was at 0.05, and bro, my head was spinning. And I'm not a big drinker. So
and I've never actually measured my BAC or anything like that. So I don't actually know what a 0.08 feels like for sure. It's not calibrated.
Right. So I'm at 250 pounds at a 0.05 feeling like this. I can imagine with somebody at 190 pounds at a point, you got people driving at 0.22.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem for sure.
So I get it. I get exactly where that 0.08 comes from. I think that from the way I felt at 0.05, me at a 0.08, I need to go to jail. Right? I need to, because that's just crazy. And I think the 0.08 comes to really negate somebody that's, has a tolerance for alcohol compared to somebody that doesn't have a tolerance for alcohol.
Do you have civil asset forfeiture? Well, everywhere has civil asset forfeiture, I believe. What do you think of civil asset forfeiture?
So I've always come up with the concept: if you play the game, you got to pay the realtor, right? So you got to pay the host. So I think that comes.
You got to pay the host.
So I think that comes, man. Just like I tell dope boys all the time, bro. You knew what you were doing, man. Why ain't you got a lawyer? I mean, that's just, it comes with the territory. It's part of the game, right? So, hey, listen, it is what it is.
But I'm not even talking about people who are involved in crime. I'm talking about little lady driving down the street with $5 grand in her pocket because she's going to buy a car or some shit.
No, that's a little different because, there was one when I was working in narcotics, we caught a guy on the highway with $28,000 in his dashboard, but he could prove that he was going through a divorce. So we let him keep his money.
Why should anybody have to prove that they are allowed to have the money that they have?
Because of cartels and drug running.
So if he wasn't, how was he able to prove that?
He just showed us that he was going through a divorce.
And
he didn't.
If he had not, now in that situation, one, he was prepared for it, so he could show that, right?
No. We actually initially took the money. He just came back with his lawyer.
He went to court for it. Well,
No, he didn't go to court.
He came back to the police department and showed you stuff, and you guys released it to him?
Yeah, basically, yes. Before we could forward up to the U.S. Attorney's office, he came to us. We talked to the U.S. Attorney's office, told them what was going on. They said, "Okay, give it back to him."
What are the restrictions on those sort of seizures? Is there any?
The restriction is if it's $9,000 and $9,999 or less, then you can't seize it.
10 grand is the limit, basically.
10 grand is the limit. Yes.
What about like a vehicle? Could you take somebody's vehicle and say this was? If somebody's just driving on the road, you pull them over for taillight or whatever. Tent looks too dark. Is there anything on the books stopping a cop from saying this car was acquired with drug money? I'm taking it. You prove it wasn't.
No. That has to go through the courts.
So the only thing that cops can just decide this is sus, I'm taking it, is cash.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now they can seize, and the thing about it is on a seizure, we're not essentially taking it. We can only keep that money, that vehicle, or anything like that after a court decides that we can. We can't just say it's ours because it was used for drugs.
Well, I mean, functionally to the victim, functionally, it is the same thing, right? It's just a declaration that they are being relieved of it, right?
Right, but there's still a potential of you getting it back, is what I'm saying. So
and then
as long as there's some potential of you getting it back, it's not taking, it's just a seizure. And I get it. I wouldn't want my money taken just because it's $10,000. You know what I'm saying? Like I get that.
But after it goes to, let's say it goes to court, and it's not contested because I don't know, it was all the money that person had, and now they can't afford an attorney. Do you know how the money is distributed then? Is it split between the feds and the seizing agency?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And you don't feel like that incentivizes cops to act as criminals?
Okay, so now your wordage is kind of triggering to me. So let's use some different wordage when we're talking about that.
This has to be entertaining after all. Okay, what wording would you prefer to use?
I think it is incentivizing officers to seize money, yes. But as far as acting as criminals, I don't agree with that.
Why?
I don't agree with that. Because even though it is your right, the normal citizen doesn't ride around with $10,000 in a hidden compartment.
Do you think that there aren't cops who are criminals as well?
Oh, undoubtedly. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Listen, bro, you'll find a crooked cop that is a interdiction officer faster than you would a patrol officer.
What's interdiction?
Interdiction is on the highways, finding the drugs and the money. That same thing that we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like those cops have big ass houses, and they're just, come on, man. on the paperwork it says they seized 500,000. Just imagine what could have been there. Like, come on, man.
Oh, I know. When I got,
and they're by themselves. When they initially see the money, they're by themselves.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, yeah.
Yeah. When I got raided, none of my cash ended up on the evidence list. No surprise.
See that?
I mean, I wasn't surprised at all. And you know
what the sad thing about it is, Flo, is the fact that there's nothing in me that says that didn't happen, right? Like you're telling me that, and it's like, fuck. It's like it feels bad to not be able to say, nah, that couldn't happen.
I get I get it, but here's the other thing is like I can't say that if I were on the other side of my raid, if I were a cop in the situation that they were when they came in my house, that I wouldn't do the exact same thing. I probably would, and so that's why I sort of think that. I mean, if that money's getting seized, because they blow toward. It was in gun safes, right? I had safes where I kept all everything that you. Extra cash for rainy day, guns, of course, birth certificate, all that shit. Everything was just scooped. Every single thing was taken out of all the safes. The cash didn't end up on the evidence list. Now, if I'm a cop and I'm doing this raid and I've got it in my head that this guy's a douchebag, he's a drug dealer, and he's not getting this money anyways now, I don't see why I wouldn't put it in my pocket. If I'm being honest, but I guess my point is that I think that there's the systems in place are really what needs to be addressed. If you've got somebody who's working, whatever cops make a middle class income, and they're looking down the barrel. I didn't even have that much money, but if you're looking down the barrel of $100 grand that you know is getting taken from this guy anyways, are you really going to throw into evidence? Maybe your kid needs braces, you know? So I think that the way to solve this isn't to hope that we get the most moral people on earth in these positions. It's to address the position itself.
Bro, if you're not getting paid enough, you need to find a different career. Like, you knew what it was when it came. I can't get down with that statement, because at the end of the day, cops know what they're making. They know what the job is, and they know what they're making. So for you to say that, oh, my kid needs braces, so I'm gonna steal $20,000. Come on, man. Put yourself in a better situation to where you don't have to do that.
In a perfect world, but I'm also a realist, and I don't think that we can expect that sort of purity out of people realistically.
I don't expect it. What I'm saying is that's my rhetoric. That's why I don't feel sorry for any cop that gets caught, because you knew what the job was when you took it. This job don't pay that much.
Have you ever? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to finish. Go ahead.
Well, I was about the next question is kind of a bounce in a little bit of a different direction. So if you've got any more thoughts on that, then go ahead.
No, I'm good.
All right. Have you ever arrested another cop?
Yes.
All right. That's
three
all.
of them.
3 of them?
Yep.
All right. Let's see. I think that's about all my questions. I appreciate you stopping by and putting up with me and my sort of anti-copish crew.
Listen.
Do you have it?
Go ahead.
Before I'm gonna drop the link again and let people have a chance to come up. Do you have anything that you think that you want to tell me, or that I should know, or we should know, kind of about the whole gig, or any questions I haven't asked that you think should be asked about cops, law enforcement, drugs, anything?
No, it's not anything that I would like. I feel like you need to know or anything like that. But I think the problem that I mainly have with people is that they put cops at a higher pedestal, when these people are the least educated, right? And the most, like, our jobs take so much brain work. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're the least educated, and if law enforcement, if there could be so many things that's taken off of law enforcement, like we have to be somebody's counselor, somebody's child care, outside of law enforcement. Like, come on, man. It's
dude, I could, yeah.
The state of law enforcement. It's not the fact that we just want people to have sympathy for us, but just understand our job.
I absolutely get that. That's another reason I couldn't do it. It's got to take a lot of patience.
Right.
All right.
I got about 20 more minutes, bro.
Sure. I think I got all. You answered all my questions. I'm gonna drop the link for whoever wants to come up. And I appreciate you stopping by. And it's been a good conversation. Been very interesting. And let's see. Divine says, I respect and appreciate Diesel coming here and hanging out, keeping it reals from his perspective. 10th man, let me see. You came up and give me a peace sign before I bring you up. All right.
What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
I don't know you guys. I kind of got out of this community a while ago because I am disgusted by humanity. And I've been watching on and off. I was watching some parliamentary things just because I didn't want to be too worked up when I came up here towards you guys. So I just caught the last little bit there where the officer was, and my name's 10th Man and I'm from Canada. Joe Cool sent me. So I just heard the officer say that we need to understand what their job is. And I understand you guys probably don't sit there and watch hundreds upon thousands of videos day after day, like I do, and a lot of people do. So I just finished watching High Impact Vlogs, Brian over there, reporting on the gentleman that was interrogated for 17 hours and coerced and tortured into admitting that he murdered his own father. And then they said they were going to euthanize his dog, right? And they showed a couple clips of him laying on the floor, tearing his shirt off himself in a mental break after being tortured for 17 hours. So I get it. Like I told Joe Cool last night on my show, if somebody's driving a stolen car and they start shooting at the cops, drone strike the motherfucker like the Taliban. All right? I get it. It's not easy going out there, getting shot at, stuff like that. So absolute force. But if two cops or half a dozen cops or whatever take a guy, falsely accuse him of murdering his father and interrogate him for 17 hours and torture him and then put him in a psychological hold 5150 for 3 days and tell them that he can't have any contact with anybody, those cops need to be held to account to such a degree that every cop from that point forward is terrified to do something like that ever again. And I do not believe that there is any such thing as a good cop. I have an argument with a good friend of mine named Bones, my co-host, where he said he doesn't believe all cops are bad. All A-C-A-B. And I used to want to be a cop when I was a kid. All right? But then I realized the police are not there to protect us. They're there no different than a salesman at a kiosk in a mall. They're there to get their paycheck. They're there to get accolades. They're there to get clout and recognition. They do not care about the citizens. I've watched thousands of times where a good interaction is going on with a cop and an auditor, and then suddenly the auditor says or does something like Chili Potato. I don't even like him. What was done to him was so egregious. The cops involved and the judge involved need to be put on a rights violator list. If you do things like this, you can never again even be so much as a supervisor at a coffee shop ever again for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I would agree with that, 10th man.
I mean, hold on. I don't think he was done.
No, go ahead. No, listen, I can go on for hours, right?
That's the impression I was under.
Well, look, I am so deep in this. I've been so deep in this for over a decade. And I'm the first one to defend a cop who does something to protect himself or other people. The first one there. There was a time when they put a guy in the back of a car and somehow he got in there with a gun and then started shooting at the cops. And I said, if I was that cop, empty every bullet every bullet in the state put into that guy. Drone strike the motherfucker. But if you're gonna go around and beat people up on the street and beat up Karen Garner, an elderly dementia patient, for stealing some deodorant and beat her up and break her arm and all these things that these people do, throw that lady in New Jersey in the back of a car and then go to another call and let her asphyxiate in your back seat. You go on the rights violator list. You get to, and then Joseph last night says, "Oh, well, they can't take care of their family. I don't give a fuck about your family."
We all know.
You made that choice. You made that
let me
choice
rein
the
him in a
same
little
as the
bit.
criminal. The same as the criminal that robbed the store. I don't give a fuck about his family, and I don't give a. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. You're a little bit emotional. I appreciate you telling us your state of mind. But right
Is this
now,
you?
please, yes, Tent. Please take advantage of the fact that we have someone else here. Let's get his opinion on things. If you have questions and all of that shit, I appreciate you letting everybody know how you feel first, though. But let's not squander this opportunity. Let's hear what he has to say about some things.
Go ahead.
No, I thought maybe you.
That was a question. Mr. Officer,
the point
sir.
that Joe Cool is trying to make to you, 10th man, is, I don't agree with cops. They abuse their power, right? They abuse their position.
Okay, but just hold on. Let me ask the cop a question then. So, do you agree that we need not the Brady list where it's voluntary, but any time that there is a lawsuit or a settlement, that those people need to go on a rights violator list where they're never allowed to be in a position of power above any other human being, not a soccer coach, not a soccer
take it
coach,
too
All
far.
right.
ever again.
Don't take it too far.
Yeah. All right. So, Diesel, how do you feel about being responsible for all bad cops everywhere ever?
Yeah.
That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth. I said, do the cops that interrogated that guy for 17 hours deserve to be put on a list where they can never be in a position of power above any human being ever again?
Do you even know what he's talking about?
I can't comment on something I have no idea what you're talking about. 17 hours.
I just told
All right.
you.
You know what? We're not doing it.
So what? You just told me. So what? You just told me somebody was interrogated for 17 hours. That doesn't mean, what does that mean?
They said they found his father's body. The guy was alive.
We're not.
Yeah. Some
I
cops.
have no idea what.
You're right.
I just told you what the.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Flo. Here, let me try and rephrase that shit. Insanity.
No, give me a peace sign. Sorry.
Do you think cops should be held to higher standards? Like a cop does something wrong, he can just quit his job, and suddenly you guys stop pursuing him. Don't you think cops should be? They do something wrong, that shouldn't even be an option. Should they go to jail or receive higher punishment?
I don't think so. I don't think that a criminal investigation should stop just because somebody quits their job.
Right.
If it's a crime, they need to be investigated.
All right, Tim, you got to rein your feelings and shit in.
All right, let me do a couple I think I got a couple super chats here. Oh, yeah. Katie, great stream. Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. And Raging Tomato says, see my above note to Diesel. All right, let me look for that.
I got to turn my camera off for a little bit.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Sarah, good to see you, baby.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Diesel, her comment says, to Diesel, thank you for being willing to put yourself in harm's way and risk criticism from people who would be the first to duck and hide.
I like it, Sarah.
He's not talking about me.
Don't swallow it.
No, I mean,
I
I appreciate Diesel for the same reason.
I
totally
appreciate
with
you too, bro. And I got to
I
tell you,
hate
Diesel.
cops. I hate cops even more than Flo does. You know,
and Diesel, I just want to make sure you stick around. I would have some, and I do have some heavier questions. Nothing heavy, but I would like to drill a bit. But I'm so appreciative, man. That I'm not gonna. I can't give you a hard time.
So I've got a meeting happening in about 10 minutes, so I'm about to get off here. But if y'all are still on here after my meeting, I'll get back on.
We probably won't be. Mitch, let Mitch get in. He's been up here twice now.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him, the cops that you had to fire, who's going to enforce the law? Did you turn that into, for investigations, and were they arrested?
It wasn't a criminal investigation.
Well, how many
cops?
It was immoral, but it wasn't criminal. It was unethical,
so horrible,
but it wasn't.
You can't talk about it.
Yeah, because they're employees. Personnel matters. You can't talk about those.
You called a lot of cops breaking the law and prosecuted and arrested a lot of cops breaking the law. You got to see it.
What was that?
I say, have you seen cops breaking the law? Have you arrested cops for breaking the lawful shit? Yeah.
Yes, 3 times. All right, guys, I gotta go. I gotta run. I'm gonna try to get back on.
Hey, thank you for coming up.
And Mitch, get your fucking questions right. You were the right guy. You the white guy too, I guess. But I was glad you hopped up here.
I wanted to. I was. I didn't have the right.
And Flo,
my brain's
great job, Flo. I was so comfortable sitting down there. You hit all the right points, and you're much kinder than I ever could have been. You're very talented. You're very good at what you do. You're very much better at this shit than I could ever be.
Thank you.
I just wanted to see if he would enforce a law he disagreed with.
I wanted to go there too, yeah, but it was too many.
He already answered the question. He said
he already said that he would.
He asserted it. That's not answering the question. Trust me.
Well, it was close enough for conversational purposes. Like, and I don't like. It would be hard as fuck to be a cop. They deal with all sorts of stupid bullshit all the time. I couldn't do it. I really couldn't do it.
Yeah.
The hardest part of being a cop to me, though, is doing harm to other people.
Oh, I love the people that I absolutely love people that run their mouths because I get real physical real fast just because I can.
Oh, you a cop?
I've done harm. I wouldn't have an issue doing harm to other people. I don't think that would be the hardest part. The hardest part would be not doing harm.
Excuse me, let me say this. Excuse me, please. I invited 10th man, and I wanted 10th. I'm sorry if I was a bit rude, or we were a bit rude.
He actually deserves it.
I talked all over you. I was trying to say I wanted to apologize to 10th if I was a bit hard on you, but we were pressed for time, and you were not asking direct questions. All right.
Listen, I wasn't. I just have so much rage. You know me, right?
I understood. I saw it.
I got exactly the response that it wasn't my intent. Like I was super calm when I came up, but then when I started talking about it, I flipped out.
Yeah.
But I got exactly the response. Yes, you did. I got exactly the response that I would expect if I had planned it, and it was perfect. A typical cop splaining, I don't know all the circumstances. But when they don't know all the circumstances, when they show up at that guy that was driving his four-wheeler and his neighbor said that he drove on her grass, they had no problem without knowing all the circumstances, kicking in his door, arresting his wife, and shooting him to death. Right? Yeah. Then it's perfectly fine.
Can I offer you some constructive criticism?
Yeah, that's just more feelings and emotions.
Your use of generalities.
No, these aren't generalities. These are specific instances where these things happen, and those police do not.
This guy isn't every cop. Not each cop is all cops.
But he does do that on a regular basis.
Who does what?
Very likely. I don't know what he does. You don't know what he does.
Even based upon what he asserted, he enforces laws he doesn't agree with.
We can say for sure that he was not one of the cops interrogating that dude for 17 hours.
He hadn't even heard the story. But I believe him if he say he hasn't. So you should have moved it a little bit and gave a general example. Rather
that dude posted the video yesterday. Most people have not seen that.
Oh, what about Karen Garner? I watched 6 to 10 cops sit around and laugh that they beat her up.
That's a good example. What do you think his response should be to that?
Yes. Was there a question there? You're just trying to say?
Yes, I did ask the question is, should those people be put on a list similar to the Brady list, but it's not voluntary and the chief doesn't get to make that decision? If there's a lawsuit or anything that's decided against their actions, that they automatically go on this list. Like here in Canada, we have a vulnerable person sector check. It's beyond a criminal records check, where if you've had any type of nefarious stuff in your past at all, you cannot work with the elderly, you cannot work with children, things like that. That should be a list where
that would have been great. But then you put, and then that cop, once they're on that list, then you went into a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Had you stopped the question there, that would have been great. Do you think they should be on a list for everything and it not be voluntary? And then shut up and let the cop talk. Rather than be like, because I saw and I watched the video, the man was like, only got a few minutes to be up here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got emotional.
I mean, it's this, but what you're making is the same group guilt error that we get pissed at cops for making.
You mean like they did it January 6th where they're arresting grandmothers?
Exactly.
So it's okay for them, but not for us.
Well,
it's not okay for anybody.
Oh no,
They get away with it, but they get away with it, but I get told off by my
peers.
You know what?
If I was
you guys are my
they
peers.
wouldn't get away with it either. I'm not saying they should get away with it. I'm saying nobody should. So why are you going to do the exact same thing that you're getting mad at them for doing?
If you think it's shitty when they do it, you wouldn't want to.
Because there's logical reasons to assume that all cops are bastards.
There are logical reasons.
How about the reverse question? How do you feel about like a federal list where we put like a typical citizens
How do you
that
feel?
might get on?
How the fuck do you feel about people having a list? telling
I mean,
other people that don't have a
I'll
list
ask again.
how to speak
How
and
do
how
you
to
feel?
behave.
The reverse question: how do
Dude,
you feel
that-
about citizens
that in
getting
itself-
put on a
that in
federal?
Hey,
itself-
did the men on the
you have
panel
a
get their
speech-
vaginas tightened up?
Right.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So the same reverse question:
My pussy's
how do
tight
you
as fuck,
feel
sir.
about citizens
How dare you?
placed on a
Haven't even had
federal
any kids.
list for what they make, like making claims like on YouTube?
How the fuck do you dare ask this question? You live in
It's the
fucking
same
South
question,
Korea.
just in
You have,
reverse.
dude,
Look
you're
at
not
all the
even 5
emotion.
foot tall, and you have a lisp, and you don't even live in the
Oh,
West.
boy.
What the
And
fuck?
You have an opinion.
Boy.
You have an
Boy,
opinion about how
rein
we
in your
live here.
emotions, or I'm dropping you.
Okay.
Where are you from, boy?
It's a
See,
good
this
question,
is why I can
How is
sympathize with cops sometimes. I would arrest the fuck out of Voy. I arrest the fuck out of 10th man. I would.
You should be a cop, bro. You fit it. That is how they are.
Yep.
To be fair, this is not really like the mouthiness. That's really not common on the streets. Like, it's not. It happens, but man, you're talking about like 2%.
You never met Joe Cool then.
Yeah, most people don't generally run their mouths at that time period. They might run their mouths outside or away, thinking that they've got some kind of distance. But face to face, it rarely ever happens.
Yeah, the people don't run their mouths because they're afraid. And
So,
that
but it
list
happens
thing
on
you were
YouTube,
talking
doesn't
about.
It does happen on YouTube. It does happen in North Korea or South Korea. Where are you? In Vietnam?
Yep.
Special weapons and tactics. That's what Flo's to be.
So
So the only part of the job he has to do is the
dude,
part
it's
where he
so
gets to
fucking
bash shit in and
special.
put people in
It's
those
so fucking
what is those
special, I
cuffs that are
even-
made out of the
I can't
plastic?
even
They're not the real
pronounce
cuffs,
it.
but the plastic ties.
Yeah, we mostly use.
And then he
zip
gets
ties.
to go home and have a beer.
Miss Flo, why should I not be a cop? I know why I think I shouldn't, but I'm
Why?
curious why she thinks I shouldn't.
One, because most of your activities would be centered around kicking in drug dealers' doors, and we wouldn't want you to just ruin your morality and shit.
I'm just
Well, he's just perpetuating the system as it is. It's an economy, like the black market needs participants.
and when he said you got to pay the host, if you guys caught that
You're right.
she says you
Yeah.
get that as the rest of them, and Voy says true. Just
That's
because I would arrest you, Voy,
what
because
makes him perfect.
My neighbor decided to mow his lawn, so I'm gonna bail off and spare you out a lawnmower sound later.
So just so you guys are aware,
I am divorced.
just so you guys are aware, some of the questions probably, like if you'd have worked with Diesel a little bit, you realize he's actually a police chief, right? He's not some lowly little, peon city officer. He's literally a police chief. No, I'm low federally. I'm low as shit. He's not.
No, he's I know,
he-
but
he
he's worked a lot of different positions.
Yeah, he absolutely has the ability to change policy with a stroke of a pen, at least within his district.
Police chiefs can't do that shit. Not
Not
maybe
wholeheartedly.
policy.
There's a lot of things.
They can't change the laws that they enforce.
Well,
Is that why you like Flow State so much, Joshua Jones? Because he's got these abilities that you don't.
What abilities specifically?
Are you saying I'm a better cop than Josh?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Is that why you like him so much?
I don't
Because you will always be sergeant, and he's just a natural general.
Yeah, I don't think that Flo is.
Yeah, you just said it. Yeah, you said.
Yeah, I don't think that Flo would take the job for more than maybe a year.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Maybe
I was
in
trying
his-
to understand. So was
in-
that
in
a
his-
cop? Sorry.
In his younger years, yes, he probably could have. Once you age up, you get tired of a lot of bullshit real fast.
But was that a cop that said that they would arrest 10th Man and the other fella?
No, that was Flo.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
so I missed the question.
No, it's just it's weird how everybody picked up on the negative things that I said rather than when I said if a cop gets shot at by a car thief Like I'm sure everybody's seen the video about the father and the special needs daughter.
Man, I just wanted you to land it. I just wanted you to land it. You were making shitty content to rant.
But everybody's seen that, right? Where
but I understand the scenario you're talking about, and yes, we acknowledge that you do support cops in certain limited situations.
Right? Are you a cop?
Are you asking because Raging Tomato is trying to scumbag me and get me killed?
Bro, I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody
out here.
No, I'm just asking, bro.
I am not a cop.
And I agree with Joe.
Actually, no, I'm not a cop. I'm a convicted drug dealer.
Oh, okay.
Flo, go back to that 229. You fired him, haven't you?
Yeah, I owned one. I had a 226, a 227, a 229.
Yeah, we carry 226. That's typical for us. They're talking about converting.
I love those guns.
Handling any better?
Than what?
Than the 226, because we're
the 22. I mean, mine handled great. Actually, the 227 I had was sighted. The sights were fucked off or something. I traded it pretty quick, but the 226 and the 229s, I own two 226s and one 229, and all three of them function great. I loved them. I actually really liked those guns because I like having, because I'm a complete psychopath, and I like to cock and decock and cock and decock and cock and decock my guns. I like having that decocker there. But yeah, no, I liked them. So I don't know what issues you're referring to, but the 229 was just like the 206, except for smaller.
It's just the conversion. You carry the same firearm for like 15 years. You get used to it, right? And then all of a sudden they just want to change one day. You're like, nah, I want to keep my shit. I don't want to convert over. Just questioning.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'd convert over. I mean, it's a smaller gun, so if you like that or don't.
Probably would like it, but it wouldn't matter because we have like weird policies. We're not allowed to display our firearm ever. If it comes out, it better be a shootout. There has to be a reason.
That was my policy for myself.
Well, with us, his problem is like, like here, it's hot as shit, right? You just really can't hide too much. And I'm a skinny dude, so I'm not really hiding a sidearm really well.
Yeah, then you'll probably like it better because it's, like I said, it's smaller. That's really the only difference. It feels exactly the same. It's like a shorter barrel length.
Right.
Too bad you can't have a Smith & Wesson Shield. The Smith & Wesson Shield 9S was the best carry gun I ever had. It was fantastic.
No.
If this has already been covered on this show before, like, you know, you guys don't know me. How do you get to have a gun if you're a felon?
I don't have any. I used to have some, but I forfeited them. Yeah. Okay. When I got raided, the guns all went away, but I am applying in about 2 or 3 weeks. I can apply to have my my shit. Oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? Expunged.
Oh, and then you can have a weapon again after it's been expunged.
Then my firearm rights.
Oh,
that's the only reason I'm doing it, is I want my gun rights back.
So let me ask you this as a European guy, right, who's not very acquainted or familiar with guns. Do you think owning a gun as much as owning the might to end somebody's life, do you think it changes a character, a personality? Do you think it changes a person? Just owning a gun.
Probably not, but you'd also never be able to really know. Over half of America grew up like under the age of 16 out in the woods.
No, I'm asking you the question. Don't ask.
I'm telling you.
No, Joshua, you're asking the question back at me again. I'm the one that's from Europe. You're the one that. You're
my
the one.
answer was really.
No, you're asking the question back at me again.
There was no question. That was a statement, sir.
Therefore, you shouldn't answer my question. I'm honestly asking this question. Do you think that never owning a gun and then all of a sudden owning a gun, does that change somebody's personality?
Not for the vast majority of U.S. citizens.
I'm not
no.
asking you, Joshua.
There's two different answers to that question. As a former gun owner, but in Canada, they took all of our gun rights away. So I'm in between America and where you're at. Are you talking about owning a gun legally or illegally? Because illegally, that's going to change your mentality where you're probably going to hurt somebody. But if you are a legal gun owner and you have that for hunting and protection, it's actually going to make you less likely to have an aggressive personality because you know you have that protection. The same way as I don't.
And you don't want to. You don't want the shit that comes with it too, right? Like you only use it if you really, really need it.
Yeah,
I agree. I was much more comfortable when I was, or much more calm. I mean, when I had a gun on me.
Right. So it does make a change in character. Yeah. Okay.
Bearing arms. Yeah. It's
way as
quite
it
a
makes you feel-
responsible act, you know. Like guns are extremely fucking dangerous.
Does it not make you slightly more safe if you have your doors locked at night than not?
Yeah.
Well, it makes it makes you more reluctant to engage in a conflict because you know that the likelihood of because I don't want to deal with having to kill somebody, right? I'm not
Exactly.
too worried about dealing with a fist fight, but dealing with killing somebody is that's a different ball of wax.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gary Baxter and Raging Tomato are trying to get me murked.
I'm okay with it if you're an undercover cop.
I wouldn't be.
You still have good taste in movies.
Right?
You guys ever see the interaction between, I believe it was Ted Cruz and I don't remember who the other guy was in Congress, when he said, so, you know, a Democrat said, so you believe that it's an American's right to use guns against the government? And he's like, yeah, that's what the Second Amendment was put in place for in the first place, because of England. And that people don't understand that and do not realize that if there's no way for the citizens to actually fight back against a tyrannical government, that we're all just in chains, right? But I had this discussion with Joe last night, and I truly believe that people prefer subjugation.
Yep.
No,
yes, they do.
They do. I agree with
the
that.
vast majority of people do. And
Because the alternative is taking responsibility for your own life, and that's what people don't
Correct.
Yeah.
But so how does this system in America still get to be a system? And
We are not free
It's
here
not.
in America, bro.
mind you, the same system goes in Switzerland, right?
We are not free here. This is not even a nation of laws.
Everybody owns a gun. The thing that how do you say this? The way that government is organized, actually in Switzerland, it is closest to democracy as you might think of democracy. It's closest to democracy in Switzerland. They have cantons, which are regions, and they decide democratically on what should be done in that region, and the collective of that region, of all the regions in Switzerland, make up the rules for Switzerland. So, I mean, in my world, Switzerland is actually the only place that is ruled in the right way, and they actually have 7 wise men to rule the nation, and they're not. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they do. And look it up.
Like the elders of Switzerland?
Yeah. And they have regions, and they call it cantons, and it's very democratic. They have voting.
I don't really like democracy. I think democracy is stupid, especially on a scale this big. When you get too big, Like you just can't have democracy this big.
I
like
would agree
actual
on that.
democracy or the one we have?
No,
Either.
I would agree on that. But the idea of democracy is best lived in Switzerland. That's what I'm saying.
Is that where you're at?
No.
Where are you?
I'm not in the fjords either.
You're
no
in the
fjords.
fjord. Don't lie to me.
I know you want me in the fjords, but I'm not going to go there. No. I'm in the flattest land ever, the Netherlands, dude.
I'm in Kansas, motherfucker. I'm in the flattest lands ever.
Yeah, sorry. There's always a boss above the boss.
Garrett Flo, you have got the best collection of subs named Sarah, in my opinion. I agree. That's a good cluster of Sarahs around here.
Very true.
So one of the fellows
Are
up
you
here, I don't know if
Dutch,
he's still.
boy?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm Dutch. Yeah, Dutch.
So one of the fellows up here was saying something about a list for people that make claims on YouTube or something like that. Okay, we're talking about public servants that are put into a position of power that have qualified immunity and have the force of the state behind them, not some random dude on YouTube that's saying stupid things. We're talking about if you are in a position of power and authority with the power of the state behind you, and then you commit very, very serious violations, like some of the stuff that I've already brought up, you can be a cop. You can still be a cop, right? But you can never be a supervisor. You can never be in any position of authority above anybody ever again. And maybe you can't have a gun as a cop.
A cop is a position of authority.
No, you can't have a gun anymore. You can be a cop, but you can't have a gun. How about that?
Don't think many people would want to be a cop without any way of like protecting themselves. That
Then you
seems
don't
like
need to be a cop.
Why? Okay. I mean, that's a lot of money for. Yeah, I don't think you guys would want the tax bill that would come with that cost of having to treat or medically treat officers.
See, I had a doctor business partner about 20-something years ago, and he said that police should have to have private insurance just like a doctor has.
You're going to up their pay?
No.
Oh,
you're gonna up are you gonna up the fast food restaurants employees' pay so you can have medical benefits?
Pay cops more.
Then what would incentivize officers to become officers then?
What incentivized a sheriff 200 years ago in Oklahoma?
I have no clue. I'm just thinking of this from the concept of an employment.
Because you want to do right?
And one
No,
of the
That's
first
what we're
things
relying on. That's
one
what
of
we're
the
relying
first
on.
things that Joshua mentions is like up my pay. Isn't this just?
I feel like Josh is the only one out of the three of you who are just talking who's bringing any sort of logic to the situation.
Up my pay, right?
Yeah.
Well,
if you want somebody to behave a certain way, you have to incentivize them. You can't just hope that they're all angels. We're only going to get people who love serving here. Get the fuck out of
And
here.
as I resent you two for making me side with the cop too.
Adult up, okay? If you want people to behave a certain way, you have to incentivize them to do that. That's the way all humans across all of history are.
Yeah, if we want cops to be these really important, like responsible people in society and hold them to the standard, we need to pay them that way.
And to be fair, I actually
first they need to hold themselves to that standard.
Nah,
we are keeping them.
You can ask the crooked cops to hold themselves accountable. How's that been working out for you for 100
Oh, I know,
years?
I know I'm fantasizing, but if they want more pay, they really need to.
I personally don't think that, like, if you were to put some kind of national or like a national standard on cops, you're pretty much going to end up screwing over every like small town USA that comes out there.
Good. Good. We want to screw them over in every way that had their standards for cops.
So
whatever small town cannot meet the national standard for cops, we want to screw that over.
Damn.
Hebrew Hammer, I'm starting to wonder.
That's why Joshua's how do you say this, delocated, that's why he was extradited. That's why Joshua was put to North Korea, right? Because they couldn't place him in the actual jurisdiction anymore.
Because the local State Department. God damn, Voy, are you drinking, Voy?
I never do, dude.
Oh God, just my kid doesn't want to go to sleep tonight. Old lady.
Your kid sounds like Voy.
He's in there fighting his mama. God, I'm gonna have to deal with this. I'll be right back. Damn it.
So I greatly appreciate you guys having me on the panel. I got to take my husband to the post office. What's the laughing about? Because I said my husband?
Yep, that would be why. Voy, I'm gonna kick you.
No, that's good. No, I like it. My former second co-host and best friend has called me the F word on a regular basis since I outed him. But listen, I understand that there's no easy answers, but I don't see any progress being made. I see things getting worse. I only see excuses being made. I only see Donald Trump say that he wants absolute immunity for police, and his former Attorney General Bill Barr saying comply now, complain later, which I've seen a police chief very recently quote that exact term, comply now, complain later, right? So, as I've said a billion times, our government and their guards are mafia-controlled terrorists. Citizens are considered livestock to be utilized or disposed of as they see fit. And if we don't start holding these people accountable, there is going to be a revolt. And if you guys think a rights violator list or any of the things that I brought up here are outlandish, just like I told the cop in Ontario when they arrested David Menzies, the reporter, illegally, where all the charges have already been dropped, I need to make a decision. And the police and the government's actions are what makes the decision for me. If I'm driving down the street and I see 30 people or 300 people trying to hurt a bunch of cops, they've already taken their guns, whatever's going on.
Before
right?
you continue,
I
feel like
need to.
No, don't talk over me on my motherfucking panel. I feel like you're treading closely to a TOS violation.
No. I need to make the decision. What side am I on? Right?
That's the only part I would disagree with you with. That's the part that's not going to happen. There's not going to be a revolt. People are comfortable and they like being slaves. Most of your neighbors think the cops are great and they should be meaner and more brutal to you.
All right. Yeah, but those are the people
I feel you, 10th man. I'm with you. I agree with you. But we're the minority.
The people that aren't going to fight back.
We're a tiny minority.
The American Revolution was fought and won by 3% of the populace.
3% of rich landowners who didn't want to pay a particular corporation taxes.
Just saying.
I mean, like that's in America. As long as people have their entertainment and they're able to get food, then this is going to keep. American fascism works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's chugging along. It's doing just fine. And most of these people support it.
I believe 80% of the population of the people who are in prison are wrongly convicted. I don't believe that the gentleman who says he's a felon because he was a drug dealer should be a felon for being a drug dealer, right? Unless you're selling drugs to kids or harming people, I believe with high impact on that it's a transaction between two consenting adults, and that's where it ends. That specific family that was involved in the opiate epidemic ended up having to pay something like $80 million with $30 billion worth of profits for all the lies and getting all these people addicted and all the harm that they did. So if that's perfectly fine, then why is this gentleman a convicted felon for selling drugs? It just doesn't make sense.
But when you said 80% of the people in prison are innocent, you mean of doing what you think is wrong, right?
No, I believe that the 80% or more of the people who are incarcerated did not actually commit any crimes. That most of those people took a plea.
Do you think they didn't commit any crime according to? I disagree with that.
Yes, I agree. Yes, that's what I believe. Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Because I've seen too much.
I mean, I can say that I don't think anybody I was in jail with was innocent of laws on the books. Now, were they innocent of what they were charged of? Some to a degree, but yeah, like I didn't actually get caught selling drugs. It was presumed intent, right? I was innocent of distribution, which is what my conviction is. But I did possess the drugs, right?
Right. So you were not guilty of the crime that you were convicted of, correct?
Okay. I can see that. Yes, I did not commit the crime I was convicted of. However, that plea deal did. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
So I told this story on a panel a couple weeks ago. When I started realizing about 20-something years ago, when I got involved in this, that something was awry, was when a college professor of computer sciences was caught with illicit underage material, right? And I'm a technologist. So I was like, hold on a second here.
What's a technologist?
I've been in the technology field for 32 years, right? So, and I'm 100% white hat, right? Like I've helped people with identity theft and restoration. Like I'm a good guy, right? So, but what I was like, hold on. So this guy's a computer sciences professor. I think it was at McGill University in Quebec, and he got caught with illicit material on his work laptop. So he didn't know how to encrypt things or have offsite storage or anything, but he's a computer professor, like a computer sciences professor. Didn't make no sense. And I believe that it was planted. I believe that 95% of the times that you hear this person was caught with these materials on their electronic device, that was planted by the police.
I agree with that. Or somebody. They pissed somebody off, I think.
Straight up.
Well, 10th man, you're a lot more effective when you're less emotional.
Yeah, it's just when I heard that cop say you need to understand what your job is, I understand what your job is. I see it thousands of times per month, thousands upon thousands.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. That's why I'm giving you the feedback, because I think that I agree with you. You just render yourself completely useless when you want to spaz.
You guys just don't know me. That was just me trying to. That's just me trying to get it out really quick. And that's just
that is true. So I feel like that would make me even the best person to have that assessment, because I don't know you.
I get it. I get that a lot.
Okay.
It's just,
boy, how we doing?
I've seen so many people get hurt. Right? Like it destroys my soul watching that cop a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago pretend to try to capture that blind deaf Shih Tzu, where it was obvious he was playing it up for the camera. He didn't even try to tighten the wire around the dog's neck. I know how those dog catcher lassos work.
We haven't all watched as many videos.
Okay, so he pretended. You know the dog catcher lasso thing.
There are outrages all the time. I've seen cops fuck people up. I know.
But I'm saying,
with you.
He played it up for the camera and said, "Oh, I hope you don't try to bite me," and all this stuff, and then went pop, and shot this little tiny blind and deaf Shih Tzu, and then got into an argument with the owner saying, "Oh, well, I didn't want to have to do it." No, he purposely did it. Yeah. And he pretended to try to capture that Shih Tzu, right? For the camera. Yeah. When I see things like that, it's not that I even care about the Shih Tzu or anything. It's that I have an anxiety disorder, right? So if I happen to be walking down the street and saw that cop doing that, and I would record, right? I might do something really bad, because when I see somebody doing horrible things like that, I react very, very badly, right? There's videos out there of me. Like one time, this guy was harassing this little girl. She was like maybe 16 or something, walking her dog, and he started following her to her house. Well, the video's out there. I think it's still up on my channel, where I told the guy, I'll end you right now. If I live across the street from this, if I ever see you harass this little girl again, you're done.
So what I hear is that you're an unhinged, out of control person.
No, only if I see somebody trying to harass somebody or something like that.
Okay, so if you see something that makes you mad, you lose control.
No, I walked over completely calm until he started explaining that he was justified in harassing this little girl.
Yeah, I just think that you're emotionally out of control. I don't believe you at all. I haven't even seen the video, and I can already tell you I don't believe your judgment. What was he doing that was harassing the girl?
Following her to her house.
Is the video still up?
Oh, who knows? And then I'm watching her two family members in their house coats, clutching their house coats inside the window, scared.
Okay, so this dude was walking down the sidewalk behind her a ways.
Yep.
And you interpreted body language of people across the street and inside the house.
No, I came out and asked what was going on. I thought it was her father at first.
I think you should ask your husband.
He stands behind me.
I bet he does. I could not take it. Oh, fuck. You said it was on your channel. I'm curious about that video.
Yeah, but it's probably a year or two ago. You'd never find it. And it was played on a panel. So
yeah, no, I'm not going to play on the panel. I'm just, I now out of curiosity, I'm curious. I'll watch it later. There's not much time left in this panel.
I can't get over all of these citizens that want to be either moral police or cops or something like that, but they want to do it from their comfort of their couch, right? I mean, it's really what it boils down to.
No, I'm willing to do it on the streets too.
Then why don't you go and enroll? Canada's that difficult to become a cop?
You mean so that I can have to deal with all the corruption?
Oh, okay. You want to be a cop your way. I got it. Understood.
Yeah, like
we don't want to be paid to do immoral shit to innocent people.
No, I wouldn't do anything to anybody.
Okay. Well, I mean, street justice works. That really is a thing. You should try it.
We see police do it on a daily basis.
And calling out your immoral bullshit doesn't make anyone moral police either. That was a nice try, though.
Well, I don't know. That's kind of it's kind of what this really boiling down to, isn't it?
No.
So, home dude confronting another guy. He was operating within the constraints of a law or something.
Or objective morality.
Oh, well, God, I'm not defending vigilantism.
Oh, okay. So,
see, you think it's wrong?
All cops are bastards.
You think it's wrong to stand between a guy who's obviously under the influence of something, who's harassing a little girl out on the street, harassing a girl on the street, and say, walk away and leave her alone now.
I mean, was he talking to her?
No, he was yelling at her and being incoherent and acting crazy, and she was scared.
I
handed my phone to her and told her, keep recording. And I told him, I said, do you even know her? Oh, I just met her right now. Leave her alone. and then
The
I
chat's
lost her
getting
mind.
worried about your husband. he's taking the bus.
Holy
Well,
shit!
I will look for the video later because you got me curious, and
You'll never find it.
I won't. Did you take it down?
No, I'm just saying that dude, I have hundreds of panels, and they're many hours long. It'd be very hard for you to find. It'd be easier for me to possibly find it on my old phone and play it for you at a
No,
later date.
it was during a live stream.
Yeah, and it could have been a 10-hour live stream. So who knows?
All right. Well, after the show is over, I put the links of people who joined the panel in the description box. That's why I asked originally what your channel was. So maybe
I'm not into promoting my channel.
Well, unless you request that I don't do it, I'll do it automatically.
No, you're all good, bro. Whatever you want.
So maybe one of the good audience will find that. Voy, what do you think?
About what?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is your butt hurt?
What, on Joshua Jones? Joshua Jones, I mean, I think I found some new appreciation for the man, you know, to be honest.
What is that?
New appreciation? Are you not familiar with the term?
I'm wondering what you're appreciating.
His honesty. You know, he might be very stupid.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He might be very stupid.
And a cop. You know, he's dislocated, but then again, he's being quite honest about it. So I do appreciate that.
Dislocated from what exactly?
Yeah,
his shoulder.
Right? You don't even know. You don't even know where you're dislocated. That's how far you are.
He's right though. Like a lot of almost like a majority of people gaslight and bullshit on these panels. You can't even have a conversation with somebody, but you're straightforward.
That's you.
That's you. That's you. No, but yeah, I mean, come on. We're trying to how do you say this? Bust each other's balls each and every time.
Do you have anything to say for your inappropriate laughs?
That's Joe Cool, dude. That's not
okay. My bad. Yeah, you're right. It was Joe Cool. Fucking Joe Cool.
Well, I want to mention something. Back when J-Hub was talking, he mentioned he was in a dry county. I don't think people realize that as a community, you have a lot of control over your town. You get a majority of the people. This is easier to do in small town USA. You actually can pretty much dominate the types of people and the types of bullshit you want to have within your community. I grew up in a dry community. Like all you really need is a bunch of.
That's what's wrong with some of you motherfuckers.
People. You got to get around like-minded people. I think that's what. I mean, you can get on the internet and talk about it, but it's better for you to find a community of like-minded people that think the way that you do, and you guys can, under your jurisdiction, you can change the laws in the way that you see fit.
That's what I do on the internet.
Where can I find a community of people with Factor 1 psychopathy? Where do they live?
YouTube. You found it.
Build it. You should
Oh yeah.
You can be the mayor. You can be the mayor of it.
So where's the presidential candidate that actually cares about freedom, right? Because
delete all masters.
RFK, who made people show their vaccine status to go to a party at his house. You've got Biden, who is what he is. Everybody knows. You got Trump that wants absolute immunity, right? You got Bernie Sanders.
And Trump wants the death penalty for drug dealers.
What a man wants people to do in order to be in his own house doesn't count either. You'd have to come up with something worse than that.
What do you mean? He's the guy who was against vaccine mandates, but then he wants people to show their vaccine status.
All right, you're out of here.
I think people don't realize the
Go
smaller.
pick up your husband.
I think people don't realize the smaller community that you're in, the less that who the president is and all of that other stuff matters. I think people worry about that way too much.
It's
And they
much
let it
easier.
they let it take up so much real estate in their minds.
It's
to
much
where
easier to ignore the norms that are created by the larger system, but the very foundation of your existence is affected by it.
In what way? So in what way is my reality shaped? If I'm in a small town in Illinois, right? 500 people, rural place, it's 50 miles from the largest city, and we all agree on a certain terms. Why does it matter who the president is in our day-to-day lives?
Just the prices you pay are affected by who's president, and the things that you agree on, those very ideas, will come from an education system and from a public works system that existed before you were born and is a greater part of the whole that surrounds you. There is the American mentality is a thing. The British mentality is a thing. The Chinese mentality is a thing.
Okay, I could agree that I'll have to concede that it may affect you maybe 3% of your life, but the other 97% of your life is not affected by who the president is.
The minutia won't be affected, but the important fundamental things that are the essence of our existence are almost
The
completely.
essence of your existence is not determined by the president. Get out of here, man.
It's determined by the mentality of the place where you grow up, and it's not a local level. Like just the idea that crime should be punished and that people have free will and all these like Judeo-Christian concepts that are many of them prima facie untrue.
All men are created equal, that stuff.
Yeah, just that stuff like has such an impact on the way we live our lives. We don't even know what it would look like if we were able to think differently, which we're not because we're programmed to think this way.
That's true.
Oh,
But
you might be.
Go ahead.
You'd be way off. J Hub, I guarantee you, thinks a lot more differently than you think he does.
What do you mean?
I have no assumptions about how he thinks.
I'm not going to put his background out there. Fuck that. But I guarantee you.
How do you know J Hub's background?
Well, J Hub and I actually like.
You've been researching.
He ran his tags.
Can you take my
J-Hub
name off of lists?
J Hub and I actually have a lot more agreements, say from a theistic perspective. We're just coming at it from two different complete angles, right?
I know you're both fucking tyrants.
I actually say that J Hub is a lot more mild than I would.
I wouldn't. I
I'm
don't
on
believe
the.
that he is. I think you both are equally tyrannical. You just try to lean into yours, and he is willing to acknowledge his.
No, he's obligated to operate within a certain guideline. Specifically, I'm not.
Are you saying that he's a cop?
No, I said theistically.
Did you just blow J Hub's cover?
No, I said theistically. So from his belief system, and I would say that's probably culture combined with family. I'm guessing there, but I would say one of those two.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I think people put way too much into who governs them into more than governing themselves. People have way more power and influence over themselves than they like to believe, and then people can complain about, the president and stuff like that. When, like I said, if you get into the smaller town that you're in, the influence of the president is extremely small, and it doesn't really even matter.
I agree with that.
It really doesn't even matter, and people worry about it so much and put it on the forefront of their mind so much to the point that it consumes them.
I actually entirely agree with that.
And it's not even that big of a deal. The more, at the end of the day, you have to accept it to a certain extent. maybe y'all might not agree with me on that point, but I feel as if the more you accept that little 3% that they control, instead of worrying about it 60% of your life, you get what I'm saying? And focusing on
No,
the
I totally
97%,
agree with you.
focus on the 97% of your life that you have the ability to control and influence, then you can free yourself. You know what I'm saying? But people like to focus and say, oh man, the president did this and it's so much that they control in my life. They really don't have that much control. You have to concede a smaller portion of it, whether it's using fiat currency or whatever it is, right? You have to concede that part of it, but it still doesn't control you in the way that people focus on it online, I feel.
The entire playing field is created by the government. So I agree with you that to the extent to which you take responsibility for yourself and you become self-reliant, you remove your reliance upon the system and therefore garner yourself some level of separation. But anytime the system wants to remind you who's in charge, you're going to get a rude awakening. And the playing field was created before you were born. So you're born into a system that is 100% out of your control. If any way you're able to adapt to that or expand or take self-reliance in any true meaningful sense of the word, I would agree with you that does give you some autonomy, but that's something you have to take, work for, earn, create. You're not born with it.
Yeah, but you have to accept that the same way that you have to accept who your parents are, right? And the way that you were raised. You can't.
Right. So are you going to say that your parents, how much of an impact on your thinking and your morality and everything you think, say, or do is about the way you were raised?
Yeah, in the country or whatever it is that you were raised in.
And no matter how, like, if your parents die and you go live by yourself and you start your own family, how truly of an independent person, uninfluenced by your parents and your upbringing, are you at any point in your life?
I would say that as independent as you think you are, you're still influenced by it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying about the federal government. You can, in a small town where everybody agrees with you, and you have done some meritable things, like you mentioned, taking actual control and responsibility for your own well-being, you can create the illusion of self. And
you guys are agreeing with each other. Final words, J-Hub.
Hey man, back to blue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All cops aren't bad. It is a few bad ones, but let's stop the madness, guys. Come on.
All right, you heard that from J-Hub. That was fantastic and motivational. We can all stop the madness if we start stopping it soon. You know what? No, I'm not. Yeah, okay. Denizen, you're next.
Hey.
All right. Fantastic. Josh, talk to the people.
Burn these fucking heathens at the stake.
All right. Some great last words from a great panel of great people. Let's see. How about this? I'm gonna play the little need more cops. I'm gonna play the little thank you to everybody for watching, hitting the like, subscribe if you're new. I'm gonna play an outro song and stick around, and I'll send you off to somewhere else. I just got to figure out who it is. But while I look, this song was by 007. Yes, the one that comes up here.
Won't say.
Wrong one.
Won't say. Fuck you.
Yeah,
fuck you.
Arpol, show us your genitals.
Won't say. Fuck you.
All right. This one is by 007.
Get in the flow state.
Go with the flow.
This is the flow state.
Go with the flow.
You're in the flow state.
Go with the flow. Get in the flow state. I won't do what you tell me to do. I don't care what you think that you know. I'm not gonna take